On the final day of school, the fiancé agreed to someone else's pursuit. Such disheartening news, or rather, this joyous tidings was what Ian had awaited for over a year, and it had finally arrived. What? The system task issued a year ago was completed that very evening? With burdens lifted, skills acquired, he set sail anew. Chapter 1. Qin Yuling finally found a boyfriend. Ian opened the door to dormitory 226 while clutching a hefty tome. Before he even stepped inside, the 5 roommates who had been laughing and chatting abruptly fell silent, their gazes converging on him. Ian immediately sensed the atmosphere shift into something peculiar, but dismissed it, walking over to his desk to place the book down before heading to the restroom. The 5 pairs of eyes seemed affixed to him, following his every movement, though the emotions within those gazes varied. It was eerily quiet, no one spoke. When Ian returned from the restroom, Wu Xiaoming could no longer contain himself. "Ian, are you all right?" Ian was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Li Xingxing scrutinized Ian's expression with suspicion. Upon seeing he wasn't feigning, she asked, "Such a significant event occurred tonight, and you, who are practically a party to it, haven't received any news." Ian was more confused than ever. "No, it appears you truly are in the dark," Wu Xiaoming remarked, half in pity, half in glee. "Tonight, Wang Haoyu confessed to Qin Yuling, and it was quite the spectacle. I reckon the entire management department is aware. Aren't you your childhood friend? How could you have missed this? Did he succeed in his confession?" Ian, now intrigued, inquired casually. He didn't know. "Wait, Ian, are you suffering from a delayed reaction, or have you been so emotionally affected that you've lost your senses? Is that the focus? The crux is that Wang Haoyu confessed to your childhood friend," Li Xingxing exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Now, it was Wu Xiaoming and Li Xingxing who were bewildered, and even Shun Fei, Yang Lixia, and Zhu Yao, who had been spectating, wore puzzled expressions. Ian, uninterested in their reactions, grabbed a towel and some underwear and headed to the restroom. At the end of June, Donghai was not excessively hot, yet Ian had grown accustomed to showering daily, even if he spent the whole day in an air-conditioned room without breaking a sweat. He still prepared to bathe before bed. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom did little to muffle the voices of the 5 in the dormitory, and Ian faintly caught snippets of their conversation, all pertaining to him. Could it be that Qin Yuling was truly with Wang Haoyu? Upon emerging from the bathroom, Wu Xiaoming, evidently still unsatisfied, attempted to say something, but Ian preemptively interrupted. "The lights will be turned off soon, and I have a few pages left to read, so let's refrain from discussing irrelevant matters." With that, he paid no heed to their reactions, picked up his book, and climbed into bed. Opening the book, Ian immersed himself in reading, undisturbed. After a few minutes, his phone vibrated. Someone had sent a message. Ian chuckled softly, knowing without looking that it was either Wu Xiaoming or Li Xingxing. Typically, he would ignore such childish antics, but today he decided to check, and indeed, it was a message from Wu Xiaoming, containing only a photo. In the photo, Wang Haoyu and Qin Yuling stood together, holding roses, evidently capturing the moment when Wang Haoyu presented the flowers, surrounded by heart-shaped candles. An undeniably clicked confession, yet in university, very few possessed the courage to do so, especially considering Qin Yuling was the recognized belle of the management department. It was no wonder the news had caused such a stir. A picture speaks 1,000 words. This was irrefutable evidence. After more than a year, it had finally happened. Qin Yuling had indeed found a boyfriend. He no longer needed to pretend. Sometimes, Ian pondered how Qin Yuling, who had shown him such disdain, could endure until now when her mother, Qin Lan, incessantly urged her to be with him. However, after tonight, everything seemed to clear up. With this thought, Ian's spirits soared, and he read faster. Thus, in the small group of 5, a flurry of discussions and analyses ensued. The conclusion drawn was that Ian was evidently maintaining a facade of calmness for the sake of appearances, while his heart likely bled profusely. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Introduction to Gambling Stone Theory. Reward. Active skill, beginner's eye of scanning, upgradable, 50 free attribute points. A new task has been issued. Read theoretical knowledge about the entertainment industry and reach an introductory level. Rewards will be given based on the time taken to complete. As Ian read the last word of the book, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. He felt elated and immensely relieved. After more than a year, this task was finally complete. Today truly was a fortuitous day, with all his wishes coming to fruition. Moreover, the rewards were extraordinarily generous. Not to mention the 50 free attribute points, the eye of scanning skill alone was remarkable. According to the system's nature, one would typically have to explore the application of this skill, yet upon acquiring the system, Ian inexplicably found additional knowledge in his mind. Among this was a skill akin to the eye of scanning, mentioned in a novel he could not locate on any website, as if it hailed from another realm entirely. Simultaneously, He felt as if his psychological age had advanced nearly 20 years. Things that once held great significance seemed less important now. Qin Yuling had been fully released from his heart the moment he acquired the system. Why Ian merely experienced a fleeting moment of distraction before picking up his phone and activating the eye of scanning. Instantly, a pop-up window appeared on his screen. Item name, mobile phone. Item description, Xia Country Xia Relay M Series mobile phone, operating system. Item price, $59.99. This phone was a gift from Qin Yuling's mother, Qin Lan, to celebrate her admission to Donghai University. Ian had long been familiar with its specifications, aligning perfectly with the results from the eye of scanning. While Ian never doubted the system's capabilities, the validation of the results stirred excitement within him, prompting him to turn his gaze to other items. He didn't even spare the book in his hands from scrutiny. Each scan resulted in a pop-up. When Ian focused on Shun Fei, a pop-up also materialized. Character, Shun Fei. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Appearance, 86 exceptional. Physique, 73 outstanding. Constitution, 65 normal. Awareness, 72 outstanding. Favorability, 21. The various attributes exhibited a mix of highs and lows, yet only the awareness category stood out, with both he and Shun Fei exceeding 70 points. That why Ian had previously reviewed his own physical attributes, and his awareness also surpassed 70. It seemed this awareness encompassed talents and other elusive qualities. As for what else might exist, Ian would need to explore gradually. What intrigued Ian most was the favorability score. Li Xingxing, a classmate and roommate, had a meager 5 points, whereas Zhu Yao scored a commendable 54 points, classified as a friend by the system. Just as Ian reveled in his discoveries, the lights went out. Chapter 2. A call from Aunt Lan. Uncertain whether light would affect the scanning eye, Yi Sun pondered quietly, directing his gaze toward the garments hanging on the balcony. The experimental results revealed no interference. But what about through the wall? Alas, that proved ineffective. Disappointment flickered within Yin, yet he quickly reconciled with the limitations of the primary scanning eye. After numerous experiments, he grasped the functionality of the scanning eye. At present, it could only scan individual objects. The upper limits of scanning distance and object size remained unknown. Setting the scanning eye aside, Yin opened his personal attributes panel. His appearance scored a remarkable 87, surpassing Shun Fei by a single point. Notably, Shun Fei was renowned as a handsome figure in the business management department, a status undeniably linked to his affluent background. His consciousness stood at 74, also higher than Shun Fei's. However, the remainder of his attributes painted a less flattering picture, particularly his physique, which languished at a mere 32. This was most evidently reflected in his weight. At 178 centimeters tall, he weighed only 54 kilograms. Yin felt a strong impulse to allocate all 50 points of free attributes to his physique. It is often said that the body is the foundation of revolution. Although he had matured considerably, he still wished to avoid being labeled as frail. Nevertheless, Yin regained his composure, augmenting his physique by 38 points. The remaining 12 points were distributed as follows: 6 to consciousness, 3 to appearance, and 3 to height. Upon completing these adjustments, Yin's physical attributes panel was promptly updated. Host, Yin age, 20. Height, 178, 3. Weight, 54. Appearance, 87, 3. Build, 55. Physique, 32, 38. Consciousness, 74, 6. A notification chimed from the system. Ding. The system is conducting bodily modifications as per the host's request, to be completed within 7 days. 7 days, is it? Yin felt no significant disappointment. The first task, an introduction to the theory of stone gambling, had rewarded him with the scanning eye, a skill tailored specifically for the art of stone gambling. The new task, involving the entertainment industry, raised questions. Did the system intend to mold him into a superstar? Such a notion seemed far-fetched, as he had no aspirations in that direction. If he were to engage with the entertainment realm, it would be as a capital-holding mogul. Regardless, the first task consumed over a year, and the new task seemed an endeavor for the distant future. There was no rush. Sleep. The following morning, the roommates of dormitory 226 awoke unusually early. Within the room, aside from Yin and Li Xingxing, who hailed from Donghai, Shun Fei was from Dingjiang City in Zhejiang Province, Zhu Yao from Zhucheng in the northwest of Jiangnan Province, Wu Xiaoming from Sichuan Province, and Yang Lixia from the Central Plains. Those living nearby fared better, should Wu Xiaoming and Yang Lixia miss their bus. They would have to remain at school an extra day, which explained their early rising. By the time Yin arose from his bed, Wu Xiaoming and Yang Lixia had already departed the dormitory. Zhu Yao had nearly finished tidying up when he noticed Yi and rising from his slumber. A simple, unpretentious smile graced Zhu Yao's darkened visage as he bid farewell to Yian, who was departing, stating they would meet again in 2 months. With a casual wave, Yian took his leave, leaving only 3 individuals in the dormitory. Shen Fei leaned nonchalantly against the wall, engrossed in his phone, silent as ever. Li Xingxing seemed hesitant to speak, his thoughts evidently tangled, but he ultimately chose silence. Yian, uninterested in engaging with them, completed his morning routine and stepped outside. Today marked the first day of summer vacation, and all the campus dining halls remained operational. Yian opted for the nearest one. From the moment he opened his eyes, an overwhelming sensation of hunger had consumed him, an unprecedented hunger. As he made his way to the dining hall, his stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to retch. It was evident that this was a side effect of the system aiding in his bodily transformation. After devouring 6 substantial meat buns for fried dough sticks and a generous bowl of millet porridge, Yian finally felt a modicum of satiation, implying that he could still eat more. Typically, his breakfast consisted of merely 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. It was clear that he was destined to become a voracious eater. Once he finished breakfast and found himself at a loose end, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Aunt Lon, which prompted an immediate headache. Nevertheless, he swiftly answered the call. While life may not have been particularly luxurious, it was certainly comfortable. Despite nearing 40, Aunt Lon, unburdened by life's pressures and blessed with natural beauty coupled with diligent self-care, could easily be mistaken for a woman in her mid-20s. In Yi An's eyes, Qin Lan, his mother, was undeniably more enchanting than her daughter, Qin Yuling, especially with the maturity that time had bestowed upon her. What troubled Yi and was Qin Lan's relentless efforts to matchmake him with Qin Yuling. During the college freshman orientation, Qin Lan had brought Qin Yuling to his dormitory, creating a scene that felt like a declaration of ownership over her daughter. This was the reason behind Yi An's relatively low profile throughout his first year in university, as nearly everyone in the business management department was aware that he had a mother-in-law who had designated a prospective son-in-law. Qin Lan's voice was melodious, soft, and sweet, with a charming tone that suggested she was a striking beauty even through the phone. Aunt Lon, the travel group I registered for is about to depart. I'm currently en route to the travel agency. Yian fabricated an excuse, knowing that if he didn't interrupt Qin Lan, he would be subjected to a long monologue filled with trivial matters. There was a brief silence on the other end, clearly unexpected by Qin Lan. On Lang, if you have nothing else, I'll hang up now. The bus is about to arrive. Without waiting for a response, Yian decisively ended the call. As the phone emitted a series of beeps, Qin Lan's beautiful eyes momentarily flashed with reproach before she gritted her teeth and dialed Qin Yuling's number, her tone shifting to one of inquiry tinged with indignation. Qin Yuling, are you aware that Yian is planning to travel? Chapter 3. The confrontation between mother and daughter. Qin Yuling was left in a state of bewilderment when questioned, yet upon sensing the unkind tone of her mother, she cautiously ventured, should I say I know, or that I don't? Qin Lan, amused yet exasperated, retorted, Qin Yuling, do you fancy yourself humorous? Let me make it clear. Unless you provide me with an explanation today, you shall have a most unpleasant summer vacation. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Still feeling somewhat unsettled, she lifted a cup of water from the coffee table and gulped it down with a resounding sound, her heart racing, her chest heaving. Dressed merely in a silk nightgown, her cleavage was prominently displayed. If a man were to behold her in this state, it would likely provoke an uncontrollable reaction. Indeed, to an extreme degree. On Qin Yuling's delicate face, besides confusion, there was a hint of indignation. What was that Yian up to now? Surely he wasn't sneaking around to report her again? How juvenile. She couldn't fathom what her mother found appealing about him that compelled her to play matchmaker. Since Yian showed no regard for her, she would not be bound by any sense of obligation. Qin Yuling clutched her phone tightly, determination etched on her charming face. The idea of a trip was undoubtedly a ruse to deceive Qin Lan. If Qin Lan were the only occupant of her household, he might indeed consider staying there. For the opportunity to be alone with a woman who was both nurturing and exceptionally mature was enticing. Yian was convinced that no one could possibly refuse such an invitation. Surely not. Was it conceivable that someone would turn down such a proposition? However, Qin Lan had a sister, Qin Yuling, who, while possessing a pleasing appearance, was not someone he wished to face daily, as he had no penchant for masochism. Nevertheless, Yian had not lied to Qin Lan. He genuinely intended to embark on a journey. His destination was Lijian City in the southwest province, a veritable haven for stone gambling. With his unique talent for discerning precious stones, he believed that this city would yield his first fortune. In truth, Donghai boasted its own stone gambling venues, such as the Flower and Bird Market and the Antique Street, along with some private clubs run by enthusiasts. Yet, the quality of raw stones available there paled in comparison to Legion City, both in terms of cost and scale. Ian was quite impoverished. As a Donghai local, he owned neither a home nor a car, which was a source of shame for him. The only asset of value he possessed was his household registration. However, he had no intention of selling it for profit. His tuition and living expenses were funded by Qin Lan, and his bank account held a mere 7,000 yuan, a sum he had painstakingly saved through frugality and part-time work. While his financial struggles were not universally known, they were certainly understood within the business management department. This was largely due to Qin Yuling, who often lamented that Yin consumed her family's resources, resided in their home, and shamelessly coveted her status as a Donghai heiress. It could not be said that he was entirely devoid of merit, yet he possessed nothing of substance. Truly, it echoed the old adage, success and failure both stem from the Qin family. Yin's discretion was perceived by many as a sign of guilt. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent. Such trivial matters did not bother him, and he had lost interest in Qin Yuling. Otherwise, he would not have shied away from taking advantage of the situation. In a society that feasts upon the weak, maintaining one's pride was a recipe for failure. The train ticket has been booked, departing from Donghai. There is no direct high-speed train available, necessitating a transfer. Yin seizes this opportunity to appreciate the splendid landscapes along the way. Curiously, among the peculiar memories he has acquired, there is a notable absence of scenic views, while a plethora of trivial facts, particularly in history and postures, abound. The owner of this memory, not only a homebody but also somewhat of a lecher, finds himself disconnected from such experiences. After all, he has spent 20 years in solitary existence, never having held a girl's hand, excluding Aunt Lan's, of course, and the fleeting moments with Qin Yuling during their childhood. In the dormitory, all his roommates have departed. Ian quiets his mind, recalling the new task issued by the system. He must complete it swiftly, as the attribute points are exceedingly tempting. Donghai University is recognized as a comprehensive institution, boasting prestigious programs that rival those of Tsinghua and Beida, particularly in finance. Almost all mainstream majors are offered, including those in the arts, which are closely tied to the entertainment industry. However, with the vacation now upon him, Ian can only begin his exploration of entertainment-related knowledge online before acquiring some relevant books. Several hours slip by unnoticed as he immerses himself in this knowledge. Surprisingly feeling no fatigue, the information remains vividly etched in his memory. It appears that both his physical condition and memory have been subtly enhanced. The system, indeed, is remarkable. With this progress, he might accomplish the task sooner than anticipated. Yet, he can't help but feel a twinge of resentment. Other systems shower their users with limitless resources, shares, luxury cars, and mansions, while his requires diligent study for rewards. During lunch at the cafeteria, he spends nearly 30 yuan to satiate his hunger, undoubtedly qualifying as a big eater. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, Qin Lan and Qin Yuling occupy a 3-bedroom, 1-hall apartment of over 100 square meters. The location is decent, albeit developed quite early, with only 6 floors and no elevator. Just across the street lies an upscale community where property prices soar to nearly 100,000 per square meter, reportedly housing many foreigners. It is lunchtime. Qin Lan and Qin Yuling sit opposite each other, neither speaking, silently consuming their meals. After a few minutes, Qin Yuling finishes first and, abandoning her bowl and chopsticks, heads toward her bedroom. However, she is halted by Qin Lan's voice. "I cooked. You wash the dishes, is that all right?" Qin Yuling pauses, her face contorted with reluctance. Dishwashing is her least favorite chore. Previously, when tasked by Qin Lan, she would pass it off to Yin, allowing Qin Lan to wash them herself, all while scolding. Boys shouldn't have to do such things. This time, as Qin Yuling opens her mouth to protest, she realizes that the annoying boy is not home, and an inexplicable resentment bubbles within her. Why should I? I am the biological daughter, while that boy is merely an unwelcome guest in our home. Mom, has that guy been reporting back to you again? I knew it would be like this. At 20 years old, he still behaves like a child who hasn't weaned, constantly indulging in childish antics. What small report? Qin Lan inquired sharply. In truth, Qin Yuling was probing. After all, she had acquiesced to Wang Haoyu's request the previous night. That fellow Yi and had undoubtedly received word, and she suspected Qin Lan's ire stemmed from something Yi and had conveyed to her. It's nothing. However, observing Qin Lan's reaction, it seemed she remained oblivious to the matter. Qin Yuling hastily shifted the topic. Mom, do you know what Yin has been up to lately? Or rather, what he's been doing all along? Chapter 4. The Campus Bell, Autumn Rain. Qin Yuling gritted her teeth, harboring disdain for Yi and deep within. She found him ineffectual and childish. Each time she beheld his frail, almost fragile form, as if a gust of wind could topple him, she could only feel contempt. Ordinarily, she would not concern herself with his affairs, but Qin Lan's demeanor troubled her, prompting her to take a stand. Mom, you have no idea. Yin has been engrossed in books about gemstone gambling every single day. The phrase gemstone gambling struck Qin Lan like a heavy hammer upon her heart. Qin Yuling. Such a obedient child. You need not. Qin Yuling anticipated that Qin Lan would be skeptical of her words, yet she was well prepared today. Mom, I don't know what kind of nonsense Yin has filled your head with, but he doesn't even believe his own daughter. Look, here are pictures of him reading books related to gemstone gambling in the library and dormitory. Qin Lan merely glanced at the images before feeling a chill wash over her. Surely, Little and 1T follow in his father's footsteps? That's impossible. Little is so well-behaved, so obedient. Yet, she felt deflated, as though a balloon had lost its air, slumping into the chair. Mom, I didn't want to tell you this, fearing it would worry you. Qin Yuling observed her mother-esque expression with a twinge of sympathy. When it comes to Yin, he is neither our relative nor family. He is 20 years old. He ought to discern what is permissible and what is not. Why must you react this way? Yet, Qin Lan's face turned pale as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Qin Yuling had initially intended to seize this opportunity to disclose her own relationship, hoping to quell her mother-esque concerns entirely, but witnessing her mother's panic, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, Yin was alone in his dormitory, perusing information about the entertainment industry when Qin Lan's call abruptly came through. Lan on di. Have you eaten? I have, Little Lan. What are you up to now? Qin Lan's accusatory words lingered on her lips, but instead, she adopted a gentle tone. Engaging in casual conversation with Yi and beside her, Qin Yuling pouted, visibly aggrieved. Even at this moment, her mother remained unwaveringly gentle. She could hardly recall when her mother had last shown her such kindness. I'm on the high-speed train. Yi nearly divulged that he was in the dormitory. Had it been before, Qin Lan would likely have believed his words. At this moment, however, she hesitated. Surely, she had a rough idea of how much money Yin possessed. Gemstone gambling was an insatiable abyss. A few thousand yuan would never suffice. Qin Yuling was nearly at a loss for words. She firmly believed that if such an incident were to occur to her, her mother would undoubtedly confront her with a barrage of accusations. Yet, when it happened to Yin, this was the response. Qin Lanqin brought it up again, but the words of inquiry simply would not escape her lips. After a few moments of silence, Yin inquired, Aunt Lan, is there something you wish to express? Oh, what do you ask? Aunt Lan, your voice remains as gentle and melodious as ever, yet I can discern a hint of unease in your tone. Xiao, you've grown up. Aunt Lan, I am already 20. In ancient times, a child could have been sent to fetch soy sauce by now, Yin jested. Indeed, Aunt Lan is aging. You are not old at all. If we were to venture out together, those unaware would undoubtedly mistake us for siblings. Oh, our little Inan is becoming quite perceptive. With playful banter, the two exchanged messages back and forth, and Qin Lan's demeanor gradually brightened as they chatted. Her spirits seemingly lifted, punctuated by occasional light laughter that added a touch of whimsy to the conversation. Upon noticing that her mother had finally concluded the call, Qin Yuling hastily asked, Mom, what did Yin say? Time flew by swiftly. Before they knew it, they had all matured into adults. I trust Xiaoan. He will not follow in his father's misguided footsteps. Then why is he perusing books about jade and gambling? Qin Yuling was torn between feeling relieved that her mother had quickly regained her composure and disappointed that she could not find a way to admonish Yin. Why must there always be so many questions? Qin Lan shot a disgruntled glance at Qin Yuling. You, my dear, are simply biased. In my opinion, Xiaoan is far more sensible than you realize. Frustrated, Qin Yuling thought to herself that this household had become unbearable. Mom, there is something else I wish to discuss with you in advance. Speak. I have a boyfriend. Qin Lan stared blankly at Qin Yuling, her expression fluctuating. Just as Qin Yuling anticipated her mother would erupt in anger, she instead heard Qin Lan let out a deep sigh. I see. With that, she began to gather the dishes. The fact that her mother did not react with anger left Qin Yuling feeling somewhat disoriented. All the preparations she had made in anticipation of a confrontation had proven unnecessary. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. Yin had purchased a high-speed train ticket for around 7 in the evening, arriving at the provincial capital of Southwest Province just in time for morning. At Donghai South Station, The waiting hall was bustling with people. This was Ian's first time traveling alone on the high-speed train, and as he surveyed the crowded hall, filled with numerous passengers sitting on the floor with their large and small bags, he could only exclaim, "Indeed, our great Xia is populous." As the train approached its departure, Ian finally located a seat. Forget about a window seat. He was fortunate to have secured any seat at all amidst the throng of students. Settling into his seat, he found the adjacent seat still vacant. Without further thought, he took out his phone and resumed his research into entertainment-related knowledge. Every second counted, which aptly described his current situation. A few minutes later, Ian noticed the light before him dimming and a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Unable to resist, he lifted his gaze. Who could this be? Ian recognized the newcomer. To be precise, there were hardly any who attended Donghai University that he did not know. She is none other than Xiao Yuhan, one of the 4 renowned beauties of Donghai University. Of course, Donghai University does not officially hold a beauty contest. This ranking is entirely concocted by a group of infatuated individuals. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuhan's ability to stand out among tens of thousands of students undoubtedly attests to her exceptional beauty and figure. Chapter 5. Those who have experienced poverty know. Character: Xiao Yuhan. Age: 21. Height: 171 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Beauty score: 91, exquisite. Figure score: 90, exquisite. Physique: 68, average. Awareness: 77, remarkable. Character: 100, 100. Affinity: 0. Goodness gracious, both her beauty and figure exceed 90 points. What is this character score? And it's all 100 points. Could it be that? It must be so. Who would have imagined that even in her 3rd year, no one has managed to capture her heart? Not even a single attempt. It has not been reported that Xiao Yuhan is the aloof, self-absorbed goddess type. Perhaps it is that the male students of Donghai University are simply not worthy, leaving this 3-time beauty title holder, the stunning Xiao, without even a taste of romance. Ian silently scorned this notion, but had no further thoughts on the matter. Lowering his head to continue gazing at his phone, Xiao Yuhan, on the verge of speaking, found herself at a loss. She intended to ask Ian for help in placing her suitcase on the luggage rack, but he merely glanced at her and then returned to his phone, leaving her bewildered. Unfamiliar with Ian, she wondered if familiarity mattered. "Beautiful lady, allow me to assist you," spoke a tall, slender young man from the opposite seat, standing up to address Xiao Yuhan. Cool and aloof? Not a chance. If one accepts help while maintaining an air of superiority, it could only be a sign of either arrogance or a lack of emotional intelligence. The slender young man, upon receiving a smile from Xiao Yuhan, seemed to shed a few ounces of his very bones. He hurriedly shook his head in refusal of gratitude, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. This is the power of a beauty whose scores exceed 90. With a mere smile, she can sway the hearts of men. With the assistance of the tall young man, Xiao Yuhan finally settled in her seat. She cast a glance at Ian, who appeared unfazed, engrossed in his phone, and felt a twinge of resentment. The thought of having to share an 8-hour journey with someone devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor was quite unsettling. If Ian were to employ his scanning gaze on Xiao Yuhan once more, he would inexplicably find the affinity score plummeting from 0 to a negative value. If gratitude alone could win the heart of a stunning beauty, this world would not be rife with unrequited admirers, left with nothing in the end. Women, by nature, are drawn to strength. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, there is no need to fawn. They will eagerly approach you. Ian found it perplexing that individuals, earning a few thousand a month, would not invest that money in self-improvement. Why must they pursue unattainable celestial beings? A few thousand may seem modest, yet it can accomplish much, upgrading one's wardrobe, occasionally frequenting upscale venues, sharing moments on social media, and even fabricating an identity for oneself. As long as one is not repulsively unattractive, there will always be those with poor judgment who seek them out. Do not dismiss this as mere nonsense regarding the feelings of young ladies. The so-called socialites of Donghai are abundant, and their sole aim is to ensnare wealthy suitors. This is an illustration of turning the tables on one's adversary. The dynamics between men and women revolve around strategies. The more strategies one employs, the more tactics one will inevitably utilize. Time flows slowly, akin to a stream after a completed task. In the quiet of the train carriage, approaching midnight, the atmosphere had grown considerably subdued, save for the intermittent sounds of snoring. Xiao Yuhan had been sitting upright for several hours, her body rigid and her spirit somewhat languid. Yet, she was astonished to observe the individual beside her, engrossed in his phone, seemingly unfazed by the passage of time. He had barely lifted his head, maintaining an air of indifference. Had she misjudged him? Was he not merely taking an unconventional route to draw her attention? If that were the case, Xiao Yuhan found herself somewhat admiring his perseverance. As uncertainty clouded her thoughts, fatigue enveloped her increasingly, and the rhythmic snores in the carriage acted like a lullaby, causing her eyelids to grow heavy. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a light slumber. Yin, having diligently studied various points for several hours, felt reasonably alert, albeit his body was beginning to tire. Just as he was preparing to take a brief respite, a weight pressed down upon his right shoulder, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that tickled his nose. "Wake up!" He gently shook his shoulder, nudging the slumbering figure beside him. Xiao Yuhan jolted awake in an instant, only to find her head resting on Yi Yin's shoulder, akin to a startled rabbit. She nearly leapt up, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying! This fellow had displayed a distinct lack of gentlemanly decorum. Yin was not one to indulge Xiao Yuhan, regardless of her beauty. Had he not prompted her, who could guarantee that she would not accuse him of impropriety upon waking? Until he had fully matured, Yin intended to keep a low profile, avoiding unnecessary troubles, particularly those stemming from women, especially strikingly beautiful ones. This incident was merely a minor interlude in their journey, and Yin did not dwell on it. He arrived at the provincial capital of southwestern province shortly after 4 a.m. The sun had yet to rise, and the earliest bus to Libyan City departed at around 8 a.m. There were still 4 hours to wait. To save money, Yin opted not to find a hotel. Instead, he situated himself on a nearby step, passing the time by browsing his phone. Barely had he settled when Xiao Yuhan, dragging a large suitcase, passed by him. Observing his behavior, she added another remark to her mental assessment of him. What an eccentric individual. After a lengthy journey, Yin finally reached his destination. As the ancients often remarked, travel can be exhausting, and having rarely ventured far, Yin truly grasped the sentiment this time. Yet, the thought of soon being able to earn money through his scanning abilities dissipated his weariness. Those who have experienced poverty understand its harrowing nature. Yin, already impoverished, was further burdened by memories that revealed poverty to be not just an affliction, but a sin. Thus, at this moment, his singular focus was on amassing wealth. It is not about proving anything to others. Rather, it is about enhancing one's own quality of life. Who desires to start each day with only steamed buns and deep-fried dough sticks? Who wishes to wear undergarments with holes and refrain from replacing them? Who wants to brave the biting cold and sweltering heat, riding a small electric scooter through the streets? Who relishes the chaos of sharing a room with others, where disputes abound? Who dares to shamelessly spend their parents' hard-earned money to marry a woman whose past remains a mystery? Isn't it delightful to indulge in exquisite crab roe buns? Isn't it more convenient to discard one pair of undergarments after wearing another? Isn't it exhilarating to cruise the streets in a luxury car? Isn't living in a spacious apartment or villa a true pleasure? Isn't it gratifying to be adored like a goddess, sweetly calling someone daddy? Yet all of this rests upon the foul foundation of money. The sooner one comprehends this truth, the sooner countless individuals may find themselves in despair. Chapter 6. A Promising Start. Ice-grade floating flowers. As Ian emerged from the bus station and strolled down the street, he soon encountered a gemstone gambling shop. Prior to arriving in Libyan City, Ian had conducted thorough research. He was at least aware of several large-scale gemstone gambling establishments. Such smaller shops as the one before him were even more numerous, with some hotels also engaging in the gemstone trade to attract tourists. Undoubtedly, the most direct way to access high-quality materials is to enter this circle, often referred to as genuine goods, which do not circulate in the lower-end market. Public auctions, without a doubt, serve as a relatively accessible avenue for ordinary individuals to engage with high-quality materials. However, at present, neither the circle nor the auctions were within Yi An's contemplation, not due to poverty. The owner of the gemstone shop, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a prominent belly, immediately greeted Yi An with a courteous smile upon noticing a customer. It is said in the gambling circle, it is not the ignorance that one fears, but the half-hearted understanding. Those who lack knowledge tend to be timid and refrain from bold bets, while those with a modicum of understanding often possess an unwarranted confidence. Ultimately becoming the lambs led to slaughter. Through a brief exchange, the shop owner discerned Yi An's theoretical knowledge, and his smile grew ever more radiant. "Boss Wang, I'm not interested in window materials or cut stones." "Well, let us exclude the mixed materials. Pure bedding materials will suffice." "Very well, Boss Yi. In addition to what is displayed on the shelves, I have a considerable stock of fine goods in my warehouse. Please feel free to browse at your leisure, and I will offer you the best price for anything you fancy." Ian nodded, activating his scanning vision, meticulously examining each piece. Windows popped up for each raw stone, revealing the name of the item uniformly as jade raw stone, irrespective of whether it was mixed or pure bedding material. The item description provided insights into the jade composition within the raw stone, along with an assigned price. The full bedding materials displayed on the front shelves numbered just over 20 pieces, varying in quality and originating from well-known sites. While lesser-known sites may also harbor treasures, they often lack the allure to attract novice enthusiasts. "Boss Wong, how much for this raw stone?" Ian inquired, holding a piece slightly larger than his fist, which, based on its exterior, appeared to originate from the Muna site. Boss Yi possesses an exceptional discerning eye. This supreme jadeite, with its tightly compacted skin and complete stone shape, showcases promising potential for transformation. It is indeed a rare gem in our store. Should you desire it, I can offer it to you at cost price, 80,000. What do you think? Ian nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. An uncut stone, scarcely larger than a fist, priced at 80,000. Cost price, no less. The proprietor of the jade shop truly regarded him as an unwitting fool. Not only did Ian lack the 80,000, even if he had it, he would not purchase it. For the scanning, I had appraised it at merely 6,000. It is true that the stone contains jadeite of a commendable icy variety, yet it is unsuitable for a bracelet. However, it could yield several pieces of jewelry and pendants. Considering the heaviness of the inclusions, the system's valuation of 6,000 is rather reasonable. Had the price been in the hundreds, Ian might have been tempted to indulge in a fortuitous beginning. Yet, upon hearing the price of 80,000, Ian lost all interest in negotiation. Jade has been excessively hyped by numerous marketing accounts. Yet those with knowledge of the market understand that jade is not easily liquidated, particularly mid to low-grade jade, which is undoubtedly a tax on one's intelligence. Only jade with a pristine base, exceptional quality, and fine texture, along with minimal cracks, or those that are vividly colored and clear, are easily sold. It is clear that the jade extracted from the material in Ian's possession does not meet these criteria. Observing Ian's silent headshake, the jade shop owner remained undeterred. In this era, few are truly gullible. A couple of unsuspecting customers a month suffices. Under the guidance of the jade shop owner, Ian proceeded to the warehouse, where an even greater array of jadeite rough stones awaited. Some high-quality, semi-gambling materials were displayed on dedicated shelves, while the obscured and fully gambled materials were haphazardly piled together. This posed a disadvantage for Ian. Through experimentation, he had confirmed that the scanning I could only scan one piece at a time, and if there were obstructions, it would fail to capture any data with a maximum scanning distance of 10 meters. Fortunately, although Ian was eager to earn money, he did not harbor high hopes for this shop. He approached the experience with a mindset of simply making the most of his visit. Thus, he felt little disappointment. Noticing Ian's serious selection process, the jade shop owner did not linger, offering a polite remark before departing the warehouse. 10, 20, 100. None of the stones held any value for sale. Despite his mental preparation, Ian could not suppress a sigh. Everyone dreams of overnight wealth. Yet how many are truly destined for such fortune? Be it lotteries or gambling on stones, the masses remain but sheep. Continuing his scans, Ian's spirits lifted upon reaching the 131st stone. Item name, jadeite rough stone. Item description, icy variety with flecks, weighing 22 kilograms, featuring a clean base. Fine texture, no minor cracks, though slightly heavy with inclusions. Potential yield, 1 bracelet, several large pieces, and pendants. Item price, 530,000. An icy variety with flecks is considered high-grade jade. Such quality jade is not difficult to sell. Ian picked up the rough stone with his rudimentary knowledge. He could not discern its origin and found little illumination upon inspection. If one were to insist on identifying any characteristic of this stone, it would be its tightly compacted skin, which felt somewhat prickly to the touch. At last, there was a glimmer of success. Ian decided to rise and stretch before observing further. Perhaps he had stood up too abruptly, as a slight dizziness overcame him. However, he quickly realized that the frequent use of his skills had led to a significant depletion of energy, indicating that it was time to replenish himself. While the urgency of financial pursuits weighed on him, he did not feel pressed for time in that moment. Ian resolved to purchase the raw stone in his possession first, then indulge in a bite to restore his energy. After some haggling, Yin acquired the raw stone capable of yielding ice-type jadeite for the price of 4,000. The proprietor of the stone gambling shop wore a somewhat forced smile this time. Indeed, liquidating jadeite proved to be a formidable challenge. Mr. Yi, the owner remarked, "You must have seen the materials we displayed earlier. We do not directly purchase mid to low-grade jadeite, but you may consign it here. What about high-grade jadeite?" Yin inquired. "For ice-type or color materials, if the price is right, I wouldn't mind collecting 1 or 2 pieces." It seemed that he was keen on acquiring high-end goods. Yet the price offered by the shopkeeper would undoubtedly fall short of market value. Collecting was merely a pretext. The owner sought to profit from the price differential, akin to an intermediary. "All right, should I procure exceptional goods? I will return to consult you." Yin refrained from making definitive statements, for if the shop were the only one buying, it would close off his options. What Yin sought was monetary gain, not merely aesthetically pleasing stones devoid of utility. Chapter 7. A windfall of 400,000. After expenses of over 700 on the road and 4,000 for the raw stone, Yin found himself with less than 3,000 remaining. After dining, the night had descended. Yin prepared to extract the jade from the raw stone, intending to liquidate it thereafter. Libian City was replete with stone extraction shops. The cacophony of machines reverberated from afar. He casually selected a shop, negotiated a price with the proprietor, and began the extraction process. After more than 2 hours of cutting and polishing, the jadeite was finally revealed. Reluctantly, he tipped 200 and left with the jade in hand. Prior to the extraction, Yin had noticed a jade intermediary nearby and intended to inquire about pricing. The terms were similar to what the gambling shop owner had mentioned. The jadeite primarily relied on consignment, whereby the owner places the jade with an intermediary who sets a base price. Should a buyer express interest and offer a price exceeding the base, the intermediary could finalize the sale. Conversely, if the offer fell short, the intermediary would contact the owner. Upon completion of the transaction, the intermediary would collect a fee. This method of liquidation evidently did not suit Yin, as the timeline was excessively prolonged. If fortune did not favor him and a buyer failed to materialize, it could take months or even a year to sell, a common occurrence. With no alternative avenues for monetization, Yin had no choice but to accept some loss and sell directly to the intermediary. However, he was taken aback when the intermediary quoted 30,000, effectively a 60% markdown. Fortunately, Yin's foundational knowledge of jadeite theory allowed him to articulate the pricing of raw jadeite convincingly. Recognizing that Yin was no novice, the intermediary, after some negotiation, ultimately offered a maximum price of 400,000. Yin wisely chose to accept the offer and sell. From a raw stone purchased for 4,000, he had transformed it into a sum of 400,000. Indeed, it had been a remarkably unadorned yet fruitful day. Having acquired wealth, Yin resolved not to compromise his own standards and chose to lodge at a commendable hotel. The following day, he refrained from immediately venturing into the realm of stone gambling. The price presented by the system reflected the market value of jade rough, rather than that of finished products. Selling to intermediaries or stone shop proprietors would inevitably incur a loss of 130,000, a significant sum that Yin was reluctant to part with. Were it not for the necessity of using capital, he would never consider selling. He was not a fool, after all. While 130,000 might seem modest in the grand scheme, particularly in an online world where individuals boast million-dollar salaries, the reality often belies such claims, revealing countless wage earners who must scrimp and save for a year or two just to accumulate that amount. Yin's first thought turned to a few renowned jewelry merchants across the nation. Upon investigation, he discovered that several had established branches and service points in Libian City. Sue's Jewelry stood as the preeminent jewelry company in the country, a behemoth with a market capitalization exceeding 200 billion. When he placed a call, he was greeted by a charming female operator. Yin articulated his intentions succinctly. Fu Rue Jewelry, with a market value of over 80 billion. While not on par with Sue's, nevertheless held its own as a leading player in domestic jewelry, having been founded relatively recently at the end of the last century. With a history of merely 30 years, Yin bore no resentment. Had he been approached in such a manner, he too would have harbored skepticism regarding the legitimacy of such a significant venture. His objective was straightforward, to gauge the market. Finally, he had gleaned a semblance of direction. The next step involved employing his scanning ability to generate profit. The hotel where Yin resided, the Long Tung Grand Hotel, was a 3-star establishment conveniently located adjacent to a sizable stone gambling market, Yuan Jewelry Jade City, a legendary stone gambling hub. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Wanlong International Jewelry City, It sufficed for Yi En, offering an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Upon arriving at Yu Yuan Jewelry Jade City, he noted the relative tranquility of the morning, with fewer patrons present. However, numerous tour groups were in attendance, predominantly consisting of naive individuals, either those driven by curiosity to experience the thrill of sudden wealth or tourists lured by guides promising easy earnings. Ian merely cast a cursory glance before focusing his attention on the stone gambling. This venue offered a plethora of options, ranging from fully gambled stones to semi-gamble materials, as well as jade rough and finished products, catering to diverse clienteles. Initially, Ian felt somewhat overwhelmed, but after steadying his nerves, he resolved to meticulously examine each stall, determined not to overlook any opportunity. After all, time was on his side. Approaching a particular stall, he observed a group of young individuals engaged in dialogue with the vendor regarding a piece of raw stone. Their conversation resembled a classic case of a vendor exaggerating the value of a product, with the youths displaying uncertainty. Utilizing his scanning ability, Ian quickly discerned that the vendor's claims were nothing more than a ruse. The stone, merely a piece of oil green jade, was being touted as imperial green. Clearly, the young individuals were not naive. If imperial green were so commonplace, it would not retain its esteemed status. They speculated that it was far more likely to yield old blue water, a color that, while not the most coveted, could still prove lucrative if fortune favored them. Ian instinctively shook his head, only to realize the impropriety of his action, hastily averting his gaze towards the other raw stones on the stall. When others fall prey to deception, it is often a mutual agreement, and he certainly was no saint, devoid of any obligation to perform actions that might lead to misunderstandings and subsequently invite trouble. While trouble itself is not fearsome, it can be quite repugnant. Fortunately, no one paid him any mind. This stall offered solely gambling materials, boasting over 70 pieces. Upon examination, Ian discerned several stones with the potential to yield jade, and their quality was passable. One stone, weighing over 10 kilograms, exhibited a clean base and a delicate texture, adorned with snowflake cotton. However, it was marred by numerous fine cracks, rendering it difficult to fashion into a substantial piece, which would significantly diminish its value. The system appraised it at 120,000. Yet, Ian surmised that the actual worth of this raw stone would not dip below that figure. After all, it was a piece of Muna white salt skin, and while the skin had not yet reached the level of sand shedding, it was taut and firm, with excellent translucency when lit. It was undoubtedly a superior quality material. This clearly illustrated that buyers will always be outmaneuvered by sellers. In his quest for wealth, Ian could only rely on serendipity. Even in the most unlikely places, treasures can emerge. Within the realm of stone gambling, absolutes do not exist. Ian was hoping for that rare stroke of luck. Departing from this stall, he proceeded to the next one. After perusing several stalls, he found none that warranted his investment. Either the quality was lacking or the costs were prohibitively high, rendering the transactions unwise. It seemed that his fortunate find at a modest stone gambling shop the previous day had indeed been a stroke of luck. Chapter 8. Wang Yurong. At the first stall, a group of young men ultimately purchased a piece of Mo Wanji's gambling material for 30,000. The stone was small and easy to unveil. However, upon discovering it was old oil green, the expressions of the young men soured, transforming 30,000 into a mere 5,000 would dampen anyone's spirits. Such occurrences are merely commonplace. With raw stones worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions, there are those who have lost everything. Moreover, some have fallen victim to counterfeit materials, only to find themselves using the cut stone as marble flooring, a rather disheartening sight. Gambling on stones carries risks, and one must approach the trade with caution. This cautionary saying is well known among those in the field. Yet, akin to the well-established notion that smoking is detrimental to health, many remain undeterred. Plunging headlong into this unfathomable mire, it is difficult to dissuade the reckless. After wandering for over an hour and nearing lunchtime, Ian felt the pangs of hunger. He prepared to seek a meal and return in the afternoon. However, before he could exit the Jade Origin Jewelry in Jade City, he was called to a halt. "Young friend, will you not take another look?" The voice belonged to an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. With a head of lustrous white hair and a face marked by a few age spots, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. This man was certainly no ordinary elder. Such was Yi An's initial impression of the gentleman in Tang attire. At times, even when one maintains a low profile and avoids seeking trouble, it seems that trouble will often seek one out. Yin hoped that the elderly gentleman was not one to meddle. Old sir, I shall not browse any further. I intend to have a meal first. Ah, indeed, it is time for lunch. I have yet to eat as well. Why not share a table? The elderly man in traditional Chinese attire wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of amicability rather than confrontation. His invitation to socialize was not unwelcome. Yet I harbored concerns about our differing tastes, fearing he might find the food unpalatable. This was a rather tactful refusal. However, I am not particularly picky. Yin was rendered speechless. Were it not for the man's advanced age and his amiable demeanor, she would have seriously considered making a swift exit. Very well, I shall treat you to this meal, she finally conceded. Splendid, the elderly man replied, his face wrinkling with joy. You don't mind if I bring along my family, do you? Old dang, don't push your luck. Not at all, he assured, clapping his hands in delight. He then called over a young woman. Little friend, this is my granddaughter, Wang Yurong. By the way, I still do not know how to address you. Yin, she replied. A name like Yurong suggested a certain stature. She was likely associated with individuals of considerable influence, perhaps of E-tier status. Character profile, Wang Yurong. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92, exceptional. Physique, 96, superb. Vitality, 66, normal. Awareness, 77, outstanding. Character, 100,100,100. Affinity level, 10. Indeed, she was a young woman whose physique surpassed her beauty, and she remained untapped potential, akin to a national treasure like the giant panda. Remarkably, her affinity level stood at 10, suggesting they were at least acquaintances. Logically, it should have been 0, Yin thought, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly gentleman. What an amusing coincidence. The elderly gentleman, named Wang Zhengwo, shared both surname and given name with the renowned Elder Guo of Jade, an affinity of 42, just shy of 8 points, and he considered himself a friend? They were quite the peculiar grandfather-granddaughter duo. The crucial detail was that he lacked medical expertise. Ah, so you are Yi Xiaoyu. Let us pay homage at the Five Organs Temple. Wang Zhengwo smoothly assumed the role of host. Yin began to grasp that this old man was quite the social butterfly. In contrast, Wang Yurong exuded grace and poise, reminiscent of a refined young lady from a wealthy family. Ultimately, it was merely a meal. She was not so miserly as to refuse. Yin selected a local specialty restaurant. It was not particularly upscale, but certainly not a roadside stall. Typically, she would opt for convenience, prioritizing sustenance. This occasion, however, was purely to accommodate the grandfather-granddaughter pair. The three of them ordered 5 dishes and a soup, waiting for the server to bring their meal. Yi Xiaoyu, are you curious as to why I sought you out? Wang Zhengwo inquired, noting Yi An's calm demeanor throughout, and secretly chastising her as a cunning little fox. Well, old sir, let me be frank. I am merely a student on the cusp of my sophomore year, possessing little in terms of material wealth. I can barely afford this meal, and anything beyond that would be beyond my means. Rest assured, I do not intend to borrow money. A sly little fox indeed. Wang Zhengwo reassured her before continuing. I noticed you examined many raw stones this morning, yet did not purchase a single one. Is it that you disapprove, or... Ah, now it dawned on her. Was her behavior too conspicuous? Master, as a novice, it is quite reasonable to observe more and purchase less, isn't it? Quite reasonable indeed. Wang Zhengwo nodded in agreement, then inquired about the old oil-green piece from Moanjing. As expected, the old fellow awaited his response, and fortunately, he had prepared a versatile answer. His performance throughout the morning had been under Wang Zhengwo's scrutiny. One must be cautious of those with ulterior motives. Thankfully, the other party harbored no malice, merely curiosity. I merely detest the stall owner's self-aggrandizing behavior. There is no other intent. Is it not perceptible? I sincerely wish I possessed such talent. Yi Xiaoyu, you're not being forthright. Master, that is pure slander. If you doubt it, you may inquire among those who know me. Who would not commend me as an honest child? Wang Zhengwo regarded Yi and with skepticism, but chose not to dwell on the matter. A glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. At the tender age of 20, regardless of one's abilities or character, possessing such composure is indeed a rare feat. Well, since Yi Xiaoyu is reluctant to divulge, I shall consider my inquiry unmade. After finishing their meal, as they exited the restaurant, Wang Zhengwo asked about Yi In's plan for the afternoon. Upon learning that Yin intended to visit the Yuyuan jewelry in Jade City, he expressed a desire to accompany him. However, he was halted by the reticent Wang Yurong. Wang Zhengwo had no choice but to relent, yet insisted that Yin provide a means of contact. After some contemplation, Yin agreed. Ultimately, Wang Jiangwo pushed Wang Yurong forward, prompting the two to exchange numbers and connect via WeChat, citing a compelling rationale. Young people share more common topics of conversation. He, as an elderly man, faced a generational gap, with Yi and Wang Yurong was strikingly beautiful and well-endowed, exuding the charm of a wealthy young lady, undeniably a paragon of elegance. Yi could only reluctantly accept this arrangement. As for whether anything might develop between them, to claim he harbored no feelings would be self-deceptive. However, his interest was not particularly fervent. Such affluent young women never lack suitors. At 22, she still retains her virtue. Is that not indicative of something significant? To become entangled would undoubtedly pose a substantial dilemma. Chapter 9. One must indeed engage in more activities. Wang Yurong, upon settling into the car, wore a displeased expression and queried Wang Jiangwo, "Grandfather, aside from his handsome appearance, what remarkable qualities does Yin possess that necessitate my adding him on WeChat?" "By adding him, you stand to lose nothing," Wang Jiangwo replied with a smile. "But what if Yin misinterprets it?" "Fear not," Wang Jiangwo said with a mysterious grin. "Shall we make a wager?" "A wager? On what?" "Let us wager whether Yi and will initiate a conversation with you." Wang Yurong hesitated for a moment, adopting a haughty demeanor. "Grandfather, will you choose to be proactive or not?" "Of course, I shall not be proactive." "Grandfather, you underestimate your granddaughter's allure." Wang Yurong pouted, her pert little nose wrinkling in discontent. "Our granddaughter undoubtedly possesses immense charm, yet it may be ineffectual against certain individuals." "Humph, I refuse to believe that." "Then simply declare whether you accept the wager." "I accept." Wang Yurong possesses an unwavering confidence in her charm. "Grandfather, why are you so certain that Yin will not initiate a conversation with me? Have you forgotten what your grandfather does?" Though aged, his eyes still gleam with insight. A flicker of insecurity suddenly crossed Wang Yurong's mind. As his beloved granddaughter, she was one of the few privy to his legendary experiences. His ability to discern the valuable from the worthless, whether in objects or people, had been unfailingly accurate, a skill that had significantly contributed to the Wang family's esteemed standing. Could it be that Yin harbored talents that eluded her perception? A spark of curiosity ignited within Wang Yurong regarding Yi and Wang Jiangwo. Observing his treasured granddaughter deep in thought, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Yin had long since forgotten about the Wang grandfather and granddaughter duo. He found himself once again at the Yuyuan Jewelry in Jade City, continuing his exploration of the stalls he had perused that morning. The afternoon crowd was noticeably larger. It was not overwhelmingly packed. Yin diligently scanned the raw stones, losing track of time in his quest, which stretched over another hour without fruitful results. It wasn't that there was a lack of quality jadeite, but the costs were prohibitively high. As noted in books, raw stones capable of yielding fine jadeite often exhibited signs on their surface. Those that ended up in gambling markets were typically the result of countless rounds of sifting, discarded by experts as mere street vendor material. The pursuit of hidden treasures was indeed a lengthy endeavor. Yet, Yin remained undeterred. If it were so easy to uncover hidden gems, it wouldn't be called a treasure hunt. As Yin had nearly completed 1/5 of his exploration of the Yuyuan Jewelry in Jade City, a delightful surprise awaited him. He stumbled upon a sizable stone, weighing over 30 kilograms, with a yellow-brown exterior likely sourced from the Baishan Bridge Market. Its texture and lighting performance were unremarkable, but the stone's side bore a considerable blemish, which some believed could lead to vibrant colors beneath. Yet, the stone was evidently undervalued. After some haggling, Yin acquired the raw stone for 48,000 yuan. Though there was still ample time left in the day, Yin felt little inclination to continue browsing and decided to proceed with the stone's unveiling. Small stones could be revealed within the gambling market, but larger ones necessitated a specialized location. Yin found a nearby stone processing shop. After more than 4 hours of careful extraction, the jadeite was finally unveiled, a remarkable 27-kilogram yellow-green stone. This yellow-green variety was considered high-end among color materials. The piece in Yin's possession was nearly entirely green, exhibiting ice-like quality, yet with a color density that brought it close to top-grade ice quality. The water content was substantial, and the base was pristine. While it could not be fashioned into a bracelet, several pendants could be crafted from it. With its impressive quality, each cabochon could fetch a price in the 5-figure range. The system valued it at 1.8 million yuan. As dusk approached, Yin hastily departed from the stone processing shop. The unveiling process had drawn a crowd of onlookers. However, unlike in novels, there was no bidding frenzy, only glances filled with envy and admiration. In today's society governed by the rule of law, The fear of encountering highway robbery has become a relic of the past. Yet, Yin harbors a desire to remain unnoticed. It is better to be cautious than to be complacent, and thus he must swiftly find a buyer to liquidate his assets. Nearby, there exists a flagship store of Jewelry. After a light dinner, Yin made his way to Jewelry. He approached a sales clerk, expressing his intent, but the clerk, uncertain, summoned the store manager. The manager, Han Xia, appeared to be in her mid-20s, yet in reality, she was around 31 or 32. Character profile, Han Xia. Age, 31. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance, 88, exceptional. Figure, 92, remarkable. Physique, 63, average. Awareness, 70, noteworthy. Character, 99, exemplary. Affection level, 5. She presented a curvaceous, slightly plump figure, embodying a mature femininity. Aesthetic appreciation is subjective, in contrast to the likes of Qin Yuling and Xiao Yuhan, who possess mere superficial beauty without the depth of maturity. Han Xia's presence, a matured woman carrying the weight of experience, struck Yin with greater impact. Judging by appearances, Han Xia's physique was comparable to Wang Yurong, though her curves were far more pronounced. Perhaps due to her age, she received a score of 92. Had she been of the same age as Wang Yurong, one could surmise her rating would exceed 95. One could argue that engaging in more activities would be beneficial. During his university days, he encountered fewer stunning beauties than he had in the past few days, surpassing the peculiar memories accumulated over the years. Mr. Yi, I am Han Xia, the manager of this store. I understand you have a high-end jadeite you wish to sell, she said politely, extending her hand, treating Yi and with warmth rather than condescension due to his youth. It is rather crowded here. I would appreciate it if you would accompany me. Undan CS guidance. Yin was led into a modest office. Mr. Yi, would you prefer tea or coffee? Tea. Very well. Han Xia smiled and nodded, turning to brew tea for him personally. The sight of her bending gracefully stirred Yin's heart, a sensation he might not have been able to handle had he not accumulated nearly 2 decades of experience in his mind. Be careful, it's a bit hot. Please enjoy. Thank you. Yin set the tea aside, retrieving a piece of jade from his bag and placing it on the desk. Han Xia, as the flagship store manager for Jewelry in Libyan City, undoubtedly possessed a certain level of expertise in jadeite. Indeed, she demonstrated not only a solid understanding of gemstone gambling, but also substantial knowledge regarding jadeite quality, processing, and market trends with commendable proficiency. Upon examining the jade Yin had presented, Han Xia, after a brief glance, was able to form a judgment. Chapter 10. Young yet unassuming. This is indeed a genuine piece of yellow yield green jadeite. Its quality is excellent, with a pure green hue and uniform distribution, even among yellow yield green. It ranks as a fine specimen. Mr. Yi, from my perspective, this is indeed a commendable piece of yellow yield green jadeite. However, in the spirit of commerce, we should consult a professional for a formal assessment. I hope you do not mind. That would be much appreciated, Manager Han. You're welcome. Please wait a moment while I make a phone call, Han Xia said, as she picked up the phone. Menit Yahin. The Master Yang you mentioned on the phone is the professional jadeite appraiser from your esteemed company? After Han Xia concluded her call, Yin could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Yes, Master Yang has been engaged in the jadeite appraisal field for over 20 years. While he may not be a master, he possesses considerable expertise. He is currently responsible for the appraisal work during the acquisition of jade rough materials in Libyan City. This information was public, and Han Xia had no intention of concealing anything, readily acknowledging it. Is it unnecessary to go to an appraisal institution? Yin asked. Generally, jadeite does not require such. Only those pieces we are uncertain about are sent for institutional appraisal. I see. Please do not laugh at me, Manager Han. In the realm of gambling stones, I can only be considered a novice. I do not quite grasp the intricacies involved. Mr. Yi, you are too modest. Considering you are merely 20 years old and can present jadeite worth over $1 million, you must have been trained by a renowned master, correct? Not all. I'm simply indulging in a hobby, and luck has favored me. Mr. Yi is indeed quite humble, Han Xia observed meaningfully, casting a glance at Yin. In her eyes, it was evident that Yin must have been under the tutelage of a distinguished master, yet he remained low-key and unassuming. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how a young man in his 20s could possess jadeite worth such a fortune. Youthful yet unassuming, capable yet discreet. Han Xia could not help but regard Yi and with increased esteem. The world is indeed perplexing. Often, those who speak the truth go unheeded, while those who are vague incite the imagination. Yin himself had not anticipated that. Within just a few sentences, he had acquired a formidable master in Han Xia's eyes. Approximately 40 minutes later, Master Yang, the appraiser, finally arrived. He was a man in his 50s, although more accurately, one could say he was middle-aged. Accompanying him were two other middle-aged gentlemen of similar age. After a round of pleasantries, Master Yang took charge and commenced the appraisal with his tools and the two appraisers. Throughout the appraisal process, the trio engaged in discussion as they examined the jadeite. After a quarter of an hour, they reached a consensus. The high-quality yellowish-green material was valued at 1.72 million, which was 80,000 less than the 1.8 million suggested by the system. It remained uncertain whether this group sought to profit from the price difference or if they were genuinely limited to seeing 1.72 million. Regardless, they were far more reliable than intermediaries. Ian did not linger on the details and agreed to the transaction. Young friend Yi, here's my business card. Feel free to call me anytime you have something valuable, and the address of our office is on it. If I am unavailable, you may also visit the office. We at Furue Jewelry assure fairness in pricing. For Master Yang, such an opportunity to conduct business was too good to pass up, and he saw the prospect of cultivating a relationship with Yi and Master Yang. You are being excessive. Mr. Yi approached me first, and you're poaching right in front of me. Are you not afraid I will report this to the headquarters? Han Xia immediately expressed her displeasure. Manager Han, what are you saying? We are all serving the company. I am merely providing young friend Yi with a more convenient avenue for liquidation. That may be so, but there is a certain order to things. Thus, regardless of whether Yi Xiao will seek you out in the future or come directly to me, please ensure that your name is included in the report to the company headquarters. Does that suffice? This is much more agreeable. Master Yang departed with the jade. In the office, only Yi Yin and Han Xia remained. I hope I have not embarrassed you, Mr. Yi. Han Xia, seated across from him, poured more tea for Yi Yin. Despite my position as a store manager, I am merely a slightly elevated employee, finding it challenging to support a family solely on a fixed salary. If I sell you jade, will there be a commission for me? There is indeed a modest amount. Ian nodded, acknowledging Han Xia's candor, although this is not a well-kept secret within the industry. Very well, I will return to you for high-quality jade. But you must be fair with the pricing. Take the jade I just sold you as an example. 1.72 million is not exorbitant. Yet, it is not low either. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, the prices we offer will be slightly above market value, as we possess professional craftsmen and a processing team, and our prices exceed those of ordinary workshops. The value of jade is inherently variable, allowing for considerable appraisal flexibility. Therefore, Han Xia was not merely trying to deceive Yi Yin, though she was unaware that Yi Yin possessed a system. After all, the world is not merely about conflict, but rather about human relationships. If Furue Jewelry considers him an easy target, even Han Xia's considerable beauty would not sway Yi Yin apart with his money. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. After Yi Yin spoke, he prepared to rise and depart. Pleasant collaboration. Han Xia beamed as she bid him farewell, assuring him the payment would be processed by tomorrow at the latest, and that he could contact her with any issues in the meantime. Shaking her phone adorned with a pink cartoon case, a woman in her 30s, yet still with the heart of a girl. Han Xia stood on the steps, watching Yin leave. The young man, who could so casually acquire high-quality jade, exuded a calm confidence under his charm. She could not believe Yi and was an ordinary person. After a day filled with activity, he felt physically well, but somewhat mentally fatigued, likely due to the overuse of his scanning ability. He prepared for a wash and sleep, looking forward to each new day. The next morning, upon awakening and glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. Waking naturally is indeed refreshing. However, there was a message indicating a transfer had been received. Yi Yin immediately felt invigorated, opened the app, unlocked it, and checked his bank balance. 207,685,032 yuan. Over 2 million. Even if the average salary online is 1 million per year, it would take 2 years of frugality to save that amount. Yet he had accomplished it in just 2 days. Even with his additional memories spanning over a decade or two, Yi Yin, despite his maturity surpassing that of his peers, could not contain his excitement for quite some time. However, the moment was fleeting as his stomach began to protest. Yi Yin decided to freshen up and satisfy his hunger. Passing by the bathroom mirror, he felt as though he had become even more handsome. Indeed, his features appeared more defined. Although the 7-day period indicated by the system had not yet elapsed, Yi Yin distinctly sensed the changes in his body. The most apparent change is in his physique. Previously, aside from some flesh on his thighs and buttocks, the rest of his body resembled that of a slender stick or a mere bone. However, now, whether it's his limbs or his chest and abdomen, he has developed a toned and solid form. At this rate, the legendary 8-pack abs are no longer a distant dream, and muscles, such as the pectoralis major and deltoids, will soon reveal themselves. Truly, one must commend the system's guidance. Chapter 11. High Ice-type Violet in High Spirits. Ian hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the hotel. With over 2 million in his pocket, he was determined to treat himself well. He sought out an upscale seafood restaurant, indulging in abalone, sea cucumbers, blue crabs, and grouper, feasting to his heart's content. When the bill arrived, it wasn't exorbitant. He had spent less than 5,000. Well, one could say he had somewhat achieved his freedom in seafood. In the following days, however, Ian found himself at a standstill, as if his luck had run dry. He had nearly exhausted the offerings at Yuyuan Jewelry in Jade City. With little left to explore, he consoled himself, deciding to check out the next vendor. After visiting several stalls, he still found nothing worth acquiring, leaving only one stall remaining. If he were to leave empty-handed once more, he would truly have to change his battlefield. Wanglong International Jewelry City was well-renowned, yet its doors opened only after 7 in the evening. It seemed a shift in strategy was necessary. During the day, he would continue to study entertainment-related knowledge, while at night, he would seek out hidden treasures. As he pondered this, his scanning eye fell upon an irregular raw stone, causing his pupils to dilate in surprise. High Ice-type Violet, the system valued it at 3 million. Red, green, and purple jades are precious. While purple jade is quite common, it often suffers from poor quality, leading to a lackluster appearance. High Ice-type Violet, however, is among the finest of purple jades. Ian successfully purchased it for just over 8,000. This was a piece of rough material, chipped off from a larger specimen. The exposed surface was mediocre, being of a cloudy variety and colorless, failing to meet the standards for a proper window. The highlight, however, was its hazy glow underlighting. Unexpectedly, it concealed a remarkable surprise within. 2 days later, it was worth 200,000. 3 days later, 300,000. Such exquisite material, even a slight blemish could result in a 5-figure loss. Ian promptly contacted Master Yang from Furujui, Yang Tianxing. He felt uneasy about the roadside stone-cutting shop, had it not been for Yi and's prior arrangements. The last piece of yellow-green jade would have been severely damaged. Upon hearing it was a stone-cutting job, Yang Tianxing initially lost interest, but recalling their last collaboration, he still provided Yi with an address, Tianguang Mall Market. Ian took a taxi to the destination, and, upon arrival, he was greeted by someone sent by Yang Tianxing named Tian Yi. Indeed, this was the largest processing market in Libyan City. The journey alone took over 10 minutes. Yi was led into a factory bustling with activity, where dozens of machines were in operation. The factory manager, Zhao Lang, introduced himself. Director Zhao, this is Mr. Yi. As introduced by Master Yang, Tian Yi said, facilitating a brief introduction between the two. Mr. Yi, could you please elaborate on the cutting process? Upon hearing that it was Master Yang who made the introduction, Zhao Lang immediately adopted a more courteous demeanor. Is it possible to use a wire saw? Yes, but it will be a time-consuming endeavor. I recommend first employing an oil saw to make an initial cut along the major fissure to assess the jade's condition before deciding on the wire saw method. In scanning, I could not provide insights into the internal structure of the raw stone, making it impossible to accurately delineate the cutting lines. Consequently, he followed the middle-aged man's suggestion: delineate the lines, secure the stone, close the lid, and power on the machine. After over an hour, the first cut was completed. As the lid of the stone-cutting machine was lifted, a cloud of steam escaped. Zhao Lang personally retrieved the 2 pieces of raw stone. Is it purple? Zhao Lang seemed uncertain. He picked up a nearby spray bottle and misted the cut surface with water before drying it with a towel. Indeed, it revealed a shade of purple, a rather exquisite violet with a commendable texture. Zhao Lang scrutinized the raw stone closely, and upon confirming the sight as quality, his expression grew increasingly animated. Mr. Yi, this could yield a significant profit. The material from Mu Na, once processed, may reveal even greater quality as we delve deeper. As it stands, there is potential for ice-type jade, or even the highest grade. Tian Yi, clearly knowledgeable, inquired about the color of the ice-type violet. It remains uncertain. Let me check with a flashlight. Zhao Lang hastily grabbed a flashlight to illuminate the stone. The cut was somewhat shallow, just enough to reveal the purple hue. It was still too early to make a definitive judgment. However, this cautious approach spared the jade's integrity. Zhao Lang, caught in a mix of elation and regret, murmured to himself, acknowledging the presence of color, which undoubtedly indicates an increase in value. Tian Yi turned to Yin, asking how much he had purchased it for. Less than 5,000, Yin replied candidly. There was no need for deceit. They were all seasoned in this field, and claiming a price in the tens of thousands would likely be met with skepticism. Even at 5,000, it could now fetch at least 100,000. In truth, Tianye's estimate was rather conservative. Encountering a high-stakes buyer for a cut of this quality from Mu Na could easily reach several 100,000. Should one be fortunate enough to unearth an ice-type violet, the return could be substantial. Mr. Yi, I observe that the mist layer on this raw stone is quite thick, which may also contribute to its potential for internal transformation. Shall we make another cut on the back, approximately 2 millimeters inward from the current mist layer? Yeah, nodded. Once more heeding Zhao Lang's advice. While Zhao Lang was undoubtedly more adept at gambling on stones, in terms of extraction, even several of Yi En's combined skills could not rival Zhao Lang's expertise. Yi En understood the folly of juxtaposing his weaknesses against another's strengths. After roughly another hour of anticipation, the second cut was completed, yet the outcome left much to be desired. Zhao Lang examined the results and said, Mr. Yi, it seems we must continue cutting. Director Zhao, you are the expert. Please proceed as you see fit. Yi En opted to relinquish control. The high-grade ice-type violet was appraised by the system at 3,200,000, indicating that the jade's volume was not substantial. Yi En was apprehensive about damaging the jade, concerned about the financial implications. However, recognizing Zhao Lang's prudent suggestions, which surpassed his own, he concluded it would be wiser to entrust the process to Zhao Lang, confident that the results would exceed his own erratic guidance. Very well, Zhao Lang responded. Grateful for Yi En's trust. I appreciate your diligence, Director Zhao. As mealtime approached, Yi En intended to invite Tian Yi and Zhao Lang to dinner. However, Tian Yi declined due to prior commitments, and Zhao Lang seemed entirely disinterested in dining at that moment. It appeared that another opportunity would have to be sought. After exchanging contact numbers, the trio parted ways. Upon exiting the Tianguang shopping mall, Yi En found that the city lights were beginning to twinkle. The Wanlong International Jewelry City had been open for over an hour. Regardless, today had yielded satisfactory results. Dining first was prudent, and perhaps tomorrow evening would bring better fortune. In a private estate located in the northeastern outskirts of Li Bian City, Wang Jiangwo and his granddaughter Wang Yurong had just finished dinner and were taking a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Dear girl, has he taken the initiative to chat with you these past few days? Wang Jiangwo inquired. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wang Yurong's face. After a moment of hesitation, she stomped her foot in silence. Ha ha ha. Wang Jiangwo chuckled heartily at the sight of his usually serene and graceful granddaughter appearing flustered. Grandfather. Wang Yurong elongated her syllables, seemingly expressing her displeasure. Regardless, I won our bet, Wang Jiangwo replied, unfazed. Wang Yurong was indifferent to the stakes of their wager, as she had not set any. Even if she had, what could she, the esteemed Miss Wang, possibly lack? What vexed her was that Yi En seemed to have vanished into thin air. 3 days had passed since they exchanged contact details, and not a single punctuation mark had been sent her way. This gave her grandfather the opportunity to tease her. Perhaps it is merely a matter of self-awareness, or maybe a touch of insecurity. Grandfather, that doesn't necessarily imply anything, does it? Do you truly believe that? He pressed. Could be otherwise? My dear, you are merely indulging in subjective speculation to console yourself. He is, after all, your dear friend. You possess many commendable traits, thoughtful, filial, intelligent, and beautiful, but your mindset could use some adjustment, Wang Jiangwo remarked with a sigh. This cannot all be laid at your feet. You have been accustomed to a life of luxury from a young age, residing in grand estates and traveling in luxury vehicles and planes, leading you to believe the world should revolve around you. Wang Yurong remained silent, feeling no fault in this perception. While your viewpoint is not entirely unfounded, many scions share your traits, holding themselves in high regard, appearing modest yet keeping others at arm's length. Wang Yurong blinked in surprise. Do I truly exhibit such tendencies? Wang Jiangwo anticipated her reaction and used Yi En as an example. Why do you assume it is his fault for not initiating conversation with you, rather than considering your own role in this? Just as Wang Yurong was about to argue, what fault could he have? She was interrupted by her grandfather. I observe that Yi En is a pragmatic and unassuming individual. While he may possess certain youthful naivete, he undoubtedly surpasses the majority of his peers. Grandfather, you have only met him once, have you not? Observing people and things requires discernment. Only with a sincere heart can one grasp the essence. Noticing Wang Yurong's lingering confusion, Wang Jiangwo continued, to truly observe, to discover, and to verify with care. One must approach without any preconceived biases. Once prejudice enters, one inadvertently assigns a value to a person or object, thereby negating the possibility of objective fairness. Grandfather, is it truly as you say? I have mentioned before that you possess many admirable qualities, but you could be a bit haughty, with the temperament of a spoiled young lady. The issue lies in the fact that some individuals will not be charmed by you, and Yin is a prime example. Are you so certain? My dear, have you not noticed that during our conversations and meals, Yin deliberately maintained a distance, particularly from you? Does this not serve as evidence of his insecurities? He is merely an ordinary person. Does he truly possess such discerning judgment? We are all ordinary individuals. Which category of ordinary are you referring to? Wang Yurong felt as though her grandfather was ensnaring her in a rhetorical trap. Was this not an implicit admission that she regarded herself as someone with lofty standards? Wang Zhengwo gazed at his granddaughter with a smile for a moment before stating, I had someone keep tabs on Yin. Do you know what he's been up to over the past 3 days? Wang Yurong, far from foolish and quite astute, understood that her grandfather's lengthy discourse was merely a prelude to the main course. What has he done? On the afternoon we departed, he returned to the Jade City. That day, he spent several tens of thousands to acquire a rough stone, which yielded ice-grade yellow and green jade, selling for 1.72 million. Such extraordinary luck. 100 million is nothing to Wang Yurong. Her annual living expenses far exceed that amount. Yet, the notion of turning several tens of thousands into 1.72 million, multiplying her investment several times over, did astonish her slightly. Grandfather, are you suggesting he has not only won once? Yin arrived in Libian City from Donghai on July 2nd. On that very day, he visited a gambling stone shop, spending a few thousand to obtain ice-gray jade with floral patterns, selling it for 400,000. Another substantial increase. While Wang Yurong would not claim to be an expert in gambling stones, she had certainly become familiar with the subject through her grandfather's influence. July 2nd was precisely the day before she and her grandfather encountered Yin. To have experienced consecutive days of significant gains is a feat not easily accomplished by just anyone. News came today that he brought a broken piece of material to the processing plant of Furue Jewelry. Wang Yurong instinctively remarked, Has he won again? Wang Zhengwo shook his head, stating that there was no subsequent news. However, based on his understanding of Yin, he believed there was an 80 to 90% chance that material would appreciate significantly. Another substantial increase? Wang Yurong murmured to herself, struggling to believe the reality of it. In truth, these details were not the crux of the matter. Wang Zhengwo uttered a profoundly meaningful statement. This is not the key point. While it is rare, it is not unheard of for someone to achieve consecutive significant gains in gambling stones. Wang Yurong nodded in agreement, recognizing that a legendary figure stood before her. However, achieving such results in a gambling stone shop, specifically with all gambling material, is exceedingly rare. Wang Yurong looked up at her grandfather in astonishment. How had she overlooked this detail? In a gambling stone shop, it is somewhat acceptable to deal with semi-gambling materials, as there are those willing to cut and polish them. But with all gambling materials, it is not an exaggeration to say they are essentially discarded waste. If there is any potential within the jade rough, it is likely to be cut at the moment it leaves the factory. Grandfather, do you truly believe that Yin is some kind of prodigy in the realm of stone gambling? Wang Yurong expressed her intrigue, unwilling to let the matter rest. Whether he is a genius remains uncertain, yet he undeniably possesses exceptional skills in the art of stone gambling. If you wish to acquire more information, you may consider connecting with relevant channels. Grandfather, you can't possibly have taken a liking to Yin's talent and wish to bring us together, can you? You are ever so confident. Surely, a grandfather would not push his precious granddaughter into the arms of another. Wang Zhengwo emphatically shook his head in denial. Is that so? More genuine than gold itself. To bolster his argument, Wang Zhengwo added, Just keep an eye on a young friend Yin. There's no need to fixate entirely on him. What you ought to learn is how to discern people and things, and you may regard him as a mere tool. All right then, grandfather, you are growing increasingly youthful. You've even adopted the term tool. Indeed, only by keeping pace with the youth can I prove that this old man has not yet succumbed to age. Chapter 13, Experience Trumps Youth. That night, Yin slept soundly. Ever since his body underwent transformation by the system, he has been able to eat and sleep well. And most importantly, his physique has improved considerably. It has become quite systematic. The following morning, apart from meals, he remained in the hotel, diligently acquiring knowledge related to the entertainment industry. The books he ordered on the subject arrived the previous night. In addition to the physical changes, he noticed a significant enhancement in his memory. He has always possessed a commendable memory, During his college entrance examination, he scored 138 in Chinese, 142 in English, and achieved full marks in geography and politics after scoring out of 70. Along with his scores in mathematics and physics, he attained a total of 621 points. Based on his ranking, he had a chance to enter prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. But at Qinlan's suggestion, and his own reluctance to leave the vibrant metropolis of Donghai, he ultimately chose to study accounting at Donghai University. The rationale behind selecting accounting was Qinlan's belief that it would provide broader employment opportunities in the future. One could pursue public service, which would offer a stable career, or continue on to graduate studies, potentially landing a position in one of the big four firms or prominent corporations, ensuring a decent salary and benefits. Uncertain whether it was due to enrolling in teacher-buys courses, Qin Yuling also chose this major. Yin himself had no particular aspirations regarding his field of study. He merely sought to obtain a diploma. His only motivation was the existence of the system. Though not long has passed, his capabilities have improved significantly. Perhaps the new task can be completed in a relatively short time. This is certainly good news. Around 2 in the afternoon, another piece of good news arrived. The jade had all been successfully extracted. When Yin arrived, Yang Tianxing was already present. Mr. Yi, among those present, only Yang Tianxing, having exceeded 3 days since their initial meeting, nearly failed to recognize Yi and Master Yang. It hasn't been that long. Surely you haven't forgotten me? Yi jested. Not at all. It's just that your transformation is quite remarkable, Yang Tianxing awkwardly explained. Having a bit of money to spruce oneself up is entirely reasonable. Isn't it? Yi's words were not entirely a jest. He had indeed refreshed his wardrobe and footwear, spending quite a sum in the process. He had even redesigned his hairstyle. The individual appears to have shed some youthful naivete, now exuding an air of maturity and competence. As for the transformation in appearance, it is a product of the system, one that Yin cannot elucidate, and thus chooses not to. Yang Tianxing, though bemused by Yi's metamorphosis, is not a greenhorn in the workforce. He understands that prying into matters left unspoken is rather impolite. While Tian Yi is absent, Zhao Lang is present, displaying a lack of interest in Yang Tianxing's astonishment. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. The jade has been unveiled, Zhao Lang announced, presenting a tray adorned with a white cloth. The jade, dissected into several pieces, lay quietly upon the fabric. The largest and finest piece occupied the center, while the smaller fragments surrounded it, akin to stars surrounding the moon. It is no wonder that they have invested so much time into processing. The slices are impeccably prepared for immediate selection, although it remains raw material. The precision of the cuts renders any future uncertainties negligible. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Tianxing proposed a price of 2 million, which coincidentally matched the system's valuation. Yin readily acquiesced, leading to mutual satisfaction. Yin subsequently suggested a meal together, primarily to express gratitude to Zhao Lang. This time, no one declined. Yin made a point to call Tian Yi, and after agreeing on a time and engaging in polite exchanges, they parted ways. A friend request on WeChat was swiftly accepted. Yin transferred 2,000 yuan, noting it as the cost of the jade extraction. Mr. Yi, you need not be so courteous. In the future, should you come across fine materials, feel free to reach out to me, Zhao Lang replied. In truth, I must also extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Yi. The thrill of extracting exquisite jade from a piece deemed unpromising feels akin to transforming waste into treasure. Ye, unfamiliar with Zhao Lang's sentiments, insisted on providing the payment, and Zhao Lang, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted, though the funds had yet to be transferred. Yi now possessed a substantial sum exceeding 5 million. It was time to reward himself with a barbecue. He felt no qualms about dining alone. He believed in savoring joy in whatever form it took. If earning money is not for enjoyment, then what is its purpose? Contributing to society and aiding the world? Yin had yet to adopt such lofty ideals. With over 3 hours until the opening of the Bandung International Jewelry City, he pondered whether to consider a different hotel. He had heard that the presidential suites of 5-star establishments featured beautiful concierges. Perhaps experiencing the opulent lifestyle of the affluent was not out of the question. 5 million seems substantial, yet in reality, it is not as vast as it appears. This may sound contradictory, but the value of money is relative to its intended use. A car could be procured, perhaps a luxury model, or a home in Donghai, sufficient in the suburbs, yet only a decrepit small unit near the city center would be affordable. In light of this, does 5 million still seem ample? Thus, the pursuit of further endeavors remains essential. We shall no longer set small goals. At the very least, I aspire to earn enough for a decent home in Donghai and a respectable vehicle. Is that too much to ask? The news of Yin transforming over 4,000 into over 3 million swiftly reached Wang Yorong's ears, leaving her genuinely astonished. 3 attempts, 3 substantial gains. Even if Lady Luck were a relative of Yin, such extraordinary fortune could not be merely attributed to chance. The only plausible explanation is that Yin possesses an extraordinary talent for gambling on stones. This assertion stems from his youth and the brevity of his time in this industry. Experience does indeed confer wisdom. Grandfather's discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. Should I inform him of this revelation? No, I shall observe further. After all, he has often remarked on my lofty ambitions. Thus, I shall personally engage with this young man. After a tumultuous internal deliberation, Wang Yorong reached a decision and issued instructions to the messenger. Chapter 14. I only see her as a sister. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengwo, who was tending to the flowers in the estate, received the news almost instantaneously. He murmured to himself, how unexpectedly a casual planting can yield such shade. I had intended to use him to educate Yorong, yet here I find I have underestimated him. He sighed, reflecting on the fact that earning 5 million in 5 days without extravagant spending or indulgence speaks volumes about one's character. Yorong, how shall you navigate your encounters with such a peer? After his musings, a sly smile crept across his face, unbeknownst to Yin, who had been sufficiently discreet. His every action was under the watchful eyes of the grandfather and granddaughter. Even if he were aware, it would scarcely concern him. After all, such scrutiny is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. He simply detests complications, not fear. With the system at his disposal, one might consider him the favored child of destiny within this realm. As time passed, the clock approached 6 in the evening. It is worth mentioning that an hour prior, 3 million had been credited to his account. Adding the 207,000 to the incoming 320,000 and subtracting recent expenditures, his account balance stood at 5,201,000. Yin was preparing to dine before visiting Wanlong International Jewelry City to immerse himself in the night market atmosphere when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Aunt Lon calling. Over the past few days, Yin and Qin Lon had maintained contact, primarily to check in on each other, usually in the evenings around 8 or 9. Why was she reaching out so early today and by phone? Aunt Lon, have you eaten yet? In Donghai, many people dine early. It is not uncommon for meals to conclude by 5. Qin Lon is one such person. I've eaten, and you? Why did Aunt Lon seem somewhat downcast today? Ordinarily, she would greet him with warmth. Not yet, but soon. Aunt Lon, is there something troubling you? Share it with me. Perhaps it will lighten your mood. I've noticed you become increasingly cheeky, but perhaps that is for the best. I was concerned you might be too earnest to find a spouse in the future. Her voice trailed off. Aunt Lon, if there is something on your mind, please speak freely. Shaolin, did you already know about Yuling's relationship? Yes, I heard about it that very day. Then why didn't you tell me? Moreover, you wouldn't be thinking of running away from home just because Yuling started dating, would you? Aunt Lon, Yuling is 19, soon to be a sophomore. Isn't it quite normal for her to be in a relationship? As for running away, that's not the case at all. The world is vast. I merely wanted to take a stroll. Yin found himself in a somewhat amusing predicament. The world is so large, I wish to see it. This phrase, unfamiliar in this context, stemmed from Yi and S' own memories, perhaps echoing sentiments expressed by others, yet unbeknownst to most. The world is so vast. I simply wanted to take a stroll. Qin Lon was evidently moved by this statement, softly repeating it. But Haven T, you always liked Yuling? Well, I do like her, but I regard her merely as a sister. Yin told a small lie. Were it not for Qin Lon's constant care, he would have had no interest in someone like Qin Yuling, who possessed a princess complex without the corresponding stature. Perhaps he had liked her once. But ever since he had taken residence in Qin Lan's home over a year ago and witnessed the true Qin Yuling, the allure of that white moonlight had faded. With the system in place and nearly 2 decades of memories gained, there was no longer a trace of Qin Yuling in his heart. He concealed this well. Unbeknownst to Qin Lon and Qin Yuling, Qin Lon, clearly shaken by this revelation, took a moment before speaking again. Do you truly see her as just a sister? Yes, Yin affirmed with a firm tone, refraining from further explanation, yet conveying utmost sincerity. Then there is nothing to worry about. Qin Lon, somewhat dazed, prepared to end the call. Yin understood her feelings. One was her biological daughter, and the other was a child she had watched grow up, 2 childhood friends. A match made in heaven, naturally deserving of her efforts to bring them together. The outcome, however, was far from what she had hoped. Anyone in her position might struggle to accept such a reality. Aunt Lon, regardless of what the future holds, You'll always be my Aunt Lan. All right, Xiao Lan. Take good care of yourself out there. Qin Lan felt a semblance of comfort in Yi An's earnest voice, her mood lightening considerably. Okay, On Lang. You take care as well. The call concluded. Earlier that day, while shopping with a friend, she had spotted her daughter engaging with a young man, sharing laughter and joy. This young man was likely the boyfriend her daughter had mentioned, although Qin Lan had not felt much upon hearing the news. Witnessing their intimacy stirred a pang of pain within her. The boy standing beside her daughter was unmistakably Yan. She could see that he held genuine affection for Qin Yuling. His eyes were incapable of deception. Although she had seen little of Yi and over the past year, she had sensed some changes in him. Nevertheless, she remained convinced that Yi and was fond of Qin Yuling, and thus her intentions to unite the two had not wavered. It was not solely because she held a particular fondness for the obedient and gentle boy, but there were other factors at play as well. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by a singular emotion. Qin Yuling had chosen another. And what was to become of Yian? Having lost her maternal affection at a tender age, and shortly thereafter her father, Yian's circumstances were already pitiable. She could not bear the thought of Yi and losing Qin Yuling as well. Qin Lan too had undergone a profound internal struggle before ultimately deciding to place a call to Yian, which led to their earlier conversation. Yian remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, yet felt compelled to express his gratitude to Qin Yuling. If she had not taken a boyfriend, he would have had to continue feigning emotions to cater to Qin Lan's feelings. Now, however, he found himself relieved of that burden, unable to restrain himself. Yian began humming a tune, "Today is a Good Day." Upon arriving at the Wanlong International Jewelry City just past 7 in the evening, he still had over an hour before dusk. Naturally, he could not experience the vibrant night market atmosphere touted online. The crowd was not particularly dense, which afforded Yian the opportunity to utilize his scanning eye to examine the materials. The elongated market stretched seemingly endlessly before him. He adhered to his usual method, inspecting each stall in turn. The first booth was filled predominantly with raw materials, numbering in the hundreds, both large and small. After feigning interest for several minutes, Yian stood up to move on to the next vendor. As he rose, a tantalizing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Without needing to look, he knew it was a scent typically associated with women. As expected, upon turning his head, he beheld a woman standing elegantly within a meter of him. She wore sunglasses, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and donned a fitted white long-sleeve t-shirt paired with a light-colored skirt that fell just above her knees, complemented by a pair of white shoes. The quality of her attire was evident. Otherwise, given her striking figure, one might fear the top would burst at the seams. Chapter 15. The grace of a wealthy heiress. Yi and immediately recognized the woman as Wang Yurong. However, in stark contrast to their previous encounter, where she exuded a humble yet distant aura, this time a subtle smile graced her lips, giving the impression of familiarity. "Miss Wang, good to see you," he greeted, recalling their prior meeting over a meal. It would seem discourteous not to acknowledge her presence again. Upon seeing Yi An's somewhat forced smile, a flicker of irritation ignited within Wang Yurong, but it extinguished just as quickly. Was this truly Yian? She promptly removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It was indeed Yian, yet the transformation over just a few days seemed rather drastic. He appeared more handsome, robust, and perhaps even taller, though traces of his former self lingered. His voice remained unchanged. They say that even a brief separation can bring a fresh perspective. Could a person truly change so much in such a short span? Yian discerned the astonishment etched across Wang Yurong's face and comprehended its implications. Yet he offered no explanation. What could he possibly say? That it was the result of a systems enhancement? He anticipated encountering such reactions multiple times henceforth, and he had steeled himself for it. It is impossible to explain the inexplicable. Let them be astonished. Let their minds wander. People will always find suitable reasons to convince themselves to believe, even when the matter at hand is utterly incredible. "Miss Wang, do you have something to discuss?" Yian inquired after granting Wang Yurong sufficient time to gather herself. Wang Yurong, regaining her composure, realized she may have acted a tad recklessly, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks. "Mr. Yi, you have changed remarkably. Have you become more handsome, taller, and more charming?" "Perhaps a bit," Yian replied. His curiosity piqued. "Would you like to know why?" Wang Yurong instinctively nodded. "Because I have earned money. With wealth comes transformation." Wang Yurong's thoughts momentarily faltered, and as she realized her statement was somewhat superfluous, she hastily fell silent. "Indeed, wealth can do wonders," Yian affirmed earnestly, before moving towards the next stall nearby. "Wang Yurong, left in the wake of Yi An's abrupt departure, felt a pang of frustration as 3 dark lines appeared on her forehead. Was Yi An blind to the fact that such an exquisite beauty stood beside him? A mere invitation would have sufficed. Yi An, however, had no time to engage in frivolous banter with a wealthy heiress. Acknowledging her presence was merely out of respect for their previous encounter. Moreover, he was uncertain of Wang Yorong's true intentions in being there. Surely, it was not to unveil his identity as the chosen one. Soon, Yi An dismissed the thought of Wang Yorong and crouched before a stall, examining the raw stones. This vendor offered both fully and partially speculative materials, though the quantity was less than the first stall. In terms of quality, it was slightly superior, though still limited. The stones, once illuminated, revealed either hollow interiors or marbled textures upon being cut. After lingering for several minutes, Yi An rose once more and proceeded to the next stall. As an hour passed, dusk began to envelop the sky, and the crowd thickened. Although Yi An's thoughts were not fixated on Wang Yorong, he occasionally cast glances at her, perplexed by the heiress's motives. She arrived and showed no signs of leaving, trailing him like a persistent shadow, whereas the temper of a privileged young lady. Fortunately, Wang Yorong remained unobtrusive, quietly following him. By the time night descended around 9 or 10 o'clock, the night market swelled to its peak. People brandished flashlights and magnifying glasses, engrossed in their meticulous examinations. With such dedication, if only they could apply themselves similarly to their studies, even if the prestigious 985 universities remained elusive, they might at least secure a place in a 211 university. Initially, having such a stunning companion as Wang Yorong attracted considerable attention, but gradually, it became commonplace. It is often said that women can be a source of trouble. Indeed, wherever a beautiful woman goes, chaos tends to follow. In this age of surveillance, even 10 years prior, Wang Yorong would have had her fair share of unwanted advances, yet her protective aura shielded her. Wang Yorong, having followed him the entire way, found herself on a psychological journey of her own, oscillating between anger, self-doubt, blame, self-encouragement, tranquility, self-soothing, and curiosity. Until then, as Yi An was negotiating the price with the stall owner, she couldn't help but lean in a little closer. "Boss, 80,000 is too expensive. How about 8,000? Leaning in further and overhearing Yi An's words, Wang Yorong involuntarily rolled her eyes. Although she occasionally shopped, she only frequented boutique stores, dismissing discounted seasonal items. She had purchased items on sale before, but had never encountered a staggering 10% discount. Instinctively, Wang Yorong stepped back, concerned that the stall owner might mistakenly believe they were companions. It wasn't fear of confrontation, it was the shame of associating with such a person. Deal? Is it really a deal? This time, not only was Wang Yorong stunned, but Yi An was also taken aback, wondering if she had inadvertently underbid. Suddenly, she felt as though she had lost a fortune. Nevertheless, having uttered the words, 8,000 it was. After completing the payment, she received the raw stone from the stall owner. With the transaction settled, she weighed the stone in her hands, estimating it to be around 4 to 5 kilograms. Yi An's gloomy mood dissipated instantly, and a smile broke across her face, one she couldn't suppress. Even the arrival of AK would be futile. JK's presence was something she dared not contemplate, as her temper had been rather volatile lately, fearing a loss of composure. "Mr. Yi, may I have a look at the raw stone?" Wang Yorong's voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. In a good mood, Yi An felt a hint of mischief. "Miss Wang, are you still here?" "I've been here all along." Wang Yorong suppressed the urge to lash out and forced a smile that she believed to be sweet. "You can endure this?" Yi An couldn't help but regard Wang Yorong with newfound respect. One might call Wang Yorong proud, but she was certainly not lacking in intellect. "Do you also engage in stone gambling?" "I believe I have a modest understanding." "I see no need for that." "Why not? As you just said, you only have a rudimentary understanding. The fact that this raw stone has ended up here is not something that can be discerned by mere superficial knowledge. From that, I gather that Mr. Yi possesses considerable confidence in his stone gambling skills." "Not particularly, but I dare say I'm slightly more knowledgeable than just a little." "Haha, mister. Yi is indeed modest." "Thank you." Wang Yorong felt she could no longer contain herself, yet she saw Yi and extend a raw stone toward her. A wave of frustration washed over her, leaving her with a sense of pent-up indignation. However, she restrained herself and accepted the stone. Truly, one must commend such a magnanimous individual for their patience. Were it a typical girl, even a striking beauty, she might have lost her temper long ago. Perhaps this is the demeanor cultivated by a wealthy heiress. Wang Yorong, having conjured a flashlight from seemingly nowhere, began to examine the raw stone meticulously. with no pockets in her top, and even less in her skirt. Yin was genuinely curious about where the flashlight had come from. Once she began her examination, Wang Yurong treated it as if she were appraising an antique, turning it over and over, her brow furrowed, her expression serious, indicating that she would not cease her scrutiny anytime soon. Chapter 16. The transformation of the body completed. Yin, feeling somewhat fatigued mentally, sought a step to sit and rest. Occasionally, she glanced at the passing crowd, then at Wang Yurong. Indeed, a stunning beauty is truly a sight to behold. Expressions may be trivial, yet what truly matters is that visage, which remains captivating from every angle. Indeed, Yin merely embraces an appreciation for beauty. His interest in Wang Yurong is minimal. Why not admire the attentive Lynette? Or is the intellectual maturity of Han Xia devoid of allure? A half-hour elapsed, and Wang Yurong's research bore no fruit. Have you comprehended? Yin inquired, his demeanor impassive. Wang Yurong's expression faltered, her disappointment evident as she shook her head. As I mentioned, if you fail to grasp it, do not hold me accountable. Mr. Yi, could you elucidate? Wang Yurong's earnest visage suggested her genuine desire for understanding. Her animated expressions were, in truth, rather endearing. I cannot articulate a thing, Yin replied, shaking his head. Mr. Yi, your willingness to invest 8,000 in this raw stone cannot simply be for amusement, or is it that you refuse to divulge? Her irritation was palpable. Miss Wang, are we truly acquainted to such a degree? Wang Yurong instinctively shook her head, but halted midway, the gesture appearing somewhat comical. You see, you have already acknowledged our unfamiliarity. Thus, what obligation or responsibility do I bear? Wang Yurong was rendered speechless. Wait, hold on. Is there something else? When you plan to unveil the stone? She bit her lip and asked, Miss Wang, if you have something to say, please be direct. Beating around the bush is quite taxing. Despite reaching this juncture, Wang Yurong remained shackled by the decorum of a wealthy heiress, which began to wear on Yi and S patience. I wish to accompany you for the unveiling. Precisely. It is merely about observing the unveiling. I consented. With that, Yin turned to leave, genuinely intent on departing. The time and place, you have yet to inform me. Wang Yurong called after him. Witnessing Yi An's unwavering departure, her small fists clenched, and she waved them in frustration, her exquisite countenance marred by vexation. This Yin is far from masculine. Were it not for the mirror she glanced into before leaving, the ardent gazes she received along the way would have made her question her own allure. Should this young lady discover you are toying with the game of feigned indifference, I shall ensure you regret it. Regarding this particular material, if left uncut, it could fetch a price between 40 to 50,000. Yet with the opening of a window, the value would instantly double. It is often said that 9 out of 10 pieces appreciate. As for the inverse, the novice investors must bear those consequences themselves. He awaited patiently. After more than 20 minutes, a chime echoed. Host body transformation complete. At last, it was accomplished. His physical attributes had been duly updated. Host, Yin, age, 20, height, 181 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms. Appearance, 90, exceptional. Physique, 85, outstanding. Constitution, 70, remarquable. Awareness, 80, superb. Throughout the system transformation, his physical metrics had gradually improved. The completion of the transformation yielded no overt changes, yet it resembled the experience of selling jade. Receiving the payment felt entirely different from not. Only the incontrovertible truth provides solace. Otherwise, one is left with the nagging sensation of a cooked duck that might take flight. Yin shed his clothing, donning only a pair of loose shorts, and approached the mirror. His pectoral muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps had all taken shape, although he did not possess the bulk of the muscle-bound figures often found in gyms. His physique was taut and compact, exuding a palpable sense of strength. While he had not formally tested it, Yin sensed that his power was indeed on the rise. Not only strength, but aspects such as speed, endurance, reflexes, and stamina had all seen considerable enhancement. The completion of his first task had brought him such profound astonishment. Now, he needed to focus on the new task at hand. Sleep eluded him, so he resolved to read for 2 hours first. His memory had once again improved, and this enhancement was of a qualitative nature. Was this the distinction between exceptional consciousness and mere competence? Though Yin felt he was still a distance away from possessing true photographic memory, the information he had absorbed lingered in his mind like vivid slides, allowing him to recall it with remarkable clarity in a short span of time. This ability to retain knowledge swiftly and remember even more over an extended period made the prospect of completing the new task seem less daunting. That night, Yin experienced a delightful dream. In this dream, he had an inexhaustible supply of wealth, and beautiful young women and alluring older ladies seemed to flock to him as if money were no object. Most were strangers, yet familiar faces appeared as well. Proud Wang Yurong, mature Han Xia, and the unremarkable Qiu Yuhan. Wait, why did Aunt Lan also seem to possess such an enticing allure? Yin awoke, unsure whether it was the beauty or shock that roused him. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Why must it be just a dream? His emotions were complex. How to alleviate his worries? Only breakfast could do. After consuming what amounted to 2 portions, Yin felt satiated, whereas he typically required 3 or 4. It seemed his body had undergone a transformation, no longer necessitating excess energy. Sustaining himself on 2 portions sufficed. Quite fortunate, lest he appear as a mere glutton. After his meal, Yin planned to explore the stone market. He had not forgotten his promise to Wang Yurong and sent her a message. He then opened a ride-hailing app and summoned a taxi. As he awaited his ride, he contemplated whether to purchase a vehicle for himself. The cost of frequent rides was secondary to the inconvenience. However, considering his limited time in Libyan City, he shook his head. Renting a car might be a more viable option. Just as Ian pondered what kind of vehicle would suit him, the taxi arrived. During the ride, he sent another message to Zhao Lang. Upon arriving at the Tianguang Mall Market, he was greeted by a familiar face, Tian Yi. Once at the factory, Zhao Lang had been waiting for quite some time. Oh, Miss Wang, you arrived even earlier than I did? Today, Wang Yurong was dressed in a fitted long dress, still adorned in a muted color palette that accentuated her figure while further enhancing her already exquisite features. She had risen early to await Yi In's message and rushed over the moment she received it. Given that she had her own vehicle, her early arrival was hardly surprising. Chapter 17. Trust in Science. Mr. Yi, you are exceedingly courteous, Zhao Lang remarked with a smile, leaning slightly closer to Yi In and lowering his voice. Do you know Miss Wang? It cannot be considered an acquaintance, merely a meeting on 2 occasions. Director Zhao, do you know her? Yi In lowered his voice. Please, share your thoughts. Zhao Lang shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It would be best if you asked her directly. There are certain matters that, as an outsider, I cannot comment on. Observing Zhao Lang's reticent demeanor, Yin nodded in understanding. If the parties involved remain silent, it is unwise for others to intervene, as it may easily offend someone, particularly a wealthy young lady like Wang Yurong. A factory director is hardly someone one can afford to offend. For ordinary individuals, navigating life requires the wisdom to speak less and act more. While one may not amass great wealth, at least a peaceful existence can be attained. Thank you. Zhao Lang sighed in relief. Mr. Yi, how do you intend to handle the raw stones this time? You are the expert. Please take a look first. Yin retrieved 2 pieces of raw stone from his bag. Mr. Yi, when did you acquire another piece? Wang Yurong inquired, astonished. Last night. Yin was candid, handing the stones to Zhao Lang. I will leave everything in your capable hands. Please notify me once they are processed. Aren't you going to take another look? I shall not. Yin waved his hand, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he addressed Tian Yi. Mr. Tian, do not forget our dinner gathering. Wang Yurong felt somewhat awkward. With the owner having departed, she was left in an uncomfortable position. Miss Wang, this place is too noisy and unclean. Would you like me to have someone escort you outside to wait? Zhao Lang, wise beyond his years, quickly suggested. Her car is parked within the market. It is a white BMW Z4. Yin was waiting by the roadside when a white sports car roared towards him, swiftly coming to a halt before him. It was Wang Yurong. Wearing large sunglasses, she held the steering wheel with one hand while the other rested casually on the car, exuding an indescribable elegance. Even though Yi Yin held no interest in Wang Yurong, he could not help but acknowledge that some individuals are bestowed with an extraordinary charm by fate itself. Every gesture and smile radiates immense allure. Thank you. My ride is arriving shortly. Yi Yin was momentarily dazzled, but quickly declined. I'm not that desperate. With that, the engine roared to life, and the sports car sped away. Ian touched his nose, feeling a twinge of envy. Well, I shall rent a car today. Even Jesus could not stop me. Upon his ride's arrival, Ian discussed a change of destination with the driver. They arrived at a car rental company. He had obtained his driver's license during the summer after the college entrance examinations, yet he had not driven since. Not due to a lack of desire, but simply because he had no vehicle. Fortunately, Ian's physical condition and reflexes surpassed the ordinary, allowing for a smooth adaptation. Ultimately, he rented a mid-sized SUV, a Mercedes-Benz GLC, for a monthly fee of $15,000. After signing the contract and receiving the keys, Ian took to the road. Initially, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Thankfully, the morning rush hour had subsided, and the roads were relatively clear. Ian quickly acclimated. Although he could not yet achieve the nonchalant elegance of steering with one hand while resting the other on the window, he was not comparable to a novice. That evening, he returned to the Wanlong International Jewelry City once more. Wang Yurong seemed to have vanished, perhaps due to her repeated rejections or some other matter, leaving Yi in a state of tranquility. Yet, what troubled Ian was that throughout the night, despite the addition of half a gamble, he had not encountered a single piece worthy of investment. Was it possible that his luck had been completely expended, necessitating a period of recharge? Surely, he could not attribute this to Wang Yurong's absence. Her physique and appearance indeed exuded a certain charm, and her character seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Nonetheless, he resolved to trust in the principles of science. News arrived from Zhao Lang regarding the half-gamble material, which yielded 52 kilograms of iced jadeite. The base was pristine, the texture exquisite, devoid of fine cracks, and offered no color or floral patterns, making it suitable for crafting bangles. However, the presence of excessive cotton significantly diminished the jadeite's value, which he estimated at approximately 1 million yuan. Of course, the final valuation would rest with Master Yang. Zhao Lang merely provided a rough estimate based on his own expertise. Ian did not dispute this, as the system had appraised it at 3 million yuan. Indeed, the same piece of material could be seen through varying perspectives, leading to divergent valuations. The large Dhamma semi-water stone required a lengthy processing time. The ultimate result would not be visible until the following day. Ian understood that, in comparison to the Dhamma raw stone, the half-gamble material was merely an auxiliary, albeit one that had increased in value by more than tenfold. The next afternoon, Ian returned to the Tianguang Mall Market. Yang Tianxing, Zhao Lang, Tian Yi, and even Wang Yurong were present. Mr. Yi, congratulations. What a remarkable increase. Zhao Lang exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Ian. You have truly astonished me this time. He added. Yang Tianxing, one of the heads of the Fear Jewelry office, had encountered jade of all qualities, yet he appeared genuinely taken aback. The elderly gentleman, nearing 60, wore a faint blush upon his cheeks, clearly moved. Wang Yurong remained silent, her gaze imbued with complexity. They often said that 1 or 2 instances of success could be attributed to chance, but 3 was a different story. How many times had Ian achieved such remarkable results? 4 times, 5 pieces of raw stone, all with significant increases. Such a record was beyond the reach of even the most esteemed masters of the older generation, let alone a youth like Yi inappropriately. Ian displayed a semblance of excitement. It would have seemed out of place if he did not join in the enthusiasm exhibited by the 2 professionals. This is the iced jadeite I mentioned to you last night. Master Yang predicts we can produce 4 bangles of commendable quality, with the remainder suitable for pendants. Appraised at 3 million, aligning with the system's valuation. Yang Tianxing indeed possesses considerable expertise. I had previously misjudged him. Zhao Lang presented the jadeite he had extracted to Yian. I have seen the raw stone. Its market value would not exceed 100,000. You have managed to gamble and increase its worth by over tenfold. It is merely a stroke of luck, Yian modestly replied. You are far too humble, Mr. Yi. Luck is indeed a facet of skill, Zhao Lang remarked. Yian found amusement in Zhao Lang's demeanor, despite his habitual politeness. There was a newfound respect evident in his tone and gestures, which bore a hint of flattery. It was understandable, given that it was Zhao Lang who had personally extracted the jadeite, making the impact all the more immediate. A person like Yian, who possesses the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous, if he were to remain aloof, would age like a dog. Yang Tianxing cast a deep glance at Yi and before eagerly seizing the second tray from a bystander, lifting the silken cloth that enveloped it, he was met with an oval piece of jadeite. Chapter 18, Yellow and Green. Unlike ordinary materials, this one exhibited a duality of colors, pure green and bright yellow. The green bore hints of yellow, while the yellow was interspersed with green. They were inextricably intertwined, creating a striking contrast. Even an untrained, I would immediately recognize the value of this gem. Mr. Yi, I have been in this line of work for over 20 years and have encountered numerous pieces of yellow-green jadeite, as well as tricolor jade, and even more vibrant hues within a single piece of jade. However, I have not seen yellow-green of such exceptional quality in many years. Yang Tianxing asserted to bolster his credibility. Not just me, but even my colleagues in Libyan City, I dare say, have not laid eyes on such exquisite yellow-green in quite some time. Yellow-green itself is considered a rarity, coupled with superior color, texture, and quality. It undoubtedly represents a masterpiece of jade. It is no wonder that Yang Tianxing was so agitated. Master Yang, what price can you offer? Yi inquired, playing his part with feigned excitement. Mr. Yi, I shall take this piece of yellow-green, Yang Tianxing mused, still contemplating, when suddenly Wang Yurong interjected. What? Yang Tianxing thought, alarmed, and quickly declared, 8 million. I'll bid 10 million. Wang Yurong countered, raising the stakes by 2 million. Yin suspected Wang Yurong was a wealthy heiress, but he was astonished by her affluence. The way she called out her bid was truly captivating. Yin had to admit, he was intrigued. Miss Wang, Mr. Yi inquired first, Yang Tianxing remarked, his expression resembling someone in distress. But did Mr. Yi state he would sell it to you? Wang Yurong retorted, her tone assertive. No, but, since he did not, we shall engage in fair bidding. Am I infringing upon any rules? Not all, but Mr. Ye's previous jade pieces were sold to our Furue jewelry. Your interruption is rather unbecoming, Yang Tianxing pointed out. That was then, this is now. As long as Mr. Yi has not explicitly stated he would sell to you, I am free to bid. Noticing Yang Tianxing was about to speak again, Wang Yurong added, besides, the highest bidder wins. That is the rule. Your Furue jewelry is a large enterprise, but you cannot be so domineering. Yang Tianxing was infuriated, wishing to retort, Miss Wang, how can you accuse us of being domineering when your family is also one of our shareholders? Zhao Lang stood nearby, anxious as if watching his own child being taken away. Yet he lacked the authority to intervene and could only fume silently. Since Master Yang has tacitly agreed, then the highest bidder prevails. My offer of 10 million stands, Wang Yurong declared, taking advantage of the moment and leaving Yang Tianxing no chance to respond. Remarkable. The system appraises this at 6 million. With Wang Yurong's unexpected intervention, Yang Tianxing immediately raised his bid to 8 million. Wang Yurong, undeterred, boldly called out 10 million. The prospect of acquiring an additional 2 million was exhilarating for Yan, who could hardly contain his excitement. He was tempted to cradle Wang Yurong's exquisitely delicate face and plant a fervent kiss upon it as a gesture of encouragement. Yang Tianxing, however, felt a twinge of resentment. Yet, bound by tradition, status, and the perspective of Yin, he found himself unable to impede Wang Yurong's bidding. In contemporary society, hindering someone's opportunity to earn is regarded with greater disdain than usurping another's spouse or child. It was unnecessary to offend the young lady of the Wang family over a mere piece of jadeite, especially when it could potentially irk Yin. Moreover, the price of 10 million was also a deterrent for him. Wang Yurong was astute, bidding precisely 10 million, neither more nor less, an amount that was nearly the limit for this piece. Any further increase would leave minimal profit margins. Mr. Yi, 10 million. Let us conclude this transaction, she remarked with a hint of pride, her tone deceptively casual, upon noticing Yang Tianxing's resignation. Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this how it was meant to unfold? A swift decision, and yet the unexpected windfall of 240,000 was a pleasant surprise. He abandoned any pretense and proceeded to finalize the deal with Wang Yurong. The icy jadeite, valued at over 1 million, would ordinarily be considered a significant transaction. Yet in the shadow of the 10 million yellow-green jadeite, it was merely an accessory. Yang Tianxing quickly regained his composure, and, following the completion of the transaction between Yi and Wang Yurong, purchased the clearly disinterested icy jadeite for 130,000. Upon exiting, Wang Yurong's delight lingered. Mr. Yi, have you called for a car? No, I shall drive you, he replied, pressing the button on his key fob, causing the nearby Mercedes-Benz GLC to emit an unlocking sound. Mr. Yi, have you purchased a car? It's a rental. Even with such wealth, you still rent? Upon calculating Yi An's net worth, which had surpassed 16 million, all in cash, Wang Yurong, who had been surrounded by affluence since childhood, realized that at just 20 years old, few shared her financial standing. Yet, those fortunate enough to possess such wealth typically flaunted it with luxury vehicles, some even owning multiple high-end cars. For instance, she herself had 2 luxury cars parked in her garage, a limited edition Ferrari and a Maybach G650. She opted for the BMW Z4 for the day, simply to avoid drawing attention. If one were to rationalize Yi An's behavior, it could be attributed to his previous financial struggles. When the impoverished suddenly acquire wealth, they often oscillate between 2 extremes, either indulging in extravagant spending or becoming miserly. Yi An was neither. Rather, he benefited from nearly 2 decades of additional memories. For him, earning money was fundamental. He believed in enjoying what was due to him without being wasteful on unnecessary expenses. It was as simple as that. Upon seeing Wang Jiangwo, Wang Yurong chattered excitedly. recounting the events of the past few days in detail. It truly is a fine piece of yellow-green jadeite. 10 million is not a loss at all. Wang Jiangwo assessed with a cheerful smile. Grandfather, in just under a month, we will celebrate your 80th birthday. I intend to use the finest portion of this jade to personally design a handheld piece as a gift for you. Is it a waste to use such a large piece of jade for a handheld item? As long as you are pleased, that is all that matters. Good. I eagerly anticipate your masterpiece. Wang Jiangwo repeated the word good 3 times, clearly in high spirits. Rest assured, grandfather, Wang Yurong confidently assured him. Yes, I believe in you. Wang Jiangwo replied, retrieving an envelope from the nearby tea table and handing it to Wang Yurong. Here, take a look at this. What is it? You will know once you see it. Wang Yurong curiously opened the envelope. Chapter 19, Gifted. Ian Male, 20 years old, studying at Donghai University. This is an exceptionally detailed dossier, chronicling every aspect of Yian's life. Wang Yurong took 7 or 8 minutes to finish reading it. To truly understand a person, one must not only consider the present, but also delve into their past, Wang Jiangwo remarked as he lifted a cup of tea to his lips. However, grandfather, according to the information, there is nothing remarkable about his time in Donghai. Wang Yurong frowned as she spoke. Aside from gaining admission to Donghai University, the rest can only be described as tragic, Wang Jiangwo said, setting down his teacup, his gaze profound. At 6 years old, his mother absconded with money and left the country. As a result, Yian was deeply affected, even repeating a grade in elementary school. At 18, his father, ensnared in the gambling stone quagmire, ultimately took his own life, becoming a cautionary tale in Donghai. On the day before summer vacation, his childhood sweetheart became someone else's girlfriend. Indeed, it is quite tragic. Wang Yurong couldn't help but feel moved. If she were in Yian's shoes, could she endure such blows? She began to understand that while Yian appeared humble and reserved, he was shrouded in an invisible barrier that made him difficult to approach. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Was it not perplexing that despite his father's suicide due to gambling stones, Yian chose to tread the same path? Wang Jiangwo seemed to read his granddaughter's thoughts and countered her inquiry. Wang Yurong nodded. According to the dossier, he began researching gambling stones immediately after the college entrance examination and purchased numerous books, indicating that he had long contemplated entering the gambling stone realm. Yes, it is evident that he has over a year of theoretical knowledge, yet he has never engaged in practical experience, demonstrating his self-awareness and that his actions are not merely impulsive. Yian has earned at least 16 million in gambling stones over the past few days. Could his gambling prowess have been acquired solely through reading? Wang Yurong finally posed the pivotal question. Wang Jiangwo shook his head, uncertain. Logically, it should be impossible. Yet based on his humanities scores, his memory is remarkable. No matter how strong one's memory, without practical experience, one cannot win every gamble. Can they? Theoretically, it is impossible. Wang Jiangwo initially shook his head, then took a deep breath and added, unless he possesses extraordinary talent. Just like you, grandfather, I have reached this point not only through vision, but also due to opportunity. I must express gratitude to the nation for enabling this unprecedented era. These 3 conditions, without even one, would mean your grandfather is not the man he is today. Wang Jiangwo lamented, yet this world is vast, and there are always existences that defy logic. My young friend, Yi, and may very well be one such being, gifted beyond measure, possessing innate wisdom. Thus, even with the lessons of the past, he resolutely embarks upon this path, for it lies within the scope of his design. Grandfather, might you be overestimating him? Wang Yurong, having already believed to a considerable extent, still found the notion absurd and could not suppress her curiosity. I hope so as well. Wang Jiangwo spoke with a sense of melancholic defeat, his tone unexpectedly desolate. Grandfather, even if your inference proves correct, the jade and stone industry has already reached saturation. No matter how extraordinary Yi and's talents may be, he would find himself in a landscape where heroes are rendered obsolete, at best. He could merely earn some money from gambling on stones. Our Wang family has long since pivoted to the financial sector, using the most fashionable terminology of the day. We are the capitalists. You need not worry. Wang Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you only grasp part of the picture. Have I overlooked something? Wang Yurong inquired, flipping through the character profiles, finding nothing amiss. A person, no matter how prodigious, is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is their ability to endure solitude. Yian's choice to rent rather than purchase a vehicle. What does your immediate skepticism indicate? Wang Yurong found herself somewhat bewildered by the question. Wang Jiangwo, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet soon finding solace, chuckled. It is not your fault. Others would likely respond similarly. Wang Yurong perceived nothing amiss, but was taken aback by Wang Jiangwo's subsequent statement. The vast majority of people are ordinary. Indulgence is an innate instinct. Yet Yin can transcend this instinct. Having acquired wealth, he remains unlost, clear about his desires, always navigating with clarity and purpose. Is not such a person formidable? Wang Jiangwo continued. I ask you, among your contemporaries, how many possess this capability? Wang Yurong instinctively shook her head. Though she interacted with both male and female, often indulged in nightly revelries. In truth, she herself was no different, lacking a firm grasp of the value of money. Yet, she prided herself on maintaining her integrity, refraining from mingling with their debauchery. Those with capability, yet unable to govern their desires, lost in the allure of wealth, find success fleeting, like the ephemeral bloom of a night flower. This is one reason why many first-generation wealthy individuals struggle to replicate their former glory after their demise. Do not be deceived by your father and uncles, who now stand firm. It is because I, this old relic, remain. Once I am gone, what fate awaits the Wang family, I dare not predict. Grandfather, you will surely live to be 100 years old. No, 120. Wang Yurong hastily reassured him. Would that not make me an immortal? Wang Jiangwo replied with a hint of humor in his self-deprecation. Ancients lived to such ages, with modern medicine so advanced. In your robust health, you surely will surpass 120. Now you speak fancifully. We must believe in science, Wang Jiangwo jested, his mood lifting considerably. My dear, among your peers, you are already quite exceptional, yet there remains room for improvement. Your grandfather has faith in you. Thank you, grandfather. I shall strive diligently, Wang Yurong declared, raising her small fist in a gesture of determination, puffing her cheeks in self-encouragement. Well, take a look at this piece of information. Wang Jiangwo pointed to a rather inconspicuous line in the character profile. Is Yin reading entertainment capital theory? Is he attempting to venture into the entertainment industry? Wang Yurong exclaimed. It is unclear, but based on his current disposition, it is quite plausible that after earning his first fortune in stone gambling, he may indeed seek to establish a foothold in the entertainment sector. Otherwise, why would he be perusing related literature? Transitioning between industries is akin to traversing mountains. He cannot genuinely believe that merely reading a few books will suffice. But what will it suffice for? He has managed to profit from stone gambling by reading a handful of texts, hasn't he? Yet, is he not taking a rather audacious leap? While I may be skeptical of others, with Yin, we shall observe how this unfolds. Wang Jiangwo seemed to ponder something and inquired. How have you been getting along with Yi in these past few days, my dear? That ironclad man. I hardly had the opportunity to exchange even a few words with him, Wang Yurong replied, somewhat vexed. Usually, it is others who go to great lengths to approach me. I am like a princess surrounded by admiring stars. Yet, with Yin, I have encountered countless obstacles. He is simply an emotionless lump of iron. Nevertheless, my dear, it is wise for you to cultivate a good rapport with Yin. It may prove advantageous for your future. What could he possibly assist me with? Wang Yurong murmured, her tone laced with uncertainty. Observing her, Wang Jiangwo secretly chuckled, finding it a rare sight to witness his little princess facing setbacks. Perhaps this was not entirely detrimental for her. Meanwhile, Yin, engrossed in his reading at the hotel, remained blissfully unaware that he had been scrutinized to the core, igniting a cerebral storm between a grandfather and grandson. Had he known the extent of their imaginative speculation, Yin would likely find himself both amused and exasperated. All his endeavors were merely bestowed upon him by the benevolence of the system. Of course, the very existence of such a system is inherently enigmatic. Most individuals would find it incomprehensible. Wang Jiangwo's deductions, however, were not without logical foundation. By 8 o'clock that evening, 2 transactions were completed, and the account balance surged to an impressive 38 million. In just a few days, the modest goal he had set was nearly achieved. The system is indeed extraordinary. The unfortunate news was that he had yet to yield any results that evening. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and he was scheduled to dine with Yang Tianxing and a few others the following night. Yin had made reservations at a restaurant renowned for its distinctive culinary offerings, allowing him to enjoy a day of rest. While frequently employing his scanning ability, he experienced only hunger as a physical side effect. However, mentally, he endured symptoms of dizziness and nausea. A day of respite was indeed welcome. With a fortune of 16 million in his possession, he could stand tall. Those who have navigated the financial sector know that banks occupy a central role within its hierarchy, primarily due to their wealth. High net worth clients are often the first to receive critical information. As Ian finished his morning routine and prepared to have breakfast, a call from the bank came through. Dear Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Qianqian Zhou, a senior client manager at XX Bank. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for your recognition and trust in our institution. Secondly, I am pleased to inform you that your deposit has reached our VIP level, which allows us to offer you private banking services. Your voice carries the gentle warmth characteristic of the southern regions, effortlessly creating a sense of closeness. Mr. Ian has certainly heard of private banking, yet he did not anticipate qualifying so swiftly. Hello, Miss Zhou. Would you like me to elaborate on the offerings of our private banking services? There was no incessant recitation of clauses, which left Mr. Yi unquite satisfied, as it demonstrated respect for the individual. Indeed, a credit to a senior client manager. I have a general understanding. Currently, I am particularly curious about large transfers and deposit interest rates. Private banking encompasses a multitude of services, yet the majority are not immediately relevant to Mr. Yin. Moreover, the convenience offered by banks with private banking services tends to be quite similar. He seeks to enable large transfer capabilities, primarily in anticipation of purchasing raw gemstones. Despite the most expensive piece he has procured thus far, costing 100,000, he is aware that he may encounter materials worth several million in the future. As for deposit rates, naturally, the higher the better. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain. There is no need for Mr. Yi to feign modesty when it comes to securing his interests. Very well, Mr. Yi. Are you currently in Donghai City? If so, I can personally assist you with setting up the large transfer functionality. I am in Libyan City. Is it not possible to handle this remotely? Indeed, Mr. Yi. I happen to have acquaintances in Libyan City, and I can arrange for them to contact you. Thank you. You're most welcome. The interest rates for deposits vary by type. For instance, a 1-year fixed deposit can yield 2.1, while a 3-year term offers 2.6, and a 5-year term 3.1. I might not consider fixed deposits for now. What about current deposits? What rate can I expect? The current deposit rates are considerably lower, with a maximum of 0.2. Is the disparity really so great? Moreover, this is even lower than what I currently have. Ordinary clients can attain 0.3. Why is my rate lower than my current one? Mr. Yin inquired, perplexed. Mr. Yi, the current rate for private banking is not the traditional rate for current deposits. It is more accurately a current deposit product influenced by policy. Understood. Thank you for your clarification, Miss Zhou. I will consider it. Of course. At what time today would be convenient for you? I will give you a call. In about an hour. I will have breakfast first. My apologies for interrupting your meal, and I wish you a pleasant dining experience. Upon ending the call, Mr. Yin glanced at the time. It was still before 9 o'clock. The bank had only recently opened. Indeed, wealth bestows a certain privilege. As he enjoyed his breakfast, Mr. Yin researched private banking information, discovering that the fixed deposit rates were even slightly higher than those he had found online. The bank seemed to exhibit a genuine commitment to their offerings. Although he is currently affluent, upon arriving in Donghai, he undoubtedly plans to purchase a car and a home, making fixed deposits less appealing. As for various financial products, he finds them unappealing. As I delve deeper into various services, my interest continues to burgeon, particularly in private banking, which encompasses nearly all matters pertaining to finance. Perhaps, in the future, I could entrust certain tasks to the bank, simplifying my endeavors significantly compared to my previous aimless pursuits. An hour later, Zhou Qianqian called punctually. Yin refrained from unnecessary pleasantries and readily acquiesced, signing the electronic contract. Zhou Qianqian naturally assumed the role of my client manager. Soon after, another contact reached out to me, an acquaintance of Zhou Qianqian from the bank in Libyan City. With the assistance of this acquaintance, Zheng Sun, I quickly activated the large transfer feature at the bank. We exchanged phone numbers for future correspondence. Just as I exited the bank, my phone buzzed again. Upon checking, I discovered it was a call from Han Xia. Memories of that curvaceous, charmingly plump woman with an exquisite visage flashed through my mind. Compared to her, Wang Yurong appeared rather juvenile and lacked the same allure. Mr. Yi, I heard you've come into a fortune recently. Congratulations. The tone of her words carried a hint of envy. Moreover, while she still addressed me formally, her demeanor had become notably more casual, as though our relationship had grown considerably closer. Thank you. Merely a stroke of luck, I replied, somewhat evasively, uncertain of Han Xia's intentions in calling. I've been toiling for over a decade and can barely be considered a senior worker, yet I can't compare to the money you've made in just a few days. Truly, it's a case of the comparison makes one despair. Working is advantageous, offering steady income, but alas, I'm merely a college sophomore. Otherwise, I too would seek a stable job. Mr. Yi, you risk becoming friendless with such grandiloquence. And Miss Han, Do you consider me a friend? In Chapter 21, I unexpectedly encounter my ex. It seemed that someone was eager to befriend me, yet was perhaps apprehensive that I would not reciprocate. Was this someone referring to me? I checked Han Xia's data panel, and to my astonishment, her affinity score had risen from an unremarkable 5 to an impressive 51. Had she truly regarded me as a friend? Such a score could not be fabricated. Yet, we had only met once, and since then, we had not been in contact. How had she managed to raise her affinity by 46 points without my knowledge? It seemed plausible that my recent financial success, having gained over 10 million in a matter of days, might have influenced this. Could it be that Han Xia harbored materialistic tendencies? It was hard to believe. She appeared so open-minded and exuded the charm of a woman capable of bearing children. Yet, was she truly a gold digger? Nevertheless, I held no disdain for her. If she were indeed materialistic, it was of little consequence to me. Miss Han, while others may not acknowledge it, I do. I found no hesitation in appreciating someone who had managed to self-cultivate their regard for me, achieving a score exceeding 50. Is it genuine? Of course it is, I replied, nearly overcome with excitement. And what of our dinner plans? No wonder I sensed a whiff of envy earlier. It was all connected to this matter. Of course. I will be delighted. Very well. Then we shall meet this evening. With that, I ended the call. As the appointed hour of 7 approached, only a few hours remained. Yian composed himself, not wishing to squander a moment, and immersed himself in reading. At 6:50, he arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early. To his surprise, Yang Tianxing, Zhao Lang, Tian Yi, and Han Xia had already gathered. The group was animatedly chatting in the private room. Upon entering, Yian noticed that while Yang Tianxing and Han Xia remained comfortably seated, Zhao Lang and Tian Yi instinctively rose to greet him. This disparity in status was palpable, reflected in their differing attitudes. The menu boasted a selection of mountain delicacies and seafood, alongside local specialties such as green leaf-wrapped roast, ghost chicken, and sour pickled vegetables. They indulged in a bottle of Mutai vintage liquor, priced over 6,000. After confirming that Han Xia could partake in drinking, they ordered 5 bottles, with the understanding that they would order more if necessary. Among the 5, Yang Tianxing had the highest income, yet gatherings like this were a rarity. Consequently, the atmosphere was lively, filled with hearty laughter and enjoyment. After a sumptuous meal, the camaraderie among them evidently deepened. Yian, having consumed nearly 2 bottles of baijiu, felt slightly dizzy, yet remained quite lucid. Yang Tianxing, with a lower tolerance, succumbed to slumber after just over a bottle. Zhao Lang and Tian Yi were also tipsy, their speech becoming slurred. To Yi An's astonishment, Han Xia, though the sole woman present and having drunk the least, appeared entirely sober. Indeed, it is often said that women who can drink tend to outpace men. In the private room, Han Xia remained, donned in a light pink, low-cut short-sleeve t-shirt paired with white trousers. The fitted ensemble accentuated her striking curves, while her cascading waves of hair framed her figure perfectly. A subtle flush graced her lightly made-up face, enhanced by the effects of alcohol. It was no surprise that even Yian, a young man in his 20s, and the nearly 60-year-old Yang Tianxing had both been caught glancing at Han Xia with less than innocent eyes. The desire for beauty is universal. Have the others departed? Han Xia inquired, clearly seeking to spark a conversation. Yes, Sister Xia. Do you need me to call a driver for you? Are you so reluctant to spend a little more time with your sister? Han Xia retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. It's still early. Let us take a stroll and digest our meal, she suggested. All right, Yian replied, with no reason to decline. The two quickly descended the stairs. Once outside, the street buzzed with activity, vibrant with the sounds of bustling traffic and lively chatter. Sister Xia, can you manage on your own? You seem quite capable, Yian remarked. How unromantic, Han Xia muttered in jest. Although Yian pretended not to hear, they walked in silence until they approached a nearby park. Let's find a place to rest, Han Xia proposed. Having walked in high heels for some time, she indeed needed a break, and Yian nodded in agreement. It was the weekend, and the weather was pleasant, with temperatures hovering around 26 or 27 degrees, perfect for an evening stroll. At this moment, it was just past 9. The park was bustling with people, and after walking a small distance, they had yet to find a place to sit. Why not head over to that patch of grass? I see quite a few people sitting there, Yian suggested, pointing to a nearby slope. Han Xia, clearly uncomfortable from her sore feet, readily agreed. However, as they approached the slope, she suddenly froze, as if struck by a spell. Sister Xia? Yian halted in her tracks, following her gaze. On the slope, a man and a woman were gathered around a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old, suggesting a family atmosphere filled with warmth and harmony. Han Xia, Just as she was about to turn and leave, she was called out by the man from that family. He appeared to be in his 30s. Reasonably handsome, but noticeably overweight, sitting there with a prominent belly. "Well, I didn't expect to see you here," he said, a smile stretching across his face. "It's not the weekend, so I brought my wife and child out to enjoy some fresh air." He casually draped an arm around the woman beside him, whose expression was less than cheerful, though she was also in her 30s and of average looks. There was a hint of pride on her face when confronted with Han Xia, a striking beauty. Ian couldn't help but wonder if this was Han Xia's ex-boyfriend or perhaps her ex-husband. She had never inquired about Han Xia's romantic history, and therefore was unaware of her marital status. Regardless of whether he was an ex-boyfriend or ex-husband, it was evident he was indeed a former flame. Encountering an ex in public often brings forth an awkward comparison. Who is thriving and who is not? The man had a wife and child, living a seemingly happy life, while Han Xia, despite her polished appearance, stood alone. The discomfort of the situation was palpable, likely the reason Han Xia intended to turn and leave. "Indeed, the weather is lovely today, perfect for some fresh air," Han Xia finally responded, regaining her composure. "This is my boyfriend," she said, pulling Ian closer. "Boyfriend?" Ian was taken aback. Yet, the soft touch and the fragrance mixed with the scent of alcohol emanating from Han Xia indicated to him that he was being used as a shield. "Please do me a favor," Han Xia whispered in his ear. "Why bother?" Ian found it hard to comprehend her actions. Life was already challenging enough without adding the pressure of others' opinions. Nevertheless, he chose to assist Han Xia, accepting her request despite his confusion. Chapter 22. The Ex-Husband. The overweight man had already noticed Ian. He was taller, more handsome, and crucially, younger than him. Dressed well, Ian exuded an air reminiscent of a privileged young gentleman. In the absence of comparison, there could be no hurt. On the surface, Han Xia appeared to triumph. But in reality, she was thoroughly defeated. This was evident in her reluctance to engage in conversation, opting to leave quickly, suggesting that although she had enlisted Yi in as her buffer, she had not overcome her emotional hurdle. "Sister Xia, aren't you going to say anything?" "There is nothing to say. His name is Wang Xiaoyu, and he is my ex-husband." So, it was indeed her ex-husband. "Is there something amiss with your ex-husband's vision? What could it possibly mean? To overlook such a stunning beauty as you and choose an utterly ordinary woman instead? Does that not suggest a flaw in his perception?" Han Xia found herself stifling a laugh at Yi Yan's earnest analysis, her spirits considerably lifted. "Do you genuinely believe that? If not, then what? I find it difficult to believe. If you truly regarded me as a beauty, why have you never approached me? Were it not for my initiative, this meal would have eluded us. Perhaps I am simply more reserved and shy. After all, I am still quite youthful. Have you never had a girlfriend?" Ian was taken aback by the question. Was this truly the crux of the matter? "No," he replied honestly, shaking his head. "There is no shame in it. Only those with fragile hearts prefer to conceal their truths." He favored a more forthright and candid approach. "This shouldn't be the case. Wealth, looks, and talent. Are the young women of Donghai University truly so discerning?" Han Xia clearly found this hard to believe. "You witnessed me just a few days ago. By the way, I was just about to ask, why do I perceive such a significant change in you after just a few days? Upon seeing you in the private room, I initially thought you were someone else. Is the change that pronounced?" "Indeed, particularly in your physique. You appear to have bulked up considerably." "I am unsure. Perhaps the climate in Libyan City is nurturing. At the very least, my appetite has more than doubled." "Is it truly that remarkable?" "It is. Just look at yourself. You've been well cared for, radiant and robust. You just claim to be shy. Yet here you are, playfully teasing me?" Han Xia could not resist playfully punching Ian. If speaking the truth counts as teasing, then let it be deemed so. After a light-hearted exchange, Han Xia evidently emerged from the awkwardness of encountering her ex, her cheeks still flushed, though perhaps even more so, enhancing her allure. "Well, allow me to arrange a designated driver for you." Han Xia cast a wistful glance at Ian, who was preoccupied with his phone, and she could only nod in gratitude. Soon, the designated driver was arranged. A few minutes later, he arrived, a young man in his early 20s. His gaze towards Han Xia filled with fervor. Ian noticed this, but, recognizing the safety of the situation given that Han Xia was not intoxicated, felt little cause for concern. He offered only a brief caution. Just as Han Xia's car departed, her designated driver arrived. Once she was safely home, Ian finally felt at ease and headed to the bathroom for a shower, hoping to dispel the remnants of alcohol and cool his temper. Emerging from the bathroom, bare from the waist up, he flopped onto his bed and glanced at his phone, noticing several unread messages. They were all voice notes from Han Xia, each lasting 60 seconds. Ian opened them to listen. The content was quite simple. She merely explained the reasons behind her divorce from Wang Xiaoyu and stated that she had not pursued any new relationship since. Although Ian had never been in a romantic relationship and maintained a respectful distance from women, he was not entirely naive. The nearly 20 years of additional memories reminded him that Han Xia harbored impure thoughts regarding him. Upon accessing Han Xia's data panel, it was evident that her favorability rating had indeed increased, rising from 51 to 69. A further advancement would indicate affection. Was this not a tad too swift? This was precisely the reason for Wang Xiaoyu's divorce. Yet, in Yian's case, it was not a detriment, but rather an enhancement, as it alleviated numerous complications. However, for a woman, such a reality could be quite cruel. Naturally, Yian would not foolishly divulge his true feelings. Instead, he offered words of comfort. The two exchanged pleasantries and conversed for a while longer. Just as Yian believed the conversation was drawing to a close, Han Xia sent a message. Today is my lunar birthday, my true birthday. Thank you, and for treating me to dinner, for keeping me company, and for pretending to be my boyfriend. Was this a coincidence? Reality often defies logic more so than fiction. There seemed no reason for Han Xia to fabricate such a lie. Happy birthday, Sister Xia. Yian typed and sent those words before contemplating and transferring 20,000 yuan to her. Han Xia received it instantaneously and promptly responded with a bowing emoji. It appeared that his conjecture was correct. Even if Han Xia was not a gold digger, she had little resistance to money. She was quite forthright, without any pretense. Out of curiosity, Yian once again accessed Han Xia's data panel. Her favorability rating now stood at 74, having increased by 5 points in a mere moment. According to the system's explanation, a score of 7,079 was typically reserved for most passionately involved couples. 74 points were substantial. Could it be that if he made some excessive demands, Han Xia would not refuse? Based on Han Xia's character profile, she was described as a woman of integrity. Otherwise, she would not have reached the age of 32 with only one previous partner. Could it be that his charm was so overpowering it rendered Han Xia, a woman of such caliber, unable to resist? Ah, this confounded charm. Yian tentatively sent a playful emoji. Han Xia quickly replied with a shy expression. Yian couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed his virginity might soon be at risk. Having such an experienced mentor, unafraid of the consequences, guiding him seemed rather appealing. After all, practice is the only true test of knowledge. He thought it best not to dwell on it, and felt the necessity to take another shower, primarily to cool his ardor. The following morning, Yian rose and immediately made his way to the bathroom. After cleansing himself and changing into a fresh pair of underwear, he ventured out for breakfast. The hotel provided complimentary breakfast, which he had sampled once but had not returned to since. It was not a matter of finances. He saw no reason to deprive himself. Chapter 23. The Morning Market. Having spent nearly 20 days in Li Bian City, in the Wanlong International Jewelry City, Yian had previously acquired 2 jade stones that appreciated significantly. Shortly thereafter, he encountered another raw stone ripe for substantial profit. After investing 120,000 yuan, he extracted jade worth 2.4 million. He then shifted his focus to the morning market in the central southern district of Li Bian City, the largest jade trading market in the nation, and also the largest wholesale market for raw stones, boasting over 2,000 merchants. Among them, Chinese individuals account for 60%, while the Burmese make up 40%. The entire market can be categorized into 4 primary regions. Yian's destination is solely the raw material trading market. On the second day of the early market, Yian once again stumbled upon a remarkable piece of all gambling material. From it, he extracted a splendid piece of jadeite, characterized by its vibrant, icy green hue, capable of yielding 3 exquisitely crafted bangles and several pendants, valued at 2.8 million yuan. The cost of the rough stone was merely 60,000 yuan. Consequently, Yian's worth surged to 21.36 million yuan. It is noteworthy that Yian did not anticipate a swift conclusion to his single life. Since their last encounter, he and Qinlan had not met again, although their communication via WeChat remained uninterrupted. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally, without undue compulsion. Yian's confidence, unafraid of a fruitless endeavor, stemmed from the favorable regard he received from Han Xia. This remarkably attractive woman held a quietly burgeoning affection for Yian, which had reached a notable 79. A further advance would surely lead to a profound attachment. However, with good fortune comes an element of misfortune. Yian was compelled to concoct a reason, claiming he needed to work and travel simultaneously. To bolster his credibility, he approached the hotel manager and requested a set of staff uniforms, subsequently taking several photos to send to Qianlan. This allowed him to temporarily placate her inquiries. Yi harbored no negative feelings towards Qianlan's actions. For an individual alone in the world, having someone who genuinely cares is invaluable. To others, it may seem a trivial matter, but for Yin, the only person who truly cares for him in this vast world is likely Qianlan, Aunt Lan. Were it not for financial necessity, he would have hesitated to deceive her. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang. Yin rose, freshened up, and after enjoying breakfast, he drove once more to the early market situated 5 kilometers away. The weather was pleasant, with gentle sunshine and a light breeze. The temperature hovering around 28 to 29 degrees, ideal for venturing out. By just after 7 in the morning, the early market was already bustling with activity. Vendors setting up stalls, merchants unpacking goods, eager bargain hunters, and curious tourists collectively created a scene that unfolded almost daily. Ian had a fair understanding of the early market's dynamics and chose not to mingle in the chaos of unpacking, instead heading directly to a stall. Before he could activate his scanning device, a familiar voice resonated behind him. It was Wang Yurong, who had been absent for nearly 10 days. Ian could not suppress a frown. He genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with this girl. He had long suspected Wang Yurong's identity, her ability to gamble on stones, her connections within the circle, and her precise bidding against Yang Tianxing all indicated that she belonged to the Jadeite community. At such a young age, possessing the means to effortlessly produce 10 million indicated that her family background was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, her surname was Wang, and she had a grandfather named Wang Zhengwo. If this did not lead Yi into deduce Wang Yurong's identity, he might as well seek a tofu block to collide with. The southwestern province has long been home to a legendary figure, who also bears the name Wang Zhengwo, renowned in the jade industry as the Jade King. Through sheer determination and effort, he has transformed the Wang family into an unassailable force in the southwestern provinces within a mere few decades. It is said that the family's assets have soared to an astonishing scale of several hundred billion, representing not just corporate valuation, but tangible wealth. Most daunting of all is the Wang family's unparalleled cash flow, vastly exceeding that of companies valued over $1 trillion. At the shareholders' meeting of Furue Jewelry, the Wang family holds a prominent position. The family's little princess, Yin, has become a figure one cannot afford to provoke. Thus, she has consistently maintained a demeanor of cool indifference, hoping she might retreat in the face of difficulty. After all, Wang Yurong is proud and possesses her own temperament. Having vanished for nearly 10 days, Yin briefly entertained the notion that she had finally rid herself of this nuisance. To her surprise, it resurfaced once more. Yin's mood promptly soured. Indeed, it seems we have not seen each other for 9 days. How precise? As Yin glanced at Wang Yurong, she noticed a young man in his mid-20s standing beside her. He was handsome, with fair skin and a tall, slender physique, dressed impeccably, and adorned with glasses that lent him an air of refinement. Such looks and demeanor suggest a person of no ordinary standing. While Yin appraised the young man, he too scrutinized her. Younger than him, more attractive, stronger, and even more composed. The young man accompanying Wang Yurong felt a sudden discomfort. Yet, he evidently possessed great poise. Refraining from approaching with an air of arrogance to interrogate Yin, a scion of a wealthy family may be labeled as extravagant, debauched, or haughty. Yet the education they receive far surpasses that of the average individual, and their experiences and cultivation are not to be compared with those of ordinary families. A direct confrontation, followed by a retort, is merely a trope in short dramas crafted to cater to the public's desire for vengeance, enticing them to part with their money. Yin remained silent, but Wang Yurong approached briskly, halting before her and gazing intently into her eyes. In that gaze, Yin discerned admiration, infatuation, and joy among other emotions. What an apparition! She could hardly fathom how Wang Yurong managed to convey such a multitude of sentiments with a single glance. Is this a requisite skill for scions of prominent families? Acting, or rather, performing with one's eyes. Is it not often said that expressions can deceive, yet the eyes cannot? One enlightening experience. Yin couldn't help but take a step back, yet Wang Yurong advanced, whispering in her ear, "Mr. Yi, could you do me a favor? I won't help. I haven't even specified the favor yet. I want to assist with anything. You've breached my defenses." However, from the perspective of the young man accompanying Wang Yurong, the scene took on a different flavor. It appeared as though the young lady of the Wang family was eagerly presenting herself, while Yin maintained a reluctant demeanor. In an instant, all defenses were dismantled. Chapter 24. I have no feelings for you. Ian sensed the hostility and took a few steps away before loudly declaring, "Miss Wong, we have only met a few times and are not well acquainted. Moreover, my abilities are limited, so I cannot offer you much assistance. The gentleman accompanying you seems quite distinguished. You can certainly seek his help for anything you require." Wang Yorong's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Ian, genuinely taken aback by his candidness. The young man accompanying Wang Yorong appeared somewhat relieved, clearly appreciative of Yi An's awareness of the situation. "Yorong, given the relationship between our families, you can speak freely if you have any concerns. There is no need for embarrassment. After all, it was evident that no ordinary person would accompany a wealthy young lady. Reality is not akin to a novel." "I'm fine," Wang Yorong murmured. "What should I call you, my good sir? You must be Miss Wang's boyfriend, a match made in heaven, truly a pair of talents. Do you have any matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. I am Su Shiais." "Ian, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Yorong exclaimed in frustration, her civility evaporating as she addressed him by his full name. "Shouldn't it be otherwise? Have I misjudged the situation?" Ian whispered, his voice just audible enough for both to hear. "Ian, Mr. Yi, you flatter me, but we are family friends and I am indeed pursuing Yorong," Su Shiais remarked, his perception of Yi and having taken an abrupt turn, even discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Mr. Su, we are not that familiar. You may address me by my full name or simply as Miss Wang." Su Shiai's smile faltered, only to hear Wang Yorong question Ian further. "Ian, are you still a man?" "Miss Wang, whether I am a man is of no concern to you." Yi An's expression cooled slightly. Then addressing Su Shiais, he stated, "Mr. Su, while it is commendable to cherish a woman, there must be boundaries, especially for someone from a prominent family. Miss Wang's behavior, if spoken of, may not reflect well." With that, Ian turned to leave. It seemed today was not conducive for further stone gambling, so he opted to exit the morning market. Wang Yorong, in her anger, had not had the chance to call him back. By the time she regained her composure, Ian had already distanced himself. Su Si De, contempita, saw that Wang Yorong was preparing to depart and obstructed her path. "Yorong, I believe Mr. Yi speaks wisely. As the little princess of the Wang family, it is one thing to appear publicly, but to do so without even a bodyguard is rather perilous. Wouldn't you agree?" "Step aside," Wang Yorong replied darkly. Noticing Su Shiai's lack of compliance, she added, "Su Shiais, I shall reiterate, we are not close. Please refrain from such familiarity, lest it be misconstrued." "Yorong, even an outsider can see clearly. Our families are well matched, having known each other since childhood. We are indeed a natural pair." "How can you? I have no feelings for you. That is of no consequence. Marriages among prominent families often emphasize compatibility. Our parents have navigated such unions successfully, have they not?" "Su Shiais, must I be so blunt? Your family may seem substantial, but has it not struggled in recent years? Are you pursuing me merely for the sake of our family's cash flow? And if so, what of it? The Wang family possesses wealth, while the Su family boasts industry and projects. Together, our strengths could complement each other. Should we unite in matrimony, both families would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, this is merely your one-sided wishful thinking. The Wang family is affluent. We need not fret over finding promising ventures. Surely, this is preferable to your interest in Yin, an ordinary individual." Su Shiai's tone grew impassioned as he spoke, asserting that you came here merely to use Yin as a shield. Yet it is evident that Yin is either unwilling or lacks the self-awareness to involve himself in our affairs. Is this truly the shield you sought? If you must find one, at least choose someone of greater substance. Or do you genuinely harbor feelings for Yin? Aside from his appearance, what merits does he possess that would warrant investment from the Wang family? Wang Yorong gazed at Su Shiais with a semblance of surprise. As if meeting him for the first time, yet firmly declared, "Su Shiais, we are simply not meant to be. I will not marry outside my family." Su Shiai's eyes widened, as if a realization dawned upon him. "This was the reason you sought out an ordinary person like Yin?" Wang Yorong appeared to have regained her composure, responding nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is merely an investigation." "Is this your grandfather's intention, or your own?" "I shall tell you. It is my grandfather's desire." "And what of you?" Su Shiai's tone grew despondent. "If you refer to your grandfather's arrangement, I would, of course, accept it willingly. However, if you are speaking of Yin, my feelings mirror yours. I am indifferent to him. Your assessment of Yi and need not involve me." Su Shiais replied with a bittersweet smile. "That is the truth. Very well. I concede that my previous thoughts were overly naive, yet I shall not relinquish my pursuit." "What then?" "They say the princess of the 3 stars married her bodyguard for love." Are you prepared to tread that path? Yet, you are well aware of their true circumstances. The outcome will not be favorable. Are you suggesting that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw? Is it not so? Perhaps it is. Fortunately, I am still youthful and possess time to explore my options. If one does not suffice, I shall seek a second. If two fail, then a third, surely. I will find a suitable match. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My pursuit of you is not solely for familial reasons, but also stems from my personal desires. Wang Yurong appeared momentarily taken aback, yet she shook her head, saying, "Thank you, but that will not be necessary." Susize Deepat, his silhouette somewhat forlorn. Wang Yurong retrieved her phone and opened WeChat, locating Yian's name. Staring at the sparse 2 lines of text in the dialog box, she found herself at a loss for words. Yian's growth had surpassed her expectations, and perhaps her grandfather's keen insight was indeed astute, had she heeded his counsel earlier. Her circumstances might have been different. In truth, both Wang Jiangwo and Wang Yurong had misjudged Yi in. Not only did he possess a system, but he would not be relegated to a subordinate position. Moreover, there was his character. Why was Yi willing to act as a shield for Han Xia, yet repeatedly declined Wang Yurong? It was a matter of calculated responses based on perceived gains and losses. Han Xiao's background was uncomplicated, even in the face of adversity. He had the confidence to resolve his issues. Conversely, should Wang Yurong encounter trouble, it could escalate into a significant dilemma. And Yian wished to avoid being ensnared in such complications. At least for now, his capabilities were limited. Upon returning to the hotel, Yian cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to reading. He felt an impending pressure, not only from Wang Yurong, but also from Su Shiai's. As his financial resources grew, he realized that he would soon confront not merely classmates and teachers, but formidable figures who devoured their adversaries without a trace. Only by swiftly completing the system tasks to acquire attribute points and gain new skills could he confidently navigate the vast arena ahead. That evening, a message from Wang Yurong arrived via WeChat. Chapter 25, The Mature and the Innocent. Mr. Yi, may we meet to discuss? Yi sighed, opening Wang Yurong's data panel. The affection level displayed a score of 30, a mere increase of 20 points since their initial encounter. They were not even friends, merely acquaintances. All right, time and place. He instinctively typed a response, but felt as though he were subservient to Wang Yurong, prompting him to delete and rewrite, understood. Disregarding Wang Yurong's intentions, Yi returned to his reading. When the clock struck 8:30, he descended to the lobby. At the entrance of the Chaojing bar, it was 8:55. It was his first venture into such an entertainment venue, yet the memories he possessed suggested he had frequented bars before. Upon entering, the deafening cacophony of heavy metal music overwhelmed him. He wondered if Wang Yurong, the young lady, was in her right mind to choose such a raucous place for a conversation. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he resolved to make the best of it. In the expansive dance floor, men and women moved feverishly to the DJ's rhythm, their bodies swaying under the flashing lights, which caused Yi to squint. After navigating through the crowd, he finally spotted Wang Yurong at a booth. She had transformed from her usual demure persona into a striking figure, adorned in a daring ensemble, fiery red lips, a sheer black lace off-shoulder top, a white bodycon skirt, and nude stockings. Her figure was commendable, and such attire was utterly captivating. The booth was not occupied solely by Wang Yurong. 2 other stunning women accompanied her. One was slightly older, around 27 or 28, exuding allure with her tall stature and dressed in a tailored professional suit with black stockings. The other appeared younger than Wang Yurong, possessing a doll-like face and clad in a JK uniform that radiated cuteness. Character, Yao Shui. Age, 28. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 88. Exceptional. Figure, 90. Outstanding. Physique, 63. Normal. Awareness, 75. Remarkable. Character, 100. 100. Affection level, 8. Character, Chu Xiao Xiao. Age, 19. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Attractiveness, 91. Exceptional. Figure, 87. Outstanding. Physique, 71. Remarkable. Awareness, 66. Normal. Character, 100. 100. Affection level, 12. A mature woman and an innocent girl convening in a bar setting. Wang Yurong. Could this be a mere indulgence for herself? Yian, you are late. Wang Yurong regarded Yi with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Yian remained silent, returning her gaze. Allow me to introduce my friends. This is Yao Shui, and this is Chu Xiao Xiao, both of whom are my close companions. And this is Yin, a highly capable individual and a member of the affluent class. Noticing Yin's lack of response, Wang Yurong found herself at a loss and proceeded to introduce both parties. Miss Yao, how do you do? Miss Chu, pleased to meet you. Yin politely nodded at the two. Yin, as a friend of Rong, you are also our friend. Is it too much to shake hands? With that, Yao Shui extended her hand first. Yin nodded and reached out, intending only a brief handshake, but unexpectedly, as Yao Shui released her grip, her fingertips seemingly brushed against Yin's palm with a subtle intent, her expression betraying not a hint of emotion. This woman is no good. Yin's ina alam belshang. Yin, you are quite handsome, remarked Chu Xiao, unable to contain her infatuation, her head cradled in her hands. This is no simple character. I wonder what Wang Yurong's motives are in bringing these two extraordinary individuals together. Please take a seat. Wang Yurong discreetly observed Yin for a few moments. Seeing no reaction from him, she inquired, Yin, what kind of drink do you prefer? Anything is fine, but since it is my first time at a bar, I would like to try champagne, perhaps the Ace of Spades. I've heard of some exquisite concoction called the Dragon Set, and I am eager to broaden my horizons. Yao Shui's alluring visage took on an added charm as she replied, Dear Yin, champagne has too low an alcohol content. A man ought to drink vodka, strong and flavorful. With that, she raised her flat-bottomed glass, her red lips parting slightly as she took a small sip. Of course, for us women, chilled vodka offers a smoother experience. As she spoke, Yin, with utmost seriousness, nodded in understanding. However, the next moment, he stated, I still prefer champagne. Yao Shui nearly twisted her waist in surprise at Yin's abrupt shift, unable to suppress an eye roll. Very well, let us order the Dragon Set. Wang Yurong interjected at the opportune moment, snapping her fingers with a flourish. A nearby server promptly approached. One Dragon Set, please. Certainly, Miss Wang. However, let us skip the lights and cheers, Yin instructed the server. The server glanced at Wang Yurong for confirmation. Proceed as he requested. Wang Yurong nodded. Yin, are you usually this low-key? Chu Xiao inquired with wide, curious eyes. I am simply a bit shy. After all, it is my first time in a bar, and I have yet to acclimate to this environment. What hobbies do you have? She pressed further. Reading. Reading? That's wonderful. It enriches one's knowledge, Chu Xiao responded, momentarily taken aback. Do you share this sentiment? Indeed. What genres do you prefer? Chu Xiao found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, the Dragon Set arrived, providing her with a reprieve. Shall we open it now? The server asked Wang Yurong. Let's open them all. With Yin and the four of them, there were merely 6 bottles of champagne, prompting Wang Yurong to instruct the waiter to uncork them all. Once opened, the waiter poured each of the 4 a little less than half a glass. Yin was indeed quite curious about this well-known champagne from the internet, and she took a sip for herself. How to describe the taste? One might liken it to a blend of Sprite and white liquor with a hint of acidity. Yin had not sampled other champagnes. Thus, she could not discern the ranking of the Ace of Spades among them. How does it taste? Wang Yurong inquired of Yin. The bubbles are abundant, and it has a delightful aroma, she replied, omitting any mention of the flavor. As long as my brother enjoys it, that's what matters. Gulme, let us raise a toast together. The atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, and Yao Shui, switching to a tall glass, suggested a toast. Just as Yin was poised to lift her glass, her phone rang. To her surprise, it was a call from Han Xia. Typically, they communicated via WeChat, with phone calls being a rarity. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yin decided to answer the call. Excuse me, ladies, she said, I need to take this call. Yin stepped briskly out of the bar to receive the call. Chapter 26. A young man must always protect himself when outside. She initially thought Han Xia might be in trouble, but it turned out she was inviting him over for dinner. Indeed, a young man must safeguard himself, otherwise, he might inadvertently lose the most precious of things. Han Xia was no longer merely hinting at her feelings. Yin checked Han Xia's affection level, and indeed, it had surpassed the threshold of 79 and reached 80. A woman who is self-assertive is truly a blessing, saving one both effort and time. After ending the call, Yin did not rush back into the bar. Instead, he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, not lighting it but merely holding it to his nose to inhale its scent. He did not have the habit of smoking, yet there were remnants of such memories. In the outside world, tobacco and alcohol are often inseparable companions. Hence he always kept cigarettes in the trunk of his car. Breathing in the aroma of tobacco mingled with hints of rose, Yin lingered outside the bar for over 10 minutes before finally entering. Before he even reached the booth where Wang Yurong and the others were seated, he sensed something amiss. In addition to the 3 women, There were 5 men in the booth, clearly intoxicated, leaning toward Wang Yurong and the others with a drunken swagger. The 3 women were huddled in the corner of the booth, appearing diminutive and vulnerable, resembling frightened little rabbits, their faces etched with fear. However, Ian did not rush forward to play the hero. What era was this? While covert actions such as drugging drinks, following to collect corpses, or using coercion might be commonplace, he did not believe anyone would dare to commit such brazen acts in plain view. Something unusual was afoot. He observed for about a minute. A smirk crept onto his lips. Wang Yurong, oh Wang Yurong, if you're going to stage a play, at least do it with some seriousness. The performance put forth by Wang Yurong and her companions was commendable, deserving a score of 8. However, the 5 men were utterly unconvincing. In broad daylight, you dare to harass virtuous women. Should you not be more audacious, perhaps even bolder? At the very least, one might expect a brazen gesture. Yet, all they exhibit is mere verbal posturing, appearing rather despicable. What is most perplexing is the absence of waitstaff or security at the booth to intervene. It is utterly disheartening. Ian felt it was time to step in. Chu Xiao Xiao, with her keen eyes, spotted Yi and as though she had seen a lifeline. Ian, help, she exclaimed. Just moments ago, I praised their acting skills. And now they commence their theatrics? The 5 men, seemingly receiving some unspoken command, turned their gazes toward Yi and in unison. Gentlemen, my apologies. I'm merely passing by. Please carry on. Yi in feigned surprise, retreating several steps cautiously. Yan. Yi and brother. Wang Yurong and the other 2 women looked at Yi and in disbelief. Oh, I thought we had reinforcements, but it turns out to be a coward. One of the men mocked. I truly do not know them. If I have interrupted your enjoyment, I sincerely apologize. Apologize? The thing I loathe most is a coward, kid. Brother Sang Biao, is your focus perhaps a bit misaligned? Misaligned? Indeed, you forsake 3 beautiful women to squabble with a mere passerby. Would you say that eschewed? A sense of agreement blossomed among the 5 men, as if Yi and had struck a chord with their reasoning. Gentlemen, if I were in your position, I would act swiftly, knock them out, and carry them away. Otherwise, you risk drawing the attention of the bar's security or even the local authorities, and what should be a delightful affair could swiftly turn sour. Wouldn't you concur? The 5 men, momentarily taken aback, nodded in a daze. The man who had introduced himself as Sang Biao was the first to regain his composure, angrily retorting, Are you instructing me on how to proceed? I would not dare. I merely offer a suggestion. Enough. You may leave. Wang Yurong, unable to endure any longer, admonished them with flushed cheeks. The 5 men, suddenly sobering up, fled in embarrassment. Yin, do you find amusement in toying with us as if we are fools? Wang Yurong remarked, her expression darkening with anger. Miss Wang, you seem to be guilty of projecting. Was it not you who first treated me as a fool? Wang Yurong was momentarily speechless, acknowledging her prior misstep. Today, I have indulged in drink and entertainment. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Yin feigned a departure. Wait. Wang Yurong called after him. Is there something else? Yin's patience began to wane. Wang Yurong had indicated she sought to discuss matters with him. Yet he too harbored curiosity about her intentions, wishing to clarify matters to avoid entanglement. First, she had sent Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao to entice him, which failed, and now this farce unfolded. There was evidently no intention for conversation. Even a mud Buddha has its limits. How much more so for Yin, a man of considerable standing. Yin, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Let's step outside. It seemed Miss Wang was aware that this setting was inappropriate. I had assumed she relished conversing in such environments. Wang Yurong failed to perceive the sarcasm embedded in Yin's words, yet she restrained herself. Prolonging their standoff would only drive them further apart. A result she did not desire. Yin, truthfully, I harbor no fondness for this place either. Very well, Miss Wang, let us address the matter at hand. The time wasted here has been ample enough for me to peruse numerous pages of literature. Wang Yurong recognized the possibility that Yin's statement was genuine, but she remained irked by his demeanor, choosing silence as she lifted her bag and strode towards the bar's exit. Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao gazed at Yi and as if he were curiosity. Is there truly someone who regards reading as a hobby? Accompanied by 3 stunning beauties. Wouldn't it be preferable to delve into a few pages of a mundane book? The 4 emerged onto the street. Wang Yurong opened a rear door of her Maybach, gesturing for Yi and to enter. Once he had settled inside, she followed suit, leaving Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao to exchange incredulous glances. Within the confines of the car, a distinctive fragrance emanated from Wang Yurong. The cramped, dimly lit space easily invited fanciful thoughts. Yet, Yin sat upright and silent, resembling a wooden sculpture. I presume, Mr. Yi, you have discerned my identity by now. After a prolonged silence, Wang Yurong gently exhaled, breaking the stillness within the vehicle. Indeed, the Jade King, from the Wang family. Yin affirmed with a nod. Then, might you speculate as to the purpose of my summoning you today? It was indeed the Wang family, associated with the Jade King, and Wang Yurong's status could be deemed among the elite not only in the Southwest province, but across the nation. The disparity in our standings renders your intentions inscrutable. Yin replied, shaking his head. Mr. Yi, are you insinuating something? Merely stating the truth. How dull. Wang Yurong rolled her eyes. Have you heard of the exploits of the third princess of the Samsung family? Yin was certainly aware, and a flurry of terms flickered through his mind. Aristocracy, son-in-law, reversal, and slapping faces. Just as my grandfather remarked. Mr. Yi, you grasp concepts with remarkable ease. Wang Yurong praised, her expression reflecting admiration. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. You are aware of the Wang family's vastness. Choosing an heir is an exercise in caution, and selecting external assistance is equally deliberate. Thus, you are merely one of my provisional candidates for evaluation. That unmistakable aura emerged, the scent of a domineering female CEO. Yin did not feel insulted. Rather, he found it entirely reasonable. It would be laughable for an ambitious heiress to be ensnared by romantic whims. However, while understanding this, Yin could not abide her self-important demeanor. Miss Wang, I fear I must disappoint you. What do you mean? Is it that I am not attractive enough? Or my figure insufficiently pleasing? Or perhaps the Wang family lacks stature? None of those. Then what could it be? Surely, it is not a matter of pride, is it? Given my understanding of you, you possess both capability and rationality. Do you not recognize the advantages of joining the Wang family? Yin shook his head. You still do not know me well enough. My intentions are quite simple. I merely wish to live quietly, pursuing what I deem worthy, such as reading. You may have misunderstood. Our Wang family does not possess a domineering demeanor. You are still free to pursue your desires. Furthermore, having passed our scrutiny, the Wang family can even offer you a more expansive platform. While your prowess in stone gambling is commendable, the jade market has long been thoroughly divided among several major corporations, leaving little room for maneuvering. The entertainment industry is no less fiercely competitive than the jade trade. I do not believe that mere reading will lead to significant achievements, as successful cases are notoriously difficult to replicate. Miss Wang, you have certainly done your homework. Mr. Yi, with intelligent individuals, there is little need for excessive explanation. What is your final decision? I refuse. Mr. Yi, are you aware of the consequences of denying me? Miss Wang, I trust you would not resort to underhanded tactics over such a trivial matter. Wang Yurong remained silent. Yet, Yin felt as if the temperature within the vehicle had dropped several degrees. Could it be that he had offended this young lady gravely? Yin did not wish for matters to become so tense, but without addressing the issue, trouble would linger. Thus, it was better to take a gamble. Additionally, he did not want to be manipulated by a woman, as it would tarnish his reputation. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao? After a silence lasting a full 3 minutes, Wang Yurong suddenly inquired. When reason fails, do threats follow? If coercion proves ineffective, does it shift to seduction? With such tactics, it is undeniable that few men can withstand such temptation. They are both quite beautiful. Yin chose to speak the truth. To fabricate would only reveal his insecurity. In fact, they are not my close friends, but rather my cousin and my cousin's sister. Wang Yurong swiftly changed the subject, suggesting, how about I offer them to you? Does a prestigious family truly present gifts in such a plain manner? Yin could not restrain himself and asked, but they are your relatives. Is that appropriate? Merely distant relatives. Moreover, their willingness to come speaks volumes. Miss Wang, I am merely curious. How did you deduce that I am such a person? Wang Yurong cast a sidelong glance at Yin, implying that at over 30, he could certainly indulge in such company. The insinuation was that Yin was desperate. The over 30 remark likely referred to Han Xia. A blatant slander. Firstly, Yin had yet to indulge. Secondly, how is being over 30 synonymous with being an old maid? Countless single women in their 40s still consider themselves enchanting. If this were to reach the ears of those pugilists, Wang Yurong would be in peril. Noticing Yi An's nonchalant expression, Wang Yurong continued, Yao Shui is a career elite with considerable personal capabilities. Chu Xiaoxiao is the campus belle. By the way, she is also at your Donghai University, studying at the Academy of Drama. Should you agree, I could arrange for Yao Shui to transfer to Donghai City. Although neither is a direct relative of the Wang family, they are nonetheless part of it and can hold their own. Surely, They are 100 times more commendable than your childhood sweetheart. Ian sighed, admitting that he was indeed somewhat tempted, yet he still could not accept. Have you thought this through? Wang Yurong asked coldly. I have thought it through quite clearly. At this juncture of negotiation, Wang Yurong had already prepared herself mentally. After casting a deep glance at Yi En and regaining her composure, she spoke in a detached tone. Since Mr. Yi has made his decision, I shall not intrude any further. Miss Wang, your intentions are quite clear. Firstly, to remain in the Wang family legitimately, and secondly, to seek assistance from someone capable. I may not fulfill your first aim, but should you require it, I might be able to assist you within my means. When Wang Yurong issued her dismissal, Yin could have left with more aplomb. But considering the powerful Wang family behind her, he chose to leave a few parting words. Whether Wang Yurong would heed them was beyond his influence. He had to strengthen himself swiftly. Being so flustered by a mere young lady from the Wang family was troubling, and should other families like the Li or Zhao emerge, it would surely become a headache. Seated in the passenger seat of a Mercedes, Yin pondered for long while before finally exhaling softly and calling for a designated driver. Meanwhile, in another moving vehicle, Yao Shui tentatively broke the silence. Cousin Yurong, did Yin really refuse? Wang Yurong nodded expressionlessly. Indeed, among the three of us stunning beauties, he seemed utterly unmoved. Not only is he blind to beauty, but he hardly seems like a man, Chu Xiaoxiao interjected indignantly. After their exchange, the two women shared a surreptitious glance. Chapter 28. Actions speak louder than words. Wang Yurong shot a disapproving glance at the two women. How can you still speak? Yao Shui, you boast of having captivated hundreds, and Xiao, you consider yourself a vision of allure, yet you couldn't even win over Yi and Yurong. This cannot be entirely my fault. Look, I even donned a JK outfit today. What normal man could resist? Xiao chimed in. Indeed, even if Yin is not fond of my type, how can he overlook my long legs paired with black stockings? Am I truly unworthy of his attention? Do you think it's possible that Yin prefers someone more mature? Wang Yurong pondered aloud. More mature? Is my attire not mature enough? Yao Shui retorted, a hint of skepticism in her voice. I mean, even more mature. More mature? Yao Shui's expression became somewhat peculiar. Yin lost his mother at the tender age of 6. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. Wang Yurong stated with a serious tone. That seems unlikely, Yao Shui replied, her face showing increasing bewilderment. It's hard to say, Wang Yurong reflected, recalling Han Xia. In terms of looks, any of them could surpass Han Xia effortlessly. Regarding physique, she had to admit that among the three, only she could hold her own against the others. Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao would be easily outclassed. Or perhaps, Yin was not drawn to maturity, but rather to a well-proportioned figure. This thought left Wang Yurong feeling somewhat disheartened. She had gone to great lengths today, even willing to act as bait for Yi and to seize the opportunity to be a hero. She had anticipated a straightforward success, only to face rejection. Rejected? Wang Zhangwo seemed to have anticipated the answer, cheerfully inquiring. Yes, Wang Yurong replied dejectedly. The more she contemplated, the more despondent she became. In the past, she found everything going her way, often without lifting a finger, as matters were skillfully managed by others. However, ever since encountering Yin, it seemed that no situation had unfolded favorably. The frequency of setbacks began to sow seeds of doubt about her life. Child, some matters are better acted upon than merely spoken of. Grandpa, do you have a solution? Wang Yurong's eyes lit up, realizing that her grandfather must indeed possess some wisdom. Do not rush. Recount to Grandpa everything that transpired this evening in detail. Thus, Wang Yurong followed Wang Zhangwo's instructions and provided a thorough account of the night's events. Young friend Yin, though you're not of great age, you possess remarkable insight, Wang Zhangwo remarked appreciatively after hearing the tale. Wang Yurong sensed that her grandfather had more to say and listened intently. Setting other matters aside, let us first send that girl Yao Shui to Donghai City, as you previously suggested. But Grandpa, he hasn't agreed yet. From the surface, it appears you have extended ample sincerity. Yet in truth, he has perceived no tangible benefit. It is akin to dining together, where you continually inquire if others wish to partake in this dish or that. It would be far more effective to simply place the order and see if they happen to enjoy it, even if they are too shy to voice their preferences. Wang Yurong pondered this insight. Moreover, Yin is certainly not as straightforward as you might believe. Even if he cannot directly assist you, it is essential to cultivate a favorable rapport with him. Did he not express a willingness to help? You may think he is merely boasting, but what if he truly possesses such capabilities in the future? Grandpa, do you hold Yin in such high regard? When has my judgment ever faltered? Wang Jiangwo countered with a question, leaving Wang Yurong without a retort. Nevertheless, the thought of Yin repeatedly rebuffing her overtures stirred her frustration. Very well. It is getting late. You should rest early. Wang Jiangwo, recognizing Wang Yurong's inner turmoil, chose not to further persuade her. Some matters require personal conviction. No amount of external counsel can sway one who is not ready to be convinced. The following day, Yin arrived early at the morning market, browsing several stalls yet yielding no fruitful finds. Unexpectedly, he received a phone call. Yin, it's me, Su Shiais. As soon as the call connected, the caller identified himself, his tone neither cordial nor hostile. Young Master Su, what brings you to call? I've heard you are quite adept at gambling on stones, having earned over 20 million in just 20 days. It was merely luck, perhaps, but I happen to know a formidable expert in stone gambling as well. How about we have a little competition? And how would we compete? Quite simply, in 3 days, we each select 3 raw stones, keeping costs under 20 million, and see whose jade fetches the highest total appraisal. And the stakes? Are you agreeing to wager with me? Please, enlighten me with your terms. Perhaps I may find them intriguing. And if I win? Young Master Su, your terms seem rather inequitable. Yeon, I'm aware of your purpose in coming to Libyan City. With a cost of 40 million, given our respective strengths, we should not incur losses. Thus, should you win, you would at least profit 60 million. Of course, if you lack confidence, consider my words unspoken. Su Shiais had entirely misconstrued Yi Yin's intention. With the capital currently possessed by Yin, even if he were to depart from Libyan City, the loss would be minimal. At worst, he could venture to Lingnan or Myanmar. Should fortune favor him, as Su Shiai suggested, he could secure a profit of at least 60 million. Such stakes may seem unfair to Su Shiais. However, considering his prestigious lineage and true intentions, Yin perceives a sense of fairness. Fairness, after all, varies from one individual to another. While it is true that he has an affinity for wealth, he is not insatiable. Most importantly, Su Shiais does not evoke a negative impression in Yin, prompting him to refrain from taking extreme measures. 40 million is a substantial sum. Yet Yin believes he can earn it through his own efforts in no time. Thus he finds it difficult to justify the risk involved. The Su family also has investments in Donghai City, and so long as you agree to the wager, I can promise to gift you a property in the city valued at no more than 40 million, regardless of the outcome. Truly, as a scion of a prominent family, his generosity is remarkable. Should Yin emerge victorious, it would equate to nearly 100 million in profit. Young Master Su, I shall forego the property. I will purchase one myself. This is the utmost I can offer. Yin, one must not be excessively greedy. Su Shiai's appeared slightly anxious. Young Master Su, you have misunderstood. I intend to accept. You accept? Su Shiai's tone was laced with surprise. Yin, I will honor my word, regardless of the outcome. The property will be yours. There's truly no need for the property. It is settled then. Prepare 3 rough stones at your earliest convenience. I eagerly anticipate our wager. After speaking, the phone emitted a busy tone. Yin felt somewhat speechless. Putting away his phone, he did not waste any more time and continued selecting rough stones. This wager was not one that anyone could declare as a guaranteed win. Even with the scanning ability granted by the system, Yin could not be certain. The reason is simple. Su Shiais possesses wealth and connections, making it relatively easy for him to acquire quality stones. Chapter 29, A Natural Progression. Yin could only rely on himself. The prospect of finding rough stones that met the wager's criteria within 3 days, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, bordered on the absurd. Yi Yin's agreement to the wager stemmed from Su Shiai's demeanor. Su Shiais had numerous ways to expedite Yi Yin's departure, and the wager was likely one of the gentler methods. He was fortunate to encounter individuals who were not vengeful or overbearing, such as Su Shiais and Wang Yurong. Wang Yurong's regard for Yi Yin had consistently hovered around 30. Well, this is rather agreeable. Harmony breeds prosperity. Perhaps luck had turned in his favor. Or perhaps the system sensed Yi Yin's urgency. After more than an hour, Yi Yin finally discovered a promising piece of all gambling material. This was a stone with a significantly high price increase. Costing 20,000, the jade extracted was valued by the system at 600,000. However, Yi Yin did not hastily decide whether to use it for the wager against Su Shiais. He had a light meal at noon and, with the morning market closed by afternoon, had no choice but to try his luck at a nearby gambling stone shop. After visiting several jade shops, I stumbled upon a couple of raw stones with promising potential, displaying decent jadeite quality. However, these were not Yi Yin's objectives. Thus, the entire afternoon proved to be fruitless. It seems I must contemplate alternative approaches. My date with Han Xia this evening presents an opportunity. Ever since her divorce, Han Xia has devoted herself entirely to her work, embodying the essence of a workaholic. Arriving early and leaving late has almost become her routine. Today, prior to the end of her shift, she instructed the assistant manager and left the jewelry store, much to the astonishment of her colleagues. With a cheerful stride, she made her way out. Han Xia first drove to the local market. After spending over half an hour exploring the stalls, she departed, thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning home, she promptly changed into her cooking attire, tying on an apron, and began preparing a meal. Nearly 40 minutes later, several dishes graced the table. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Checking the time, it was just past 7 in the evening. Yi had arrived. Han Xia hurriedly exited the kitchen, excitedly opening the door. "Here for you," Yin said, entering and presenting a bouquet of roses. "Thank you," Han Xia replied. At that moment, her long hair was pulled back, though a few strands clung to her cheeks due to perspiration, resembling a delicate lotus. Her complexion, luminous and slightly flushed, only enhanced her beauty. The sight of the bouquet deepened her blush, revealing her alluring charm. What a mature and enchanting little chef she was. "I'm glad you like it," Yin remarked, gently tucking a few strands of hair behind Han Xia's ear. She did not resist his gesture, though her cheeks reddened to the roots. Initially, she had worried that inviting Yi and might lead him to misconstrue her intentions, forming a negative impression of her character. However, relief washed over her, accompanied by a sweet sensation in her heart. "I really like them." Han Xia's voice was barely audible, a whisper akin to that of a mosquito. Fortunately, Yin's improved vitality had also heightened his hearing. Otherwise, he would not have caught her words. He had not anticipated that a divorced woman could be so bashful. Yet this contrast only heightened Han Xia's allure. Suddenly, Han Xia dashed towards the kitchen, likely having forgotten to turn off the stove. Yin watched her retreating figure. Previously, he had only seen her from the front, obscured by her apron, but from the back, he caught a glimpse of her fitted, waist-cinching short skirt. Though it was merely a fleeting sight, he could not help but admire her. While Han Xia busied herself in the kitchen, Yin approached the dining table, where the dishes looked appealing and emitted delightful aromas. He was curious about their taste. Tentatively, he picked up a piece to sample. Though he would claim it rivaled the skills of a hotel chef, it certainly surpassed those of Qin Lan, showcasing a harmony of color, fragrance, and flavor. In today's society, it is indeed rare to find someone who is not only beautiful but also an exceptional cook. No wonder Han Xia chose to host Yin in her home. The kitchen door swung open, and Han Xia emerged with another dish. "Yin, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." "I'm in no hurry," Yin replied, nodding in agreement. Moments later, all the dishes were served on the table. They were all home-style dishes, yet meticulously prepared. "What would you like to drink, Yin?" Han Xia inquired, leaning slightly forward, revealing a generous expanse of flawless white skin that captivated Yin's gaze, causing his pupils to constrict. "Perhaps some white liquor," he replied, unable to refuse. For Han Xia had asked what he wished to drink, not whether he wished to drink at all. Truly, as the manager of a flagship store, she had deftly employed her sales tactics, rendering refusal impossible. "Very well," Han Xia said, rising to retrieve 2 bottles of white liquor from the cabinet. To his astonishment, they were bottles of 50-year-old cloisonné, each priced at 30,000. "Sister Xia, you are too generous." They were a gift. "Aside from social occasions, I rarely indulge in alcohol. Now that you are here, it's only fitting that we each have a bottle." Indeed, liquor is a splendid catalyst for creating an inviting atmosphere. Initially, the two were somewhat reserved, but as the food and drink flowed, their conversation gradually blossomed. It was uncertain whether it was the potency of tonight's spirits or Han Xia's sudden change in tolerance. But before long, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glazed over, even before finishing one bottle. Then, everything fell into place seamlessly. An hour later, it was already past 1 in the morning. Han Xia soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep, while Yin followed suit shortly after. The next morning, Yin, still in a haze, heard some noise. Opening his eyes, he caught sight of Han Xia stealthily rising. "Sister Xia, up so early?" he asked, turning over. Half an hour later, Han Xia had perfectly missed her work hours. In truth, as a manager, occasionally arriving late or leaving early was hardly a grave matter. The concept of taking leave was virtually non-existent. Thus, Han Xia quickly reassured herself, indulging in an experience unlike any other. An hour later, Han Xia donned a breezy loungewear, while Yin wrapped himself in a towel, having nothing else to wear, as Han Xia's home lacked any men's clothing. Yin first helped Han Xia dry her hair until it was half dry, learning for the first time that over-drying could damage hair. Then, The two nestled on the sofa like a couple, though their intentions were innocent. Even if Han Xia could withstand it, Yin was not made of iron. Instead, they shared breakfast together, which, despite its simplicity, held an air of allure. After their meal, Yin broached the matter at hand. Sister Xia, do you know any insiders in the jade industry? I do. What do you wish to inquire? I'm looking for a few high-quality raw stones, whether they are fully or partially gambled. As you know, it's exceedingly challenging to find good goods in those stone gambling markets. Oh, have you come into some wealth and decided to pursue a high-end path? Indeed, endlessly searching for a needle in the ocean can be exhausting. A bit of a humble brag, aren't we? If I had your capabilities, I would be delighted to wade through raw stones daily. Do you know how Yang Tianqing describes you? A walking money printer. That seems rather exaggerated. Not exaggerated at all. In just 20 days, you earned over 20 million. If the outside world knew, you'd certainly make headlines. Sister Xia, are you so invested in my affairs? You would not think that my interest in you is solely for your wealth, would you? What do you mean by with you? It seems that Han Xia is not as carefree as she appears, for she is quite concerned about her own perceptions. Otherwise, she would not be so sensitive. Indeed, women, regardless of their age, remain inherently emotional beings. You are insufferable, Han Xia exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at Yi An's mischievous grin. However, her anxious heart eased somewhat. Insufferable? Who, just moments ago, was clinging on to me like a gecko, making it impossible for me to shake you off. Han Xia's face turned even redder as she recalled their encounter in the bathroom, where she had nearly fainted from excitement while clinging to Yi An with both hands and feet. Enough of that. Women, you are quite unreasonable. You initiated this whole affair. He retorted, are you not aware that one should never engage in logical discussions with women? Ugh, you have led me astray. But let us not indulge in any inappropriate behavior. It seemed that this woman had mastered the art of balancing innocence and desire. Ahem. Now, let us return to serious matters. Yes, I do indeed know some seasoned players who enjoy collecting impressive raw stones, and they occasionally organize exchange meetings. At this point, the inevitable but was to follow. Very astute. Unless they are in dire financial straits or seeking to repay a favor, they typically do not part with their raw stones. Is there truly no other alternative? Although Han Xia had become his woman, Yin did not wish to exploit her social connections to procure raw stones. After all, once the stones are processed, even if they do not immediately discern the outcome, it is only a matter of time before they will. It is said that once a purchase is made, the transaction is final. One can never be certain that someone might not harbor resentment toward Han Xia. The most straightforward approach would be to offer a sum above the current market price. There will always be those willing to sell. Collecting raw stones is not merely a hobby. It is also an investment. What is an appropriate markup? That is difficult to ascertain, but at least 20%. I would say, you know that in recent years, the prices of market goods have surged significantly. Thank goodness for you, Sister Xia. Otherwise, I could study these matters for a lifetime without truly understanding them. Yin, I also have some connections in Li Bian City. Perhaps I could no need. Just introduce me to the right people. As for the money, they might earn a profit, but I will ensure I earn even more. At a certain societal level, the debt of gratitude is the most challenging to repay. Furthermore, Yin was not in need of money. There was no necessity for Han Xia to incur such debts. Upon hearing this, Han Xia felt a surge of emotion and embraced Yin tightly. She understood that this young man's feelings for her were more driven by desire than love, yet the thoughtfulness he exhibited was already enough to satisfy her. A content woman often evokes greater tenderness. Yin remained cautious of Wang Yorong, but welcomed Han Xia without reservation. This was because the former demanded too much, which he could not provide. Yin, may I accompany you? After a prolonged silence, Han Xia raised her head and inquired, are you planning to skip work? Yes, that is most welcome. Let us set off at once. If we delay any further, we may find ourselves obligated to treat others to lunch. Are you capable of doing so now? Is it not your doing that has put me in this position? Perhaps this afternoon would be better. You should rest well in the morning. I'm not in a hurry. In truth, Yin is quite anxious, but he can only blame himself. As a novice driver, he treats the car as if it belonged to someone else, pressing both the accelerator and brake to the limit. It cannot be blamed for the vehicle's inadequacies. All right, I will heed your advice. Han Xia is somewhat reluctant to leave Yin-'s embrace. If possible, she would wish to spend the entire day with him. Doing nothing at all, they order takeout for lunch. Han Xia has nearly recovered, but cherishes the rare moments alone with Yi and at home. During their meal, Yin checked Han Xia's panel data, noting that her affection level had reached 88. It appears that once the affection exceeds 80, its increase becomes rather sluggish. Quite understandable. An affection level above 90 signifies unwavering devotion. If it were so easily attained, it would be quite extraordinary. In the afternoon, Ian drove Han Xia to meet a seasoned player, having contacted him in advance. They met at a shop. Though referred to as a seasoned player, he was essentially a merchant holding stock in anticipation. The merchant, Sun Wuqing, in his 40s, had an ordinary appearance yet exuded a shrewd aura. He owned a tea house, providing a leisurely space for entertainment and small meetings. Is this young man the boss you mentioned over the phone, Manager Han? Sun Wuqing did not dismiss Yian's youth. On the contrary, he was quite courteous. Yes, Mr. Sun, this is my younger brother. Yian Han Xia nearly slipped and referred to him as her husband. Yian chuckled inwardly, discreetly pinching Han Xia's rear in a corner where Sun Wuqing could not see. Han Xia shot him a covert glare. Yian feigned ignorance and smiled at Sun Wuqing. Mr. Sun, I hear from Sister Xia that you have some fine materials. I would like to take a look. Too kind. I merely have some leisure time and a bit of spare change to indulge in this hobby. Sun Wuqing's words, though seemingly modest, conveyed that he was not in need of money and that without sufficient sincerity, one could not sway him. Mr. Sun, do not be misled by my brother's youth. He possesses considerable capability. Should he encounter suitable rough stones, he is willing to pay 20 above the current market price. Of course, Mr. Yi is your brother. I naturally believe in his abilities. Then, Mr. Sun, might you show us your treasure collection? Patience, dear guest, since you have come to my tea house. We must enjoy a few cups of tea. Otherwise, others might say I lack hospitality. Ian listened to their back and forth, somewhat exasperated, as Sun Wuqing clearly found the offer unsatisfactory and remained non-committal. Mr. Sun, since you're friends with my sister, let's be frank. I'm willing to offer 50 more for suitable rough stones. 50 is not an insignificant amount, Sun Wuqing replied, his eyes glinting as he smiled. Mr. Yi, your straightforwardness is appreciated. However, I must admit that in recent years, quality goods have become increasingly scarce and prices have risen accordingly. Given Manager Han's standing, 50 would typically suffice, yet I currently have no intention of liquidating my rough stones. This man truly exemplifies a shrewd merchant, adept at maximizing profits. 80, Mr. Sun. How's that sound? Han Xiao wished to speak on Yian's behalf, but was halted by him. For those who prioritize self-interest, it is indeed more fitting to communicate through monetary means. Given Mr. Ye's fervor, it would be rather inconsiderate of me to decline any further. Finally, I relented. In Chapter 31, Wei Ming Yadi, Han Xia discreetly conveyed an apologetic glance, to which Ian signaled that it was of no concern. As Ian had expressed to Han Xia, while Sun Wuqing might seem to gain a slight advantage, it was evident that Ian would undoubtedly profit far more than him. Thank you, Boss Sunday. I would appreciate your guidance, Ian stated, rising from his seat. Under Sun Wuqing's direction, Yian and Han Xia proceeded to the eastern end of the first floor. Upon opening the door, they were met with two shelves. One shelf displayed 5 pieces of raw stone, varying in size, all of which were premium materials. The other shelf contained a greater number of raw stones, exceeding 20, though most were smaller and had been altered. Truly, these were exceptional goods, whether premium or modified. None could be deemed inferior. Among them, the most striking was a piece of Hojang material, roughly the size of an infant's fist. Hojang is renowned for its exquisite small pieces, yet often fraught with cracks, leading to a wide range in price. The piece before them could be classified as a medium-sized raw stone, its allures stemming from a windowed area the size of a coin, showcasing a splendid full green hue. The legendary Iseon green command a price nearly 100 times that of gold per gram. Despite its modest size, this Hojang piece undoubtedly surpassed the million mark in value. Ian refrained from immediately employing his scanning ability, instead pointing at the Hojang material and inquiring, Boss Sun, this piece must be quite expensive, I presume? Sun Wuqing smiled subtly, not excessively so. I procured this 5 years ago for 1 million. Ian nodded, choosing not to delve further into conversation. Minutes later, under the skill of his scanning ability, Ian swiftly examined all the raw stones present. The Hojang material was appraised by the system at 600,000, indicating that whoever cut it would incur a loss. After 5 years, it remained unsold or exchanged, suggesting that discerning individuals were well aware of its considerable risks. Boss Sun, how much are you asking for this piece? Ian finally paused before a sizable Muna Huangyan Sandskin raw stone, weighing in at 30 kilograms, according to our prior discussions. Its market value was approximately 3 million, elevated by 80%, bringing it to 540,000. Sun Wuqing promptly provided his offer. Agreed. Ian contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Han Xia, who had been a mere shadow beside Ian, felt a jolt in her heart upon hearing the figure. Over 500,000. Without a blink. Even though she was aware of Yian's wealth, she couldn't help but be astonished by his lavish spending. Nevertheless, the way the small man spent his money was undeniably impressive. Exiting the tea house, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and tasks were pressing. The duo hastened to their next destination. Alas, fortune would not favor them as it had before. Although Yian made purchases to preserve Han Xia's dignity, acquiring several raw stones, these were not the pieces he desired. Along with a raw stone discovered at the morning market, Yian now possessed 5 raw stones in his possession. The only aspect in which Yian felt confident to wager against Su Shiai's was a particular piece, while the early market offering served merely as a backup option. Winning the bet proved to be a formidable challenge. Though the day had progressed significantly after a full day of busyness, it was evident that Han Xia was struggling to maintain her composure. As she was his first love, he felt a deep sense of tenderness towards her. Yet, since the hour was still relatively early, he could not afford to squander the time. Yian urged Han Xia to take a rest while he ventured alone into the night market. It had been several days since his last visit, and he was uncertain if the vendors had replenished their stock. This time he quickened his pace. For the stones he had already examined, he refrained from using his scanning eye. His formidable memory played a significant role during this endeavor. As he strolled and paused, he soon covered nearly half of the night market without any fruitful discoveries. Item name, Jadeite raw stone. Item description, chicken crown red fey, with a rich hue, exceptional quality. Fine texture, devoid of impurities, weighing 15 kilograms, capable of yielding several large pendants. Item price, 18 million. This was the highest valued raw stone Yian had encountered since he began betting on stones. The only drawback was the impossibility of crafting a bracelet, which would have significantly increased the price. However, Yian could not allow such concerns to hinder him. He needed to secure this raw stone promptly. Thus, he approached the vendor, focused solely on the raw stone. Yian had not paid any attention to the vendor until he drew near and noticed that the stall was managed by a young girl. With delicate features, black hair, and dark eyes, she possessed a slender physique and a quintessentially Eastern appearance, though her skin tone was slightly darker, particularly her eyebrows, which were thick at the front and tapering at the ends. Yian surmised that she was likely a young woman from Myanmar. Nevertheless, she was quite attractive. Character, Wei Ming Yadi. Age, 19. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 84, exceptional. Physique, 82, exceptional. Constitution, 60, normal. Awareness, 67, normal. Character, 991000100. Favorability, 0, indeed. She was a young woman from Myanmar, and one could consider her a petite beauty. Beside Wei Ming Yadi stood a similarly aged young man, most likely also from Myanmar, though their relationship remained unclear. "Excuse me, boss, this is my husband, Mao Shan. He doesn't speak Mandarin, so you can converse with me." Wei Ming Yadi explained with a smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. Married at 19? Yet considering they were from Myanmar, it seemed customary for them to marry upon reaching adulthood. So it wasn't particularly surprising. "All right," Yian nodded. "How much do you intend to sell this raw stone for?" 50,000, she replied. Although Wei Ming Yadi's Mandarin was reasonably standard, she extended 5 fingers to convey her point more clearly. This was a flat, 5 to 6 kilogram stone, with a decent oily skin, priced at 50,000, which was genuinely reasonable. "Do you support mobile payments?" Yian inquired directly, without haggling. Wei Ming Yadi shook her head. "Boss, we prefer cash." Yian nodded in understanding and withdrew 5 bundles of cash from his backpack, handing them to Wei Ming Yadi. Wei Ming Yadi counted carefully once more before handing the sum to her husband, Mao Shan, who recounted it as well, confirming it was indeed 50,000 in cash. The smiles of the young couple from abroad brightened with sincerity. Without any complications, Yian successfully acquired the large rough stone from Dama Khan, feeling a great sense of relief inside. Before departing, Wei Mingya said, "Sir, my husband and his family owns a mine, producing quality goods daily. I kindly ask for your continued support." She mentioned a mine, not a mine shaft, indicating that the Maoshan family is quite affluent. Yian nodded appreciatively, and, just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. "Madam, my name is Yi, and may I know yours?" "I am Wei Mingya." "Very well, Ms. Wei Mingya. Do you have WeChat?" "Please do not misunderstand. I have heard about your husband as mine, and as I have a passion for rough stones, adding you on WeChat would facilitate our communication." "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment." Wei Mingya's expression brightened slightly as she communicated rapidly with Mao Shan. Within a minute, she turned to Yin, saying, "Mr. Yi, please add me." She picked up her phone and opened the WeChat friend request QR code. Yin scanned the code and added her as a friend. Ms. Weimingya, if you come across any good materials, do remember to send me pictures. Certainly, Mr. Yi. After leaving Weimingya's stall, it was already past 10 o'clock and the night market was about to close. Despite the unexpected delight, Yin took the opportunity to stroll through the remaining stalls before the market shut down. Unsurprisingly, he found no other treasures. Chapter 32, Crushing Victory. Han Xia rented her apartment, which was situated in a pleasant location with a favorable environment. Although the housing prices did not compare to those in first and second-tier cities, they still reached 7,000 to 8,000 per square meter. Han Xia's parents were alive, but were typical rural folk, unable to offer much assistance. Over the years, Han Xia had developed a taste for a higher quality of life, leaving her with little savings. Even her car was bought on credit, let alone a house. This reflects the consumption perspective of many women in today's society, outwardly glamorous, yet inwardly fraught with struggles. The night was deep. Last night, Han Xia slept soundly and awoke to find Yin absent, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. She dared not think further. As she wandered out of the bedroom in a daze, she was pleasantly surprised to see Yi and sleeping soundly on the sofa. Darling. Han Xia pounced on him, showering his face with fervent kisses. Yin was jolted awake and, without reservation, pinned Han Xia beneath him, his hands instinctively navigating to her curves. Darling, no, I can't skip work again today. Have I not told you? Never provoke a man in the morning. I was wrong. I won't dare again. We'll discuss the next time later. This time, you cannot escape. Han Xia proudly skipped work once more. Sister Xia, have you taken your medicine today? You're unusually spirited. Yin teased as he wiped his face. It's all your fault. You have a bed, yet sleep on the sofa, I thought. You thought I ran off after putting on my pants? When was the last time you looked in a mirror? What do you mean? Otherwise, one would not utter such foolish words. What on earth are you saying? I remarked, given your beauty and splendid figure, I am not blind. How could I possibly act foolishly? To speak graciously, I am an entire generation older than you. Who knows if you disdain my aging visage, sagging skin, and changing physique? Enough. Yin quickly interjected. Where did such phrases even come from? I am well aware of all your qualities, am I not? Han Xia. Well, stop overthinking it. I shall tell you plainly. I am indeed fond of your type, so rich and flavorful. He likes me. Han Xia could only hear those 4 words. If her language teacher were to know how she condensed her sentences, they would commend her for grasping the essence. Throughout the day, aside from encountering a few industry insiders, the two remained inseparable. Ian also proceeded to purchase several raw stones, though these were merely to avoid indebtedness. They had potential to appreciate, albeit marginally. Over the span of 2 days, Ian spent over 8 million. That evening, Su Shiai sent a message. To ensure fairness, the stone analysis venue was to be determined by Yin, with each party selecting an expert to evaluate the jade's worth. Yin immediately thought of the processing plant at Furue Jewelry in Yangtianxing. His acquaintances were simply limited. After placing a call to Yangtianxing, he briefly explained the wager with Su Shiai's. Yangtianxing readily agreed and offered to arrange matters at the processing plant. Once Yin received Yangtianxing's confirmation, he sent the stone analysis location to Su Shiai's. The agreed time was set for 9 o'clock in the morning. Currently, Yin was confident in only 2 pieces of raw stone. To ensure victory in this wager, he arrived early at the morning market. An hour passed, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Fortunately, they were betting on the total estimated value of the jade. Otherwise, he would not have dared to claim victory with certainty. Su Shiai's maintained his composed demeanor. Beside him stood a gray-haired elder, likely the price assessor Su Shiai's had brought along. Yin, I hear you have sought out several insiders these past few days. How did it fare? Su Shiai's initiated the conversation. Not too bad, young Master Su. I observe you seem quite confident, Yin replied. Without a certain level of confidence, how would I dare propose a wager to you? By the way, allow me to introduce, this esteemed figure is Master Hu Kaishao, a well-known expert in the stone gambling community. So, he is a master of stone gambling, thought Yin, taking a closer look at the seemingly ordinary old man. Master Hu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Young friend Yi, I have heard whispers of your reputation. In this competition, while winning and losing are indeed significant, the true essence lies in the exchange and refinement of skills. Master Hu expressed amicably. Agreed, Yin nodded. Young Master Su, Mr. Yi, the machines are all calibrated. We can commence. Zhao Lang hurriedly approached. This time, 6 stone analysis machines were employed, along with 4 electric grinding machines and wheels. Zhao Lang was the overall supervisor of this stone analysis. Let us begin, Su Shiai signaled, seeing Yian had no objections. With 6 machines, 6 stone analysts, and several assistants, the stone analysis team comprised over a dozen individuals. Yian finally beheld the 3 rough stones prepared by Su Shiai, all of which were semi-gambling materials. Among them, one stone, known as the cut material, displayed a color band that was wide in the center and tapered at both ends, extending over 10 centimeters in length. The widest part measured 2 centimeters, vibrant and luminous, with commendable clarity. This clearly indicated the presence of water throughout, marking the waterway of this stone. It is said that one should gamble on a line rather than on a surface for such high-quality color material. Even a depth of just 1 or 2 centimeters could yield a value exceeding 10 million. If it were to permeate the entire rough stone, its worth would be incalculable. Yian felt a surge of excitement and quickly activated his scanning eye. After examining it, he sighed in relief, though his emotions were somewhat mixed. Given the exceptional quality of this material, the purchase price was undoubtedly substantial. However, the system's appraisal shockingly estimated it at only 9 million. Even if Su Shiai's did not incur a loss on this stone, he would only break even at best. The other 2 stones were both of good quality. One featured a window the size of a cup's opening, where the jade appeared dark and, under polishing, resembled a piece of jelly, surprisingly exhibiting a gel-like quality. While ice formation is relatively easy, achieving a gel-like consistency is challenging. This too was a rare and exquisite material. The other stone bore some resemblance to the one Yi and had acquired for 5,400,000, sharing the same source, yet differing in the color of the skin and being slightly smaller. However, its sand-exposed area was even larger than Yian's stone, nearly covering 2/3 of the entire rough stone's volume. If illuminated, it would undoubtedly shine like a grand bulb. Yian employed his scanning eye once more. After calculating the total price of the emeralds extracted from the 3 stones, Yian estimated it to exceed 22 million, leaving no doubt that he would triumph in this wager, and with resounding victory at that. It would be unjust to label Master who as incompetent. Rather, one could say Yian was on a winning streak, albeit with a touch of serendipity. The process of stone splitting was tedious, best summarized in 2 words, monotonous. However, the waiting time was excruciating. Yian and Su Shiai sat quietly in the small conference room arranged by Zhao Lang, patiently awaiting the outcome. Neither paid attention to the stone-splitting process. Su Shiai's lack of attention stemmed from his trust in Master Hu, while Yian's indifference was due to having received preliminary results. 3 hours passed, and the rough stones were still being processed. During the wait, Yian observed Su Shiai, a scion of a prominent family, whose poise and temperament were evident. His remarkable patience, enduring for several hours without a hint of impatience, was unparalleled among his peers. In recent years, the offspring of the wealthy and powerful have often been demonized. Yian had not encountered them previously, making it difficult to form a judgment. However, in direct interaction, both Wang Yurong and Su Shiai exceeded his expectations. They may possess certain flaws, such as pride and self-absorption. Chapter 33, Exceptional Coxcomb Red. After waiting for over 4 more hours, nearly 9 hours in total, all 6 rough stones have been processed. This was without cutting and polishing. Otherwise, it would take until the next day to finish. The first to be presented were Su Shiai's emeralds, comprising 2 high-quality stones. A piece of jadeite was unearthed, weighing 111 kilograms, classified as high ice type, alongside another weighing 36 kilograms, known for its delicate texture and pristine base, free from significant fissures. Although devoid of coloration, both Yang Tianxing and Hu Kaishao valued it at over 9 million. Taking the average price yields 9.6 million. Another piece, weighing 7 kilograms, classified as pure ice type, exhibited superior clarity and texture compared to the first, especially in its finest sections, commanding an average price of 3.5 million. The colored material, upon averaging, reached 9 million. In total, these 3 pieces amounted to 22.1 million. On Yian's side, the first piece, a colored material procured from the morning market, was of old variety and possessed a hue closely resembling ice yang green, weighing 31 kilograms, with an average price of 6 million. A 1-point color disparity could lead to a 10-fold price difference. Had it been ice yang green, its value would have soared into the tens of millions. The second piece, a water material purchased from Sun Wuqing for 5 million, achieved a high ice-type glass base in its finest sections. Though still classified as ice-type, it exhibited heightened transparency and purity, with a notably finer texture. Consequently, its price frequently surpassed the standard for high ice jadeite, weighing 56 kilograms. The remaining portions included 92 kilograms of ice-type jadeite and 14 kilograms of high ice-type, culminating in a value of 9.4 million. The third piece, an exceptional chicken crown red, was valued at 18 million, leading to a grand total of 33.4 million, resulting in a difference of 11.3 million. Yeon emergit victorious. Initially, Su Shiais was taken aback by such an outcome. Hu Kai Xiao, having fixated on the highly speculative color material for an extended period, sighed deeply. His expression tinged with regret. A gamble of this nature would not tarnish his reputation or status. Losing was merely part of the game. Yet, he harbored significant hopes for that colored material, leaving him feeling neither profit nor loss, a sentiment that would resonate with anyone in his position. Yin, or rather, Mr. Yi, I concede my defeat with utmost respect, Su Shiai said, quickly regaining composure and extending his hand to Yi and young Master Su. It was merely luck, Yin replied, reciprocating the gesture. I acknowledge your fortunate streak, but luck alone cannot account for your repeated successes in wagering. Su Shiai firmly shook Yi An's hand before releasing it with a smile. Young Master Su, my apologies for your loss in this wager. At this moment, Hu Kai Xiao emerged from his contemplative state, hastily offering his apologies. Were you saying, old Hu? Since it is a wager, there will inevitably be winners and losers. Moreover, you have exerted yourself diligently over these 3 days. One can only attribute it to Mr. Ye's extraordinary prowess. Yin smiled, but remained silent. For he was not merely extraordinarily skilled. He was simply playing on another level. Mr. Yi, as I promised earlier, I shall honor my commitment. Once you arrive in Donghai City, I will arrange for the property transfer, and I will transfer 100 million to you now. As for the remaining funds, I require a few days to gather, Su Shiai explained. Young Master Su, I am not referring to the property. Su Shiai waved his hand nonchalantly. As the eldest son of the Su family, my word is my bond. Besides, we have real estate projects in Donghai. A mere house is hardly significant. Indeed, you are quite impressive. I shall not be modest then, Yin remarked, giving Su Shiai a thumbs up. Haha, now that is correct. Su Shiai chuckled. Tonight, I shall host, and we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. With several hours remaining before dinner, Yin transferred 100,000 yuan each to Zhao Lang and Yang Tianxing before taking his leave. It was not a matter of pretense. Rather, Yang Tianxing had business to discuss with Su Shiji. The Su family does not engage in the jadeite trade, and aside from personal use, the several million yuan worth of high-quality jadeite could only be sold or gifted. Naturally, Yang Tianxing would not overlook these exquisite jade pieces, particularly the exceptional chicken crown red. The rarity of red jadeite makes it valuable. An exceptional chicken crown red, whether as a prized possession in a store or at an auction house, generates considerable buzz. Encountering an interested buyer could even lead to a significant profit. Ultimately, Su Shiai sold all the jadeite to Fura Jewelry for 60 million yuan. That evening, Yin, accompanied by his colleague Han Xia, arrived at the only internationally renowned 5-star hotel in Libyan City, the Huangkai Grand Hotel. Su Shiai had directly reserved the hotel's prestigious Tianzi private room for their gathering. Such was the grandeur associated with the eldest son of the Su family. Unquestionable. Mr. Yi, who is this? Su Shiai, as the host, arrived early at the private room and approached Yin upon his arrival. Noticing that Yin was accompanied by an exceptionally attractive woman, unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, This is my girlfriend, Han Xia. Xia Jia, this is Su Shiai, the eldest son of the Su family. Though Han Xia may not have heard of Su Shiai's illustrious name, in Libyan City and even in the entirety of Southwest Province, few could match the reputation of the Su family. Mr. Yi, you have a girlfriend? Su Shiai was taken aback. Hello, Miss Han. I am Su Shiai of the Su Group. The Su Group primarily engages in real estate and tourism. Although the group's market value has recently diminished significantly, it still exceeds 100 billion yuan, establishing it as a formidable entity in Southwest Province. When had Han Xia ever dined with such a prominent figure? She felt a bit shy. Young Master Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Han, no need for formality. Please take a seat. At that moment, Yang Tianxing was also present, nodding in greeting to Yi and Han Xia. Zhao Lang, honored to receive an invitation, felt even more out of place than Han Xia. Uncomfortable in his seat. Yin, after you introduced me as your girlfriend, I turned red, Han Xia whispered in Yin's ear. You, woman, are not going to deny it after indulging, are you? Ye an tisit, notijin her nervousness. No, but Han Xia was anxious. There is no but, you're my girlfriend. This was Yi An's first public acknowledgement of their relationship since they had become intimate. In truth, Han Xia was aware that the disparity in age and status between them was considerable, and she had never harbored grand expectations. Thus, Yi Yin's willingness to publicly affirm her status as his girlfriend deeply moved her. Mr. Yi, I will transfer the remaining funds to you now, Su Shiai said, moving closer to Yi and as they awaited the meal. You need not rush, young Master Su. I have sold the jadeite to Fure Jewelry, as you know. The Wang family holds shares in Fure Jewelry. Selling to them does not constitute letting the profits flow to outsiders. Yi was at a loss for words. Su Shiai's resembled a character from a novel, a devoted admirer who, fully aware that his hopes would lead to naught, still clung to a sliver of fantasy, constantly considering the needs of others. What kind of gaze is that? Su Shiai's noticed the peculiarity in Yi Yan's eyes. It's nothing. All right, wait a moment. With a series of deft maneuvers, Su Shiai's transferred the remaining 11 million without a single yuan missing. Mr. Yi, I shall continue to address you as Yi Yan, and you need not call me Su Xiao anymore. I am a few years your senior. If you hold me in esteem, simply call me Su Ge. All right, Su Ge. Yeah, I know it. Yi Yan, I understand what your gaze meant just now. I must tell you, I am in a difficult position. You should be aware of the current state of the real estate market. While my family, the Su family, is not utterly devastated, we have certainly lost our vitality. The past 2 years have indeed been challenging for the real estate sector. In some regions, property prices have nearly halved. Even a major metropolis like Donghai, prices have significantly diminished compared to before. Chapter 34, Broadening the Path. As Ian did not exhibit any signs of impatience, Su Shiai's continued. My family has truly faced misfortune. The peculiar circumstances of recent years have plunged the tourism industry into a deep freeze, and now it is the real estate sector's turn, which are the 2 primary domains my family engages in. Hearing Su Shiai's words, it seemed that the Su family had indeed been enduring hardships these past few years. Su Ge, do you have a new project? That is good news, but we are short on funds. Now you understand why I wish to foster a good relationship with Wang Yurong, right? The Wang family possesses wealth, and Wang Yurong is the most cherished granddaughter of old Master Wang, who makes decisions with a mere word. Su Yi, I believe the shortcut you are pursuing is fraught with challenges. I am aware, but I possess no other skills. If I had your talent for stone gambling, I would not need to rely on Wang Yurong. By the way, Yin, have you truly never felt a flicker of affection for Wang Yurong? In truth, you are the most suitable match for her. Although the Wang family has ventured into numerous sectors over the years, their core business remains in jewelry. Not only do they hold shares in Furuwa Jewelry, but also in several other renowned jewelry companies. Su Ge, jadeite only comprises a small portion of the jewelry market. It cannot be that exaggerated. You are mistaken. Have you forgotten old Master Wang's identity? The King of Jade? Indeed, the Wang family's stake in various jewelry companies is due to both their wealth and old Master Wang's status. You're the most likely candidate to reach his stature. Realization dawned upon him. It appeared that his limited perspective was rooted in his humble origins, and he had overlooked this layer of insight. I merely consider myself fortunate. Yin, such words may deceive the uninformed, but the Wang family has likely scrutinized you thoroughly. Yin nodded, as this was within his expectations. Surely not. It is difficult to say. Should I flee now? That would not be necessary. Our wager this time has indeed been a substantial favor to you. How so? Think about it. You have managed to surpass a well-established master, proving your prowess, which is on par with that of elite experts, and you are still so young. Competent individuals are often afforded a measure of leniency, regardless of who they are. This reasoning holds true. Yet, the more Yin listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Indeed, Su Shiai's continued, Yin, since I have rendered you such a substantial favor, as your elder brother, I have a request. Shouldn't you show a token of appreciation? After all this circling around, it turned out he had been waiting for this moment. Yin couldn't help but admire Su Shiai's. He was clearly on the losing end, yet managed to twist the narrative into one that seemed advantageous for him. It was shameless and audacious. One couldn't help but wonder how Su Shiai's would have articulated his position had he not brought Han Xia along or disclosed her identity. One must not underestimate these wealthy young masters. I merely rely on gambling stones to earn a little money. I doubt I can be of assistance to you, Su Ge. That is difficult to say. I have a premonition that your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of the Wang family. A divine intuition indeed. Whether Su Shiai's was deliberate or unwitting, he had inadvertently paved the way for Yi and was also confident that, given time, he would not fall short of the Wang family. His confidence stemmed from the system. Yet Su Shiai's was oblivious to this. Quite remarkable. In this world, it is often the clever who consider others to be fools, only to find that they themselves are the true fools. One could say that Su Shiai's had imparted a valuable lesson to Yian. If I may borrow Su Ji's auspicious words, I certainly won't refuse an opportunity for mutual cooperation. All right, based on your words, we brothers must indulge in a few more drinks, Su Shiai's exclaimed, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. His excitement was not solely due to his intuition about Yi An's future prospects, but also because Yi An's response was quite intriguing. Without sufficient confidence, Yi An would not have been able to utter such words. Su Shiai's loud proclamation startled everyone, drawing their attention. Han Xiao's gaze had remained fixed on Yi An throughout, occasionally glancing at Su Shiai's. She was genuinely curious about how Yi An had formed a connection with the young heir of the Su family. Moreover, the tone and demeanor of their conversation suggested a camaraderie akin to that of longtime friends, though she could only faintly catch snippets of their words. Money, Wang family, assistance, and so forth. To her, Yi An was becoming increasingly enigmatic, sparking her curiosity. The cuisine at the five-star hotel was undoubtedly exquisite. That evening, Yi An had indulged a bit too much, having consumed at least 2 bottles. Yang Tianxing and Zhao Lang were also inebriated, as they believed that the expensive liquor deserved to be savored. Han Xia, being the sole woman present and Yi An's companion, was not urged to drink and opted for a beverage instead. On their return, naturally, it was Han Xia who drove. She effortlessly steered the vehicle to her rented apartment. As the wind blew, Yi An's intoxication had faded significantly. However, he was still supported by Han Xia as they entered the house. 2 hours later, the world outside was quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Only scattered leaves and disheveled bedding remained as remnants. When Yi An awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. Han Xiao was absent, likely off to work. Rubbing his temples, he found that although the alcohol had completely worn off, he still felt somewhat unwell. After swallowing, Yi An got out of bed in search of something to drink. On the coffee table in the living room, a note from Han Xia caught my eye. Beside it stood a large cup of yogurt. Upon waking, I was reminded to drink the yogurt first, and not to forget breakfast. A heart symbol followed the message. Yi An smiled knowingly, bemused by her ex-husband's thoughts. Why would he forsake such a sweet and versatile elder sister for an utterly ordinary woman to remarry? Was it merely for the sake of continuing the family line? Regardless, Yi An felt a sense of gratitude towards her ex-husband. Without his release, she might never have embraced the freedom she now enjoyed. Opening her phone, she sent a message to Han Xia. Their conversation flowed back and forth for quite some time before it concluded. Han Xia was not the type of girl to engage in endless chatter. Thus, the occasional phone call was rather delightful. It was then that Yi An found time to check her bank account. Chapter 35, Billionaire. The balance stood at 124 million. This meant she could indeed consider herself a billionaire. Today was July 25th, signifying that within just over 20 days, she had transformed into the envy of many. A word of thanks to Su Shiai's was in order. May good fortune follow him all his life. Han Xiao's affection level was stuck at 89 points. Yi An felt it was time to surprise her. The afternoon sun was somewhat harsh. Yi An parked at the sales office of a high-end residential community. As she entered the lobby, it appeared rather desolate. A few saleswomen in their black stockings chatted listlessly. At that moment, Yi An, tall and handsome, dressed in meticulously chosen attire that exuded sophistication, radiated the poise of a successful individual, having shed the naivety of a university student. Though the saleswomen may not have honed their skills to the level of discerning eyes, they could certainly recognize a promising potential client. And he was undeniably attractive. Before Yi An could utter a word, the nearest saleswoman approached, her eyes sparkling as she clicked her heels, swaying her hips with each step. Her smile was likely warmer than one would reserve for a long-lost father. Were the saleswomen here always this enthusiastic? Regrettably, the opportunity to play coy was slipping away. Good day, sir. I am Lu Wangqing, one of the sales staff here. How may I address you? As she spoke, her delicate hand extended towards him. Although her surname was Lu, and not Lu Ruoyan, Yi An felt she was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he refrained from using his discerning eye, even though she was quite a charming young lady. Hello, Miss Lu. My name is Yi An. I'm just browsing, he replied, shaking her hand with a subtle smile. Not a problem at all, Mr. Yi. I happen to have some time. Lu Wangqing responded without a hint of hesitation. Was his charm now so potent? Unbeknownst to him, the other saleswomen, having reacted a moment too late, glared enviously at Lu Wangqing for seizing the opportunity, wishing they could take her place. What followed? Lu Wangqing enthusiastically introduced Yi into the remaining floors, layouts, and areas of the residential community. Her presentation lasted nearly an hour. Gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Yi An requested to view the properties. Lu Wangqing, overjoyed internally, promptly agreed, seizing the keys and following Yin out of the sales hall, leaving behind a group of saleswomen who silently cursed the bold interloper. The community, newly constructed, was unfortunately impacted by the recent housing market policies, resulting in less than ideal sales. Typically, such upscale developments would rarely have available units for direct purchase. Throughout the afternoon, Yin, under Lu Wanqing's guidance, inspected a total of 7 properties. Among these, 2 were exquisitely furnished, both located in the same building. According to Lu Wanqing, these were model homes created by the developer to cater to diverse client needs. In simpler terms, they were merely gimmicks to entice buyers due to the sluggish market. By the time they finished viewing the homes, night had fallen. Lu Wanqing tactfully suggested treating Yi to a meal, but he gracefully declined. It was not due to a lack of admiration for her looks, but rather his belief in following his instincts and maintaining a respectful distance. It was not a matter of prejudice. Rather, it was a jest about the daunting reputation of the Emperor of Smoke. In truth, Yi had already made plans to dine with Han Xia. As he drove away, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Not because Ian hadn't committed to a purchase after viewing properties all afternoon, but because such a young, handsome, and wealthy man seemed uninterested in her. Arriving at the entrance of the Furuizu jewelry flagship store, Ian awaited Han Xia's departure from work. With still some time before she finished, he did not rush her, but instead picked up a book and began reading in his car. Despite the busyness of recent days, he had not abandoned his reading habit whenever he found a moment. Time, much like a woman's whims, could always be squeezed in. Ian viewed this as a guiding principle. By the time he picked up Han Xia, an hour had passed, and time flew swiftly. 3 days had elapsed since then, with Ian focusing primarily on his reading. His forays into stone gambling had become mere check-ins, yielding no stones worthy of investment. He had processed all the raw stones obtained through Han Xia's connections, and his bank account now boasted a balance of 128 million. Since becoming a billionaire, his thirst for wealth had considerably diminished, and he found himself increasingly attentive to the system's tasks. Not only did he seek new skills, but the allure of attribute points was irresistible. Over these days spent with Han Xia, they had shared passionate encounters every night. Upon rising the next day, he felt invigorated and lively. Youth played a role, but the primary contributor was his physical condition reaching a score of 70. If such results were achievable at 70, what might be possible at 80 or even 100? The thought of such potential was exhilarating. This concerned the dignity of man, so he could hardly be blamed for his mundane aspirations. Today, Han Xia was on a break, and Yin had already crafted a plan. He intended for her to enjoy a leisurely morning to recuperate her energy and spirit. In the afternoon, they would shop and finalize matters regarding the property. In the evening, a movie awaited them. However, plans are always subject to change. Yin was engrossed in a book in the living room when the bedroom door swung open. Han Xia emerged, adorned in a light silk nightgown. "Darling, I need to discuss something with you," she said, settling closely beside him and wrapping her arm around his. "What is it? It seems our plans may need to change." "How so?" "Well, it doesn't have to change entirely. But could you perhaps include one more person in your plans?" Yin was momentarily bewildered by Han Xia's vague wording. "You see, a university classmate of mine, who is also a close friend, has just arrived in Libyan City and has reached out for my company." "Did your friend choose this timing deliberately?" "Oh, come on. Isn't it a coincidence? Just tell me if you agree or not." Han Xia playfully shook Yian's arm, then, with a mysterious smile, whispered, "I must tell you. My friend is absolutely stunning." "Stunning? How does she compare to my dear Xiajia?" Yian inquired, feigning interest. "She surpasses me in figure, appearance, and grace." "Well, Han Xia certainly dares to say so. She isn't worried about someone developing ill intentions, is she?" "You are deceiving me, are you?" Yian expressed his skepticism. "I assure you, you will not be disappointed upon meeting her," Han Xia vowed earnestly, then picked up her phone to show him a picture of her friend. "Look, this is my friend, Gu Xiner." Yian merely cast a cursory glance. In this day and age, who still places faith in photographs? "Why don't you believe me? Gu Xiner is a senior executive at an entertainment company and knows quite a few celebrities." "Is that for real? Does your friend know Lu Feifei and Yang Xiaohu?" "She might know them, or she might not." "All right then. But bringing such a beauty along, aren't you worried I might falter?" "Huh. Do you think all women are as easily swayed as I am? If you possess that capability, I shall not object. Are you questioning your man's prowess? Be careful, or you may find yourself facing the consequences." Yeon replied, playfully gloating at Han Xia. "Who is afraid of whom?" She shot back with a provocative glance. "All right, so you're tough, are you?" Yian pretended to lunge at her, intending to teach her a lesson. Han Xia gasped and quickly pleaded for mercy. I could let you off, but you must repeat what you said earlier. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn, Han Xia conceded. Now that's more like it. By the way, Gu Xiner is expected to arrive around 11 o'clock, and I will need you to pick her up from the bus station. Not a problem. Just give your friend a heads up. I wouldn't want to be mistaken for a rogue trying to flirt. Hee, you're the best, darling. Han Xia planted a kiss on Yi In's cheek before scampering back into the bedroom, giggling. Yi In watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in exasperation. What a foolish woman. While others guard their boyfriends jealously, she is so generous. Is she not testing my resolve? The bus station was not far, and Yi In arrived within a mere 10 minutes. After waiting a few moments without sight of Gu Xiner, he stepped out of the car, walked a distance, and snapped a photo to send to Han Xia, urging her to share it with Gu Xiner. Spring is a grand feast for animals, but summer undoubtedly belongs to the realm of man. On the bustling streets and within the shopping malls, young women adorned in shorts and tank tops revealed expanse of pristine skin, captivating the attention of passersby. Yi In concealed himself beneath the shade of a grand tree, idly observing the throng of pedestrians. After counting to 15 pairs of long legs, Gu Xiner finally made her appearance, arriving a full 20 minutes later than the agreed time of 11. Chapter 36. Best friend, Gu Xiner. You must be Yi In, Mr. Yi, Gu Xiner inquired tentatively. Indeed, and you must be Miss Gu Xiner, Yi In replied, nodding as he appraised her appearance. She wore a loose white shirt, black wide-legged trousers, and black sandals, her face partially obscured by oversized sunglasses. From what could be discerned, Gu Xiner possessed a classic oval face, a naturally graceful nose, and slightly plump lips, all complemented by her fair complexion basking in the sunlight. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yes, Mr. Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Gu Xiner said, removing her sunglasses with a hint of contrition. Your eyes are quite striking as well. Character profile, Gu Xiner. Age, 31. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90, exquisite. Figure, 86, exceptional. Physique, 67, nomade. Awareness, 72, remarkable. Character, 979-9100. Affection level, 5, according to the system's assessment. Gu Xiner's appearance indeed slightly surpasses that of Han Xia, though her physique lags considerably. Furthermore, she had been involved with 3 different men. As per Han Xia's perspective, it was assumed she had never married, implying she had merely had 3 boyfriends. Engaging with 3 men in her 30s was not particularly outrageous. Yi In's sole curiosity lay in the 1-point deficit in her character score, pondering which man had claimed her first. Of course, such thoughts flitted through his mind in a mere instant. Yi In graciously dismissed any concern and opened the car door for Gu Xiner. Surprised, she glanced at Yi In, contemplating how such a young man could drive a Mercedes-Benz. Could he possibly be the scion of a wealthy family? Judging by his demeanor and attire, he certainly seemed to fit that mold. Once inside the vehicle, Gu Xiner promptly sent a message to Han Xia, inquiring about the nature of Yi In's relationship with her. Han Xia, initially intending to surprise Gu Xiner, chose to reveal their connection rather than keep it a secret any longer. Sisters, how delightful. An older cow grazing on tender grass. Wicked grin. Gu Xiner, cease your nonsense. Playful reprimand if you can do it. Why can't I say it? Surprised expression. Less talk, more action, understand? Dog emoji. What you're doing, is it even proper? Shy emoji. Why the silence? Are you feeling bashful now? I can't be bothered to engage with you. Just wait until we arrive, and I shall deal with you. Have you changed your ways? Surely not. Have you been tamed by a little puppy? Get lost. You're the little puppy here. If not a little puppy, then perhaps a little wolf? Sister, it seems you have quite the discerning eye for men this time. Gu Xiner, I'm not in the mood to entertain you. Noticing that Han Xia had ceased messaging, Gu Xiner tucked her phone away, yet she could not suppress the smile that crept upon her lips as her gaze involuntarily wandered toward Yi In, who was focused intently on the road ahead. A sudden warmth enveloped her face as memories flickered through her mind. A mere 10 minutes had passed since she entered the house, where the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Han Xia was bustling about in the kitchen, and upon hearing the door open, she hurried out to greet her. Welcome home, darling, she said, affectionately giving Yi In a light peck before turning to Gu Xiner. Make yourself comfortable. The meal will be ready shortly. At that moment, Gu Xiner realized why Han Xia had not accompanied Yi In to fetch her. It was the lunch they would share home. She understood Han Xia's character all too well. Although she was adept at culinary arts, she seldom took to the kitchen herself. It was evident that Han Xia had developed genuine feelings for Yin. However, the significant age gap between the two left Gu Exiner somewhat skeptical about their future together. Nevertheless, being a woman attuned to the latest trends, she soon reconciled her thoughts. Why dwell on uncertainties? True happiness lies in the present moment. She was determined not to confine herself within the bounds of marriage. Surrounded by men, she cherished experiences and sensations above all. If men could embrace freedom, why couldn't women? Despite their differences, Gu Exiner and Han Xia shared commonalities that had allowed their relationship to endure for over a decade without losing its essence. At the dining table, the two women whispered conspiratorially, occasionally glancing at Yin, who remained oblivious, treating him as if he were invisible. While Gu Exiner was undeniably beautiful, Yin was not the type to become paralyzed in the presence of attractive women. After the meal, while the women playfully bickered as they cleared the dishes, Yin sat on the sofa, sipping tea and engrossed in a book. Hours slipped by unnoticed. When the two women finally emerged from the bedroom, Gu Exiner was still in her morning attire, while Han Xia had donned a lovely long dress. "Let's go shopping," Han Xia declared, striding over to Yin. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear, "Darling, I'm so sorry for neglecting you. I promise to make it up to you tonight." Alright, yet nodded graciously, not motivated by the need for any form of compensation. The trio climbed into Yi An's car. "Dear, take us to the pedestrian street. I hear a new clothing store has opened, and I haven't had a chance to check it out yet." Yi An accessed his phone to set the navigation and focused intently on driving. "Sister, what skincare products have you been using lately? Your skin seems to be defying age." Gu Exiner inquired quietly as soon as they settled into the car. "Skincare products?" Han Xia was taken aback. "I'm still using the set you recommended to me." "That can't be right. Your complexion is radiant, filled with collagen and devoid of wrinkles. Just look at me. I'm on the verge of crow's feet." Gu Exiner pinched Han Xia's cheek and pointed to the corners of her own eyes, disbelief etched on her face. "Let me take a look." Han Xia scrutinized the corners of Gu Exiner's eyes for a while, but saw no signs of crow's feet. "Are you sure you're not imagining things? I don't see any wrinkles at all." "I exaggerated to illustrate the contrast," Gu Exiner replied playfully, "but your skin truly does look impeccable." "Is it because I'm too thin? Are you implying that I'm overweight?" Han Xia retorted. "Not at all. You really miss the point sometimes," Gu Exiner chuckled. "Regardless, I am using the skincare products you recommended." "Really?" Han Xia feigned indifference, dismissing the conversation. "This is rather peculiar," Gu Exiner murmured in frustration. Then, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed, "Sister, could this possibly be the work of Yin? What merit does he possess?" Han Xia began to speak, but soon grasped Gu Exiner's implication, her face flushing crimson. Stealing a glance at Yin, who was diligently focused on driving, she sighed in relief, assured that he had not overheard. "As I suspected, it is indeed Yi An's influence. They say women require nurturing, and it seems you have been well nurtured by him." "Do not say such things. Han Xia excellerme covering geu sinishmot. You, incorrigible romantic, can hardly keep your thoughts to yourself. What is there to be ashamed of? I wish to be nurtured myself, yet I have yet to find the right person." Gu Exiner retorted, pushing Han Xia's hand away, tinged with envy. "Is that so? I can lend you my husband, if you wish." "Can one really lend a husband?" Gu Exiner gasped in disbelief. "What is there that cannot be shared? We are like sisters, after all. What is mine is yours." "That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "Not at all. Just remember to return him to me clean and tidy." Gu Exiner swallowed hard. "Sister, if you say that, I find myself suddenly wide awake." The fox has finally revealed her tale. "I considered you my sister, yet you wish to seduce my man," Han Xia declared with a triumphant grin. "I am not. I did not. Do not speak such nonsense." Gu Exiner hastily denied, realizing she had been entrapped. Look at your guilty demeanor. Who would believe you? If you continue like this, we may not remain sisters. If we cease to be sisters, so be it. The ancients were not wrong. One must guard against fire, theft, and even friends. I knew it. My husband is so exceptional that you, with your flirtatious ways, would undoubtedly entertain thoughts about him. This is slander. This is defamation. Let's sever ties. Sever ties, then. And so, upon arriving at the pedestrian street, the two women exited the vehicle, hand in hand, their spirits buoyant. Yin observed the scene in silence, relieved that his wisdom had kept him from becoming embroiled in their antics, for it could have led to an uncomfortable situation. Chapter 37, Shopping Spree. At the entrance of the pedestrian street stood a jewelry store, the largest branch of Sue's Jewelry in Libyan City. While not exceptionally grand, it boasted a comprehensive array of products. In addition to exquisite jewelry, There was also a dedicated watch section. At approximately 2 in the afternoon, the store was not particularly crowded. However, the arrival of the two women attracted considerable attention. One possessed a body that defied description, while the other's beauty surpassed that of any star, exuding a mature allure and captivating charm. The appearance of either woman alone would have rendered them the center of attention, overshadowing even Yian, who fancied himself quite charming. Yet, Yian felt no discontent. He was quite content to play the role of a mere attendant. The two women meandered through the gold and silver section before arriving at the jewelry area, where jade, diamonds, and pearls were plentiful. Sister, this pearl necklace would complement your complexion and grace splendidly. Shall we acquire it? Gu Xnr suggested, pointing to a silver-white pearl necklace. With the advent of cultured pearls, their prices had become quite accessible, affording even the average wage earner the opportunity to indulge. Yian cast a brief glance at the necklace Gu Xnr indicated, an exquisite necklace of South Sea pearls, priced at 210,000. The luster and purity are indeed remarkable. Yet isn't the price a tad exorbitant, surpassing 20,000? Han Xia lamented. It's not too bad, Gu Xnr retorted dismissively. Did you not read the description? This is a South Sea pearl, and one alone costs several hundred. The most crucial aspect is that it truly complements you. Wouldn't you agree, Yian? Indeed, Yian replied, unable to feign disinterest any longer. Sister Xia, if you like it, I shall purchase it for you. I would prefer to buy it myself. I have yet to spend the 20,000 you transferred to me on my birthday, Han Xia remarked, referring to the money Yian had gifted her. That money should be reserved for your own use. Yian asserted decisively to the sales assistant. Please bring out that necklace. We shall take it. Certainly, sir. The sales assistant promptly retrieved the necklace. Would you like it packaged? Yes. Yian nodded. We might wish to browse some more, and we'll settle the bill later. Han Xia joyfully accepted the necklace box handed to her by the sales assistant, her gaze towards Yian imbued with newfound tenderness. This marked Yian's first purchase of jewelry for herself, a moment worth commemorating. Gu Xnr silently approved. It appeared that Yian was not the type to feign wealth despite lacking it, but rather possessed genuine capability. However, 20,000 could not truly signify wealth. Whether he was genuinely affluent or willing to spend on Han Xia remained to be tested. After perusing the jewelry section, they arrived at the watch counter. The watches showcased were all renowned brands, such as Rolex, Cartier, and Omega. Perhaps due to the limited purchasing power in Libian City, none of the watches exceeded 7 figures. The extravagant pieces that often appeared in the realm of online wealthy individuals, worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, were utterly absent. Honey, you bought me a necklace. Allow me to buy you a watch, Han Xia suggested as she paused at the counter. I find this Rolex blue dial watch quite splendid. Yian glanced at the watch Han Xia indicated, which belonged to the Rolex Oyster Perpetual series. Priced at 50,500, it could be considered an entry-level Rolex. Sister Xia, this is rather pricey, he cautioned. For my husband, no price is too steep, Han Xia declared, causing Gu Xnr to internally groan at the display of affection. Realizing she had yet to gauge Yian's financial prowess and had inadvertently let her sister splurge extravagantly. No, I merely selected a simple pearl necklace earlier to avoid startling Yian. Since you were so openly expressing affection, I shall not hesitate to act decisively. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Yian glanced at the watch on his left wrist, feeling a stir of emotion. This was the only woman, aside from Qinlan, who had been willing to purchase such a lavish item for him. The two women walked arm in arm, engaged in endless conversation. Gu Xnr soon noticed that Han Xia seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally touching the necklace draped around her neck, her face adorned with a blissful expression. This wretchedly sweet romance. As they approached a handbag store, Gu Xnr exclaimed, Sister, there's a Chanel boutique here. Han Xia was equally astonished. Libian City was a small locale, and she had never before heard of a physical Chanel store. Yet here it was. After merely a few months without indulging in shopping, has the news become so outdated? Come, let us venture inside. Observing Han Xia's silence, Gu Xnr took her hand and led her into the store, with Yian obediently following suit. As they strolled through the shop, they discovered an array of handbags, primarily priced between several thousand to just under 10,000. Only a handful of bags exceeded 50,000, with the 255 series being the most extravagant, its price surpassing 90,000. Sister, the vintage LV bag you are holding has long been out of style. I believe this Chanel classic would suit you splendidly. It is timeless, and with your stature, the medium size would suffice. Gu Xin was referring to the 255 series bag. 90,000 is far too steep, Han Xia gasped in astonishment. The price is of little concern. What truly matters is how perfectly this bag complements your elegance. Since we are here, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The price is indeed the principal issue, Han Xia retorted silently, casting a disbelieving glance at Gu Exin, who seemed to have grown bolder in her persuasive tactics. It is futile to argue with you. Gu Exin shot Han Xia a glare before turning to Yin. Yin, do tell, does this bag suit my sister? Once again summoned, Yin nodded affirmatively. It does. Then it is settled. Let us acquire it, Gu Exin declared with a triumphant smile. My dear, Yin interjected. Miss Gu is quite right. The bag you possess is indeed somewhat antiquated. Besides, do you truly believe I am lacking in funds? Han Xia could only nod in agreement, shooting another glare at Gu Exin, who had evidently come with ulterior motives. Before long, Yin completed the transaction without a flicker of hesitation, purchasing the bag for over 90,000. It was clear he possessed considerable means. However, do not assume that this concludes our shopping spree. With the acquisition of a handbag and jewelry, surely we must also refresh your wardrobe and footwear, Gu Exiner suggested, dragging Han Xia into a clothing store. This was the new establishment Han Xia had mentioned, not a branded boutique, but a multi-label shop. The store was spacious, divided into several sections. Encouragement. Yin spent yet another 100,000. Consequently, Han Xia's entire ensemble was completely revamped. The assortment of stockings and lingerie was insisted upon by Yin, which was entirely unrelated to Gu Exine. Are you satisfied now, Exine? Han Xia murmured, her voice laced with mild reproach. Sister, that is rather ungracious of you. My actions benefit you. I harbor no resentment, merely a sense that this is somewhat excessive. That amounts to over 200,000, sums I could never amass in years. Such a narrow perspective. Yin clearly comes from wealth. By the way, how did you come to know this golden son-in-law? This revelation felt a bit embarrassing to disclose. Thus, she responded vaguely. It was fate. We met in that manner. Sister, something feels amiss. Do explain how you came to know him. I have already stated we met through fate. Why persist in probing? If you refuse to divulge, I shall employ my unbeatable tactics. In public, no less. Then you must confess. We met during a jade transaction. Under pressure, Han Xia, with her utmost ability to summarize, stated, so he is engaged in the jade industry? No wonder he is so affluent. Guxinen nodded tactfully. Indeed, his work is related to jade. Gambling on stones might also fall under that category. But Han Xia felt that discussing it was unwise, as it could lead Gu Exiner to mistakenly view Yi and as merely a gambler if she were unaware of his true circumstances. Congratulations, sister. Not only have you found such a young and handsome man, but he is also wealthy. He must be quite capable in that regard as well. You are undeniably living the script of a leading lady, Gu Exiner remarked, her envy becoming apparent as she spoke. It's just luck, Han Xia replied modestly. Regardless, you must hold on to Yin tightly. In this current environment, earning money is arduous and hardships abound. Having finally secured a strong ally, you cannot allow some other temptress to steal him away. Seeing Han Xia remain unfazed, Gu Exiner pressed with a firmer tone. Did you hear that? I heard. Han Xia replied evasively. Disappointed, Gu Exiner shook her head, thinking this foolish woman was hopeless. Perhaps Yin was indeed fond of someone like Han Xia. As Yin followed the two women, burdened with bags, he would have quipped, I myself do not even know which type I would prefer. Perhaps I might like them all. Only children make choices. Adults naturally wish to experience everything. Once seated in the car, Yin took out his phone and called Lu Wanqing. Gu Exiner perked up upon hearing the name, discreetly signaling Han Xia with a glance. Han Xia, having caught the name, could not deny her anxiety, leaning in to eavesdrop. Yet, Yin ended the call without uttering anything further. As Yin fastened his seatbelt, Gu Exiner cleared her throat and asked, Yin, where are we headed next? She was inquiring on behalf of Han Xia. To Jiashang community. Gu Xenia, unfamiliar with Libyan city, looked at Han Xia with a puzzled expression. It is a recently developed upscale community in our urban district, Han Xia explained quietly. Does he have a house there? Gu Exiner whispered. I don't know. Han Xia shook her head. Sister, what can we say about you? Your husband has been summoned. Yet you're unaware of his basic circumstances? That's not the case. Save your explanations. If it weren't for me today, you might have been sold off and would have to pay others. Gu Xina exclaimed, Her frustration evident. Not giving Han Xia a chance to defend herself, she insisted. You are too shy to speak up. How about this? Send me a few pairs of those stockings, and I'll help you inquire. Stockings are fine. Then it's settled. After concluding her statement, Gu Exiner turned to Yin, asking, Yin, What are we doing at Jiashan Community? Looking at properties to buy. Don't you have a house in Libyan City? No. Yin shook his head. Then you've been living at Hanxia's place? Gu Xiner, thinking she had misheard. Pressed further. I was staying at a hotel before. Do you have a house elsewhere? Not at all. Gu Xiner began to question her assumptions, pondering whether Yin was not the wealthy heir she had imagined, but rather someone pretending to be affluent. However, to procure over 200,000 in one breath for Hanxia's purchases is indeed a matter of genuine wealth, not to be trifled with. For a moment, Gu Xiner found herself somewhat perplexed. Xiner, Yin's situation is somewhat unique. Please refrain from further inquiries, as if conducting a household registration check. Hanxia finally seized the opportunity to persuade her. Gu Xiner lightly tapped her forehead, feeling a momentary lapse in her thoughts. Chapter 38, I shall bear you 8 sons. Through the rearview mirror, Yin observed Gu Xiner's expression but chose to remain silent. After all, if the element of surprise was prematurely revealed, it would lose its charm. After more than 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the Jiashan community. At the entrance, a girl of considerable beauty was intently watching the passing cars. In the warm afternoon sun of Lijian City, her face was flushed from the heat, and sweat dampened her shirt, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Upon spotting Yi An's Mercedes, her face immediately lit up with excitement, and she waved enthusiastically at him. Both Hanxia and Gu Xiner witnessed this scene, as did passers-by and security personnel, though their feelings varied. Hanxia's heart raced with curiosity. Who was this young girl? Gu Xiner scrutinized her with a questioning gaze. What was the relationship between this young lady and Yin? Others looked on with envy and jealousy. Indeed, the age-old truth that luxury cars attract beautiful women held true once more. Yin parked the car in front of Lu Wangqing, rolling down the window. Miss Lu, please get in. Hey, Yin. Hanxia began to speak, but was quickly silenced by Hanxia's hand over her mouth. Lu Wangqing opened the rear door, only to find that the back seat was already occupied by 2 stunningly beautiful women, leaving her momentarily stunned and at a loss. Miss Lu, please take the front passenger seat. I've forgotten how to get to Building 20. All right. Okay, Lu Wangqing responded, her expression of embarrassment easing slightly. Sister Xia, this is Miss Lu, a staff member of the Jiashan community, Yin explained. Hanxia sighed with relief, smiling and nodding at Lu Wangqing. Gu Xiner, however, pouted in annoyance. Having heard tales of purchasing a Porsche accompanied by a model, now that a house was being bought, it seemed plausible to offer a sales representative as well. Yet, in Lu Wangqing's presence, she maintained a degree of decorum and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Mr. Yi, for Building 20, we currently have 2 fully renovated units available. On the 6th and 21st floors. Are you considering purchasing one of them? Lu Wangqing sensed a shift in the atmosphere and decided to inquire. Well, we'll take a closer look at which specific unit, Yin replied. Very well, Mr. Yi. Rest assured that we procure materials uniformly and maintain consistent renovations, utilizing only high-quality materials and reputable construction teams, ensuring your peace of mind upon moving in. That's good to hear, Yin responded non-committally. The fully renovated units on the 6th and 21st floors each boasted over 90 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, with a north-south orientation. The layouts were quite similar, though the decoration styles differed. The 6th floor exemplified a new Chinese style, adorned primarily with wooden accents, exuding elegance yet feeling slightly confined. In contrast, the 21st floor showcased a modern minimalist aesthetic, with simple accessories, clean lines, and bold color contrasts, creating a sense of spaciousness. In comparing the 2 options, it is not a matter of superiority, but rather a question of personal preference. Sister Xia, having viewed both apartments, which one do you prefer? Yin inquired of Hanxia. The one on the 21st floor, indeed, it exudes simplicity and elegance, providing a comfortable living experience. Moreover, the higher floors offer superior lighting. Hanxia suggested without much deliberation. Very well, let us proceed with the one on the 21st floor. Yin nodded in agreement, preferring the same option. Then turned to Lu Wangqing. Miss Lu, would you kindly assist us in signing the contract? And, by the way, it will be a full payment. Certainly. Lu Wangqing thought little of Yin by now, primarily due to the pressure from the 2 stunning beauties, Hanxia and Gu Xiner. While she possessed some charm, it was contingent upon whom she was compared to. She was aware of this self-perception. The 4 of them arrived at the sales office lobby. Mr. Yi, here is the purchase agreement. You may review it, and if it meets your approval, please sign. Lu Wangqing presented the contract. You have mistaken the signatory. It is my girlfriend who will be signing, Yin replied, declining the contract with a shake of his head. Lu Wangqing's hand faltered. Hanxia stood in confusion. not grasping Yi En's intent. Gu Xiner was the first to react. Yin, are you buying this house for Han Xia? Indeed, Sister Xia. Please take a look at the contract. If all is well, do sign. Yin encouraged the still-dazed Han Xia with a smile. Why? Han Xia asked, bewildered. If I wish to buy it for you, then I shall. Yin shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing. But, you are her boyfriend. Isn't it quite normal for you to buy her a house? Gu Xiner interjected, exasperated by her friend's days. Come on, Han Xia, stop hesitating and sign, she urged, giving Han Xia a gentle nudge on the shoulder. By the way, is there a parking space available? Yin inquired, glancing at the astonished Lu Wanqing. Yes, Mr. Yi, Lu Wanqing replied, swallowing hard, her resolve wavering as she considered the allure of a man so dashing and affluent, who was willing to spend on a woman. Then let us purchase that as well, he concluded. All right, I will fetch the contract, Lu Wanqing said, hurrying away. Yan, Han Xia began. But he interjected playfully, do not become too overwhelmed. Fainting would not be ideal. You know me, I'm not short of funds. Thank you, Han Xia choked out, throwing herself into Yi En's embrace. Gu Xiner observed from the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Han Xia. Indeed, such is fate. Some individuals struggle fiercely, yet gain nothing. Others, by mere happenstance, possess everything without strife. What truly unsettled Gu Xiner was her meticulous planning aimed at extracting some financial commitment from Yin, only to discover he had long harbored intentions of purchasing a house for Han Xia. Her strategies, now rendered laughable, left her frustrated. Damian, do not let me find out this was intentional. Otherwise, I shall ensure you have 7 or 8 sons. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiner burst into laughter. Both Yin and Han Xia looked over in surprise, their expressions curious, causing Gu Xiner to flush crimson with embarrassment, awkwardly shifting her feet. Lu Wanqing soon returned with the contract for the parking space. Please remember to select a suitable parking spot for us, Yin instructed Lu Wanqing. Certainly, she replied, casting a covetous glance at Han Xia, filled with envy. Yin added another commendable trait to her heart, her gentle and considerate nature. There was little more to elaborate on. The total expenses for the house, including parking space, D-tax, and renovation, amounted to just over 1.01 million. With a one-time payment, Lu Wanqing offered a 5% discount on the house price within her authority, waiving the parking space management fee for 10 years and the property fee for 5 years. Ultimately, Yin paid 980,000 via card. The remaining matters were entirely entrusted to Lu Wanqing and Han Xia. As the sun set, Lu Wanqing stood at the entrance of the sales department. Watching Yi En's vehicle depart, her heart a tumult of emotions. Selling a house effortlessly should have been a reason for celebration, yet she found herself devoid of enthusiasm. At times, one is aware of the futility of certain unrealistic aspirations but cannot suppress the inner greed. Lu Wanqing found herself in such a predicament. Chapter 39. Something is amiss with this woman. In the car, Han Xia appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze toward Yi and igniting jealousy in Gu Xiner. Enough is enough. Gu Xiner tugged at Han Xia's arm, declaring, as sisters, we have now joined the ranks of homeowners and car owners, and you need not worry about being cold anymore. Han Xia smiled foolishly, her heart sweetened as if filled with honey. Do you have no conscience left? You have everything, while I, your sister, am struggling alone in Donghai, unable even to afford a toilet here. What do you need a toilet for? Han Xia questioned, confusion clouding her mind. My goodness, you are hopeless, Gu Xiner responded, exasperated. I shall sever ties with you. Why? Han Xia inquired. Forget it, let it all come to ruin. Yin stifled a laugh, checking Han Xia's favorability level, which had finally surpassed 90 points. Today's expenditure of over 100,000 was indeed worthwhile. Could it be that he was on the verge of establishing a harem? Such thoughts seemed unfair to the loyal readers. What? What is morality? Can it be consumed? Why? After pretending to be innocent, did one suddenly seem like a different person? It wasn't that he lacked the capacity. He simply wished to avoid trouble. Ian never claimed to be a devoted gentleman. He silently mourned for the unfortunate Han Xia for 3 seconds. That evening, the trio decided to indulge in hot pot. A film was meant for 2. 3 was simply impractical. With Gu Xiner as the glaring third wheel, a private bath was out of the question. They could only take turns to wash up. Gu Xiner was the first to enter, taking over an hour. In the sweltering summer, daily baths seemed excessive. One wondered what she was doing inside. Upon her exit, Han Xia entered the bathroom. Miss Gu, just in time. I need to discuss something with you. Yin invited Gu Xiner to sit on the living room sofa. What is it? Gu Xiner asked, her expression a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Had he discovered her mischief in the bathroom? Or was Yin, in fact, a deeply concealed rogue, taking advantage of Han Xia's bathing time to pursue her? Should she accept or decline? There was no denying that Yin was handsome, youthful, and affluent. If considering only one aspect, Gu Xiner felt no particular inclination. However, when one considers the multitude of advantages combined, it is indeed the epitome of an ideal boyfriend, making it difficult for her, who has remained emotionally vacant for an extended period, to resist. When women become pragmatic, men often find themselves sidelined. Were it not for the fact that Yin is Han Xia's boyfriend, she would have already contemplated making a move. I heard from Sister Xia that you work in the entertainment industry, and are even a senior executive at an entertainment company. Surely, you possess considerable knowledge about the entertainment sector, do you not? It's fair enough. The entertainment company I'm affiliated with is not particularly large. Yet I do have an understanding of the basic workings of the industry. That suffices. Yin nodded. Yin, why do you inquire about these matters? Gu Xiner cautiously probed, her mind racing with thoughts. Is there something about the entertainment world that piques Yi An's interest? Perhaps the allure of beautiful actresses and the unspoken rules? Could it be that he intends to use the guise of the entertainment industry to support me? This would place me in a difficult position. If my friends were to find out, the fragile vessel of our friendship might capsize. Little did Yin realize the extent of Gu Xiner's internal musings. Recently, I have been delving into some aspects of the entertainment industry, not merely the gossip, but its operational mechanisms. Ah, is that what you meant? What else would it be? Yin looked at Gu Xiner with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why she suddenly appeared so flustered. No. Gu Xiner lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. Currently, I am responsible for the promotion and marketing of the company's artists and products, an area in which I am quite familiar. Beyond that, I can only provide a general overview. That is perfectly fine. After all, you are an insider in this field, which is undoubtedly more accurate than my outsider attempts at research. Well, we primarily interact with various media outlets. As they discussed her professional duties, Gu Xiner exuded confidence, her words flowing eloquently. Yin was a splendid listener, his eager expression encouraging her to elaborate further. After more than half an hour had passed, Yin, do you have any lingering uncertainties? Gu Xiner took a sip of the tea that Yin had personally brewed for her. I believe I have a fairly good understanding now. Let us conclude for today. I am also perusing some literature on the entertainment industry, and I will inquire further should I have any questions. Yin, do you aspire to enter the entertainment industry? Gu Xiner could not restrain her curiosity from surfacing. At present, I have no such intentions. Yin shook his head. My passion lies in reading, and I happened to come across a book regarding the entertainment industry, which prompted my inquiries. Gu Xiner found this hard to believe. How could someone involved in the jade business suddenly express interest in the entertainment sector without any ulterior motives? Yet, seeing that Yin was reluctant to elaborate further, she refrained from pressing the matter. Yin toyed with the teacup, his gaze wandering until it settled upon Gu Xiner, fresh from a shower and clad in pajamas. Her facial contours were not particularly pronounced, yet radiated a gentle, natural beauty. She was a quintessential Eastern beauty. Though her figure was not overly striking, her overall silhouette was graceful. Were she to don traditional attire, she might not possess the ethereal quality of Lu Feifei. Yet in terms of appearance, she was no less captivating, bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Cixi. Furthermore, she held a prominent position in the publicity sector of an entertainment company. What a talent! Perhaps I could find a use for her in the future. The two ceased their conversation, and the room fell silent. Gu Xiner inexplicably felt a sense of unease. As Yin's gaze lingered upon her, she became increasingly restless, a sensation akin to being swarmed by ants coursing through her entire body. The crucial detail was that Yin continued to fixate on her, his eyes brazenly scanning her form. Goosebumps erupted on Gu Xiner's skin, prompting her to instinctively shrink back. Surely, he couldn't harbor genuine intentions towards her, could he? Sister, how long are you going to take in the shower? I feel like I'm about to crack. Miss Gu, shall we add each other on WeChat? Yin suddenly proposed. Here it comes, the moment of truth. Yin was indeed making a move. Miss Gu? Yin glanced at Gu Xiner with surprise. Is the air conditioning too cold? Why are you trembling so? And no, what did you just say? Gu Xiner finally emerged from her reverie, her face flushed as she inquired. There was something amiss about this woman, very amiss. Initially, it might have been the solitude of their encounter that induced tension in Gu Xiner. Yet, her repeated moments of distraction and blushing were unmistakable signals of her unease. Surely, anyone with a semblance of intelligence could discern her abnormality. Could it be? Yin opened Gu Xiner's data panel. Goodness. Chapter 40. The Dreaded Charm. The affection meter had astonishingly reached 71 points. In less than a day, it had surged from 5 to 71 points. Yin was intrigued. How had Gu Xiner achieved this? More precisely, how had she so adeptly navigated her own self-advancement? It couldn't merely be attributed to her being Han Xia's close friend, sharing the same attributes, could it? He reflected on whether he had inadvertently made any gestures or uttered words that could have led Gu Xiner to misinterpret his intentions. He found none. This damned charm. Yin could only attribute this phenomenon to his own allure. With an affection rating of 72 points, it indicated that Gu Xiner held some affection for him. In other words, if he so desired, they could evolve into a romantic relationship. Let us add each other on WeChat. All right, you can scan me. Yin shifted slightly, positioning himself less than 30 centimeters away from Gu Xiner before raising his phone and presenting it to her. The pressure on Gu Xiner intensified. She questioned whether she had misheard him, wondering if scan referred to scanning a code or if it had a different connotation. Yan chaklit inyardli, knowing he was being deliberately ambiguous. Gu Xiner scanned the code, and they became friends. Sister Xn, I shall call you that from now on. I heard from Sister Xia that you are currently single. Yin put away his phone and gazed directly into Gu Xner's eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. A girl as beautiful as you must have high standards, right? And no, not really. Then Sister Xn, what type of boy do you find appealing? Someone I feel a connection with. That's rather abstract. Don't you have any specific requirements? Yin, what do you mean? Gu Xiner misinterpreted Yi An's intentions multiple times, leading her to be overly cautious and now hesitant to indulge in any fanciful thinking. Oh, it's nothing. I'm simply curious. Indeed, Gu Xiner was relieved she hadn't succumbed to infatuation again, lest she embarrass herself. How could she be so adept at self-advancement, yet so easily teased? Yin found this perplexing. However, it mattered little. There was plenty of time ahead, and there was no need to rush. Just then, Han Xia finally emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Gu Xiner let out a sigh of relief. Yet an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. That night, the bedroom was occupied by two women, leaving Yin to sleep in the living room. In a daze, she suddenly sensed someone drawing near. Although she could not discern the figure, Yin immediately recognized the familiar scent belonging to Han Xia. Darling. Han Xia's gentle voice was laced with a hint of allure. Is your good friend asleep? Yin tenderly caressed Han Xia's head and inquired. Their subtle movements appeared clandestine. However, in truth, Gu Xiner had awakened the moment Han Xia got up. She held her breath, pressing her ear against the wall. Yet the anticipated sounds did not reach her. Could it be that they were up to no good? Gu Xiner, filled with suspicion, decided to listen a little longer. Then, half an hour later, the commotion ceased, replaced by faint footsteps. Gu Xiner hastily lay down, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep. Sie ein Gu Xin slumbering peacefully. Han Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She lay down beside Gu Xiner and soon drifted off into a dream. However, Gu Xiner found herself unable to sleep. She gently turned over and observed Han Xia, who was asleep with a smile adorning her face, causing Gu Xiner's resentment to rise. Time slipped away, and eventually she could no longer resist sleep. But her dreams were anything but tranquil, so tumultuous that they would require censorship if spoken aloud. The following morning, Han Xia awoke early, noticing Gu Xiner in a deep slumber. Yet furrowed brow and flushed cheeks, she assumed her friend was ill. A gentle touch to Gu Xiner's forehead confirmed there was no fever. Had she merely dreamed? Han Xia quietly got out of bed, dressed, and made her way to the living room, where Yi was also awake. All is well. Yi signaled with an affirmative gesture. You're the best, darling. After freshening up, Han Xia bestowed a morning kiss upon Yi and cheerfully slung the bag Yi had bought the previous day over her shoulder before heading off to work. Hours passed, and Gu Xiner was still indulging in her slumber, despite her stomach growling with hunger. Yin approached the bedroom door and knocked gently. Who is it? Gu Xiner's voice came through, muffled and nasal. Xiner, it's time to wake up. Reluctantly, Gu Xiner dragged herself out of bed, glancing at her phone to discover it was nearly 10 o'clock. The fog in her mind cleared somewhat. Her parents had long expressed their discontent about her being in her 30s and still unmarried. If she were to leave them hanging, it would surely infuriate them. It was all Han Xia's fault for not sleeping at a reasonable hour and instead sneaking off to rendezvous with a young beau. Gu Xiner muttered darkly to herself while hastily changing clothes. After a few minutes, she emerged from the bedroom, dressed in her usual loose attire. Still groggy from sleep, her complexion appeared somewhat haggard, lacking the poise of the previous day. She dashed to the bathroom, having already glimpsed her reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the traces of a disheveled state that she could not allow Yin to see. After over 10 minutes, Gu Exiner re-emerged from the bathroom. She had applied a light touch of makeup and styled her hair into a casual high ponytail, enhancing her delicate features and adding a touch of charm to her appearance. All set, Yin glanced at Gu Exiner and said, "First, let me have breakfast, then I shall escort you to the bus station." "I don't want breakfast anymore." "Yan, could you do me a favor?" "Guxin eshtam ilet." "What sort of favor?" "Well, I suppose I could, as long as you are not concerned about what your neighbors might think." Upon hearing this, Gu Exiner indeed overlooked that detail. Chapter 41. Accompanying Gu Exiner home, anyone who has lived in the countryside knows that the elders in the village are adept at spreading news. "No, it's not that I'm reluctant. I'm just worried you might not adjust well," she replied, attempting to lighten the mood. Yin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not as delicate as you imagine." "Thank you, Yin," she replied gratefully. "Don't mention it. First, let us have some milk and bread to fill our stomachs, then we shall set off." Gu Exiner's hometown is located in a village approximately 30 kilometers from the city center. The distance isn't far, but the transportation is far from convenient. The roads are paved with cement but are rugged and narrow, making it difficult to maintain speed. In many areas, there is even a speed limit of 20. However, the scenery along the way is quite splendid. The sun shines brightly, the land is expansive, and the vegetation is lush, brimming with vitality. Having grown accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the metropolis, Yin felt a sense of liberation, and his mood lightened considerably. Under Gu Exiner's guidance, the car jostled into a village. Everywhere, there were 2 or even 3-story small villas, each encircled by a courtyard. Occasionally, remnants of buildings from the late 20th century could be spotted, but they all appeared to be pristine, showing no signs of decay. Libei City itself is a remote small town, and its surrounding villages reflect a similar scene, providing a glimpse into the remarkable progress rural areas have made in recent years. "Yin, we've arrived. Please wait a moment. I will go knock." Gu Exiner instructed as they stopped beside a small villa by the roadside. In truth, there was no need for Gu Exiner to knock, as the courtyard gate swung open. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s, frail and short, with a face lined with wrinkles and sunburnt skin, stood at the entrance. "Dad." Upon seeing the old man, Gu Exiner found herself momentarily speechless. Her words caught in her throat. "Dear, come inside," the old man beckoned, revealing a broad grin filled with large yellow teeth. "Yin, please drive the car in," Gu Exiner said, turning her head away from the elder and addressing Yi and nodded and maneuvered the car into the courtyard, which was spacious enough to accommodate several vehicles. He parked the car effortlessly. "Is this a Mercedes?" "I've heard they are quite expensive," the elder, Gu Exiner's father, Gui Wejin, remarked with an earnest smile as he noticed Yi and Gu Exiner stepping out of the vehicle. Gu Exiner was taken aback that her father spoke to Yi and before greeting her. "Hello, Uncle," Yin greeted politely. "I am Yin, a friend of Exiner. I rented this car, though I'm unaware of the cost." "Wonderful, wonderful. It's hot outside. Let's go inside," Gui Wejin invited, his smile unwavering. "Yin glangs tovats Guxiner." "Good uncle, I apologize for my hasty arrival. I did not bring any substantial gifts. Please wait a moment." As Ian spoke, he paid no heed to Gu Yuejin's reaction, swiftly approaching the car's rear. He opened the trunk and retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes. Though Ian had never smoked a single cigarette, he had always kept some on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Today was the day they would be put to use. 2 packs of Huazi, softbox, costing over 1,000 yuan. Soft cigarettes, aside from the new year, you youngsters seldom indulge in these. Gu Yuejin chuckled, his joy evident, a testament to his seasoned affinity for tobacco, betrayed by his yellowed teeth. "Uncle, I am truly sorry. I seldom smoke and completely forgot to bring you loose cigarettes." Ian extracted a pack from his pocket, withdrawing 2 cigarettes, one facing inward and the other outward, extending them towards Gu Yuejin. "You are too kind." Gu Yuejin, not one to overreach, attempted to take the inner cigarette but was deftly evaded by Yin, who insisted on handing him the outer one. The 2, one young and one old, shared a delightful moment. Meanwhile, Gu Exiner, Gu Yuejin's biological daughter, was left aside, feeling a tinge of jealousy yet forced to endure as she followed the 2 into the house. Upon entering the small villa, they were greeted by a spacious hall bustling with people. As Gu Yuejin approached with a handsome young man, curious and astonished glances were cast upon them. "Little aunt, is this the uncle you found for us?" A lively girl of about 12 or 13 skipped over to Gu Exiner, wide-eyed with excitement. He, little ant. You said it wasn't true. Your face is all red. The mischievous girl teased. Mind your manners, or I shall withhold your allowance. Gu Exeter warned with a serious expression. The girl, fearing for her pocket money, fell silent, yet her eyes sparkled brightly as she glanced between Yi and Gu Exeter. Yin began to regret his decision. He felt overwhelmed. Had he known there would be so many people at Gu Exeter's home, he would have avoided this quagmire. It was fortunate that his composure was well practiced. Another with a more introverted nature would surely be blushing furiously by now. Shaoan, have some tea. Dinner will be served shortly. Gui Wejin invited Yi in to sit at the table. Thank you, Uncle, Yin replied, taking a seat with poise, disregarding the surrounding whispers and varied gazes. Instead, directing a look at Gu Exeter that implored her to resolve the situation. Gu Exeter understood, but feigned ignorance. It was clear that a misunderstanding had arisen. How could she possibly explain? A woman in her 30s, if hurt, would surely shed tears. Wouldn't she? Yin had yet to experience this. It must be quite amusing, a delightful contrast. Though Gu Exeter deliberately averted her gaze from Yin, an inexplicable chill coursed through her, her heart racing. It was puzzling. In such sweltering weather, where could this chill be coming from? The girl who had earlier addressed Gu Exeter as little ant emerged from the crowd. Sidling up to Yin, her demeanor almost expert-like, as she inquired, My little aunt says you are merely her friend, but I do not believe it. Chapter 42. Darling. What are you so nervous about? Oh, then what do you think the relationship is between me and your aunt? Ian asked with evident curiosity. You appear younger than my aunt, yet the trend of romantic relationships between older women and younger men is quite prevalent nowadays. I suspect you two are indeed a couple. You may be young, yet you possess a remarkable depth of understanding. Are today's youths truly so mature? And do you believe I have the right to be your uncle? Yes. And the reason? You drive a Mercedes, you must be wealthy, and you are quite handsome, an impeccable match for my aunt. By your logic, does being wealthy and handsome qualify one to be your uncle? Although he was somewhat thrust into the situation, if Guexener had no feelings for him, she would not have allowed him to enter her home so easily. The system's detection of a 71-point affection level is evidently not deceiving. Ian even suspected that Gu Exener was using him as a shield. Ah, so this is how you wish to play it. Regardless of whether Gu Exener is acting spontaneously or has a premeditated plan, I shall not suffer this silent loss. All right, I confess, I am indeed your aunt's boyfriend. I knew it. My aunt was just too shy to deny it. Uncle, how long have you known my aunt? For quite some time, over a year, I suppose. In reality, it has been less than 2 days. This is solidified now. Uncle, let me tell you, my aunt has had boyfriends before, but none lasted longer than 3 months, and everyone says it's because she is too picky. Where did you acquire such information? I have my reliable sources, the little girl said with a proud smile. This must be Gu Exener's mother. Xiangqin, this is Yin. Shaoan, this is Exener's mother. Gui Wejin introduced the two with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, Auntie, Yin greeted as he stood. Wu Xiangqin, Gu Exener's mother. Beamed at the sight of the young and handsome Yin, who was also quite polite. Shaoan, consider my home as yours. Do not stand on ceremony. Certainly, Auntie. The little girl's eyes sparkled mischievously as she approached Wu Xiangqin and whispered in her ear, Grandma, I just tested the waters. Uncle is indeed my aunt's boyfriend. He admitted himself. Wu Xiangqin's eyes brightened further, gazing at Yi and with affection. However, she found joy in the tranquility of the moment, far preferable to a family meeting filled with scrutiny. In the afternoon, Yin excused himself under the pretext of work. The trunk of his car was filled with numerous items, primarily local specialties. In terms of value, they far exceeded the 2 packs of cigarettes he had gifted. How he wished for Gu Exener to find a suitable match. Naturally, it was also due to Yi An's undeniable charm that endeared him to her parents. For he was young, handsome, mature, composed, and courteous. In the end, the affection her parents held for Yi and even sparked a twinge of jealousy in Gu Exener. And he is also considerate. As expected, no tangible gains were made. Around 7 in the evening, Ian prepared to pick up Hanxia after work, but received a message from Wei Mingya. After being connected on WeChat for some time, this was the first message she had sent. Ian opened the message to find several images of raw stones, over a dozen, in fact. It appeared they had acquired a significant amount of new stock. With an hour remaining until Hanxia's shift ended, Ian decided to take a look. He arrived directly at the stall of Wei Ming and Yadi. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to examine the raw stones laid out on the ground. In addition to the photographs Wei Ming had sent him, there were approximately 20 new pieces on display. He spent around 20 minutes scrutinizing all the raw stones. This charming couple truly seemed to be his lucky stars. Having previously struck a fortune with an exquisite bloodstone valued at 18 million, he was fortunate once more. Among the stones was a piece whose origin was indiscernible, characterized by a white outer skin resembling the white salt sand of Muna. It was a sizable chunk, weighing around 60 kilograms and presenting a square shape. A chisel mark was visible on the stone, likely made with a blunt instrument. Upon closer inspection, a tender quality was apparent, though merely a glutinous variety. When illuminated, the stone displayed a remarkable translucence, indicative of a typical new stone's characteristics. Yet, this so-called new stone concealed profound mysteries. Indeed, the world of stone gambling harbors no absolutes. Wei Ming and Yadi priced it at 2,000 yuan per kilogram, totaling 120,000 yuan. This was no trivial sum, as they treated it as a piece from the Muna origin. Without much haggling, yet ultimately acquired the stone for 500 yuan per kilogram, summing up to 90,000 yuan. Rushing to the jewelry company, he arrived just as Han Xia was finishing her workday. After enjoying dinner together, they settled in for a film. "Darling, what on earth is in your trunk?" Han Xia inquired as he opened the back of the car, beginning to move things around. "Haha, X&Er is definitely doing this on purpose. I've heard her nagging about the pressure of marriage at home so many times it's left me numb," Han Xia replied casually. "Really? I knew she was being intentional. You have no idea how uncomfortable I felt at that moment. It was as if I were sitting on pins and needles, pricked by thorns, and had something stuck in my throat. Is it really that exaggerated?" she asked. "It must be. Just look at the gifts they sent me. I couldn't refuse any of them. This clearly shows how much your parents appreciate you as their son-in-law." He felt a pang in his heart. Had Han Xia caught on and was now preparing to confront him? "You did mention that Gu Xiner's family is quite insistent. So anyone in my position would likely feel the same. Darling, why are you so nervous?" "Am I?" he retorted, half-jokingly. "Come on, let me help you with that." He secretly wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, but soon realized the futility of his anxiousness. Wasn't this akin to confessing? He was still too young and inexperienced. Having been momentarily outmaneuvered by Han Xia, this bad habit needed to change. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Chapter 43, The Celestial Boyfriend. He embraced Han Xia's voluptuous form, reaching for his phone on the bedside table, and proceeded to perform a few operations. "Sister Xia, I've transferred 1 million to you via mobile banking." So much. Though the house was tastefully renovated, it required furnishings and appliances. "Don't hesitate to spend. Opt for some reputable brands. I'm not sure how much it will all total. So here, SA million to start. If it's insufficient, just let me know. What could possibly cost 1 million for household appliances?" Han Xia felt both touched and speechless. "Are you imagining you're buying priceless paintings and antiques? Consider the excess as your pocket money. Husband, are you not afraid that giving me such a substantial amount of money at once will transform me into a spendthrift, squandering your wealth? If I were to truly face bankruptcy, it would merely reflect my inability to earn quickly enough. How could I possibly blame you for my extravagance? You are truly wonderful. Dear." Han Xia nestled closely into Yi En's embrace. Despite her relatively high standard of living, she remained judicious with her expenditures. Yi En, however, felt no significant concern. July quietly slipped away, making way for August. Yi En had been in Libiang City for a full month. His financial standing had surged from over 7,000 to an astonishing 131 million. The materials he procured from Wei Ming Yadi yielded 39 kilograms of bright green jade. Although its quality was somewhat lacking, merely fine, its exquisite texture and pristine foundation allowed him to sell it for 15.6 million. Coupled with Su Xiai's promise of a 40 million house in Donghai City, his assets were nearing 200 million. To claim that a month of effort had ushered him into the realm of financial freedom would not be an exaggeration. The system truly was remarkable. With a plan to impress, Yi En drove to Gu Xiner's doorstep. Upon seeing Yi En, her parents greeted him with warmth and concern. "Xiner, you've been home for quite a while. Has your company granted you such an extended leave?" Yi En inquired curiously while in the car. "It's my father's 66th birthday, and I took annual leave for it." Gu Xiner's father, Gu Yuejin, appeared to be in his 70s, but was, in fact, not yet 66. In rural customs, it is common to celebrate a year in advance. Thus, Gu Yuejin was actually only 65 years old. There is a local belief that after turning 60, men fear the ages of 36, 39, and 66, while women dread 15 and 57. Celebrating the 66th birthday is seen as a way to bestow blessings and avert misfortune for the elder. although Yi-en was initially unaware of these customs. The nearly 20 years of additional memories in his mind enlightened him. "Why didn't you inform me about your uncle's birthday? I would have liked to contribute some money," he remarked. "I wouldn't dare. With a successful businessman like you, we could never match your generosity." "Such words are unwarranted," Yi-en replied. Gu Xiner had learned from Han Xia that Yi-en had transferred $1 million to her, spent over 200,000 on jewelry and clothing, invested nearly $1 million in a property, and handed over another $1 million in cash, totaling over $2 million. What kind of extraordinary boyfriend is this? Gu Xiner thought, feeling a twinge of envy that she could hardly harbor. A glance at the focused Yi-en revealed his chiseled features and striking profile, illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gu Xiner did not even realize that her eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to an infatuated girl. As they approached the city, she inquired, "I heard you've moved into a new house." "Yeah, I nodded. I still have a little over a day of vacation left. I will fly to Donghai tomorrow. I am curious about what furniture Han Xia can acquire with $1 million. With that, Yi-en drove to the Jiashan community. Once inside, Gu Xiner curiously surveyed her surroundings, only to find that aside from some essential household items, everything else remained unchanged. Sister Xia procured many items through online shopping, and they would gradually arrive over the next few days. Yi-en provided an explanation. No wonder, Gu Xiner nodded. She too was an enthusiast of online shopping, and her cart still brimmed with numerous items awaiting purchase. At noon, the question arose, should they dine at home or venture outside? Eating at home would spare them the trouble of grocery shopping, as they still had plenty of local specialties gifted by uncle and aunt that remained uneaten. As mealtime approached, Yi-en inquired, "Can you cook?" "I'm not very skilled," Gu Xiner replied, her face flushing at the question. "Is it so unusual for a girl not to know how to cook?" She defended herself, though her tone lacked conviction. Yi-en nodded, non-committally. It was true that nowadays, few women possessed culinary skills. In truth, Yi-en could cook quite well, and his dishes were palatable. However, since the passing of his father, he had ceased to prepare meals, as Qianlong had never given him the chance to do so after moving into her home. "Then let us dine out," Yi-en suggested. "Though I may not be able to cook now, I am certainly willing to learn," Gu Xiner declared, her shyness evident. Seeing Yi-en's indifferent expression, she grew anxious. "You must believe in me. I truly can learn." "Indeed, I believe you." "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Gu Xiner finally exhaled, relieved. "Allow me to treat you to lunch then. Is this to express gratitude for my feigned assistance before your parents?" "Indeed, I owe you a considerable debt of thanks. At least for the past year and a half, I have been spared from my family's incessant nagging. You seem to have misunderstood my intention. Do you imply that a single meal suffices to settle my favor? What should I do then? I cannot offer myself." Yi-en appraised Gu Xiner tactfully, resting his chin upon his hand, before ultimately shaking his head. "No, that would place me at a greater disadvantage." Gu Xiner, initially embarrassed by her blunder, was now incensed. "What is lacking in me? I possess both beauty and figure. Though I'm a few years your senior, I maintain myself well, and I surely cannot be inferior to those fresh-faced girls in their early 20s. How dare you disdain me?" Yi-en had not anticipated the impact of his words. He merely intended to tease Gu Xiner. "How about this? I have rendered you a significant service. In return for this meal, will you grant me one request?" "What request?" Gu Xiner glowered at him, evidently still irked. "That cannot be disclosed just yet. You will understand in due course. I shall not engage in anything illegal. Rest assured, my request will be quite simple for you. Simple, yet unspeakable." Gu Xiner's imagination began to wander, and her cheeks flushed once more. Yi-en, intrigued, observed her bashful demeanor without pressing further. "Very well, I consent. However, this matter must remain a secret from Han Xia." After several moments of contemplation, Gu Xiner seemed to have resolved herself. Yi-en recognized that Gu Xiner had misconstrued his meaning, yet he chose not to clarify, merely nodding in agreement. Life's greatest misunderstandings often stem from the belief that someone harbors feelings for another, and many situations indeed begin with such misconceptions. Chapter 44. The handsomest man is the serious one. Yi-en sequestered himself in the east-facing guest room, immersing in solitude for an entire afternoon. He was engrossed in his reading. After a month of diligent study, he felt he had acquired a wealth of knowledge about the entertainment industry. Yet the threshold to true understanding remained elusive. Often, he wished the system would provide a progress bar for tasks, granting him a sense of direction. Alas, the system remained indifferent to Yi-en's plight. All he could do was bury himself in his studies, holding on to the hope that, one day, the task would be accomplished. The living room was desolate, devoid of even a sofa, leaving Gu Exener to languidly recline on her bed, scrolling through her phone in boredom. However, her aimlessness was not without purpose. As a publicity professional, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the latest news. After perusing the major headlines in the entertainment section, she found no significant developments and lost interest in continuing her search. Setting her phone aside, she rubbed her fatigued eyes, her thoughts drifting to Yi An's unexplained absence throughout the afternoon. What could he possibly be doing sequestered in the guest room? Curiosity ignited within her, prompting Gu Exener to leave her bedroom and approach the door of the guest room. She pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear any sounds. Silence enveloped her. Could it be that Yi An had succumbed to an afternoon slumber? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, she knocked on the door. To her surprise, Yi An's voice soon resonated from within, indicating that the door was unlocked. Gu Exener tentatively turned the handle, and the door swung open effortlessly. Inside the guest room, a bed was positioned alongside a modest bookshelf and a simple desk. Yi An was seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Gu Exener blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes, yet he truly was reading. Yi An, did you truly mean it when you said you enjoy reading? Gu Exener thought to herself, bemused. In the 21st century, it was indeed peculiar to encounter someone with such an eccentric passion. If Yi An were an elderly gentleman, it might be understandable. But he was merely a 20-year-old college student. Had he not yet exhausted the volumes of academia? Instead of departing immediately, she lingered a few meters away from Yi An, captivated for several minutes. She observed that whether driving or reading, Yi An exuded an air of remarkable seriousness. They say a serious man is the most handsome. Yi An was already a striking figure, and his earnest demeanor rendered him even more enchanting. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Exener once again found herself entranced. It was not until her feet began to tingle that she realized over half an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Fortunately, Yi An remained absorbed in his book, oblivious to her embarrassment. Otherwise, she would have wished to vanish from sight. Yi An, aware that Gu Exener had not left, glanced at his watch to find it nearing 7 o'clock, having read for over 5 hours. It was time for a break. Stretching lazily, he prepared to rise when he heard the sound of her footsteps. What brings you here? Yi An turned, looking at Gu Exener with curiosity. Oh, I'm just fine, she replied with a light chuckle. Gu Exener hastily waved her hand, startled by Yi An's earlier actions, and in her flustered state, nearly stumbled backward. Very well. Yi An did not pursue the matter further. He lifted his teacup and walked to the living room, refilling it with tea. He took a generous sip, still feeling thirsty, and drank again until the cup was empty, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Observing this, Gu Exener felt a twinge of regret. Had she known Yi An was so parched, she might have seized the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Saw thee, seen thee. I was so engrossed in my reading that I neglected you, our guest. It's fine. I actually have some work to attend to this afternoon. That's good to hear. Yeah, I know it. By the way, XING, what is the main business of your company? Isn't there something about artist management? Indeed, we have signed a few artists, but they are not particularly famous. You might not have even heard of them. I see. I had thought you might know some big stars like Liu Feifei or Yang Xiaohu and could introduce me. Well, I truly cannot assist you there. They are at the pinnacle of stardom. Not only me, but even our company S-boss would likely have little contact with them. Isn't it said that celebrities are merely playthings of capital? That may be true, but it also depends on the scale of the capital. Moreover, while the domestic entertainment industry is chaotic, it is still comparatively better than that of Han country. If one is unwilling, no one can force them at knife point. So, you mean to say that to rise in status, one must make certain sacrifices? There are no free lunches in this world, even with immense talent. It is the opportunity to shine that is often elusive. Of course, luck plays a significant role as well. Yi An nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that to achieve one's desires, one must pay the corresponding price. This principle applies universally. The entertainment industry is no different. Other realms are not far removed from this reality. Yi An, you don't genuinely intend to venture into the entertainment industry, do you? Gu Exener could not help but inquire, noticing that Yi An had broached the topic for the second time. I have some thoughts, but they are not yet fully formed. Yi An pondered for a moment, deciding to give Gu Exener a word of caution. Yi An, I know you have wealth, but the entertainment industry is fraught with peril. Each path is a narrow bridge crowded with countless competitors, making the competition exceedingly fierce, Gu Exener warned. I understand, but what if I could carve out a new path? A new path? Gu Exener did not grasp Yi An's meaning. Yes, but this is merely my preliminary idea, if I were to act on it. It may not be until 6 months or even a year later. I I still advise against it. The risks are substantial. Rest assured, I will not embark on anything without certainty, Yin replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Seeing that Yin did not seem to be acting rashly, but rather exuded confidence, Gu Xner was at a loss for how to dissuade him. That evening, Han Xia took to the kitchen. To demonstrate her honesty, Gu Xner insisted on assisting. Unsurprisingly, her involvement only complicated matters further. Han Xia struggled to refrain from ushering Gu Xner out of the kitchen multiple times, but given Gu Xner's resolute desire to learn cooking, it was difficult to dampen her enthusiasm. A meal that could typically be prepared in just over an hour took an entire 2 hours to complete. At the dining table, Han Xia could no longer hold back. Xiner, what has possessed you to suddenly want to learn how to cook? She asked, clearly exasperated. Hey, Guxin chuckled foolishly, certainly not intending to reveal the truth. The task of delivering Gu Xiner did not fall upon Yin this time. It was personally handled by Han Xia. After delivering Gu Xiner, he was merely taking a slightly longer route to work. Yin, on the other hand, had the opportunity to wander through the morning market. Each day, the market welcomed fresh supplies, alleviating any concern of running out of things to explore. After more than an hour of perusing, Yin's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 45. The Three Colors of Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity in Jadeite. Ever since the affluent heiress had been spurned by Yin, there had been no communication between them. Yin presumed she had either completely given up or was biding her time for revenge. Yet, the waters remained calm. Just as Yin was on the verge of forgetting her existence, she re-emerged. Hello, Miss Wang. What brings you to call? Wang Yurong's attractive face twitched momentarily. But recalling the purpose of her call, she suppressed her inner turmoil, took a deep breath, and said, The day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday, and he specifically requested your presence. Mr. Wang's 80th birthday, specifically requesting my attendance? Is this for real? Yin's skepticism was not directed at the authenticity of the birthday, but rather at the notion that Wang Yurong had not given up her mischievous intentions. What if she were to unilaterally announce their relationship in front of her family and numerous guests? Even if he intended to clarify matters, he would find no opportunity to do so. It would be utterly inappropriate to create a scene at the birthday celebration, irreparably damaging his relationship with the Wang family. If that were to occur, the Wang family might pursue him relentlessly. It was far too perilous. Indeed, young men must learn to protect themselves in the outside world. Yin's concerns were not mere whims. He could not allow even the slightest chance of such an event to transpire. Miss Wang, was it truly your grandfather who specifically requested my attendance? Do you think I'm deceiving you? Yin remained silent. Yin, I admit I was too reckless before, which may have caused you some confusion and trouble. This time, it is genuinely my grandfather who wishes for you to attend the birthday banquet. Are you truly the eldest daughter of the Wang family and not a scammer? It was no wonder Yin posed such a question. Wang Yurong had actually apologized, which was starkly inconsistent with her persona. Wang Yurong felt an urge to slam her phone down in frustration, yet she restrained herself. Her grandfather's request must be fulfilled. I am indeed Wang Yurong. If you don't believe me, we can have a video call. No need for video call. I believe you. Yin was merely astonished by Wang Yurong's demeanor, not genuinely doubting her identity. So, have you agreed then? Miss Wang, I have only met your grandfather once. Did he specify why he insists on my attendance at his birthday celebration? Didn't he mention it? But this banquet would be beneficial for you, offering nothing but advantages. The attendees will include renowned figures from both the Southwest province and across the nation, providing you with a valuable opportunity to forge connections. I'm merely an inconspicuous individual. It may not be fitting for me to attend. You are now worth nearly 200 million, with cash alone amounting to 14 billion. How can you claim to be an inconspicuous person? I simply lack experience in such gatherings, which leaves me feeling somewhat uncertain. There is no need for concern. With the cash flow you currently possess, even the most prominent figures would treat you with utmost respect. Have I truly become so formidable? What do you think? Perhaps the saying about the newly wealthy being blissfully unaware applies to me. You are being overly modest. My grandfather holds you in high regard. Yin finally gleaned some valuable information. It appears that old Master Wang places significant importance on him, perhaps solely due to his skill in gambling on stones. Thank you. By the way, if I were to attend, what sort of gift would you deem appropriate? You're asking me this? Wang Yurong nearly had her defenses shattered yet again. Well, it depends on your intentions. Miss Wang, if I were capable of discerning that, I wouldn't dare to inquire. Any gift would suffice. My grandfather has seen it all, and you need not present anything. If that is the case, it might indeed be old Master Wang's own idea. If Wang Yurong intended to create a stir at the birthday banquet, she would not suggest foregoing gifts. In that scenario, she would be the one losing face. Given such an opportunity, Yin was not averse to broadening his horizons. Building connections is one aspect. Primarily, it is about experiencing the world. Otherwise, one risks remaining a wealthy bumpkin. Of course, a gift is essential. As for what to give, there are still 2 days, so there is no rush. Miss Wang, please convey my gratitude to Old Master Wang. I shall be present at the birthday banquet on time in 2 days. Wang Yurong exhaled in relief. She was genuinely worried that Yin might decline. While others might not be reliable, Yin was particularly unpredictable, having learned from past experiences. Very well. I will send you the specific time and address shortly. Wait, is there no invitation or any form of verification? I fear that upon arrival, I might be halted by security and denied entry. Wang Yurong rubbed her forehead. This fellow must have watched too many dramas. I will send everything to you shortly. Miss Wang, if I hadn't mentioned it, would you have forgotten? Wang Yurong took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike him, and explained, no, it's quite all right. Lack of an invitation is not an issue. I will be there to greet guests with the younger members of the family at the entrance. Very well. After hanging up, Wang Yurong quickly sent the details. The location was surprisingly at the Royal Kai Grand Hotel, perfectly befitting the Wang family's stature. This was indeed fortuitous for Yin, sparing him a long journey. Now, it was time to continue exploring the morning market. Soon, Yin stumbled upon an unexpected delight at one of the stalls. Item name, raw jadeite. Item description, tricolored jadeite in red, green, and purple, vivid hues, exquisite texture, and decent quality with slight fissures. The colored portion weighs 46 kilograms, suitable for crafting into an ornament. Item price, 9 per million. Just as he contemplated a birthday gift, he encountered the auspicious 3-color jadeite. Had this not been orchestrated by the system, Yin would refuse to believe it. The pressing issue now was the limited time. There was simply no opportunity to transform it into an ornament. The artistry involved in crafting such pieces is paramount. Encountering a master artisan could easily double the price. The ratio of material to craftsmanship is crucial, particularly for ornaments. Unlike bracelets, cabochons, or talismans, which rely solely on the quality of jadeite. Presenting raw stone as a gift would undoubtedly be inappropriate. If refined, gifting jadeite, rough material, might be a gamble. There exists no precedent for this. Never mind. Let us proceed and discuss later. This is a raw stone from the renowned Damacan, weighing an impressive 14 kilograms. Such a sizable specimen is exceedingly rare, akin to those from the Hojiang region. The surface of the stone already reveals hints of color. The vendor has set an exorbitant price of 1 per million, evidently treating it as a raw material, and moreover as a semi-speculative stone. Ultimately, Yin acquired this raw stone for 1.2 million. As soon as the stone was in his possession, Yin contacted Zhao Lang. After a thorough discussion, Yin was left utterly disheartened. A grand ornament, from design to carving, would require at least several months of time. It appears that the only course of action is to extract the jade and then determine whether there are other suitable gifts. If none are found, Yin would have no choice but to unflinchingly present the jade rough to the elder Mr. Wang. Chapter 46, The Gift. After perusing the morning market until its closure, Yin visited the Tianguang Mall. Upon learning that Yin intended to transform the raw stone into a decorative piece, Zhao Lang understood the situation. The previous jade pieces had been nearly dismantled. This approach maximizes the avoidance of discrepancies in jade pricing. Upon returning home, Yin searched online, only to find results pertaining to health products, clothing, and footwear, far less reliable than presenting jade rough. However, antiques and calligraphy could be viable alternatives. After some contemplation, Yin decided to send a message to Wang Yurong, inquiring about the elder Mr. Wang's preferences. Wang Yurong's response was rather vague and uninformative. Consequently, Yin probed further into what Wang Yurong had gifted previously. Wang Yurong, initially reluctant to engage with Yi An's boldness, eventually relented under his persistent inquiries, curtly replying with a handheld piece. This assurance put Yin at ease. Had Wang Yurong readily provided specific suggestions, he might have harbored suspicions of her ulterior motives. As for whether this might provoke Wang Yurong's displeasure, Yin could only adopt a nonchalant attitude. From the gifts Wang Yurong had given, it was evident that elder Mr. Wang had a marked preference for jade products. Yin resolved to explore the antique market further. His scanning was not limited to merely scanning jade raw stones. The Shafeng jewelry market specializes in raw stones and jade trading, while also dealing in antiques, calligraphy, porcelain, and various other wares, constituting a comprehensive marketplace in Libyan City. The information above was gleaned from Yi An's online research. Upon entering, he discovered a plethora of jade traders, ranging from raw stones to jade roughs, and from semi-finished to finished products. After a lengthy search, he finally stumbled upon a calligraphy shop, only to find that it primarily focused on framing. The artworks displayed therein were generally of little value. This reinforces the adage that one should not place blind faith in online searches. Moreover, there are individuals who, upon falling ill, visit a hospital only to find the physician's assessment starkly diverging from the information available online, leading to doubts regarding the doctor's professionalism. Surely, such individuals are not numerous. Ian thought of Han Xia, who had resided in Libyan City for several years, likely possessing a deeper understanding than he. In Libyan City, there are no concentrated antique markets, just scattered stalls and small shops. The pursuit of antiques and calligraphy seemed largely futile. Ian resolved to focus on jade instead. Having come this far, he decided to leisurely explore the market. Upon entering the finished goods area, a myriad of jade products came into view: bracelets, renowned brands, various pendants, cabochons, and ornaments. Everything one could possibly imagine was present. The quality varied significantly, and naturally, so did the prices. After perusing the collection, Ian's attention was drawn to a rather exquisite jade figure of the Shoshing, modest in size, approximately the diameter of teacup, and oval in shape, showcasing a vibrant green hue. However, the craftsmanship was rather mediocre, suggesting it was not the work of a master artisan, thus somewhat squandering the jade's potential. Priced at 200,000, Ian hesitated momentarily before purchasing it for 160,000. Having concluded his exploration of the finished goods area, Ian proceeded to the rough stone section. After more than an hour of searching, he found nothing worthy of purchase. Consequently, he drove to the Fure Jewelry flagship store, both to pick up Han Xia after her work and because he recalled that this store housed a jade longevity peach. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of it previously, but had not scrutinized its quality or price. Most of the staff recognized Ian and were aware of his relationship with Han Xia. Upon seeing him, a female staff member promptly rushed to Han Xia's office. Kultivation after Han Xia immediate. Ian, I have a meeting after work. Perhaps you should rest in the lounge, she suggested. Typically, Ian arrived early and waited in his car, but this time he unexpectedly entered the store, leaving Han Xia a bit puzzled, though she did not dwell on it. I remember you have a jade longevity peach, so I came to have a look, he replied. Ah, is it for a senior in your family's birthday? Han Xia inquired as she guided him to the location of the jade longevity peach. Sort of, Ian nodded, then turned his gaze to the longevity peach. It was crafted from icy jade with floral inclusions. The peach shape was plump, the jade exquisite, and it glimmered with clarity, priced at 350,000. Ian felt a twinge of disappointment. While over 30,000 was not a trifling sum for a gift, the recipient mattered significantly. Was he truly considering gifting that tricolor jade rough stone? The thought left him somewhat reluctant. Moreover, he feared it might lead to misunderstandings. After a moment of contemplation, Ian addressed Han Xia. Sister Xia, please package this longevity peach. I shall take it. When is the birthday of the elder in your family? She asked. Not a family elder. Rather, it is an elderly gentleman I met in Libyan City. He sent me an invitation for his birthday, and it would be somewhat inappropriate not to attend, Ian clarified, hoping to alleviate any wild speculations from Han Xia. I see. Han Xia called over a staff member to package the jade longevity peach for Ian. After a credit card transaction of 350,000, Ian smiled and thanked the cashier before exchanging pleasantries with Han Xia as he exited the store. The cashier, well aware of the relationship between Ian and Han Xia, was nonetheless taken aback by Ian's nonchalance in spending such a sum for a birthday gift. Wow. My brother-in-law is incredibly stylish, she mused. If only I could have such a wealthy and handsome boyfriend. Ian, now exuding an undeniable allure, could easily captivate a multitude of beautiful women should he choose to beckon them. He was no stranger to such attention. Currently, he possessed 3 jade items. The Shoshing figure of decent quality but with rather ordinary craftsmanship, making it somewhat unsuitable for display. The quality and craftsmanship of the longevity peach are satisfactory. Yet the price seems somewhat low. The 3-colored jadeite, red, green, and purple, though polished, remains merely raw material. This is quite vexing. Ian, feeling overwhelmed, decides to abandon the matter, opting instead to immerse herself in a book. Reading allows one to lose track of time and forget their troubles. Upon returning home, Ian briefly relayed her situation to Han Xia. Husband, you should consult Master Yang regarding this matter, Han Xia suggested. Master Yang? Yin pondered, suddenly recalling his expertise. Indeed, how could I overlook such a pivotal figure? You can directly inquire with Master Yang, even if our Fu Rue jewelry does not possess it. He certainly has connections with other colleagues. Yin nodded appreciatively and bestowed a fervent kiss upon Han Xia, pausing only when they both gasped for breath. Han Xia, blustening, muttered under her breath. Yin then called Yang Tianxing. The unfortunate news was that Fu Rue jewelry in Li Bian City did not have jadeite products that met her specifications. However, the silver lining was that Yang Tianxing could assist her in reaching out to other sellers. His efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, new information arrived. Someone was willing to part with a jade bat. Yin opened the image sent by Yang Tianxing, revealing a circular pendant composed of 5 bats facing inward, surrounding a door. The quality of the jade was exceptional, nearly achieving a full color state, with splendid texture and clarity. Each bat was distinct, yet vividly lifelike, symbolizing good fortune with the notion of 5 blessings arriving at one's door. The asking price was steep, 1 million. Yin readily agreed. After all, the significance of 1 million is also quite auspicious, representing longevity. Chapter 47. Attending the birthday banquet. The issue that had plagued Yi and for much of the day was thus resolved, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude to Han Xia, the true benefactor. As for the longevity peach and the longevity star, they would not go to waste, for they were indeed splendid gifts to be bestowed upon others. In a hurry, Han Xia dashed out, having partied too exuberantly the night before, nearly missing her morning. Meanwhile, Yin arranged to meet with Yang Tianxing. After paying 1 million to acquire the jade bat, she returned to the morning market. By lunchtime, news arrived from Zhaolang. The 3-color jadeite had been processed. Yang Tianxing, having just completed a transaction with Yi in that morning, returned in the afternoon for yet another deal. He felt somewhat at a loss for words, sensing he was working for Yi and around the clock. Yet, this sentiment was welcomed, as no one would turn down financial gain. This time, Yin refrained from directly offering money. Previously, they had repeatedly declined cash, only reluctantly accepting after much insistence. He understood that, as employees, accepting money privately could lead to complications if discovered. Thus, he brought fine cigarettes, tea, and liquor instead, valued gifts that matched the monetary equivalent. Shortly after, a call from Wang Yurong interrupted. Yin, I heard you process the 3-color jadeite. Why did you not inform me and instead sell it directly? Yin felt discomfort at the accusatory tone, wondering who she thought she was. Any remaining goodwill she had felt evaporated in an instant. Miss Wang, the raw stone I purchased and the jadeite I extracted from it, whom I choose to sell it to, is my prerogative. Am I expected to report every detail to you? In truth, as soon as Wang Yurong uttered those words, she regretted them. Yet she did not anticipate such a vehement reaction from Yin. The words of apology lingered on her lips, only to be swiftly transformed into, Yin, you know I did not mean it that way. I beg your pardon, but I am unaware, Yin interrupted coolly. If Miss Wang has come to question me, I understand. If there is nothing further, I shall terminate this call. Wait, Wang Yurong said, nearly hanging up out of frustration. However, she felt wronged by such an abrupt end to the conversation. Suppressing her ire, she remarked, I merely wish to inquire about how your gift preparations are coming along. I'm all set. If you truly are at a loss for what to prepare, that tricolor jadeite would suffice splendidly, but alas. What did you say? You are prepared? Yin could only chuckle. Wang Yurong, as he had surmised, resided perpetually in her own realm, utterly oblivious to the sentiments of others. Otherwise, her response would not have been so delayed. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Yin abruptly ended the call. He resolved that after delivering the gift tomorrow, he would sever all connections with Wang Yurong. As for any potential retaliation from her, did she truly believe he was malleable? He had been accommodating and cautious previously because of her status. Yet now, as a billionaire himself, he could roam freely wherever he pleased. Money fortifies a man's stature, a truth that remains timeless. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yin was at the Xiaofeng jewelry market examining stones. A sum of 10 million had been deposited. The reason for this amount was that Furue jewelry possessed its own processing team and skilled artisans, and the tricolor jadeite was indeed ideal for crafting exquisite ornaments, with production costs significantly lower than those in the external market. Having spent over 120,000 yesterday, Yin's wealth had not merely remained intact, but had increased, surpassing 150 million, reaching a total of 110,000,000. The only drawback was that, thus far today, he had achieved no fortune. The day of the venerable Wang Yi's 80th birthday had arrived. At 11:30 in the morning, Yin drove to the Huangkai Grand Hotel. The scene outside the hotel was particularly lively, with parking spaces filled to capacity. Yin had to venture 200 meters before finding a place to park. As he made his way to the hotel on foot, he passed an array of luxury vehicles. Mere meters from the hotel, a red carpet unfurled before him. Although few in number, those on the carpet were elegantly dressed and exuded an extraordinary presence, likely all there to celebrate Wang's birthday. At the end of the red carpet, by the hotel entrance, stood 2 rows of strikingly poised hostesses. As Ian stepped further inside, he spotted Wang Yurong. Accompanying her were 6 individuals, one appearing to be in his 40s, presumably an elder from Wang Yurong's family. The others were young, a mix of both genders, all possessing remarkable looks. Amidst the crowd, Wang Yurong stood out like a crane among chickens, her beauty remarkably radiant. "Mr. Zhao, you have arrived." Thank you, thank you." The middle-aged man in his 40s greeted a stout, shorter gentleman with a warm smile. Ian stood behind the stout man, who, without producing an invitation, engaged in a few polite exchanges with a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s before entering. It seems Wang Yurong was not dishonest in this regard. The gentleman appeared somewhat familiar. "May I inquire your name?" The middle-aged man, upon seeing Yin, did not recognize him, nor did anyone step forward to claim him. Yet his demeanor remained exceedingly courteous as he inquired. Those attending the birthday celebration were all invited guests. The individuals at the entrance, welcoming the invitees, were presumably familiarized with them beforehand. The middle-aged man's words were a gentle reminder to others to identify Yin uncle. "This is my friend, Yin," Wang Yurong explained, arriving fashionably late. "Ah, so he's a friend of Yurong's. Please, come in," the middle-aged man beamed, his smile growing even more radiant. Wang Yurong was undoubtedly being intentional. There was no need for excessive politeness. Upon entering the hotel, a dedicated server guided Yin, who handed over the jade bat he had brought as a birthday gift to the steward in charge of receiving gifts, announcing his name. The steward flipped through several pages of a ledger, located the corresponding name, and noted down the jade bat without specifying its particular style or value. Yin was curious as to how they would distinguish who sent what after the event, as there was no assurance that no one else had brought a similar gift. Following the server's lead, Yin entered the hotel restaurant. In fact, he had been here before when Su Shiai's had hosted guests in a private room at the Huangkai Grand Hotel. However, this occasion was on a grander scale, as the Wang family had reserved the entire restaurant and its private rooms in advance. To Yin's surprise, he was ushered into a private room, specifically the esteemed Tianzi room. Coincidentally, Su Shiai's was also present in this very room. "Ah, you've arrived, my young brother." Su Shiai's, engaged in jovial conversation with others in the room, immediately halted his chatter upon seeing Yi-un and waved him over. "Sugu, it has indeed been a while." Yin replied as he took a seat beside Su Shiai's. "I'm doing well. You're being modest. Last time, there were too few attendees, and we didn't indulge sufficiently. This time we must make up for it," Su Shiai said, rising to scan the room, introducing Yin. "This is Yin, my younger brother." "Hello, everyone." Yin stood to greet the assembly. "Yin, this is Lin Huan from the provincial capital. And this is Wu Shuping from the Wu family in Deshi," Su Shiai's continued, introducing Yi and to each individual present. Those introduced responded with courtesy, standing to acknowledge Yin. Being situated in this private room indicated that their statuses were relatively comparable, thus fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie and enjoyment among the guests. Chapter 48. How Chaotic the Elite Circle Is. At 11:58, the dishes began to arrive in succession, signaling the formal commencement of the birthday banquet. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the passing of toasts, over half an hour slipped by. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a group of newcomers, among whom was the venerable Wang Leiazizi, Wang Zhengwo, whom Yin had met before. Today he donned a vibrant red tang suit, exuding festivity, his face aglow, appearing much more spirited than during their last encounter. Accompanying Wang Leiazizi, aside from Wang Yurong, were several middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s. "Grandpa Wang, what brings you here?" Su Shiai's murmured to himself, quickly rising to his feet. The others, whether engaged in drinking or selecting dishes, also stood up in unison. "Yi Shaoyuyo, it has been over a month since our last meeting, has it not?" Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the venerable Wang Leioi chuckled as he approached Yin and took a stand beside him. "Indeed, it has been over a month, and you appear increasingly spirited, Wang Leioi. One must acknowledge the passage of time. Yi Xiaoyu, do make it a point to visit the estate more often. After all, each encounter may be one less in the future." May you live as long as the southern mountains and enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern seas. I shall surely visit you more often. Sharp-tongued as ever, Wang Leoi playfully rebuked. Now, continue your merriment. I shall not intrude upon the youthful exchanges. With that, he departed the private room, accompanied by a group of attendees. The previously hushed atmosphere of the room erupted into lively chatter as acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar, began to engage in whispered conversations. Yet, their glances frequently drifted toward the composed Yan as they speculated about his true identity. Su Size, a direct descendant of the Su family and one of its designated heirs, was notably cordial to Yan, which was understandable given their shared youth. However, the fact that Wang Leoi personally deigned to greet Yi and added an air of intrigue to the situation. Seated beside Su Shiais, a young man from the Lin family, Lin Huan leaned closer and inquired softly. Su Shiais himself was perplexed. While he possessed some insights, he remained astonished by Wang Leoi's demeanor that day. His gaze toward Yi and was tinged with skepticism. Not only the individuals within the room were bewildered, even the middle-aged companions who had accompanied Wang Leoi were equally mystified. Among them, a tall and strikingly handsome man, Wang Kaifeng, who was the father of Wang Yurong, discreetly tugged at his daughter's gown, casting her a questioning look. Wang Yurong, displaying a lack of decorum, shrugged, indicating her own surprise at her grandfather's unexpected display. Wang Kaifeng instinctively connected the situation to his daughter, dismissing her unladylike gesture as he continued to signal with his eyes. Wang Yurong finally whispered, "His name is Yin. He is exceptionally skilled in stone gambling, having amassed over 100 million in just over a month." Even Wang Kaifeng, a titan of the business world, could not suppress his astonishment upon hearing his daughter's words. 100 million, not merely a million, achieved in the span of just over a month. The ventures he oversaw often struggled to yield a net income of 100 million for the Wang family within a year. It was no wonder that if this were the sole basis for assessment, Yin might merely be regarded as a promising talent. His father would never have engaged in such an extraordinary act otherwise. In Wang Kaifeng's eyes, Wang Leoi's actions that day were indeed remarkable, hinting at undisclosed matters yet to be revealed. The birthday banquet continued, though the atmosphere gradually shifted. Guests began to abandon their seats, seeking conversations with one another. This, after all, was the true purpose for which the majority had gathered at the celebration. Conscious of their identities, many gravitated towards the prestigious private room number 1, where the esteemed Wang elder resided, in hopes of making a favorable impression. Those lacking sufficient status sought out neighboring tables or other private rooms for socializing. Su Size, feeling a surge of eagerness, leaned closer to Yi and, "Brother, shall we venture out for a bit?" Yi In's intention was indeed to broaden his horizons. However, he was not overly concerned with networking. The primary reason for his reticence was his meteoric rise, which left him devoid of any foundational connections, not even possessing his own business. It would be rather absurd to boast of having over 100 million in liquid assets to strangers. Nonetheless, with Su Shiais accompanying him, many obstacles were alleviated, prompting him to nod in agreement. Indeed, with the illustrious Su family name backing him, Yin was treated with utmost courtesy wherever he ventured. Particularly, his youthful charm and distinct charisma complemented his stature beside Su Shiais, allowing him to not only hold his own, but subtly overshadow his companion, thereby deflecting any scrutinizing gazes. This presence, however, drew the attention of numerous women. Yin noticed this, yet lamentably, even amidst such an elite gathering, none possessed the qualities to captivate him. Moreover, one of them was a married woman, leaving him to ponder whether her husband was present. If not, her demeanor suggested that the night might unfold with restlessness. In contrast, the temperamental Miss Wang appeared as innocent as a pristine white lotus. Naturally, Yin discerned the alluring glances cast his way by the married woman. Yet he had no inclination to reciprocate or entertain any thoughts beyond mere observation. "Brother, it seems that Jin Shiai has taken quite an interest in you. Have you considered an ephemeral liaison?" Su Shiais remarked with a teasing smirk. "Do you know her?" Yin inquired, his expression inscrutable. "Of course I know her," Su Shiais affirmed earnestly. "She is somewhat of a celebrity in our circle, having aided her husband's family in establishing a publicly listed company through her endeavors." Yin's intrigue was piqued. Is it so common to witness such occurrences? What is so shocking about it? However, few achieve the level of success that Jin Shiai has attained. They say one can jest about poverty, but not about prostitution. Perhaps many secretly envy her husband. Su Shiais replied, "This circle is indeed tumultuous. One becomes accustomed to it, Su Shiai's responded, undeterred. Whenever money is involved, sordid dealings are inevitable. The flesh may be deemed the least valuable, yet is relatively clean. Yin fell silent, recognizing that individuals from different strata possessed entirely disparate attitudes towards such matters. If you genuinely hold an interest in Jin Shiai, I could facilitate an introduction. In truth, merely showcasing your cash flow would attract not only Jin Shiai, but many young women eager to share your bed. Yin shook his head, expressing his disinterest. Chapter 49. The Wang Family, Wang Yujia. Indeed, if you can turn down the likes of Miss Wang, it is no wonder you would overlook Jin Shiai, Su Shiai's mused. Feeling a sudden wave of melancholy, it was disheartening for him, as one of the heirs to the Su family, to witness a goddess he idolized being so readily dismissed by Yin. It seemed evident that Su Shiai's harbored genuine feelings for Wang Yurong, such as the life of the affluent, accompanied by their unique tribulations. Enough of that. I must meet a prominent figure in the investment sector. Would you care to join me? Su Shiai's quickly regained his composure and inquired. Yin shook his head. Su Shiai's nodded in understanding, gesturing in a particular direction. You may seek him out. His name is Su Tianhua, the head of Su Jewelry in the mainland and the most formidable heir of the company. Given your prowess in stone gambling, the scale of Furue Jewelry may still be insufficient. It will be beneficial for you to connect with Su Tianhua in advance. Yin followed Su Shiai's pointed direction and observed a young man in his 30s surrounded by a dozen individuals. The young man had an unremarkable appearance, but stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, engaging in a conversation with those gathered around him, exuding a reserved yet dignified demeanor. Recognizing the awkwardness of Yi An's situation, Su Shiai's remarked, "Let us facilitate this connection. Allow me to introduce you." "Thank you, Sugo." With Su Shiai's endorsement, many complications could be avoided, and Yin had no reason to refuse. There is no need for formality between us. With that, they proceeded side by side towards Su Tianhua. Su Tianhua, evidently familiar with Su Shiai's, welcomed him with an even more genuine smile upon his arrival. "Huage, this is my brother, Yin," Su Shiai's introduced directly. "Brother? You flatter me," Su Tianhua chuckled, extending his hand toward Yi and Mr. Yi. "Your reputation precedes you." "Oh, you have heard of my younger brother Yi An's exploits?" "Indeed, it's unfortunate that I've been too preoccupied to visit Libyan City recently." Yin extended his hand, shaking Su Tianhua as firmly. "Suzong, you are too kind. I speak nothing but the truth." Su Tianhua's handshake was firm, seemingly striving to convey sincerity behind his words. "Well then, I shall leave you to your conversation." Su Shiai's, observing Su Tianhua's genuine interest in Yian, departed with ease. Once Su Shiai's was gone, Su Tianhua addressed the crowd, stating that he and Mr. Yi had matters to discuss. Though curious about Yi An's identity, the others discreetly withdrew. "Mr. Yi, shall we take a stroll?" Su Tianhua asked. Yi nodded in agreement, as it was indeed his intention. "I must admit, I'm somewhat curious as to why Mr. Yi initially approached Furue Jewelry rather than opting for a more formidable entity like ours." Su Tianhua appeared genuinely intrigued, a hint of bewilderment gracing his expression. "Su Zong, would you believe me if I said I was simply being lazy and chose the nearest option?" "I do believe that, Mr. Yi. In truth, even had you not sought me out, I would have found an opportunity to discuss matters with you. So, perhaps I was too eager?" Yan chuckled softly. "You possess exceptional stone gambling abilities, yet lack a sufficiently substantial clientele, whereas our Su family requires high-quality jade to maintain our elite clientele. And we cannot afford to place all our eggs in one basket. Our collaboration is naturally founded upon mutual necessity, rendering the notion of one party being the weaker a mischaracterization." Su Tianhua's candor in this regard was quite commendable. Perhaps this encapsulates his grand perspective. Yin deemed it unnecessary to hold back. General Su is indeed a man of remarkable stature, a true leader in the inland region. The purpose of my visit, as you have surmised, is to explore potential collaboration between us. Indeed, there is a possibility. The two reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation, though discussing specific details in such a crowded and public venue was impractical. They exchanged contact information, and Su Tianhua took his leave. In addition to broadening his horizons, Yin forged new connections during this trip. While these relationships may not prove immediately beneficial, they could very well be advantageous in the future. The most significant achievement, of course, was establishing a line of communication with the senior management of Su's Jewelry. Yin had conducted research on Furue Jewelry. While jadeite constituted a larger proportion of their business compared to other companies, it still only accounted for around 19. The annual procurement volume, excluding mid-range and low-end jadeite rough materials, would not exceed 30 billion. This substantial sum primarily circulates within domestic and Myanmar public auctions. Given the unique geographical location of Libyan city, the dispensable funds at the disposal of responsible figures like Yang Tianxing are somewhat larger, yet still limited. Yin was concerned that he might, at some unforeseen moment, release jadeite, only for Yang Tianxing to be unable to absorb it. Su's jewelry primarily deals in gold and diamonds, with jadeite comprising a relatively modest 12. However, due to its significant scale, the investment in jadeite surpasses that of Furue jewelry. Another motivation for Yi In's desire to collaborate with Su's jewelry stemmed from the fact that Yang Tianxing had indirectly or directly acquired over 100 million in jadeite rough materials from Yin. It had not garnered the attention of Furue jewelry's upper echelons. This could be attributed to the Wang family being shareholders. After all, Old Master Wang is the Jade Emperor, a legendary figure. His presence diminishes the necessity to regard others with deference. In blunt terms, Yin's rapid ascent has left him lacking in foundational depth. Unless there are those with discerning eyes, he might not evoke sufficient regard from the established elites. Just as Yin contemplated how to extract maximum benefit from a partnership with Su's jewelry, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, gradually approaching him. Even before her arrival, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Yin instinctively rubbed his nose, not from discomfort, but rather the scent was quite pleasant. "Hello, Mr. Yi, may I introduce myself?" "My name is Wang Yujia," she said, extending her delicate hand. This young woman rivaled Wang Yurong in beauty, and they bore a slight resemblance to one another. Yet their auras were strikingly different. Wang Yurong could be described in more mundane terms as somewhat aloof, while the newcomer, though not overly flirty, exuded a captivating charm. Particularly notable were her alluring peach blossom eyes. Despite lacking a smile, they radiated an enchanting allure. Character: Wang Yujia. Age: 25. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Attractiveness: 95, superior. Physique: 91, exceptional. Vitality: 68, normal. Awareness: 75, outstanding. Character: 100. Favorability: 20. Wang Yurong is the first extraordinary beauty that Yin encounters, whose figure surpasses a remarkable 95, while Wang Yujia is distinguished as the first exquisite maiden with an allure rated at 95. It is no wonder that Yin is utterly captivated. Evidently, the Wang family has instilled commendable values, as she remains untouched at the age of 25. Or perhaps, she is a restless spirit, waiting for the right opportunity. Chapter 50. The Unsavory Affairs of the Aristocracy. Mr. Yi, I have heard that you are quite familiar with my cousin, Rongrong. It turns out she is Wang Yurong's cousin, which explains the subtle resemblance between the two. I wouldn't say we are very familiar. We have merely crossed paths a few times, Yin replied, shaking his head in denial. Is that so? But I've heard you are her friend. Wang Yujia tilted her head, her alluring eyes fixed on Yin. And even though he was accustomed to the presence of stunning women, he couldn't help but be taken aback by her charm. Her allure seemed innate, devoid of any artifice. Yet it easily stirred one's imagination. Who said that? Be careful, or I shall accuse them of slander. Yin met her gaze with a jest to deflect her enchantment. Mr. Yi, you truly are a man of humor, she giggled, and although this joke was well worn in Yin's memory, it had yet to be uttered in this world. It succeeded in amusing Wang Yujia. Her laughter was so delightful it nearly took Yin's breath away. Miss Wang, what brings you to me? Yin had no choice but to shift the topic. Oh, nothing of great importance. I merely wish to befriend you, Wang Yujia said, her smile fading into a serious demeanor. Befriend? Yin's guard was immediately raised. One Wang Yurong was already enough to cause him distress. He had resolved to sever all ties with her after today. The thought of entangling with another, Wang Yujia, was a daunting prospect. Miss Wang, you jest. I possess little of worth. How could I possibly befriend someone of your stature? Length is not essential. Even breadth will suffice, she retorted, nearly causing Yin to blurt out an expletive. Was that truly her interpretation? And how could she accept such a statement with such gravity? Gastgeist, emer igrike. You wouldn't mind, would you? Miss Wang, we are not well acquainted, and it is better to keep our jests appropriate, Yin replied with a straight face. Very well, I concede my error. Shall I be punished? Wang Yujia said, half turning to display her alluring figure, as if inviting him to act. Yin was rendered speechless. He had been playfully teased by a woman. Were the circumstances different, he would have certainly given her a taste of reality. Mr. Yi, I acknowledge that my figure does not rival my sister S, but surely my appearance is not inferior. Why can you befriend her and not me? I reiterate, I am not friends with Wang Yurong. That is quite fortuitous. Her temperament is indeed unsuitable for friendship, yet I am different. Enough. I have no intention of engaging in your rivalry. Thus, Miss Wang, there is no need for you to lower yourself to befriend me. Mr. Yi is indeed astute. That makes me even more eager to befriend you. You are indeed exceptionally astute, as is your entire family. Yin, weary of further discourse, has discerned that no matter what he says, Wang Yujia has meticulously prepared her responses. Although he has heard whispers of the sordid affairs within the elite circles, he wishes to remain uninvolved in their strife. Frustrated beyond measure, Yin chose to depart. He had already obtained what he desired and saw no reason to linger and be used as a pawn. Wang Yujia did not pursue him. Instead, she watched him leave with a subtle smile, finding her cousin's choice of companion rather intriguing. Yet recognizing the formidable challenge her cousin faced in winning him over, she felt a sense of relief. Initially, she had not regarded Yi and with much esteem. However, upon learning from her father that their grandfather had personally visited Yi and treated him with kindness, she became unsettled. As one of the esteemed daughters of the Wang family, she was aware that Wang Yurong had always been favored by their grandfather. Should Wang Yurong secure a formidable ally, her own chances would dwindle to nothing, a scenario she could not accept. Thus, she sought out Yin. His performance exceeded her expectations. Although he was young and possessed considerable wealth, he remained unfazed by her allure, astutely unveiling her intentions. It was no wonder her grandfather valued him so highly. Such a person must be utilized for her advantage. Wang Yurong, her cousin, was someone she understood all too well, having enjoyed a smooth path since childhood. Always basking in their grandfather's affection, she was inherently self-centered. Even if Yin were exemplary, she would never pursue him. The advantages lie with me. Wang Yujia clenched her delicate fist, bolstering her resolve. Before exiting the hotel, Yin sent a message to Su Shiai's and then disregarded the happenings within the establishment, making his way directly to the Xiaofeng jewelry market. Within the market, the prevalent topic was the upcoming 80th birthday celebration of the esteemed Elder Wang. While many might not attend the banquet, the news circulated swiftly. If they were to learn that he had participated in the celebration and had been personally received by the elder, their reactions would be intriguing. Yin contemplated this, marveling at the Elder Wang's influence. To be referred to as the King of Jade is no trivial matter. The Wang family's prosperity can indeed be attributed to him alone. Without the assistance of the system, he would likely never have achieved such heights. Once again, he expressed gratitude to his benefactor, the system. Regrettably, his flattery yielded no results, and he returned empty-handed. From her comments, it seemed she regretted not meeting the legendary Jade King. Yin was surprised to discover that Han Xia was also an admirer of the Elder Wang, leaving him both amused and bemused. Considering the elder's invitation, he pondered whether he might take Han Xia to meet him, thereby fulfilling her celebrity dream. However, he ultimately decided against it. It was not out of jealousy, but rather a desire to avoid deeper entanglements with the Wang family, and he had no intention of involving Han Xia. Upon returning home, Ian promptly retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, only to notice a red, indicating a new friend request. To his astonishment, it was from Wang Yujia. Her avatar is a true reflection of her, an unretouched and unfiltered photograph, where she beams with a radiant smile, revealing two charming dimples. Instead of appearing merely adorable, her striking peach blossom eyes exude an innate allure, captivating all who gaze upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin exited the contact interface and navigated to Wang Yurong's chat window. Chapter 51. The peach blossom descends from heaven. Initially, he intended to block her outright, yet he pondered that such an action might provoke Wang Yurong's rebellious spirit. Ultimately, Yin opted for the message mute mode instead. As for the phone number, he would simply choose not to answer in the future. He felt he had already shown sufficient consideration toward Wang Yurong, and should she continue to press the matter, he would not hesitate to sever all communication. In comparison to Wang Yurong, Wang Yujia also posed a significant nuisance. So Yin resolved to nip any burgeoning issues in the bud. Time would reveal everything. As long as he ignored Wang Yurong, Wang Yujia would inevitably receive the news, thus extinguishing her hopes. Having settled all matters, Yin exhaled in relief. However, before he could bask in his newfound ease, an unfamiliar call rang in, displaying a number from the provincial capital of Southwest Province. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the call interface and opened WeChat to investigate the incoming number. As he expected, it was indeed Wang Yujia. Yin finally grasped the meaning of a blissful burden. he certainly would not answer. Instead, he locked his phone, silencing its ring. 2 minutes later, the phone buzzed again, still Wang Yujia. Minutes passed, and Wang Yujia persistently called 5 times in total. Enough is enough, Ian thought, vexed, feeling the urge to curse. Was it merely his handsome appearance, well-built physique, remarkable skills, distinguished aura, or composed demeanor that incessantly attracted such romantic entanglements? Was it truly true that if one blossoms, the butterflies will come? Family, who understand this kind of trouble? Darling, so late, who is calling you? Normally, Han Xia seldom inquired about Yi An's affairs, but after witnessing 5 unanswered calls, her curiosity was piqued. Just a nuisance. We needn't concern ourselves with her. Ian chuckled as he explained, then promptly silenced his phone. With Han Xia by his side, he earnestly returned to his reading. Han Xia refrained from further questioning, content to quietly accompany Ian, finding solace in watching him engrossed in his book. She felt immensely satisfied with her current life, a beloved job by day and a cherished companion by night. Moments like these, nestled beside him in tranquil reading, were precious. Yet, she understood that such a life could not endure indefinitely. However, she believed one should not be overly greedy. It was essential to cherish every moment. As for the future, she trusted that Yin would not abandon her. That was enough. Meanwhile, Wang Yujia was devoid of Han Xia's serene disposition. In a fit of exasperation, she hurled her phone, her chest heaving violently, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Damn you, Yin. Do not let me discover that you are deliberately ignoring my messages and avoiding my calls. Otherwise, Wang Yujia intended to utter a harsh threat. But upon reflecting on her grandfather's regard for Yi En and the latter's formidable capabilities, her resolve wavered. Nevertheless, the consequences were beyond her capacity to bear. Wang Yurong, a woman of immense pride, had also faced setbacks at Yi En's hands, enduring the humiliation in silence. Yin, you pique my interest more and more. Sooner or later, I shall have you willingly kneeling beneath my pomegranate skirt. No, beneath my ultra-short skirt. Having failed in her quest for revenge, Wang Yujia resolved to win Yin over. If Wang Yurong could not conquer him, she would, and that would be a victory, regardless of the means. Thus, she commenced gathering more detailed information about Yin, thriving in his abode, seemed to attract fortune from the heavens. If his elder brother were aware, he might have expressed gratitude for the warmth bestowed by Miss Wang. Time for adults always slips away swiftly. Indeed, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yin had either perused the jade market or stayed home assisting various craftsmen in the installation of household appliances. As of yesterday, the appliances purchased by Han Xia were nearly all in place. Out of 1 million, she had spent less than 100,000. Yin understood Han Xia's actions, considering the remaining funds as her pocket money. Today, Yin rose early as usual. After sharing breakfast with Han Xia, he prepared to visit the morning market. As he drove out of the community, he was halted by none other than Wang Yujia. Furrowing his brow, he noted that this woman, who had been quiet for 5 days, had now come to confront him personally. Intentionally ignoring her, he found himself unable to proceed as she was blocking the entrance. Miss Wang, could you please move aside? Yin called out as he rolled down the window. Mr. Yi, on this sweltering day, won't you invite me to sit in your car? Wang Yujia had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her makeup leaned toward sophistication, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses. Her upper attire consisted of a delicate black lace long-sleeve top, while her lower half was adorned with a cream-colored bodycon skirt. Her long, slender legs were encased in nude stockings, and she stepped into black high-heeled sandals. This ensemble, complemented by her fair and delicate skin, rendered her utterly enchanting. With her alluring peach blossom eyes, Yin had no doubt that even a wise monk would be tempted to forsake his vows in her presence. At that moment, several individuals were entering and exiting the community, and Yin noticed a man nearly colliding with the barricade. Get in quickly, he said with irritation, as honking cars began to accumulate behind him, creating a traffic congestion that could lead to an accident if Wang Yujia remained in place. Very well, Wang Yujia, undeterred by Yi An's brusque tone, replied with a bright smile as she opened the passenger door. Upon entering, she deliberately smoothed her skirt before sitting with her legs neatly together. If you're so concerned about a wardrobe malfunction, why dress like this at all? Yin couldn't help but silently critique her choice. Miss Wang, where are you headed? I can offer you a ride. Yin started the vehicle, unwavering in his gaze. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Wang Yujia said earnestly, turning her cheek. Are you referring to my cousin? She possesses that temperament, seemingly gentle yet inherently self-centered, rarely considering the feelings of others. I'm speaking of both of you. Mr. Yi, it seems you have misconstrued my intentions. I sought you out for a specific matter. What is it? I have gathered some insight into my cousin's dealings with you, and I am here to extend her apologies. I am listening. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my cousin may have caused you. I have heard your words and accept them. Is everything resolved now? Of course not. I previously mentioned my desire to cultivate a friendship with you, and I am quite serious about it. I seem to recall stating that our statuses are not on par. That is of no consequence. With your abilities, in less than a decade, perhaps even in 5 years, you will ascend to heights unimaginable to an ordinary person. At that time, you will be but 25, and I too am currently 25. By this comparison, how is there a disparity in status? Miss Wang, you truly hold me in high regard. There is no need for false modesty. Any man who captures the admiration of both sisters of the Wang family is destined for remarkable success. I appreciate your kind words. No need for thanks. Simply agreeing to be friends would suffice. Yin glanced at Wang Yujia's data panel. Chapter 52. I shall make you a father. The affinity score had reached 38 points, barely qualifying as acquaintances. Yet, they were still far from being friends. How could she fabricate such falsehoods with a straight face? Indeed, women are inherently skilled at performing. I, too, enjoy making friends. However, true friendship requires mutual recognition. Miss Wang, I implore you to be honest with yourself. Do you genuinely consider me a friend, or merely a tool to deal with Wang Yurong? Wang Yujia felt as though her true self had been laid bare. A hint of panic flickered across her face. Yet she quickly composed herself. Yin, I genuinely regard you as a friend. Is that so? Yin inquired, his gaze piercing. Alas, you do not even believe your own words. How can I place my trust in them? Thus, the matter of friendship shall be postponed. Postponed? Is that not rather hasty? Yin rolled his eyes. Such old cliches should not be employed for jest. Wang Yujia sensed an unsettling power in Yin's gaze, as though he could see through all facades. She dared not delude herself any longer. Her tone softened. Yin, our time together has been brief. Cannot you be a bit magnanimous and grant us more time? I will sincerely come to regard you as a friend. The air was thick with a hint of seduction. Yin remained silent. Wang Yujia bit her lip. Perhaps I might even develop feelings for you, and then you would possess such a beautiful girlfriend, causing envy among your classmates and a slight revenge on your childhood friend, Qin Yuling. I already have a girlfriend. You mean Han Xia, right? She can at best be considered your lover. It is quite normal for an exceptional man to have several lovers. I shall not feel jealous. You are indeed remarkably magnanimous. Yin cast a surprised glance at Wang Yujia. Am I not magnanimous? Do I not possess the potential to be a grand matron? Wang Yujia declared with pride. Yin was tempted to nod in agreement, yet he resisted, bemused by how this woman had strayed from the topic at hand. Was the current discussion truly about who would be the grand matron and who the lover? She seemed more akin to a vixen. Her words were enticing, but he was not one to be swayed by fanciful dreams. Thus, he suggested, if you have nothing further to say, perhaps you should alight from the vehicle. Wang Yujia faltered, finally understanding the frustration her cousin, Wang Yurong, must have felt. Despite her persuasions, Yin remained impervious, exhibiting a remarkable steadiness uncommon in men. Yet, this only fueled Wang Yujia's determination. The more challenging Yin proved, the more rational he appeared. A man's most admirable trait is his emotional stability. Such men are destined for greater journeys. If Yin could be easily persuaded, her interest would dwindle. I shall not exit, Wang Yujia declared defiantly. Are you truly unwilling to leave? Yin's eyes narrowed. I will not budge, she insisted, sitting resolutely as if in a standoff. You are dressed rather lightly, and my vehicle is equipped with one-way tinted glass, meaning the outside cannot see in. Are you not concerned I might succumb to primal urges and take liberties? Not at all. Should you desire me, I shall marry you, for you are quite handsome, and I stand to gain. With that, Wang Yujia puffed her chest, though regrettably. She was merely a C-grade beauty, lacking the impact of Wang Yurong. Who can one appeal to in this matter? Are you not concerned I might abandon you after initiating such folly? The pit you dig for yourself must be filled by your own hands. If you dare, I will ensure you become an unexpected father. Goodness. Yin was at a loss for words regarding Wang Yujia's audacity. He decided to abandon this fruitless dialogue and instead drove towards the morning market. The vehicle fell into a sudden silence, which made Wang Yujia feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to glance at Yin. At that moment, the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow that illuminated Yin's sharply defined features, as if he were cloaked in a divine aura. Under this golden light, his skin appeared flawless and translucent, leaving Wang Yujie momentarily entranced. An ancient poem sprang to her mind. The traveler on the path is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched. This description suited Yin perfectly. It is often said that men are drawn to beauty. However, women too have their own desires, and when they are captivated, it surpasses what any man might experience. Although Yin was focused on driving, he sensed the shift in Wang Yujie's demeanor and felt a tinge of pride. Regardless of her status as the eldest daughter of the Wang family, she was clearly enchanted by his allure. Upon arriving at the morning market, Wang Yujie suddenly realized the vehicle had stopped, jolting her back to reality. Remembering her earlier infatuation, she felt a wave of embarrassment and cautiously stole a glance at Yin, relieved to find him unperturbed as he unbuckled his seatbelt, seemingly oblivious to her earlier days. Yin found the situation amusing, but concealed his amusement, stepping out of the car instead. Wait for me." Wang Yujie hurriedly unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. "Miss Wang, the market is bustling and crowded, and you are dressed like this. Are you certain you wish to accompany me inside?" "Yan inwudet, paisink, momentarily. I'm not afraid, so why should you be concerned? Besides, if we encounter trouble, you will protect me, won't you?" Yin shrugged non-committally, but chose not to elaborate further, instead making his way towards the morning market. Wang Yujie bit her lip, steeling herself to follow. Beautiful women can be found everywhere, in the streets and shopping malls, but those of Wang Yujie's caliber, dressed in such alluring attire, are a rare sight indeed. Her mere presence instantly attracted countless glances, and Yin too found himself under scrutiny, though most gazes were far from friendly. Gradually, Yin adapted to this situation, as he often received similar stares whenever he took Han Xia out. Despite Wang Yujie's seemingly ordinary demeanor around Yin, she was in essence akin to Wang Yurong, indifferent to the opinions of common folk. Thus, the two remained undeterred by external judgments, strolling leisurely through the morning market. As previously mentioned, the morning market boasts the swiftest updates on materials. Some merchants, having just unwrapped their goods, set up stalls to sell the latest offerings. Even so, Yin possessed an impressive speed in his observations. After following Wang Yujie through a dozen stalls, her curiosity could no longer be contained. "Yin, is this haphazard approach truly effective in uncovering quality materials? What other option do I have?" Yin retorted with a question. "You could at least carry a flashlight to examine things, as I've seen the masters do. That is their method, not mine. Do you possess some secret technique?" Wang Yujie inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Yes and no. What do you mean? Did your grandfather, Wang Laoyes, never inform you that everyone has a different way of examining raw stones?" "No, I lack any talent for gambling on stones, and for reasons unknown. Despite my efforts to win my grandfather's favor, he seems rather indifferent to me. How could he possibly share such insights?" As she spoke, Wang Yujie's mood visibly darkened. Yin chose not to involve himself in the affairs of the Wang family, pretending not to notice as he continued onward. Wang Yujie clenched her small fist quietly. Yin truly was oblivious, completely missing her display of vulnerability. Anger aside, she kept her head bowed, trailing behind him like a wronged little wife. This display only intensified the unfriendly gazes directed at Yin, making him appear to be a villain of the highest order. Truly, beauty can be a source of peril. Were it not for the constraints of a lawful society, the cost of confrontation would be too high, and one might expect someone to intervene on her behalf. Yin, however, chose to selectively ignore the hostility, maintaining his composure as he scrutinized the particular stall's offerings. Upon scanning a piece of raw stone from the Mwanjiji market, he found himself momentarily stunned. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about jadeite has undoubtedly heard of the illustrious imperial green. This hue, regarded as the pinnacle of jadeite colors, signifies an ultimate standard. However, the imperial green referred to today diverges from its original definition. As long as the color meets the criteria for imperial green, it can be classified as such, irrespective of the quality of the jadeite itself. The coveted glassy imperial green is nearly extinct, while the icy variety has risen to the status of a true masterpiece. The most prevalent type remains the glutinous imperial green. Within the Mo Wanji raw stone discovered by Yi lies a remarkable piece weighing 45 kilograms of exceptional icy imperial green, appraised at a staggering 54 million. After 7 or 8 days of anticipation, Yin was poised for a significant move. The phrase "one cut brings poverty, another brings wealth" aptly describes stones like the Mo Wanji, encased in the enigmatic black sand skin. No matter how skilled a gambler one may be in stone betting, the external appearance cannot provide a reliable judgment of the jadeite concealed within. This particular Mo Wanji stone, weighing over 10 kilograms, offered little in the way of promise aside from its tightly bound skin, suggesting that the internal quality would not be overly tender. Suppressing his excitement, Yi negotiated with the owner and ultimately acquired the Mo Wanji raw stone for 36,000. Wang Yujia, momentarily abandoning her facade of distress, gazed curiously at the raw stone in Yi's possession. Yin, will this stone appreciate in value like the one you purchased before? She inquired. You guess, he replied. His spirits lifted, his demeanor toward her softened. I'm not guessing. She pouted, clearly discontented by his evasiveness. How dull, Yin retorted, playfully suggesting. If you insist on tagging along, you can bear the burdens. With that, he placed the hefty stone into her arms. Instinctively, she cradled it, realizing that despite its modest appearance, it was quite heavy. She attempted to return it to him, but he had already moved on to the next stall. Reluctantly, Wang Yujie trudged behind him, grumbling about being reduced to labor. The scene elicited astonishment from onlookers. A delicate and fair-skinned beauty forced into the role of a laborer was a sight that seemed a waste of her allure, bordering on the savage. Yet, Yin remained unperturbed by the opinions of others. Today was undeniably fortunate, and he felt compelled to explore several stalls to honor the favor of Lady Luck. Before long, Wang Yujie, unused to physical exertion, was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, looking utterly disheveled. With your stamina, why do you insist on following me? Yin teased. Hey, do you have no conscience? I willingly took on this role, and yet you want to send me away? Wang Yujie was quick to catch the underlying tone in his words, her mood souring as she sulked. Observing her bent posture and pouting expression, Yin couldn't help but chuckle, finding her demeanor somewhat endearing. You declared it was your choice, not my coercion, he replied, resolute in his unyielding stance. Indeed, it was my choice. Rest assured that even if I were to collapse from exhaustion or thirst, I would never relent. Yin nodded appreciatively, extending a thumb in encouragement. With just over 2 hours until the morning market closes, I firmly believe you can do it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yujie felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. To say she could endure for 2 hours would be an exaggeration. Even 20 minutes seemed a daunting challenge. No way, Yin decisively shook her head. Do you not believe in me? It's not a matter of disbelief, but rather, who abandons their task halfway. You're tough. I refuse to be daunted by a mere rock. Wang Yujie realized that Yin was not one to yield easily. Yin chose to ignore her, and Wang Yujie's gaze fell upon the stone platform before them, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Indeed, why had she clung to the raw stone so stubbornly? While Yin examined the stone, she could simply place her own raw stone on the platform, liberating her hands. Without hesitation, Wang Yujie placed her raw stone in an empty spot on the stone platform. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of relief coursed through her body, so delightful that she nearly gasped in pleasure. As she felt a slight ache in her arms and was about to rub them, she caught Yin's gaze and immediately feigned nonchalance, raising her head with an air of satisfaction. Yin was tempted to remark, Miss Wang, it's truly exhausting to suppress laughter. Thus, at each stall they visited, Wang Yujie placed her raw stone down, until more than an hour had passed. Suddenly, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground was followed by the unmistakable clinking of jade artifacts shattering. Yin turned to witness an alarming sight. It appeared that Wang Yujie had either exhausted herself or lost her grip, as the raw stone she had been carrying landed directly among a pile of finished jade products, smashing 2 strands of jade bracelets. Quickly, she utilized her scanning eye to assess the quality of the damaged bracelets. Fortunately, they were merely mass-produced items of little value, totaling barely 10,000. However, this incident left both the stall owner and Wang Yujie in shock. The stall owner appeared distraught. Yet Yin noticed a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. My apologies, I slipped and broke some. I'll compensate for the damages. Wang Yujie, the daughter of the Wang family, regained her composure swiftly after a moment of panic. The stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, recognized the remarkable presence of both women and realized they were affluent patrons, which sparked a shift in his demeanor. Madam, although it was an accident, this is a small business of mine. Your stone has destroyed over a dozen bracelets, effectively taking away half of my stock. Please, assess the damage and provide me with a number. I will make amends. Wang Yujie calmed completely, sensing that the stall owner might attempt to take advantage of the situation. Yet she remained unperturbed. The stall owner, thinking he had secured a favorable position, pretended to count the broken bracelets. Madam, there are a total of 12, including 3 ice-type jade bracelets, 3 ice-glutinous jade bracelets, and the remaining 6 are glutinous ice type. Wang Yujia nodded, choosing to remain silent. The icy jade bracelets were priced at 200,000 each, the icy milky variety at 100,000, and the milky icy ones at 50,000, totaling an astonishing 1,200,000. The stall owner swiftly provided the compensation amount. Even though Wang Yujia had little knowledge of jade, she was taken aback by the audacity of the stall owner. 1,200,000 was a trifling sum for her. Yet she was not one to be easily deceived. "Are you certain that the price you quoted is correct?" she inquired. "Beautiful lady, feel free to inquire as you wish. The price I quoted is undoubtedly the market rate, devoid of any exorbitant demands," the owner replied confidently. Wang Yujia furrowed her brows, uncertain as she observed the owner's steadfast demeanor, which did not seem deceitful. "Let us do this, my dear. It appears this was an inadvertent act on your part. I'll take a minor loss and offer you a total of 1 million, he suggested. 80,000. We can indeed offer 80,000. But will you accept it, owner? Yin could no longer bear the sight. The stall owner's voluntary price reduction was a calculated move, banking on Wang Yujia's ignorance. A tactic of retreating to advance. To his surprise, Wang Yujia fell for it. "What do you mean, handsome?" The stall owner was suddenly displeased by Yin's interference. "Your quoted price may be accurate, but are you certain of the quality of these bracelets? Are they truly icy milky, and milky icy? How could they not be? Owner, my friend accidentally damaged your bracelet. It was her fault. Therefore, we are willing to compensate you with 10,000. The excess can be considered a form of recompense." "What do you say?" "Absolutely not. Even in negotiation, your approach is far too aggressive." The stall owner shook his head vigorously. "Then what price do you suggest?" 10,000, and no lower." Wang Yujia's mouth fell open in astonishment, clearly taken aback by how Yin had managed to reduce the sum from 1 million to 10,000 with just a few words. Noticing her surprise, Yin thought to himself that the size was quite suitable, though he was unsure about its depth. 20,000, but the original stone belongs to me, he stated, pointing at a palm-sized stone from booth. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the deal. Apart from astonishment, Wang Yujia was also perplexed. Yin had said little, yet the stall owner had softened so quickly. Not only was she confused, but the onlookers, aside from those knowledgeable in the field, were equally bewildered. "Miss Wang, what are you dawdling for? Please pay," Yin reminded her. "Oh, right," Wang Yujia finally reacted, pulling out her phone to scan and complete the payment of 20,000. After the transaction, Yin picked up the original stone and glanced at the time. It was lunchtime, and the morning market would soon close. He decided to carry the Mo Wanji original stone toward the exit. The 12 bracelets he had accumulated were worth only around 7 to 8,000, with a bid of 10,000. The stall owner would earn an additional 2 to 3,000. Why then did he dare to quote 1,200,000? It seemed that Wang Yujia was entirely unaware of the intricacies of the jade market. Yin explained, "I offered 10,000 because I am aware of the pricing of that batch of bracelets. The stall owner knew that I was informed. Yet he recognized your lack of understanding, which is why he aimed so high. Is he not afraid of me reporting him for extortion or fraud? Jadeite has never possessed a fixed price. Its value relies solely on appraisal. For those unacquainted with the intricacies, even if they realize they have been deceived, it is difficult to assert that they have been victims of extortion." Understanding this, Wang Yujia nodded thoughtfully. "One last question. Why did the stall owner choose the price of 20,000? Do you think this is a riddle?" Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. "That piece of raw wood is worth merely 10,000. Selling it at 20,000 still allows him to profit by 5 or 6,000. Oh, I comprehend now. Thank you." Yin Wang Yujia felt a weight lift from her heart. Her mood lightened, and her smile radiated sincerity and brilliance. With a glance, she captivated the room, reminiscent of the enchanting beauty of Yang Guifei, as described by Bai Juyi, a comparison that seemed most fitting for Wang Yujia. In that moment, Yin found himself momentarily mesmerized. "Yin, do you think I am utterly inept?" Wang Yujia's smile appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as rapidly. "Why do you say that? My cousin, Wang Yurong, has always been exceptionally intelligent, mastering everything quickly. She entered the Kyoto Academy of Fine Arts at 15, studying jewelry design. And at 21, she graduated with distinction from the Royal College of Art. I had no prior knowledge of this. It was the first I had heard of it. That aside, her learning ability is remarkable, but she has also demonstrated outstanding talent in stone gambling, jadeite appraisal, and even in business. Hence, among the 3 generations of the Wang family, she is the most favored by our grandfather. I have also heard that he intends to cultivate her as the heir to the family. It appears that Wang Yorong's favored status is no secret in the Wang family." Indeed, Grandfather Wang, who chose to retire alone in a private estate, brought only Wang Yurong along, which was a clear declaration of his intentions. Furthermore, at the recent birthday banquet, she was the only one among the younger generation to be seen at his side. It seems that Grandfather Wang is paving the way for her. It is no wonder that Wang Yujia clings to her own insecurities. She is evidently feeling the pressure and perceives herself as a potential lifeline. Chapter 55, just call me Yujia. But what of me? I didn't even pass the college entrance examination. My diploma was merely purchased by my family, not to mention everything else. In my youth, I did not understand. I was obedient and sensible, yet grandfather favored Wang Yurong. Gradually, I came to terms with it, but I have never fully accepted it. Wang Yujia paused, reflecting. It was only until recently that I truly grasped my own ineptitude. Without you, I would have been unwittingly deceived, blissfully unaware. Miss Wang, why diminish your own worth? Just by deriving so much insight from a minor incident, you demonstrate an ability to perceive the subtleties of life. It is rare for individuals to possess self-awareness and the capacity for introspection. I believe you are no less capable than anyone else. In truth, Wang Yujia is somewhat of a pitiable character. Despite her privileged upbringing, life within a large family comes with its own set of challenges. Ironically, she is an ambitious woman without the corresponding abilities to match her aspirations. Isn't it better to be content and lead a modest life? Really? Tears glistened in Wang Yujia's eyes, making her appear most vulnerable. Indeed, Yi nodded. In my eyes, you are at least more agreeable than Wang Yurong. Thank you. Wang Yujia seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Yin, when you spoke to the boss earlier, you mentioned I was your friend. Does that still hold true? Yin instinctively glanced at Wang Yujia's data panel. To his surprise, the affinity score had quietly reached 58 points. For someone who genuinely regarded him as a friend, Yin was more than willing to express his emotions, responding with a smile. Of course it counts. I must thank you, Miss Wang, for your favor. We are friends now, so could you refrain from calling me Miss Wang or similar titles? A fleeting look of delight passed over Wang Yujia's face. Then I shall call you by your full name. No, that feels too distant. Just call me Yuchia. Yuchia? Yin nodded in agreement. By the way, this piece of Woodna raw stone was purchased by you. I shall consider it a gift, a token of appreciation. Wang Yuchia, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the Woodna stone. Will this raw stone appreciate significantly? It should easily sell for around $1 million. Yin this time did not exaggerate. With a mere 10,000 investment, the potential return was 100-fold. Although Wang Yuchia did not regard $1 million as substantial, she was inwardly astonished, cradling the stone as if it were a treasure. In truth, Yi Yin's estimate was conservative. This Woodna stone contained nearly 1 kilogram of sky blue jadeite, and it was of exceptional quality. The high ice grade, abundant water content, and most importantly, its clear, vibrant color and pure texture, free from any impurities, made it highly valuable. Sky blue jade, a variant of blue water jade, is rare and thus commands high prices. A piece of top-grade quality can often exceed $1 million when crafted into jewelry. While this particular stone could not be fashioned into a bracelet, it could yield 2 large pieces and several cabochons, with a system valuation of $2 million. Thank you. Let me treat you to lunch, Wang Yuchia suggested. Yin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wang Yuchia suddenly felt a mix of surprise and delight. How had Yin become so agreeable? Had he perhaps been charmed by her allure? At noon, the two enjoyed a Western meal. Although Yin was not particularly fond of such bourgeois delicacies, he found that trying it occasionally was not without merit. Thus, he ordered 2 steaks. Even with sides and soup, he barely managed to satiate his hunger. After their meal, Wang Yuchia accompanied Yi to the Jiashan community, then drove off in her parked red Ferrari. Yin, in turn, drove to the Tianguang Mall. He found Zhao Lang, exchanged a few words, and left. As evening approached, Yin's phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was Wang Yuchia calling. He chose to answer. By the way, Yin, please add me on WeChat. After hanging up, Yin opened WeChat and accepted Wang Yuchia's friend request. Fate often unfolds in peculiar ways. Just as he had resolved to sever ties with Wang Yurong, he found himself forging a friendship with Wang Yuchia. Yin sensed that completely cutting off ties with the Wang family was no longer feasible. Let be, he thought. I'll take it one step at a time. Sometimes, the more one tries to evade something, the more it draws near. Moreover, she belongs to the esteemed Wang family, and I, Yin, am no mere lamb. The following afternoon, after more than a day's worth of analysis, the precious Imperial Green was unveiled. Yin officially entered the 200 million club. His current bank account balance stood at $2,040 million. That very evening, Yin received a call from Su Tianhua. Su first expressed his apologies, indicating that he had been exceedingly busy flitting about and had only now managed to find the time to speak. He wished to arrange a meeting with Yi and to discuss specifics regarding their collaboration. Yin, not wanting to break the cordiality, conveyed that he was available both in the afternoon and evening. Thus, they settled on the following night. As a gesture of goodwill, Su Tianhua would host the dinner. With August rapidly approaching, Yin granted Han Xia a day off, planning to bring her along to the dinner. Han Xia readily agreed. Just as he hung up, a message from Wang Yujia appeared, evidently in response to the news of Yi and successful gamble on the Imperial Green. She was offering her congratulations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, as Ian prepared to exit the chat interface, he noticed a new red dot on Wang Yurong's chat box. After resisting for so long, had she finally succumbed to the urge to reach out? Ian chuckled softly, promptly locking his phone screen, out of sight, out of mind. When the appointed time arrived, Ian drove with Han Xia to the Huangkai Grand Hotel. This marked his third visit to the establishment. Coincidentally, Su Tianhua had chosen the same private room that Su Shiai's had reserved on the previous occasion. Inside the room, alongside Su Tianhua, was a woman of striking appearance and figure, her attire reminiscent of the previously encountered Yao Shui, complete with a tailored blazer, black stockings, and high heels. A cursory glance was enough for Yi and to lose interest. While her looks and physique surpassed an 80 on the scale, her character fell woefully short. Such is the reality. Su Tianhua, noticing that Yin had brought along a stunning companion, felt overshadowed by her presence, which outshone his own secretary. Fortunately, his experience in social settings kept him from revealing any discomfort, although a hint of envy crept into his gaze towards Yin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the main topic. The matter of collaboration was, in essence, quite straightforward. No contract was necessary. A verbal agreement sufficed. In a relaxed atmosphere of dining and drinking, their partnership was solidified. Brother Yi, first, let me congratulate us on our successful collaboration, Su Tianhua exclaimed, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. Yin followed suit, finishing his drink in a single gulp. Secondly, my dear brother, I have an unusual request. Su Gu, feel free to speak plainly. Anything within my power, I shall earnestly consider, Yin replied. Su Tianhua noted Yi Yin's cunning, as his words sounded grandiose yet lacked any firm commitments. Nevertheless, it was precisely this quality that compelled Su to regard Yi and with newfound respect. At such a young age, possessing a wealth of over 100 million, he remained level-headed, speaking and acting with discretion. Had he not researched Yi Yin's background, he would never have believed that the young man before him was merely a rising sophomore in college. This year, the schedule for the Myanmar National Gem Auction has been announced, running from October 1st to October 10th, spanning a total of 10 days. The larger domestic auctions are predominantly concentrated in the first half of the year and during November and December. Yin, having entered the industry at a less than opportune time, has yet to participate in a jade auction. Unexpectedly, he finds himself facing a significant opportunity. The Myanmar National Gem Auction is undoubtedly the largest in scale, with transaction volumes reaching billions each session. Yi Yin's interest was piqued. I would like to extend an invitation to my younger brother to join me at the Myanmar National Gem Auction, Su Tianhua continued. Of course, Brother Su. Your invitation surely entails more than mere companionship, Yin replied. Su Tianhua nodded, appreciating the ease of conversation with someone as astute as Yin. He admitted, to be frank, it is somewhat embarrassing. Furue jewelry has experienced remarkable growth in recent years, particularly in the jade sector, largely due to the backing of the Wang family. Having spent over a month in Lijiang City, Yin had heard whispers regarding this matter. In recent years, the jewelry market has witnessed a decline in the popularity of diamonds among high-end clientele, while jade, particularly high-quality jade, has surged in admiration. Our Su family has a disproportionately low representation in jade, barely reaching 20, with jadeite standing at a mere 12, Su Tianhua noted. Are you planning to alter your strategy to increase the proportion of jade? Ye uninterested. Su Tianhua nodded once more, affirming, indeed. They say a large ship is difficult to turn, and while we're the largest jewelry merchant in Asia, this issue has been recognized for 3 years. Unfortunately, the board has struggled to reach a consensus until now. This year, we finally have a preliminary agreement to pilot the initiative inland. However, the pressure falls on me. Increasing the jade proportion appears straightforward, yet it is anything but simple, primarily due to supplier constraints. Of course, I am referring to high-quality jade, like the jadeite you have procured, which is in short supply for our Su family. The recent turmoil in Myanmar, compounded by previous challenging times, has led to a decrease in high-quality jadeite rough materials, exacerbating supply difficulties. The crux of Su Tianhua's extensive discourse was indeed the inadequacy of supply. With the Wang family support behind Furui jewelry, they naturally do not face such shortages, which he candidly acknowledged. This is a matter that significantly impacts the future developmental focus of Su jewelry. However, the challenges faced by Su jewelry align precisely with Yi Yin's expertise. Brother Yi, all this talk isn't merely to lament my plight. I truly find myself in a predicament and hope you can lend a hand. Besides the collaboration we discussed, I would like you to participate in the Myanmar National Gem Auction in the capacity of a consultant for Su jewelry. Brother Su, I can accompany you to the auction and assist as needed, but the consultant role seems unnecessary, Yin responded. Su Tianhua clarified. I should have been more explicit. This is a temporary consultant position without binding obligations. It simply entails offering advice when we are uncertain, without hindering your own bidding endeavors. Moreover, the consultant role comes with compensation, the specifics of which depend on your preferences. With the promise of remuneration and no obligatory commitment, Yin contemplated, all right, Brother Su, please share your terms. First, for any materials you bid on that result in a successful bid, you shall receive a 5 commission. Secondly, regarding the bidding materials you are involved with, once the appreciated portion is resolved, you shall receive a profit of 40. The first proposal is the most straightforward. By securing a 100 million yuan raw stone for Su's jewelry, one would earn a commission of 5 million. The second proposal, while seemingly offering a higher percentage, is considerably more time-consuming, and most individuals lack absolute confidence in seizing opportunities at public auctions. Merely breaking even is already commendable. However, Yizhen possesses a system that allows him to control the bidding costs. A 40 share effectively equates to winning half the stakes. Su Tianhua has certainly invested significantly. Brother Su, I choose the second plan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin made his decision decisively. Are you agreeing then, Brother Yi? Su Tianhua, concealing his surprise, smiled and said, I knew you would opt for this choice. In truth, this plan was a spur-of-the-moment idea of mine. It appears I made the right call. I appreciate the opportunity you have provided, Brother Su, and I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Yin felt quite content. Participating in the public auction, while also receiving additional rewards, is something no one would refuse. To a successful collaboration, Su Tianhua raised his glass, clinking it with Yi Yin's. With Han Xia present, Su Tianhua refrained from discussing the next auction, concluding the dinner on a cheerful note. On the way back, Han Xia drove the car. Yan, feeling slightly intoxicated, reclined in the passenger seat, feigning sleep. However, his mind was abuzz with thoughts of maximizing the benefits from the upcoming trip to Myanmar. Upon returning home, Han Xia went to freshen up, while Yin picked up his phone to research relevant information on the Myanmar public auction. The Myanmar public auction is not vastly different from domestic ones, except that it is on a larger scale with more participating countries, and the bidding methods vary slightly. It involves both open and sealed bids, whereas domestically, sealed bids are the standard. Open bidding resembles an auction, accounting for about 1/5 of the materials available at the public auction. Additionally, the duration of this auction is relatively longer. Coincidentally, the timing of this public auction aligns perfectly with a 7-day holiday domestically, which saves Yin considerable hassle in requesting time off. With a sense of assurance, Yin settled down to read. Gambling stones, reading, and the company of a beautiful companion, interspersed with occasional dinner gatherings. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Yet delightful days often passed swiftly. Before long, it was late August, with less than 10 days remaining before school commenced. Yin had visited the morning market, night market, various gambling stone markets, and even the legendary small inns in Libyan City. His cash flow had reached 262.4 million yuan, coupled with the house promised by Su Shiai's. His assets had surpassed 300 million. Over the past 10 days, he had sold all the appreciated jadeite to Su's jewelry. Initially, Yin harbored some concerns, fearing that Furui jewelry might approach him. However, his apprehensions proved to be unfounded, as there had been no developments from Furui jewelry thus far. It remains uncertain whether they have sufficient resources and do not require his supply, or if, supported by the Wang family, they simply disregard him as a supplier. Nonetheless, this situation is rather advantageous, as it alleviates potential disputes. Zhao Lang did inquire about Yin privately, but Yin cleverly deflected the question with a fabricated excuse. Chapter 57. The Return to School Approaches. Yin is enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, observing Wang Yujia's sardonic and acerbic tone. Yin can surmise that Wang Yurong likely possesses a commendable starting point. As for the specifics of her position, Wang Yujia did not disclose, and Yin is disinterested in probing further. Women, it seems, are inherently sensitive. It is only a matter of a few days of reduced outings and increased reading time for Han Xia to intuit that he might be departing from Libyan City. Darling, when does your school commence? Han Xia could not help but inquire. At the latest, classes will officially begin on the 1st or 2nd, Yin replied, patting the sofa beside him, inviting Han Xia to sit close. As she nestled beside him, a delightful fragrance of shower gel enveloped them. So when will you leave? Han Xia asked. Yin pulled her closer. When do you wish for me to leave? Of course, I hope you. Han Xia rested her head against Yi Yin's chest, halting mid-sentence. Sister Xia, I too am reluctant to part ways. Your warmth, your tenderness, yet, alas, I am but a student. Han Xia playfully punched Yi Yin, blushing in annoyance. Is that true? Absolutely, Yi Yin assured her without hesitation. Han Xia nodded slightly, then suddenly met Yi Yin's gaze. I know you will leave eventually, but you must not forget me. What kind of talk is that? Forgetting anyone else is one thing. But I could never forget my beloved wife. Yi Yin responded with utmost sincerity. Han Xia was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had referred to her as his wife, and she wondered if she had misheard. An hour later, darling, hold me tighter, Han Xia murmured. Yi Yin complied, enveloping her in his embrace and feeling her rapid heartbeat. Silly girl, transportation is so advanced now. I am merely going to Donghai for school, not abroad. I promise to visit you often, and if you miss me, you can always come to Donghai to see me. I know, but if you're worried, then why not simply resign and come with me to Donghai? No, I understand you're financially stable and can support me. But I do not wish to be a kept woman, Han Xia replied, shaking her head. Then let us seek connections to transfer you to Donghai. Surely that is feasible. Han Xia lifted her head and saw Yi Yin's earnest expression, which stirred her heart, yet she ultimately shook her head gently. I am just a simple girl from a remote city in the southwest. Here, I can barely manage as a store manager, but in a bustling metropolis like Donghai, I fear I would struggle to adapt. Yi Yin smiled wryly, astonished that such a genuine beauty as Han Xia could feel inferior. He yearned to express that aside from its thriving financial sector and larger scale, Donghai was not all that dissimilar. However, voicing this would only exacerbate Han Xia's insecurities, leading him to remain silent. My dear, have you heard of the socialites in Donghai? Do you know what they truly do, or perhaps their real identities? Yan nodded. Not only are their socialite identities fabricated, but everything about them, aside from their physical presence, which may be artificially enhanced, is a facade. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? The facade has been shattered. A change of location and identity is in order. The euphemistic justification presented by them is to elevate their status and align with more suitable families, while the less palatable truth is that they are akin to upscale taxis. How could they behave in such a manner? Who could argue otherwise? It is said that they even have a group presided over by a dedicated leader, who has established an unspoken rule among the members. The appearance fee must not fall below 5,000, lest they face ostracism from their peers. Han Xia blushed slightly, fully comprehending the implication of the appearance fee. Darling, how do you know such intricate details? Yan felt I had dug myself into a deep pit and hastily explained, I have lived in Donghai since childhood. I have never even seen a pig, let alone eaten one. I must have heard it from those around me. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. No, my dear. What I meant to convey is that you should not belittle yourself. While they may proudly claim to be socialites, you are someone I have personally validated, entirely authentic. Yi Yin continued, as for adapting, there is no need for concern. Donghai boasts a population of over 20 million, the majority of whom are migrants like myself. Strictly speaking, I too am an outsider, albeit with a household registration, while those without one number nearly 10 million. I was just joking. Yi Yin felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity. When had he become so concerned about Han Xia's opinions? Regrettably, he could not discern his own fondness for her from the data panel, though it surely exceeded 70 points. When it comes to sincerity, Yi Yin would reciprocate with sincerity. He could never be a sycophant. His capabilities would not permit such a role. In the end, Han Xia was still reluctant to leave Libyan City directly. Yi Yin could only respect her choice. He understood Han Xia's attachment. Born and raised in this place, she was intimately familiar with its people and matters. Suddenly relocating to Donghai, even with Yi Yin by her side, was still an unfamiliar venture for Han Xia. She would need to adapt from the ground up. People often harbor an inexplicable fear and anticipation when confronted with the unknown. Clearly, Han Xia's fear outweighed her anticipation. Furthermore, Han Xia was a woman with a strong professional ambition. Otherwise, at just over 30, She would not have ascended to the position of flagship store manager at Furue Jewelry solely on her own merit. Of course, this was merely a temporary situation. Ian could not allow Han Xia to remain in Libyan City alone, primarily due to his concerns. Despite the safety, there are always those with ulterior motives. Han Xia is undeniably a stunning beauty. 2 days before their departure from Libyan City, Wang Yujia once again sought them out, this time blocking Yi and at his doorstep. Upon seeing Wang Yujia, dressed in a sensually mature manner, Yin suspected it was a deliberate display meant for his eyes. After all, a 25-year-old, in the prime of her youth, had no reason to adopt a mature style. Yin felt an itch of irritation. Had it become common knowledge that he favored mature women? Yet, that was hardly the only preference he held. 18-year-olds could also be quite delightful. Chapter 58, A Visit Among Friends. What brings you here? Is it reasonable for friends to drop by unannounced? Wang Yujia playfully brushed her long hair, cascading over her chest, her peach blossom eyes brimming with charm. This is my girlfriend's home. It's not particularly convenient. Who doesn't he know that you purchased this house? You've been investigating me? Is this the first time you're realizing it? Yeonyu felt momentarily speechless as she opened the door to let Wang Yujia in. Wang Yujia surveyed the room, withholding any judgment. Upon noticing several books laid out on the coffee table, she curiously approached and picked one up. Yeon, you genuinely aspire to venture into the entertainment realm, don't you? What insights do you possess? Ian, we're friends after all. There is no need for you to guard yourself against me as if I were a thief. I want tea bite. The latter part of her statement was clearly laced with a teasing undertone. Heard you've reached an agreement with Su Tianhua from Su's Jewelry? Wang Yujia, noticing Yi Anyu's indifference, adeptly shifted the topic. Who else knows about this aside from you? I'm unsure about others. But my grandfather and cousin likely heard the news before I did. Seeing Yi Anyu hesitating to speak, Wang Yujia elaborated. Are you curious about Furue Jewelry's stance? Rest assured, while the Wang family is indeed a shareholder, we have numerous investments, and given your capabilities, we want to divulge anything to Furue Jewelry. Yi Anyu harbored no doubts regarding Wang Yujia's words. Yet you, accompanying Su Tianhua, brought along Han Xia. Aren't you afraid of her? I trust her. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental soul. Let us not dwell on it. From the very beginning, I have never cared whether Furue Jewelry is aware of this matter, as we haven't signed any contracts. Indeed, one can only say that the executives at Furue Jewelry are blind. They fail to recognize that my grandfather is aging. Though the Wang family members are competent, they pale in comparison to you. They will eventually regret their oversight. You certainly hold me in high regard. While I may not possess Wang Yurong's intellect, I am not foolish either. Accumulating over 200 million in wealth in under 2 months is a simple calculation that even a primary school student could comprehend. Wang Yujia retorted with a hint of annoyance. It seemed Wang Yujia harbored deep resentment toward Wang Yurong's assumption of the family business. Still troubled by it after all this time, Yi Anyu could empathize with Wang Yujia's sentiments. Both were third-generation heirs, both females, and Wang Yujia was 3 years older than Wang Yurong, yet still lacked the opportunity to engage in the family's enterprises, while Wang Yurong was directly overseeing a segment of the business. Anyone in her position would likely feel an imbalance within. Are you seeking me out to lament your grievances? Yet Anyu it. If lamenting were of any use, I would have come long ago, Wang Yujia replied, scrunching her pert little nose. I'm here to bid you farewell. Is my confidentiality so lacking? Ye Anyu musit. Wang Yujia arrived shortly after Yi Anyu purchased a plane ticket, which made Yi Anyu's self-deprecating remark understandable. Ordinary individuals' information, in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, is as good as being exposed. Wang Yujia succinctly articulated the harsh realities of this world. Yi Anyu merely expressed her feelings without much concern, as she neither stole nor cheated, nor feared scrutiny from others. Let us embark on a delightful luncheon together, as a farewell gesture on your part. However, this time, the bill shall be on you, for it was I who treated last time. Your calculations are quite astute. By the way, I am rather curious. Within such an illustrious family as yours, are not the daughters typically destined for strategic unions? Why, then, at the tender age of 20, have you yet to wed? Other families may succumb to such pressures, but the Wang family is distinct. Pray, elaborate. Firstly, our family's ascendance was gradual. My grandfather's authority remains unchallenged. As long as he remains silent, no one dares to broach the subject of marriage alliances. Secondly, we possess a significant cash flow. Wealth commands respect, and while suitors do approach, they have all been thwarted by my grandfather. Ultimately, it is the venerable elder's influence at play. Nonsense, Yeon. You are simply eager for my departure in a matrimony. so I shall cease to vex you. Am I not correct? Having just finished her explanation, Wang Yujia suddenly realized and indignantly questioned him. That is not the case at all, Yin decisively refuted, truthfully lacking any such intention. Do you not wish for me to marry early then? Wang Yujia inquired, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps it would be wise for you to consider marriage sooner rather than later. You're no longer a child, after all. Wang Yujia's expression shifted from joy to ire as she cast aside her book. Seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it at Yin, quick on his feet, dodged the projectile, merely jesting. There was no need for such seriousness. Was there? Are you unaware that a woman's age is a taboo subject? Having broached this forbidden topic, you must now face the consequences. After a playful scuffle, Wang Yujia, exhausted, conceded defeat. Yet, her sulky demeanor conveyed her dissatisfaction. On their way out to dine, she muttered under her breath, Yin, you stubbornly unyielding man. Can't you indulge me just a little? Yin wished to retort that he could not bend even a fraction, yet prudently refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. The pair opted for a fine dining establishment, a choice Wang Yujia firmly dictated. Establishments such as street stalls or casual eateries seemed inherently mismatched with the beauty of her caliber. Naturally, she would not select such venues. In truth, those humble places embody the essence of life. Yin, for the first time, encountered sashimi, a simplistic presentation of raw fish. To be candid, he found little appreciation for it. Had his stomach not been robust, he might have doubted his ability to keep it down. In contrast, Wang Yujia savored each bite, clearly accustomed to such delicacies. Fortunately, there were also cooked dishes. Yin managed to satiate his hunger with 2 servings of teppanyaki. Yin, is your appetite consistently this prodigious? Wang Yujia had pondered this since their last encounter, but had held her tongue until now. Indeed, how enviable. Yin's physique was of the type that revealed muscle when undressed, yet appeared slender when clothed. Wang Yujia envied how he maintained such a fine form despite his indulgent eating habits. It seemed utterly unfair. As for her, apart from meticulously managing her intake of fats and sugars, she also carved out time for exercise. Otherwise, with her constitution, she would have ballooned long ago. Upon exiting the restaurant, Wang Yujia's mood visibly soured. Be cautious on your way, Yin advised, feeling somewhat stiffened. He had not anticipated such a turn of events from Wang Yujia, leaving him at a loss for where to place his hands. Can't you just say goodbye to me? Wang Yujia remarked, stepping away from Yin's embrace with a hint of annoyance. Isn't this car of yours as impressive as my Benz? I should have realized it earlier. You're just a blockhead. No, a lump of iron. Chapter 59. Farewell, Yin watched as Wang Yujia's vehicle disappeared from view. He had just glanced at her data panel, noting that her affinity score had inexplicably reached 69 points. This score was quite substantial, representing the pinnacle of what could be achieved between friends of the opposite sex. A slight increase could alter the dynamics entirely. Yin was not oblivious. Had he taken the initiative, that 69 could easily transform into a 70. Nevertheless, he opted to let things unfold naturally. Yin had purchased a return ticket for August 30th. Hanxia had taken 2 days off, spending the entirety of the 29th with him. Today, she rose early to drive him to the airport in the neighboring city. Darling, you must be exhausted from last night. Perhaps I should just take a cab? He expressed, feeling a pang of concern for her, knowing she had only fallen asleep after 3 in the morning. That's a bit unfair, she retorted, though fatigue was evident on her face. You were the one who clung to me like an octopus. How can you blame me? Yin understood that reasoning with a woman often led to unnecessary troubles. What are you waiting for? Once you freshen up, we need to set off. Otherwise, you'll miss your flight and end up spending the night in the neighboring city. Realizing it was futile to prevent Hanxia from accompanying him, he suggested, how about I drive there instead? She relented to his proposal without further insistence. 2 hours later, they arrived at the airport. They embraced for an extended moment before slowly parting. In the instant Hanxia turned away, Yin distinctly noticed a glistening tear cascading down her cheek. He sighed inwardly. Farewells were always bittersweet. Although he was not typically sentimental, he felt a heaviness in his heart. In truth, Hanxia was a woman of great ambition, though she often presented a more delicate demeanor in Yin's presence. Thus, he respected her choices. With over 20 minutes remaining before boarding, Yin retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply. The anticipated relief eluded him, replaced instead by a fit of coughing from the harsh smoke. He extinguished the cigarette and discarded it along with his lighter into the trash bin. After passing through security, he entered the waiting hall, where he was immediately greeted by 2 familiar faces. Yin felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He had specifically purchased a first-class ticket to experience the fabled service of flight attendants. His premonition was far from favorable. It seemed his plans were about to be derailed. The two women had evidently spotted him, or perhaps they had been waiting for him all along. "Brother Yin, over here." Chu Xiao and Yao Shui waved eagerly in his direction. Even if Yin wished to pretend he had not seen them, it was impossible. Their actions instantly drew the attention of the crowd in the waiting area. Since entering the terminal, Yao Shui and Chu Xiao had captivated numerous gazes, and their search for him only heightened their status as the center of attention. Unable to find the person they awaited, the two women stood at the entrance of the waiting area, their expressions filled with anticipation, evoking curiosity. Who possesses such charm that two stunning beauties, one tall and one petite, would wait with such eagerness? Upon encountering Yin, the focal point of their attention, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "What a handsome and clean-cut young man." However, when they noticed a hint of reluctance on Yin's face, some felt a pang of jealousy, wishing they could push him aside to take his place as the object of the two beauties' attention. "Are you on today, as flight?" Yin inquired, immediately sensing something amiss. "Yao Shui, don't you work in Yin City?" It appeared that Yin's younger brother had left a lasting impression, as Yao Shui cheerfully responded, "Indeed. It's been quite some time since we last met, yet you still recall where I work." "Yes, Brother Yin, Sister Yao Shui has been transferred to Donghai. We can now enjoy frequent outings together there." Chu Xiao chimed in, her enthusiasm unmistakable. "Pray tell, is this outing truly innocent?" Yin mused, unable to believe that Yao Shui had waited for him after her 20-day absence. He glanced at the two women, realizing they both exuded a mature allure. His fondness for mature women was evident. Yao Shui, at 27, had embraced a sophisticated style that only enhanced her charm, while Chu Xiao, despite her youthful visage, also presented herself with an air of maturity, though Yin found it slightly unsettling. "Let us converse without physicality. There are many onlookers," Yin remarked, momentarily distracted. At that moment, both women took his arms, one on each side. "Let them observe, Brother Yin. Do you not feel a sense of accomplishment being embraced by two lovely ladies?" Yao Shui whispered playfully into his ear. "Brother Yin, after such a long time of saying you would come to see us, isn't only natural for us to be excited upon finally meeting you?" Chu Xiao clung to his arm, her demeanor utterly endearing. Despite the alluring atmosphere, Yin felt a sense of discomfort rather than achievement. Enough of this theatrical display. Wang Yurong cannot see it, so what is the purpose? Yin shrugged off their arms and took a few steps away, leaving the two women exchanging glances filled with disappointment. Previously, with Wang Yurong present, they found it difficult to express themselves. Now, despite their efforts, they had achieved nothing. Each of them was accustomed to drawing admirers with a mere gesture, yet their allure seemed ineffective against Yi, and Chu Xiao was eager to persist. But Yao Shui restrained her, suggesting a more measured approach. Onlookers were taken aback, some unable to suppress their admiration for Yin, recognizing him as a true model of masculinity, while others secretly harbored envy, speculating about his orientation. Unaware of the surrounding thoughts, Yin remained indifferent. As long as others' actions and opinions did not affect him, he had little concern for their judgments. Before long, boarding time arrived. Although Yao Shui and Chu Xiao ceased their antics, they continued to follow closely behind Yin. As Yin boarded the aircraft, he discovered that the two women had also purchased business-class tickets, seated in the same row, one on either side, effectively encasing him in the middle. Like a meat bun, he decided to close his eyes and feign sleep. However, it was not long before the aircraft's announcement resonated through the cabin. Being a first-time flyer, Yin dutifully followed the instructions provided by the speaker, beginning with fastening his seatbelt. To his embarrassment, he fumbled with it for quite some time, unable to secure it. Just as he was about to summon a flight attendant, the woman to his left, Yao Shui, approached without hesitation, bending down to assist him in fastening the seatbelt. The breadth of her movements inevitably led to some contact. To be frank, the sensation was rather pleasant, but he would have preferred if it had been a flight attendant instead. Yin, not overly flustered, expressed his gratitude and continued to feign sleep. Chapter 60, A Maybach Awaits. The plane took off. Many people experience some anxiety before flying, but Yin felt little of it. The likelihood of mishaps, provided one does not encounter thunderstorms or the pilots do not engage in a scuffle, is virtually non-existent. Although the two women flanked him like loyal guardians, Yin still harbored intentions of enjoying the flight attendant's kneeling service. Yet, upon surveying the surroundings, he realized that the reality of flight attendants differed significantly from his imagination. None possessed both beauty and physique exceeding an 80 out of 100, and their characters were alarmingly lacking. Was reality truly this harsh? The thought left Ian feeling as though he had ingested a fly, furthering his discomfort. There were flight attendants who approached him to strike up a conversation, but he coldly rebuffed their advances. Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao observed this with newfound respect for Ian. His indifference was not solely directed at them, but extended to all, which brought them a sense of equilibrium. However, this also indicated Yi An's formidable nature. Exchanging glances, they recognized the gravity of their task exceeded their expectations. In that moment, they wished fervently that Yi An were a lecherous rogue. Startled by their own thoughts, they questioned when they had become so twisted, as if they yearned for the attention of a scoundrel. All of this was Yi An's fault. By midday, the plane landed at Dongqing Airport in the East China Sea. Upon exiting the terminal, Yi An walked to the P1 multi-story car park, where a large sign bearing his name greeted him. Holding the sign was a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a professional outfit. Her hair styled in an elegant updo that radiated both grace and competence. Her delicate, refined features and smooth, rounded lines exuded a gentle charm. Her silhouette was alluring yet proportionate, avoiding any jarring visual impact that might provoke discomfort among her female counterparts. This individual was Zhou Qianqian, age 29, standing at 160 centimeters, weighing 49 kilograms, with a striking beauty score of 91, exceptional, physique at 90, exceptional, a fitness level of 62, normal, a consciousness rating of 71, outstanding, and a character score of 989, 9100, indicating a favorable disposition of 59, 5. To Yi An's surprise, his private bank's client manager was indeed a stunning beauty. A first for him to witness such a score in the realm of attraction. Could it be that Zhou Qianqian recognized herself, utterly captivated by her own charm? You must be Yi An, Mr. Yi. I am your account manager, Zhou Qianqian. Yi An guessed correctly. Zhou Qianqian recognized him at first glance. Though she initially doubted her own eyes, for the photograph on her identification did not entirely match Yi An's current appearance. Thus, as he approached her, she felt assured and promptly set down the signs in her hands, extending her hand towards him. I am Yi An, Manager Zhou. Thank you for your hard work, he said, shaking her hand with a smile. To his surprise, she indeed had come. At the end of August in Donghai, the temperature was significantly higher than in Libyan City, reaching at least 38 or 39 degrees Celsius today. In the parking lot, while the heat was somewhat mitigated compared to the outdoors, it remained uncomfortably warm. Zhou Qianqian had evidently been waiting for a long time. Her small face was flushed, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead and temples. Mr. Yi, you are a valued client of our bank. This is what I am here for. Despite the sweat, Zhou Qianqian's smile remained genuine, her words striking a balance between familiarity and distance to avoid causing any discomfort to the client. Let's go to the car. It is too hot here. Yi An thought favorably of Zhou Qianqian, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her plight. All right, Mr. Yi, please follow me, Zhou Qianqian responded, sensing his goodwill and returning his smile warmly. Wait. At that moment, the voice of Chu Xiaoxiao called out from behind. Yi An frowned. He had deliberately quickened his pace upon disembarking the plane to evade those two ill-intentioned individuals, yet they had managed to catch up so swiftly. Mr. Yi, are they your friends? Zhou Qianqian had not yet turned around but caught sight of Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao, leaving her once again astonished. Instinctively, she assumed these two were associated with Yi An. Her erroneous assumption stemmed from their extraordinary beauty and poise, clearly indicative of individuals who were anything but ordinary, befitting only someone as young, handsome, and affluent as Yi An. They're not friends, but I do know them, Yi An replied with an apologetic smile to Zhou Qianqian, then turned to the two women, stating, we should part ways here. The New World community was merely separated from the Bong community by a single road. The disparity in housing prices between the two was indeed astonishing. Baoan Community, an older establishment from the 1990s, featured 6 floors primarily with small units. Aside from its commendable greenery, the walls had likely been repainted numerous times. The stable price hovered around 50,000. However, in the current real estate market, although stated as 50,000, one might find it difficult to sell even for over 40,000, as some would deem it too expensive. Conversely, the New World Community, though not brand new, was constructed over a decade later and had never seen prices dip below 90,000. In a comparable location, the price difference was nearly double. The two women certainly had a knack for selecting locations. It was unclear whether they were renting or had purchased directly. Brother Yi An, we did not deceive you. Here is our rental contract. Chu Xiaoxiao unexpectedly produced the rental agreement, demonstrating thorough preparation. Ian glanced at it, noting the names of the two women inscribed upon it. All right, so this is how we are playing it, he mused, amused. Do you truly believe I am a mere lamb, unsusceptible to the schemes of these two little rabbits? At that moment, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to employ the art of baiting. Let us proceed together. Excitedly, Chu Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, as if she had just secured a resounding victory. However, Yao Shui, having dined for several more years, was not as optimistic. Rather, she sensed a hint of danger, as if the formidable Yi and before her had transformed from an unapproachable figure into a ravenous wolf. Zhou Qianqian led Yi In and the two women to the car, opening the rear door. To Yi In's astonishment, it was a Maybach. Evidently, his standing at the bank was quite impressive. The two women found nothing peculiar about it. They were well aware that Yi In was a billionaire, and riding in a Maybach was entirely reasonable. Yet, they instinctively harbored animosity towards Zhou Qianqian. Among women, particularly beautiful ones, camaraderie is seldom found. Beauty can be regarded as a scarce resource. Chapter 61. The Beauty Trap? Yin, wishing to teach the two women a lesson, allowed Chu Xiaoxiao to enter first, following her into the car. Observing the unfolding scene, Yao Shui's ominous premonitions intensified, yet she steeled herself and boarded the vehicle. Zhou Qianqian appeared oblivious, dutifully entering the driver's seat, igniting the engine and pressing the accelerator. In her perspective, it was entirely normal for a wealthy young man like Yi and to be flanked by women. She saw nothing amiss. The two women positioned themselves on either side, with Yin seated in the middle. It is often said that the contrast of black and white creates the most endearing sight, akin to a giant panda. Yin relished the moment, unable to suppress a chuckle as he recognized their naivety. Both were unseasoned in the ways of the world. Yet they chose to emulate the art of seducing men. Their true selves were now revealed, and he cast a glance at Chu Xiaoxiao, thinking, what a foolish endeavor. He had no doubt that Chu Xiaoxiao would ultimately capitulate, as she too was beginning to falter. Yin cannot. Yan resoluted déjeuner. Whispering, Wang Yurong has entrusted you to me. Everything I do is entirely reasonable, is it not? But you have yet to agree. I may not have agreed. Yet I still brought you to Donghai, did I not? Yan chuckled lightly. Yao Shui hesitated, finding Yi In's reasoning compelling, leaving her unable to counter it. Wait, could it be that Yin intends to take everything and then deny his obligations? That possibility sent a chill down Yao Shui's spine. Xiao Xiao and I are, after all, members of the Wang family. Your convoluted kinship can hardly be deemed as belonging to the Wang family. Yin retorted with a scoff. These words are not mine, but rather Wang Yurong's. I merely relay them. You are sowing discord. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao remained silent with her eyes closed, feigning slumber. Though Yin was aware, she was wide awake. Yao Shui noticed Chu Xiaoxiao's unusual demeanor and, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, Yin, Xiaoxiao is still young. Do not go too far. How can you have exercised considerable restraint? Use your 27 years of reasoning to contemplate this. A typical person would behave far worse than I. Yao Shui was at a loss for words. And Yin was indeed correct. From the moment she and Chu Xiaoxiao appeared before him, they had made their choice. They should accept any outrageous actions from him without resentment or regret. If there were to be blame, it could only be directed at their own restless spirits for choosing to wade into murky waters. Yin, could you perhaps grant us a bit more time? We could start as friends. It feels too sudden, and we cannot overcome the emotional hurdle, Yao Shui implored. Her visage now lacking a touch of allure, and instead imbued with earnestness. Was she really trying to employ the wiles of seduction? Yin waved dismissively, expressing his disinterest. Let us just forego the friendship. From this day forth, let us part ways as if we have never met. Yao Shui's breathing quickened, this time out of anger. Is this how you speak? After everything, you claim not to know me? To call Yin a scoundrel was a slander to the very term itself. Why do you gaze at me so? Yin replied innocently, the choice was yours. I am the true victim in this scenario. Yao Xu chose silence. Not for any other reason than her own frustration, which was akin to a toothache. Yin Gu, Xiao is willing to be your lover. Chu Xiaoxiao whispered the final two words so lightly that, had she not been leaning against Yin, her breath barely brushing his ear, he might not have caught them at all. As the saying goes, the shortcut to a woman's heart is, yet they had not even reached that stage. Was it possible that Chu Xiaoxiao's excitement had clouded her judgment? Yin, with a hint of skepticism, reached out to touch her forehead, feeling warmth, not feverish heat. Though Yao Shui had not heard the last two words, she understood Chu Xiaoxiao's intent, casting a peculiar glance at her, which only fueled her irritation. Here she was, engaging in a battle of wits with Yian, while this little traitor had surrendered without a fight. I am exhausted. Let all crumble. Yao Shue's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Her agreement with Wang Yorong was driven by motives of her own, although her family was distantly related to the Wang family. Their connection had nearly withered away before old Master Wang's rise to prominence. Despite her parents and Chu Xiaoxiao's parents holding respectable positions within the Wang family, it was merely old Master Wang's lingering affection that afforded them any care. Should he pass away, the new head of the family might not be so benevolent. Thus, she and Chu Xiaoxiao leaned on Wang Yorong for support. Wang Yorong's ambitions were no secret within the Wang family, and with old Master Wang's staunch backing, it was conceivable for a woman to ascend. This presented a stark reality. On another note, Yao Shui felt no inherent aversion towards Yian. After all, he was young, handsome, and capable. Yet, the ease with which she was willing to concede left her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The Maybach glided along the overpass, cruising at a steady 60 miles per hour. The streets below bustled with life, a cacophony of activity. Inside the car, however, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, with the quiet sounds of breathing permeating the stillness. Zhou Qianqian, appearing oblivious to the commotion in the back, diligently fulfilled her role as a competent driver. Wholly focused on the road ahead, Yian inexplicably activated the scanning eye. To his astonishment, Chu Xiaoxiao's favorability rating surged from a mere 28 to an impressive 70 in an instant, defying all logic. Such a remarkable acceleration in admiration left Han Xia in the dust. Yet, it was not difficult to comprehend why Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly articulated such sentiments. Similarly, Yao Shue's favorability increased rather than diminished, surpassing the 50 mark, albeit not as dramatically as Chu Xiaoxiao's. It is often said that women have varying preferences. Some are drawn to assertiveness, while others favor gentleness and thoughtfulness, and some even prefer a more passive demeanor. Clearly, Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao belong to the former category. Favorability ratings do not lie, and with the aid of the system, it felt akin to possessing a cheat code. Chapter 62. Aunt Lan remained as warm-hearted as ever. It seemed that both women were not only physically honest, but also candid in their words. It is often remarked that while women may profess disdain for scoundrels, they paradoxically harbor a fondness for them deep down. To put it more elegantly, scoundrels often possess a refined sense of romance, an understanding of women, and provide emotional value. Conversely, it might be said that humans have a tendency to gravitate toward what is deemed undesirable. Yin was taken aback, realizing that his audacious maneuvers had propelled the favorability ratings of both women to unprecedented heights. The age-old adage rings true. Sometimes, one may cultivate blossoms only to find that willows sprout unexpectedly. Nurturing and genuine affection often fail to yield heartfelt reciprocation. A hint of mischief or a touch of roguishness might yield unexpected results. Of course, this presupposes that one possesses certain noteworthy qualities. Otherwise, one risks being branded a rogue. As the vehicle descended the elevated highway and entered the bustling streets below, congestion was unavoidable. Manager Zhou, allow me to treat you to this meal. After all, it's sweltering outside, and you come to pick us up, Yin stated with a smile. Mr. Yi, it is merely my duty, Zhou Qianqian replied. In truth, there was no obligation. Zhou Qianqian's actions were primarily motivated by a desire to maintain a favorable relationship with Yian, the affluent benefactor. Yian was well aware of her intentions, but bore no resentment. Let us agree on this. I shall treat you for lunch, Manager Zhou. As my client manager, you should know that I'm not lacking in funds. Zhou Qianqian mused to herself that Yian was not just financially secure, but rather a walking, breathing money-printing machine. She had encountered many high-net-worth individuals, yet witnessing someone like Yian, who amassed over $2 billion in wealth, all in liquid assets, was unprecedented. Having personally observed Yi An's financial ascent, she was both astonished and resolute in her determination to safeguard this substantial patron. This was precisely why she took it upon herself to drive one of the few luxury vehicles owned by the bank to the airport. Their lunch was rather simple, yet the quality was undeniably high. The simplicity lay in the fact that they dined without any alcohol. Yan, accompanied by 3 women, 1 handsome young man, and 3 beautiful ladies, attracted continuous glances from passers-by as they made their way from the car to the restaurant. It is often said that women serve as a man's facade. Even though Yian was accustomed to such attention, a flicker of vanity stirred within him. Chu Xiaoxiao was the first to board the vehicle, followed by Yian, with Yao Shui bringing up the rear. Their seating arrangement mirrored the previous one, Yet this time, Yi-En's large hand refrained from causing mischief. In contrast, Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to have resigned herself to the situation. Upon entering the car, she nestled closely against Yi-En, naturally draping her small head upon his shoulder, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. Yao Shui cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of envy. Despite having whispered to her during their meal, it was evident that her words had fallen on deaf ears. In truth, she held no significant resentment towards Chu Xiaoxiao's actions. Rather, it was the realization that such behavior rendered her somewhat flustered, leaving her unsure of how to position her limbs once they were seated. Yi-En, noticing Yao Shui's discomfort, found it amusing but had no intention of alleviating her embarrassment. The vehicle glided smoothly to their destination, arriving first at the main entrance of the New World community, the West Gate. Yi-En had been intimately familiar with the Baoan community since childhood, especially after spending over a year at Qinlan's residence. However, this was his inaugural visit to the New World community, which lay just across the street, with a Maybach leading the way. The security at the community gate expedited their entry. The car halted beneath the building where Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao rented their apartment, number 15. The two women carried minimal luggage, and as soon as the car stopped, Yao Shui hastily exited. Chu Xiaoxiao exhibited a hint of reluctance. Yet under Yi-En's gentle pat on the head, she obediently followed suit. Neither of the women bore much in the way of belongings, and Yi-En remained in the car, watching as they entered the building. Exiting the west gate, a right turn, followed by a left and another left, led them a mere few hundred meters to the north gate of the Baoan community. Qinlan's home was located in Unit 101 of Building 19. The layout of the older community was somewhat convoluted. Without a familiar guide, even the most adept delivery personnel would need to call ahead for directions. Qinlan's residence was tucked away in the far eastern corner. After navigating through a series of turns, they finally arrived at Building 19. At this hour, if Yi-En's intuition served him correctly, Qinlan was likely taking her afternoon nap. Mr. Yi, as a distinguished guest of our private bank, you not only possess the prestigious black debit card, but are also eligible for a theoretically unlimited credit black gold card. Would you be interested in applying for one? Before departing, Zhou Qianqian inquired. Though touted as having unlimited limits, this was largely theoretical. Its true value lay in the identity and status it conferred upon the cardholder. After a moment's contemplation, Yi-En concluded that the benefits of acquiring such a card outweighed the drawbacks, even considering the annual fee of several thousand yuan that would apply. Regardless of whether the card was activated, let us proceed with the application, he decided. Very well, Mr. Yi. Please let me know a convenient time for you, and I will bring the necessary documents to assist you. Wait for my update. Today is certainly not suitable. Understood. With that, Zhou Qianqian drove away. Yi-En ascended the steps to the entrance of Unit 101 and knocked on the door. After several attempts with no response, he took out his key and opened the door. Upon entry, he found himself in the dining area, with the kitchen, restroom, and guest bedroom located to the north. At the eastern end of the southern side lies the master bedroom, while the western end features a living room, partitioned by wooden boards and equipped with a door. Within this living space, a bed is placed, which can also serve as a bedroom. Yi-En had previously resided here. The living room opens directly onto the balcony, which is enveloped in glass. At this moment, the sun shines brightly, flooding the balcony with light, though half of it is shielded by awnings. Nevertheless, the atmosphere inside resembles a vast furnace. With 3 individuals residing here, it indeed feels somewhat cramped. It is no wonder that Qin Yuling has expressed considerable discontent regarding Yi-En's presence. Initially, Yi-En found the arrangement quite agreeable, small yet orderly, crowded yet cozy, exuding a sense of home. However, it was evident that Qinlan had intentionally reserved the living room for Yi-En. Glancing at the time, Yi-En noted it was 1:30 in the afternoon. Qinlan should be waking soon. He approached the door of the master bedroom and knocked gently. For someone like Qinlan, who places great importance on health and wellness, an afternoon nap was sacrosanct. Yi-En had timed his knock accordingly. Shortly, a languid and soft feminine voice emerged from within, melodious and tinged with a hint of allure. Yi-En couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed Qinlan was treating him as if he were Qin Yuling. Aunt Lan, it's me, Yi-En called through the door. Little Nin? Qinlan et Golim, seemingly jolted awake, as the sound of her slippers scuffling across the wooden floor grew closer. The door swung open to reveal her clad in a silk nightgown. It truly is Little Nin. I thought I was dreaming, she said, her face alight with delight as she embraced Yi-En. After a few moments, Qinlan lifted her head to gaze at Yi-En, gradually sensing something amiss. The astonishment in her eyes was replaced by confusion. Little Nin, you've grown taller. more handsome, and quite robust. Qinlan seemed to be quite slow to realize the changes. Indeed, I look much more pleasing to the eye. However, my dear little, and it has always been quite pleasing, far superior to that ungrateful wretch, she remarked, referring to Qin Yuling. Yin often puzzled over why Qinlan treated him with such kindness, perhaps even more than she did her own daughter. This might also be one of the reasons for Qin Yuling's disdain towards him. Aunt Lan, given my height of over 1 meter 80, doesn't calling me little and seem somewhat inappropriate? Yin expressed his thoughts on this moniker, likening it to referring to one of his belongings as small. Indeed, as one matures, one does not cease to grow. You are now 20, and your height may yet increase, she replied. Yet, no matter how tall you grow in my eyes, you will forever be my little Aunt Lan. Look at us now. When I hold you, it feels as though I'm cradling a little girl. Yin attempted to protest. However, Qinlan mercilessly interrupted him, asserting, that does not change my identity as your aunt. Yin felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness. In this world, many could make Yin feel defeated, yet the one woman who could make him willingly embrace that defeat was undoubtedly Qinlan. Observing Yi-An's handsome yet troubled expression, Qinlan nodded with satisfaction, stepping away from him to circle around, murmuring, you have indeed become more robust. You are no longer a mere bean sprout. It appeared that this was the image she had held of him. Interestingly, the term bean sprout seemed to have originated from Qin Yuling's lips. However, the attitudes of the mother and daughter towards this imagery were entirely distinct. Qinlan embodies a sense of affection, while Qin Yuling is simply a source of disdain. This distinction is, in essence, a reflection of the biases that shape our perceptions. Is it not? Yin mused, recalling time before he had a system, when no matter how much he ate, he could not gain weight. Yet in truth, there was nothing amiss with his physique. If anything, he felt slightly lacking in strength. Qinlan circled around Yin, her stature tall and imposing, her visage undeniably handsome, certainly a figure who would attract a multitude of admirers. Aunt Lan, weren't you previously concerned that I might struggle to find partner? That should no longer be the case, right? When have I ever worried about you being single? Then why? I merely wish for Yuling's happiness. In my heart, you shall always be the most outstanding one. Aunt Lan, your words leave me somewhat bashful. Oh, are you blushing now? Ye an fine innocente. Chapter 63. Aunt Lan's favorability at 99. Aunt Lan, it's nearly 2 o'clock. Aren't you heading to the cafe? There's a limit to how much one can endure. After all, Yin is not truly a masochist. Aunt Lan, isn't it a bit too early? Yan chocolate WD. Too early? Not at all. Come on. It's been months since we last met. When did you become so slow? You are not as endearing as before. With little else to say, Yin followed Qinlan out the door. Qinlan drove a white Volvo S60, asserting that safety was paramount and everything else was secondary. As he entered the vehicle, Yin stole a glance at her. Character, Qinlan. Age, 39. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Attractiveness, 86, exceptional. Figure, 89, exceptional. Physique, 61, normal. Awareness, 66, normal. Character, 99-100. Favorability, 99. Qinlan appeared to surpass Han Xia in beauty, yet the system rated her at 86, which was 2 points lower than Han Xia. In terms of physique, Qinlan also fell into the slightly plump category. Her proportions might not be as exaggerated as Han Xia's, but an 89 seemed rather unjust. Given that Han Xia boasted a physique rated at 92 and Wang Yorong reached an impressive 96, Yin speculated that age might play a role. This latest evaluation only reaffirmed his suspicions. Dear system, while you have been generous on this occasion, I must respectfully disagree. This is blatant age discrimination. What is wrong with being older? Some individuals manage to maintain their beauty quite splendidly. According to Yi-An's aesthetic standards, Han Xia's beauty would undoubtedly score at least 90, while her physique would exceed 96. As for Qinlan, her attractiveness should be no less than 91, and her figure would not fall below 95. Yin refrained from voicing the reason for his defense of the two women. It stemmed from their favorability towards him. Han Xia was a given, being his partner. However, the fact that Qinlan, merely his aunt and devoid of any blood relation, held a favorability of 99 was remarkable, teetering just shy of perfection. What does a score of 99 imply? In the context of a romantic relationship, it suggests an allowance for nearly anything. Upon reaching a favorability score of 90, it signifies unwavering loyalty. Even when aware that Yi and his other women in his life, one would remain steadfastly by his side. With the favorability remaining impervious to minor grievances, unless he were to commit an egregious act of betrayal that would incite universal outrage. With a favorability score between 95 and 99, even Yi En's most outrageous behavior could be excused, reminiscent of characters in novels who have been brainwashed by a system. As for the legendary score of 100, I'm afraid that transcends the emotional capacity of an ordinary individual. Thus it remains unattainable. Qin Lang, despite her own daughter Qin Yuling, could never attain such a high score. Yet, it has inexplicably manifested in her relationship with Yi En, leaving him utterly perplexed. Xiaonan, why are you looking at Annie like that? Fasten your seatbelt. I'm about to drive, Qinlan reminded him, her gentle and affectionate gaze revealing her fondness. If this favorability were to be transformed into romantic affection. Yin was startled by the sudden notion and promptly shook his head to dispel such impure thoughts. Qinlan shot Yi a curious glance, but seeing his calm demeanor, she chose not to comment further. Her level of trust in Yi En far exceeded that of her biological daughter, Qin Yuling. In the car, Yin took out his phone and, after a brief flurry of activity, transferred 2 million to Han Xia. Upon landing, he had already informed Han Xia of his safe arrival, but subsequently he was entangled with Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao, leaving him no opportunity to check his phone. Upon opening Han Xia's WeChat chat box, he found several messages from her, filled with concern and greetings. Wife, I've transferred 2 million to you. Don't hesitate to spend. Let me know if you need more. He pressed send. Thank you, darling. Love you lots. Accompanied by a heart emoji. Ye an similit kunojin. Pleased with Han Xia's understanding nature. She never asked for anything unless necessary, and when given, she graciously accepted without pretense. This arrangement was quite agreeable. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, Qinlan immediately linked her arm with Yin's, standing nearly 20 centimeters shorter than him, and looking exceptionally well-maintained. The two resembled an adorable couple with a charming height difference rather than an aunt and nephew. The vendors at the market mostly recognized Qinlan, while Yin remained relatively unfamiliar to them, drawing many inquisitive glances. As they wandered through the market, Qinlan selected items while introducing Yin, playfully mentioning that he was a top student from Donghai University and currently single, inviting anyone with suitable daughters to consider him. Yin's appeal, while not universally captivating, certainly held significant allure for women. Several young ladies, believing themselves to possess some charm, couldn't help but cast flirtatious glances his way. The older women regarded him warmly, akin to a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. Qinlan was elated, her joy surpassing even the attention she received herself, and a smile graced her face throughout. Qinlan, I have a niece who is quite exceptional, beautiful and a graduate of a prestigious university, though she is already 23 years old. A middle-aged woman, well acquainted with Qinlan, remarked, Age is merely a number. After all, a woman older by 3 years may still bring fortune. Sister Qian, do let me know when it would be appropriate for my nephew Yi and to meet your niece. Qinlan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, Aunt Lan, I am but 20 years old and still a student. Is it not a tad premature to discuss arranged meetings? Ye An, taken aback by the sudden proximity of such a notion, hurriedly intervened to halt the conversation. He chose silence, knowing that no matter how much he protested, Qinlan would have an array of responses at the ready, and he could not afford to sever ties. Qinlan would revel in her joy, and, ultimately, the final decision rested with him. Upon returning home, Qinlan entered her bedroom, shrouded in secrecy as to her activities. Meanwhile, Yin settled into the living room, his makeshift bedroom, extracting a book from his backpack and immersing himself in its pages at the desk. When Qinlan emerged from her room and spotted Yin engrossed in his reading, she breathed a sigh of relief, opting not to disturb him and instead made her way to the kitchen. 2 hours later, Yin was interrupted by a knock at the door. Oh, I forgot my keys, Qinlan muttered before calling out to Yin. Little Yin, I am currently unable. Could you please open the door? Ye an replied affirmative. Rising to open the door, only to find Qin Yuling standing there. They exchanged a moment of silent surprise. Aunt Lan, indeed, Yin calmly stepped aside, not bothering to greet Qin Yuling, and headed back to his temporary room. Yin had transformed so drastically that one could hardly recognize him. Had it not been for the familiar term of endearment from his mother, Qin Yuling would never have believed he was Yin. Is there an issue? Qinlan asked without glancing at Qin Yuling. I was concerned something was amiss, mother. In the future, could you be clear with your words? It can be rather alarming. Qin Yuling expressed her grievances. Rest assured, I am well-fed, well-rested, and indulging in afternoon naps. I shan't be leaving this world anytime soon. Qinlan reassured her. Is there anything else you require? Qinlan inquired, noticing that Qin Yuling remained rooted in place. I am fine now, Qin Yuling replied, her chest rising and falling as she suppressed her frustration. If that is the case, I present you with two choices. 1. Assist me in my tasks. 2. Engage in conversation with Yin. Both options were ones Qin Yuling was loath to accept, and while she longed to decline both, fear held her tongue, and she begrudgingly conceded, I shall assist you then. Very well, this fish is now your responsibility, Qin Lan declared, tossing the kitchen knife aside. Despite her reluctance, Qin Yuling picked up the knife, eyeing the fish which only half had its scales removed. Ensure the scales are thoroughly cleaned when you gut the fish. Be cautious not to rupture the gallbladder. Also, the gills are the filthiest part. They require thorough cleaning with ample water. After more than 10 minutes, the fish was finally pristine. Now, take this beef and slice it thinly. I intend to prepare ginger beef. If it is cut too thick, it will be difficult to chew. Understood. As more than 20 minutes passed, Qin Lan instructed, first, peel the winter melon and cut it into uniform pieces, about the size of the ribs, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters. This will ensure the soup not only looks appealing, but is also flavorful. A mysterious smile flickered across Qin Lan's face. Although Qin Yuling did not see it, the dishes were all favorites of Yin, and she knew without thinking that her mother was deliberately targeting her. It was all Yin's fault. They had already eaten an early dinner. Just past 5 o'clock, Qin Lan began the meal. The dining table was laden with more than 10 dishes, primarily those that Yin enjoyed. Among them were the braised crucian carp, shredded beef with ginger, and winter melon soup with ribs, all of which Qin Yuling had a hand in preparing. Qin Lan's dining table was a standard square one. Under Qin Lan's arrangement, Yin and Qin Yuling sat opposite each other. Chapter 64. You have a boyfriend, Yuling. Qin Yuling lowered her head, focusing on her rice. And even when serving herself vegetables, she did not dare to glance at Yin. Yin, on the other hand, appeared much more at ease, occasionally serving dishes to Qin Lan. Yet, the more Yin acted this way, the more uncomfortable Qin Yuling felt. Why was this happening? This was clearly her home, yet she felt like an outsider. Did Yin not understand that as a guest, one should not overshadow the host? Qin Lan paid no heed to her daughter's feelings and cheerfully accepted the dishes that Yin offered. But her gaze was inadvertently drawn to the watch peeking from Yin's wrist. Xiaotunin, is it a Rolex on your wrist? Yin was taken aback. He was accustomed to wearing his watch on his right hand, and since he was wearing long sleeves that concealed it, Qin Lan had only now noticed. Yes, Saint Lan. Yin had no intention of lying. While he would not divulge the entirety of his 300 million asset fortune all at once, he did not mind revealing a little to help Qin Lan gradually adjust to the reality of him being a billionaire. This is a Rolex Oyster Perpetual. It must not be cheap, right? Qin Lan pulled Yin's arm closer for a better look, inquiring tentatively. A watch over 50,000. Is that not expensive? At this, even Qin Yuling could not suppress her curiosity, lifting her head to stare blankly at Yin. It's not that Aunt Lan doubts you. But how did you afford such an expensive watch? Qin Lan asked with the gentlest tone she could muster. Aunt Lan, if I say it was a gift from someone, would you believe me? I believe you, of course. Can you tell Aunt who gave it to you? A friend of mine. A female friend? Yeah, I know it. I went on a trip to the Southwest, and by chance, I met the manager of the Fear Jewelry flagship store. She enjoys collecting gemstones, and one time, I accompanied her and offered some suggestions. She made millions, and not only did she share $1 million with me, but she also gifted me this watch. Qin Lan found this hard to fathom and utterly incredible. Qin Yuling, however, was 100% skeptical, while Yin was indeed proficient in his studies. She could not believe that mere suggestions could lead someone to earn millions. By the way, her name is Han Xia, Aunt Lan. If you don't believe me, I can call her. Yin anticipated that Qin Lan would not believe this, and he would not either, hence he had already informed Han Xia in advance. No need. Aunt naturally believes you. Seeing Yin take out his phone to make a call, as it did not seem like a fabrication, Qin Lan hurriedly intervened to prevent it, fearing it might hurt Yin's pride. Yet, her expression failed to hide her disbelief, as if her face was inscribed with the words, I don't believe it. Yin suppressed a chuckle, unlocking his phone to access the banking app. He retrieved his bank account balance and raised it before Qin Lan. Instinctively, she began to count the figures displayed, and upon reaching the 7-digit mark, disbelief washed over her. She recounted, confirming once again that it indeed amounted to 7 digits. The displayed account balance read 100, 462, 732. This was actually the ordinary card Yi had been using, one that Qin Lan had assisted him in obtaining. He had already transferred the remaining funds to his black card. The presence of both whole and fractional amounts was a calculated measure, designed to appear more authentic and to quickly gain Qin Lan's trust. Xiao Anan, Do you truly have 1 million? Qinlan exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment after verifying the impressive sum in Yi's bank account. Lao Yi, I would never deceive you, Yin replied, his tone imbued with sincerity. Qin Yuling, utterly bewildered, pondered how it was possible that Yin had, over the course of summer, genuinely earned 1 million. Yet, the evidence lay vividly before her, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao Anan, the friend you mentioned, Han Xia. She deals with stones. Could it be that she's involved in stone gambling? Though elated, Qinlan's excitement quickly morphed into concern as she questioned him. Yes, indeed. Is stone gambling, Yin affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving this confirmation, Qinlan's countenance drained of color. You, how could you? Yan understood, had the reputation. It was evident that she was wary, which was why he had used Han Xia as a shield. He reassured her, Lao Yi, rest assured. I merely provide her with knowledge gleaned from books. In the industry, I believe they refer to such roles as consultants. I will not personally engage in stone gambling. While this statement could not be deemed entirely forthright, at least he had committed to being a temporary advisor for Sue's jewelry. Even if it is a deception, it is one born of goodwill, and only half-truths at that. Previously, Yuling had informed him that she had mentioned his reading on stone gambling. You truly believe that I can function as a consultant solely based on the knowledge acquired from books? Yin interjected, Lao Yi, you are well aware of my means. From where would I acquire funds to gamble with stones? Qinlan note that, ever since Yi's father had passed away, his living expenses had primarily been covered by her. Even when he occasionally worked to earn some money, the total never exceeded 10,000. Lao Yi, did you say that it was Yuling who told you about my reading on stone gambling? Sensing the conversation had shifted in his favor, Yin swiftly redirected the topic. Qinlan paused, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her daughter's secrets. However, having spoken, there was no point in denying it any longer. Yin, who is your sister? Must you lack such boundaries? Moreover, it was I who mentioned it to my mother. Are you not aware of your own circumstances? My intention is solely for your benefit. Qinlan attempted to explain, but Qin Yuling interjected, unable to hold her tongue. Ah, so I should thank you then? Yin retorted, a wry smile gracing his lips. Thank you is unnecessary. Please refrain from using such distasteful terms to irritate me. Given the long-standing friendship between our families, having grown up together, you ought to inform me how you wish to be addressed. Is it not distasteful, Qin Yuling? Or do you have other preferences? I apologize, but if I recall correctly, you already have a boyfriend. I am not one to disrupt the harmony of a couple, so I must disappoint you. What are you babbling about, Yin? Qin Yuling trembled with anger, her finger pointing accusingly at Yin, barely restraining herself from unleashing a torrent of insults. Which of my statements is incorrect? Please point it out, and if I am wrong, I shall gladly apologize. Qin Yuling. Qinlan found herself momentarily bewildered. How did their conversation devolve into a quarrel? Shouldn't they clarify Yi's situation first? At a loss for words now. Are you, Qin Yuling? Some matters are beyond our control, and thus you must accept them. Yin further provoked Qin Yuling. Yin, why don't you just leave? This is my home. You eat here and stay here. I've never encountered someone as shameless as you. Qinlan, taken aback by her daughter's words, was about to reprimand her when Yin interjected, Aunt Lan, it's all right. Sister Yuling speaks the truth. As I mentioned earlier, there is no fault in speaking the truth. Little one, don't overthink it. Yuling is just confused and speaking nonsense, Qinlan said. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Yin and Aunt Lan. Do not worry. Do I appear to be in distress? Yin's smile was genuine. Yet she continued, however, Sister Yuling is correct. In the past, when I had no means, staying at your home was acceptable, but now that I have the means, it would indeed be shameless to continue. Little one, are you planning to move out? Qinlan exclaimed in surprise, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. Yes, Aunt Lan. With this 1 million, even factoring in rent, it will last me for 3 years. But you are still a student, lacking in worldly experience. I worry that you may not take care of yourself properly. Aunt Lan, you underestimate me. Over the past 2 months, I've been living alone in Southwest Province, and I've been doing quite well. I've not only gained weight, but also grown taller. Fearing that Qinlan might misunderstand, Yin added, Aunt Lan, I don't mean to imply that you mistreated me. On the contrary, without you, I wouldn't have been able to attend university. The young eagle must eventually spread its wings and soar high. Surely, you do not wish for me to become a perpetual mama's boy, or rather, an aunt's boy. Little one, you have truly grown up. Tears welled in Qinlan's eyes, a mix of pride and reluctance washing over her. Hee, Aunt Lan, only now do you realize? Yin teased playfully. Seeing that Qinlan was about to say something else, Yin quickly interjected, Aunt Lan, I've already made up my mind. I will stay for the night and move out tomorrow. Qinlan understood that Yin was resolute in her decision to leave. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words on how to persuade her to stay. Qin Yuling was also momentarily stunned. The word she had long suppressed had finally found an outlet, yet she hadn't anticipated the resulting impact would be so profound. Yin was moving out starting tomorrow? For some reason, rather than feeling joy, she felt an emptiness within, as if she were losing something precious. Especially when she observed Yin's tall figure, sharp features, and mature, confident demeanor, not to mention the 1 million he had earned over the last 2 months. In comparison, her boyfriend, Wang Haoyu, seemed to possess nothing that could rival Yin. The feeling in my heart was even more difficult to bear. It was not true that Yin had earned 1 million purely through sheer luck. Luck, after all, is fleeting, while one's family background remains paramount. In today's society, the stratification of social classes has become increasingly pronounced. It is no longer an era where talent and hard work alone can facilitate a rise from humble beginnings. Even if Yin possesses certain abilities, what does it matter? At most, he would merely be a slightly elevated tool in someone else's employ. Just as he served as a consultant, he remained bound to the whims of his employer. The more Qin Yuling pondered, the more she felt assured in her choices. The real folly lay with her mother, Qin Lan, who persisted in viewing the world through outdated paradigms, an utterly laughable and tragic perspective. Dinner concluded in an atmosphere that was far from pleasant. After taking a shower, Yin retreated to his makeshift bedroom to continue his reading. Approximately an hour later, a knock sounded on the door. Chapter 65, A Gift for Aunt Lan. The door was unlatched, and Yin needed no guesswork to deduce that it was Qin Lan. Qin Yuling was eager for him to leave, so it was unlikely she would seek him out at this hour. The door swung open, revealing Qin Lan clad only in a Besua bathrobe, fresh from her shower. Her hair was damp, glistening under the light with several mischievous droplets that sparkled like jewels. As she approached, Yin was immediately enveloped by the scent of her shower gel mingling with her unique fragrance, a rich aroma that was neither overpowering nor intrusive. Little Nin, still engrossed in your book? Qin Lan inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed, a mere 20 centimeters away from him. Yin turned his head and caught sight of her elegantly defined collarbone, accentuating her beauty and allure. Aunt Lan, staying up so late is not like you. Yin teased, unable to resist the playful banter. It seems you have truly grown up, daring to tease your aunt, Qin Lan replied, feigning a playful attempt to pat Yin's head, but her hand lingered in the air before retreating. Only Aunt Lan continues to see me as a child. In ancient times, at my age, children would already be running about, he remarked. Indeed, the schemes are all directed at family. Besides, you are no longer a child. It is indeed inappropriate, she responded. Aunt Lan, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Yin feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Qin Lan shot him a flirtatious glance. Yuling appears strong and independent, but in your presence, she is rather naive, easily provoked into speaking without thought. Aunt Lan, you noticed? Yan chakit fortity. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will. However, have you truly made up your mind about moving out? Qin Lan asked earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. Aunt Lan, you also recognize that Yuling harbors significant grievances against me. Perhaps moving out would benefit both her and me, preventing further escalation of the conflict between you two. You possess a keen insight, Qin Lan sighed. Aunt Lan, there's something I've always found puzzling. Why do you treat me with more kindness than Yuling? It feels as though I am your own, while she is merely a child rescued from the refuse. You are the one who emerged from the refuse. Qin Lan playfully chastised, her expression shifting to one of complexity. This matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you once you graduate and establish your career. Your studies remain paramount. Yin nodded, since Qin Lan was reluctant to speak. He had no intention of prying further. He could surmise the underlying reasons to a certain extent. Today was merely an opportunity to gauge the situation. Since you have made a decision, I respect it, said his aunt. However, I increasingly find that conversing with you feels akin to engaging with someone of my own age. You seem rather mature for your years, Xiao Anin. Do take care not to grow weary before your time. Aunt Lan, that term may not aptly describe me. Yin replied with a wry smile. What I mean is, at your young age, you should embody a more vivacious spirit, smile more. I prefer boys with a sunny disposition. Is that so? Then I shall strive to become the type you favor. Aunt Lan, Yin said, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. How bold of you to take liberties with your aunt. Qin Lan felt her heart flutter at Yin's unexpected change in demeanor. To mask her inner turmoil, she playfully twisted Yin's ear. Aunt Lan, I merely echoed your sentiments. If you misinterpret me, you cannot hold it against me. Yan protested, feigning indignation. Still daring to retort? Lan tightened her grip. Yin felt no pain. Instead, he stared vacantly into a corner. Noticing his sudden stillness, Lan sensed something amiss. Upon observing his gaze, her face flushed. Where is that impudent boy looking? Hastily, she straightened her posture, wishing to avoid further embarrassment before Yin. Her heart bore no ill will towards him, yet she felt an indescribable, peculiar sensation. Yet unchocolate fluidity, which only deepened Lan's blush. Strangely, she felt a flicker of delight. Despite nearing 40, her allure remained undiminished, capable of captivating even a spirited young man like Yin. After leaving Yin's temporary bedroom, buoyed by her good mood, her steps seemed particularly light. From behind, an unsuspecting observer might mistake her for a youthful maiden. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, around 7, Yin heard a knock on the door. He feigned ignorance and shifted from his side to lie flat on his back. After several unanswered knocks, the bedroom door swung open. Lan entered, only to find Yin clad in nothing but his underwear, sprawled in an indecorous manner. In the past, she would have thought little of it, viewing Yin as a child yet to mature. But now, everything about his current demeanor signified his adulthood. He was a vigorous, overly mature young man. Lan's face flushed momentarily, and she stifled a curse, momentarily at a loss for how to react. She stood there, frozen. Yin waited for over 3 minutes, during which he could hear Lan's breathing shift from rapid to steady, then back to rapid again. Clearly, she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The previous night's slight transgression had left a significant impression on her. With a sleepy hum, Yin stirred slightly, sensing it was time to cease his pretense. Lan was abruptly awakened, her heart racing as she sought to flee, only to notice the signs of consciousness in Yin's eyes. There was no time to escape. Absolutely no time. In a moment of desperation, Lan chose to advance rather than retreat, approaching the bedside and gently calling, "Xiao, and in. It's time to rise for breakfast." "Oh, all right, Aunt Lan," Yin replied, her response almost convincing, were it not for the lingering blush on Lan's face. "Well then, now that you're awake, don't linger in bed. I shall get up right away." Yin sat up. "Hurry and dress and freshen up," Lan remarked before hurriedly exiting Yin's bedroom. As the door clicked shut behind her, Lan patted her ample bosom, her heart still racing as she thought how perilous the situation had been. She had nearly embarrassed herself. Yin emerged from the bedroom, and Lan dared not meet her gaze, fearful of blushing. Yuling, unaware of the unfolding drama, sensed something was amiss with her mother, though she could not pinpoint exactly what felt strange. Breakfast was consumed in relative silence among the three. Lan's emotions were tumultuous. She had nearly made a fool of herself in front of a younger generation. Yin, adhering to the principle that silence is golden, refrained from stirring any discomfort. After breakfast, Yin first placed a call to Zhou Qianqian before beginning to gather her belongings. Her possessions were minimal, merely a couple of changes of clothes and a few books. "Xiaonan, why not wait until you find a place before moving out?" Lan had grown accustomed to having Yin around, even if her stay had been brief over the past year. The knowledge that Yin called this place home brought her peace. "Aunt Lan, finding a place is quite easy. Today, I'll report to school and then look for a house. Even if I can't find one today, there's always the dormitory, right? All right then, I shall drive you to school. Though it's not particularly valuable, I believe it complements your elegance splendidly. You will look beautiful wearing it. I am eager to see Xiao and Anne's taste," Lan said with delight as she opened the gift box, revealing a pendant and a pair of earrings. The pendant, vibrant in color like newly unfurling leaves, was lively and spirited, its jade quality crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of morning dew, lush and radiant, shaped like a leaf, brimming with vitality. The earrings, composed of 2 parts, featured an egg-shaped top and a green teardrop below, set in platinum, with the jade material akin to that of the pendant, presumably sourced from the same piece of jadeite. In fact, they were indeed sold as a set, costing Yi an over 3 million. Although Lan did not possess extensive knowledge of jade, her aesthetic sensibility was undeniable. She found herself captivated, exclaiming after a few moments, "How exquisite! Aunt Lan, how is my taste?" Yin asked, feigning ignorance. "It is commendable, but this must not have been cheap, right?" Lan's primary concern was the price. She adored the jewelry, yet could not bear the thought of Yi and spending excessively on her. "It cannot be returned." Yin shook her head. "Aunt Lan, this is my heartfelt gesture. Please accept it." Upon hearing Anne's insistence that she could not refuse, and sensing a hint of playful charm in his tone, Lan ultimately chose not to disappoint him and graciously accepted the gift. "On lang." Would you like me to assist you in putting it on? Although Yi posed it as a question, he had already taken the gift box and approached Qinlan from behind. Her cheeks flushed once more, yet she did not deter his actions, allowing him to adorn her with the pendant and subsequently the earrings. Yi's movements were delicate, but perhaps intentionally, his touch occasionally brushed against Qinlan's skin, igniting a nervous tension within her, raising goosebumps across her body and causing her breath to quicken slightly. All done, Itlan. My taste is indeed impeccable. This pendant and these earrings complement you splendidly. They not only enhance your beauty and elegance, but also bestow a youthful vibrancy upon you. Chapter 66. Next time, please refrain from such antics. Really? Regardless of age, women possess an innate desire for beauty. Upon hearing his words, Qinlan's tension dissipated, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile. If you doubt it, you may see for yourself. Yian retrieved a small mirror from the desk and handed it to Qinlan. Without hesitation, she accepted the mirror, examining her reflection from every angle, playfully striking various poses, her smile unwavering. Antlan, your top is rather conservative today. Perhaps you should consider something more revealing, he teased. Don't think that gifting me presents grants you any liberties, Qinlan retorted, fully aware of Yi An's insinuation. My intentions stem purely from an appreciation of beauty, Antlan. You have misunderstood me. Yi feigned innocence. Whether he was truly aggrieved was known only to him. Qinlan was not deceived, casting him a knowing glance. This time I shall overlook it, but next time, do not act so. Yin wisely chose to retreat, understanding that some matters require patience. With a favorable rapport already established, he felt assured that his efforts would not be in vain. Zhou Qianqian, following Yi An's instructions, refrained from driving into the community and instead awaited him at the entrance. A single Maybach was already a spectacle, and Zhou Qianqian's presence only intensified the attention, drawing a crowd that gathered curiously. As Ian approached the entrance, laden with a bag and a handheld parcel, he was taken aback by the throng of people, initially suspecting some commotion. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Qianqian who had attracted the crowd. Manager Zhou, on such a sweltering day, wouldn't it be more pleasant to remain in the air-conditioned vehicle? Yambistit. Zhou Qianqian offered an apologetic smile, surprised by the unexpected enthusiasm of the onlookers. However, she overlooked the fact that while the Bowang community in Donghai was only slightly pricier than the suburbs, it was still a place of dilapidated charm, and the residents here were not of the same caliber as those she typically interacted with. A beauty with a score exceeding 90 could shine brightly anywhere, especially in such a modest neighborhood. Witnessing the familiarity between Yi and Zhou Qianqian, jealousy flared among the onlookers, some even wishing ill upon him. Isn't that the nephew of Qinlan? Someone recognized Yian, as Qinlan's reputation in the Bowang community was well established, leading many to be acquainted with him. Had it not been for the drastic change in Yian's appearance, the number of those who recognized him would have undoubtedly increased. Upon hearing this inquiry, Yian hastily entered the vehicle. The longer he lingered, the more likely he would be recognized, allowing Qinlan to learn of his presence with greater swiftness. I know Qinlan's nephew. He does not resemble this at all. Are you mistaken? Yian caught the sound of a rebuttal just as he closed the car door. What was to transpire next fell beyond Yi and sphere of concern. Manager Zhou, have you brought the materials? Yian inquired directly upon entering the vehicle. Yes, Mr. Yi. Would you like to sign inside the car? This implied that she had prepared a suitable location in advance. Let us sign in the car. Just find a nearby photocopy shop on the way and make a copy of your ID, he instructed casually. Understood. Zhou Qianqian had just fastened her seatbelt when she unfastened it again, using her legs to push slightly, her hips lifting as she crawled toward the back seat. It appeared that the documents were placed there. Though Zhou Qianqian was not particularly short, standing at 160 centimeters, she had struggled to reach the materials on several occasions. Thus, she opted to rise partially, increasing her movement's range, almost completely diving into the rear seat. Yian caught a glimpse, an accidental glance, surely. Who would have expected this? On the surface, Manager Zhou appeared earnest and diligent, yet within her lay an untamed spirit. Zhou Qianqian finally retrieved the documents, though she perhaps felt her previous actions were somewhat unbecoming. Mr. Yi, I have prepared the materials and the contract. You only need to sign where indicated. A hint of barely perceptible embarrassment graced her features, and her gaze flickered. Yi then took the materials, unable to suppress his curiosity. Was Zhou Qianqian's demeanor of seriousness, elegance, competence, and affability merely a facade? Was she, in fact, a woman with a wild and unrestrained heart? Yet, Having only had 2 boyfriends, surely she could not be so. In this era, where everything is globalized, labeling her as an innocent lotus flower was hardly an exaggeration. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to probe further into the significance of the strap. A beauty like Zhou Qianqian, with looks and figure exceeding a score of 90. Having learned her little secret would be a waste to overlook. Mr. Yi? Yes, I will sign now, he replied, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts. Flipping through the materials to begin signing. Zhou Qianqian was, in truth, a person of intricate thoughts and keen insight. Although Yian maintained an air of nonchalance, she sensed an oddity. However, she attributed it to her earlier exaggerated movements, unaware that her secret had been discovered by Yi in Donghai University, like many prestigious institutions nationwide. Enforced strict regulations concerning external vehicles. To enter the campus, prior approval and registration were required, allowing entry only with the appropriate credentials. Today, few were reporting in. Most students tended to arrive on the final day, rendering the campus relatively tranquil. The process of registering as a returning student is quite straightforward, involving payment and registration. Moreover, online channels have been established for convenience. Following the notification from Donghai University, Yian swiftly completed the registration process. Inside the dormitory, the space was vacant, yet the air felt refreshingly clean, devoid of any lingering smoke. Yian placed his tote bag on his bed before exiting the university. In Donghai, whether renting or purchasing, one invariably relies on real estate agents, leaving little opportunity to engage directly with primary landlords. Particularly in the case of rentals, tenants predominantly encounter sublandlords. Yian sought out the largest real estate agency nearby, reputed for requiring its agents to possess at least a bachelor's degree during its peak. He was greeted by a spirited young man named Jiang Zelin, who upon noticing Yian's youth, treated him with respect, promptly offering tea and exhibiting seamless service. Yian pondered whether to rent or to make a decisive purchase. The property prices around Donghai University were not exorbitant, averaging around 79,000 per square meter, mostly consisting of second-hand residences. The most desirable option appeared to be Jiangwan Community, featuring both high-rise apartments and villas, built alongside the river with prices reaching over 100,000 per square meter. The high-rises primarily offered smaller units. And although Yian acknowledged Jiang Zelin's recommendations for several 90-square-meter apartments, he refrained from making any hasty decisions. Are there any villas available for rent or sale? I would like to take a look, Yi inquired. There are, Mr. Yi. Please hold on, Jiang Zelin responded, swiftly typing on his keyboard to locate the villa information. There are 2 villas available for rent, while none are currently for sale. One is a 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom unit with 2 living areas and a 100-square-meter yard, totaling 358 square meters. It is minimally renovated but ready for immediate occupancy, with a rental price of 360,000 per month. The other is a 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom unit without a yard, totaling 288 square meters, also minimally renovated, available for the same monthly rental of 350,000. The payment terms are 1 month's deposit with 3 months rent up front. The prices were beyond Yi and S' initial considerations. His primary focus was on space and comfort. After some contemplation, considering he would be at Donghai University for at least another 2.5 years, he recognized the merits of both renting and buying. Since the villas in Jiangwan Community were exclusively for rent, he resolved to rent one for the time being, especially given its proximity to the school. Purchasing a property would require something like a Riverview flat or a villa in a superior location. Additionally, Su Shiai's had promised him a property valued under 40 million, though the Su family did not hold any real estate in the university town, alleviating any urgency. Accompanied by Jiang Zelin, Yian proceeded to view the properties. The first villa, number 16, was situated near the southern gate of the community, accessible by navigating a few turns. The villa included a garage, alleviating any parking concerns. Yian was pleasantly surprised to discover a charging station installed in the garage, which would save him considerable hassle. Upon entering the villa, the kitchen and dining area were to the left, while a spacious living room occupied the right side, with a staircase positioned between the two. To the south of the living room lies a balcony, beyond which is an attached garden spanning 100 square meters. Although the decor is rather simplistic, it is evident that all necessary furnishings are present and that the quality of the materials used is commendable. This is hardly surprising. A client who can afford a rental of over 30,000 must be of at least a middle-class standing. And neither the landlord nor the agent would dare to employ inferior materials. After exploring the first floor, I ascended to the second. The 2 south-facing bedrooms each boast their own private bathrooms. The third floor bears a striking resemblance to the second, with only one notable distinction. The northern side of the second floor features an indoor basketball court, while the third floor is designated as a study. The layout is straightforward and the decor minimalist yet spacious. The actual appearance aligns closely with the images presented, and I found myself quite satisfied. I felt no inclination to view a second villa, as I had other matters to attend to. Thus, I resolved to choose the first villa, signing a 2-year lease at a rental of $30,000. If you have the authority to finalize this, please proceed. If not, kindly consult the landlord. Jiang Zeline was taken aback by my decisiveness, having not even viewed the second villa, yet making an immediate choice filled him with joy. Very well, Mr. Yi. The landlord has entrusted us with full authority, so we can proceed. However, the discount you seek may be difficult to achieve. A rental of $30,000 is unlikely, but I shall advocate on your behalf to the manager. Very well, do so, I nodded. Chapter 67. I am here waiting for your girlfriend. $32,000 it is. Let's sign the contract. The price held little significance for me, yet I did not wish to appear gullible. Any savings would be appreciated. All right. Jiang Zeline extracted the contract from his folder and proceeded to fill in the necessary information. After a few minutes, he finally completed the details. He then presented me with the original photograph of the property deed and the landlord's letter of authorization. Upon reviewing, I found no issues, signed the documents, transferred the funds, and thus the villa was officially rented. The entire process took less than an hour. With my housing situation resolved, the next item on my agenda was to purchase a vehicle for transportation. I took a taxi to the Bund, where I spent over $1.2 million on a luxurious black Yuanwang U8 electric vehicle, contributing in some small measure to the support of domestic products. After completing all the formalities, the sun had already set. The license plates would not arrive for over 10 days, so I was currently using a temporary plate. Driving from the Bund to Jiangwan community was a journey of over 30 kilometers. Compared to traditional fuel vehicles, the electric car provided me with an experience characterized by rapid acceleration and significantly higher comfort levels. The noise and vibration during operation were far superior to those of my previous Mercedes. After parking the car in the garage and successfully charging it, I patted my beloved vehicle and left the garage with a sense of satisfaction. I read until 10 in the evening, and upon exiting the villa, I was uncertain whether the lights would be turned off that night. However, to be prudent, I allowed myself some time for personal care. My foresight proved accurate. At 11 o'clock, the lights extinguished promptly. The following day, I indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. When I awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. The mobile phone displayed an incoming call that had gone unanswered, along with a message indicating a canceled video call. Both were from Qinlan. Upon listening to the messages, the essence was clear. She inquired about his whereabouts the previous night, mentioning that Qin Yuling would be returning to school today and would drive over for a lunch together. The pretext of returning Qin Yuling to campus was merely a ruse. The true intention was to dine alone. Yin chuckled softly to himself as he rose from his bed. The two had arranged to meet beneath Qin Yuling's dormitory. Checking the time, it appeared that Qin Lan was nearing, prompting Yin to descend directly to the ground floor and head towards the girls' dormitory. In early September, Donghai was sweltering. The intense heat in Donghai truly lasts only a couple of weeks. In recent years, typhoons have noticeably shifted later. Not only in August, but even in September. It is not until the middle or latter part of the month that typhoons begin to manifest, bringing a gradual drop in temperature. This phenomenon likely stems from a series of reactions triggered by global warming. However, this was beyond Yi An's ability to influence. He could only occasionally grumble about it. Upon reaching the base of Qin Yuling's dormitory, a mere few hundred meters away, Yi An felt utterly drenched. His clothes clung uncomfortably to his body. Seeking refuge in a shaded area, he awaited the arrival of Qin Lan and Qin Yuling. Minutes passed, and while Qin Lan and her daughter did not appear, he spotted Qiu Yuhan, the campus belle. After more than 2 months of absence, Qiu Yuhan appeared as unremarkable as ever, though her skin had noticeably darkened. At that moment, she held a bag of buns in one hand, encased in a plastic bag, and a book in the other, approaching from the direction of the cafeteria. Yin had no intention of greeting her, as they were not acquainted. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yuhan caught sight of him and paused momentarily, surprised by the presence of an unfamiliar handsome guy on campus. After observing him for a few moments, she felt a sense of familiarity. Could this striking figure be the same person she encountered on the high-speed train? The resemblance grew stronger, and Qiu Yuhan almost convinced herself that he was indeed that man, lacking in any semblance of charm. Yet, how could he have changed so dramatically in just 2 months? Yin had endeavored to minimize his presence, but to his dismay, He was still recognized by Chiu Yuhan. He smiled and greeted her cheerfully. To his astonishment, she simply turned and walked away, ignoring him completely. Yin felt as though he had been struck 1,000 times, nearly cursing aloud in frustration. Yan? At that moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out nearby. Yin turned towards the sound, recognizing the individual instantly. It was none other than Wang Haoyu, the flamboyant character who had professed his feelings to Qin Yuling the night before summer vacation. What was he doing here? More intriguingly, he had recognized Yi and immediately, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Classmate Wang, what brings you here? Yin's tone was not particularly warm, yet he did not intend to convey any hostility. It really is you, Wang Haoyu remarked, casting several uncertain glances at Yi and before asking, what are you doing here? I'm here waiting for your girlfriend and your future mother-in-law, Yin replied. The arrival of the autumn rain may be mere coincidence, yet for Wang Haoyu, it is anything but. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Was Yin mistaken? Certainly not. Qin Yuling was indeed his girlfriend. However, to suggest that Yi's statement held no merit felt somewhat peculiar to him. What did she mean by waiting for your girlfriend? It was as if Yin had placed a cap of forgiveness upon his head. Yin, in her moment of whimsy, had merely intended to tease Wang Haoyu to alleviate her boredom, unaware of his sensitivity to such jests. Upon reflection, it was understandable. He was merely a sophomore. Yet to experience the harsh realities of life, and his on-the-spot reactions were somewhat lacking. In essence, he was still quite naive, his gaze revealing a clear, yet foolish innocence. As Wang Haoyu called out Yi's name, Chiu Yuhan slowed her pace. The name Yin was one she could hardly escape. Her dormitory roommates had undoubtedly discussed it numerous times, and not in a flattering light. However, she was not one to indulge in gossip and had never partaken in such discussions, having never seen Yin's photographs. He was indeed a rascal. Yet the rumors of his dullness and weakness seemed inconsistent with the evidence of his high emotional intelligence, as gleaned from his recent exchange with Wang Haoyu. Just then, Qin Lan and her daughter made their entrance. Qin Yuling donned a white dress that accentuated her graceful stature and youthful beauty. Qin Lan wore a white V-neck t-shirt paired with a long black high-waisted skirt, her feet adorned with blue and white canvas shoes. Around her neck hung a jade pendant gifted by Yin, the vibrant green contrasting beautifully with her fair complexion. She had chosen not to wear earrings, likely for convenience. Standing together, Qin Lan and Qin Yuling exuded both youthfulness and elegance, a seemingly contradictory aura that Qin Lan managed to embody with grace. One might say that natural beauty is hard to forsake. It is no surprise that Wang Haoyu was left entranced, and even Yin found himself momentarily captivated. Little Yin, have I kept you waiting? Qin Lan's demeanor shifted upon seeing Yin, her previous poise dissipating, yet she remained stunningly beautiful. Not long after, Yin smiled and shook his head, noting that he had just met a classmate. For Qin Lan, as long as Yin was present, he would likely monopolize her attention. It was only after Yin's mention that she noticed a young man nearby, staring at her with a blank expression. Surely, he was the boyfriend her daughter had referred to. Qin Lan frowned slightly. Had Yin looked at her in such a manner, she would have felt pride rather than annoyance. Yet, with others, her silence in refraining from reprimanding him reflected her cultivated demeanor. Qin Yuling, having discerned Wang Haoyu's inappropriate gaze, coughed loudly to alert him. It was only then that Wang Haoyu jolted back to reality, his face flushed crimson, at a loss for words. Qin Yuling stepped closer to him, casting a disapproving glance to express her displeasure. Wang Haoyu felt increasingly at a loss, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside. Qin Yuling was struck with disappointment. In her mind, Wang Haoyu was mature, confident, and eloquent. Yet, at this critical moment, he seemed to pale in comparison to Yi, and almost as if one belonged to the heavens while the other was relegated to the depths below. While she wasn't jealous of her mother, Wang Haoyu's dismal performance in front of her was undeniably embarrassing. However, it wasn't entirely his fault. Qin Lan was indeed captivating. And prior to the arrival of the mother-daughter duo, Wang Haoyu had already been overshadowed by Yin, leaving him in a muddle. Qin Lan shot a glare at Qin Yuling, as if to say, is this the boyfriend you chose? This only deepened Qin Yuling's frustration. Auntie, hello. Wang Haoyu finally regained some composure and awkwardly greeted Qin Lan. As Qin Yuling entered the dormitory building, Wang Haoyu attempted several times to explain himself. But the intimate demeanor between Qin Lan and Yi left him inexplicably troubled, leading him to remain silent yet rooted in place. Andy, your outfit today perfectly complements that pendant. It seems you took my advice, Yin whispered to Qin Lan. Already slightly flushed from the heat, Qin Lan's cheeks reddened further. She playfully pinched Yin, who winced in pain, prompting Qin Lan to release her grip with a sense of triumph. Although it appeared that Qin Lan had emerged victorious. In truth, Yin had triumphed immensely. Wasn't Qin Lan's change in attitude evident enough? Chapter 68. Poverty restricts my imagination. Qin Yuling's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. Ascending and descending took several minutes, leaving her drenched in sweat. Finally seizing the opportunity, Wang Haoyu approached with a chilled beverage he had prepared earlier, saying, lingling, "This is for you." Qin Yuling's expression lightened as she accepted the drink and gulped down a generous mouthful. "Xiao Anan, didn't you feel anything?" Qin Lan inquired softly to Yi and shook her head with a smile. "Perhaps 2 years ago, I would have been quite upset. Why do you say that?" "As a child, I couldn't distinguish between familial love and romantic love, but having grown up, I can now discern the two. As I mentioned during our phone call, my feelings for Yuling are more akin to familial affection. I see her as a sister. Of course, if Annie Lan wishes, I could also consider her as a daughter." "Xiao Anan, you're becoming increasingly cheeky." Qin Lan initially listened intently, but by the end, the tone had shifted. "Annie was just worried a while ago that I wouldn't find a girlfriend, and even try to set me up. It's not enough for you to put in all the effort. I also need to make some changes at the right time." Yin defended herself with righteous fervor. "But you shouldn't apply that to Annie. What can I do? Among the women I know, aside from Sister Yuling, Annie Lan is the one I know best. If I don't practice with Annie, it wouldn't be appropriate to approach Sister Yuling, especially since she already has a boyfriend." "Well, it seems you're treating Annie like a mere tool." For some reason, Qin Lan felt a twinge of discomfort. "Not entirely. Mainly, I'm closest to you, Annie Lan. I believe that even if I make mistakes, you would forgive me." "Mistakes? What kind of mistakes could the two of you possibly make?" Qin Lan couldn't help but let her imagination wander. Seeing this, Yin smiled without speaking. "Mom, can we leave now?" Qin Yuling inquired, feeling much refreshed after drinking the chilled beverage. Yes, let us go," Qin Lan replied, startled but quickly regaining her composure to avoid raising any suspicions from Qin Yuling. Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu's gaze lingered on Qin Lan. He sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was, only that Qin Lan's reaction seemed somewhat unnatural. "Mom, Haoyu came specifically to bring me drinks. I want him to join us." Qin Lan sighed inwardly, thinking, "Dear child, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that Yin has entirely given up on you. While you mistakenly believe you have found someone better, then let us go together," she decided without needing to consult Yin, knowing he would acquiesce. A flicker of joy crossed Wang Haoyu's face. He had pursued Qin Yuling for nearly a year, though he had finally won her over. The presence of Yi made it quite distressing. Moreover, he had heard about Qin Lan's attitude towards Yin, and he had also witnessed it firsthand just moments ago. If Qin Lan were to firmly refuse, insisting on defending Yian, the girlfriend of the campus belle might find herself abandoned at any moment. Yian and Qin Lan walked hand in hand ahead, not as a couple, yet their closeness was unmistakable. In contrast, Wang Haoyu and Qin Yuling, as a couple, trailed behind, hesitant even to hold hands. The striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women drew attention wherever they went. Throughout the journey, the four of them, particularly Yi En and Qin Lan, attracted countless glances. Upon exiting the campus, they all got into the car. Qin Lan took the wheel, while Yin confidently settled into the passenger seat, leaving the back for Qin Yuling and Wang Haoyu. "What is wrong with the U8? Did it eat your rice or your meat?" Wang Haoyu remarked, referring to Yi En's recently acquired luxury vehicle, which instantly put Yi En in a foul mood. "Wang, do you seem to have a different opinion about it?" "Well, the base price of this car is nearly 1 million. With that money, one could purchase a fully equipped Audi Q8, BMW X5, or Mercedes GLE. I truly do not understand the allure of it. If it's for the cheap electricity, one could lower the configuration requirements, and the fuel costs would likely never run out in a lifetime." "Your calculations are indeed reasonable, Wang. It is precisely as you say. Moreover, the electric vehicle's range is a significant issue. It can only be driven within a city at most. Indeed, considering your understanding of cars. You must have a few at home?" "Not too many. My father has a few due to business needs, just 3 cars. The most expensive is a BMW 750, costing over 2 million. My mother is a full-time housewife and has no significant need for a vehicle, so currently, we only have a Porsche Cayenne. I envy you. 4 cars at home. It truly is poverty that limits my imagination. Some are born into wealth, while others are destined for servitude. That is the nature of this world. However, Ian, if you can enroll in Donghai University and graduate successfully, as long as you're willing to work hard, Your annual salary will start at no less than 100,000. With a few years of effort by the age of 30, you could certainly afford a popular model from BBA. Thank you for your kind words, Wang. I hope that will be the case. Yin, do not be disheartened. In truth, your accomplishments have already surpassed those of 90% of your peers, and the future holds great promise. Although you may still fall short in comparison to individuals like myself, there's a saying circulating online: the efforts of several generations should not be eclipsed by your mere decade of diligent study. Though harsh, the reality it conveys is undeniable. Is it not? Yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the insight that Wang, a child of affluence, possesses a perspective and understanding far beyond what those of us from ordinary families can grasp. The principles I have absorbed since childhood may not amount to much. However, you are correct in asserting that a nurturing familial environment is indeed paramount to one's development. The dialogue reached its natural conclusion here. The look of pride on Wang Haoyu's face was uncontainable, while Qin Yuling felt a sense of validation. Wang's exemplary performance only served to affirm her choice. In the past, she had scorned Yin for resembling a mere sprout, for lacking a sense of security. She had also criticized Yi and for being like a leech, living in her home and feasting at her expense, and for lacking self-awareness, clinging to aspirations beyond his means despite his family's bankruptcy. What she found most intolerable was Qin Lan's attitude. In this modern age, how could one resort to the archaic practice of arranged marriages? Now, Yin has grown stronger and more handsome, and with a modest financial improvement, Qin Lan's demeanor has become increasingly ambiguous. Yet, the reality remains that he hails from humble beginnings. Regardless of Yi An's potential for success in the decades to come, why should she endure a decade or even several decades of hardship for his sake? Without comparison, there is no pain. This has been the most valuable lesson she believes she has learned in her first year of university. The two were lost in their own thoughts, oblivious to the dark scowl on Qin Lan's face. Originating from a remote area in Zhongjiang province, she would not have found her way to Donghai, nor would she have attained her present, relatively stable life, if not for a stroke of fortune. To put it plainly, she too is among society's underprivileged. The superiority that Wang Haoyu constantly exudes is utterly alien to her. Moreover, while Wang appears to encourage Yin, he consistently belittles and undermines him. Having lived nearly 40 years, she could easily discern the childish tricks at play if she failed to recognize them. It would indeed be a sign of living a life devoid of wisdom. She could accept Qin Yuling's choice of a wealthy boyfriend, yet she could not tolerate Wang Haoyu's slightest disdain or hostility towards Yin. She noticed that everything stemmed from Yi An's guidance, and she remained uncertain of his intentions. However, it was evident that in comparison to Yi Yan, Wang Haoyu was merely a sheltered fool. Qin Lan felt a mix of comfort and frustration. She was frustrated with her daughter, Qin Yuling, for being oblivious to such an amateurish performance, yet so pleased with herself. Yin paid no mind to Wang Haoyu and Qin Yuling, yet he keenly observed Qin Lan's expression. Unable to suppress a smile, he thought to himself, Qin Yuling, it is high time for you to start reaping the consequences of your previous disdain. Yin has never considered himself a saint who repays kindness with malice. Qin Lan drove steadily, arriving at a Sichuan restaurant without haste. Yin relished spicy food, and so did Qin Lan. However, Qin Yuling had grown accustomed to the sweeter flavors of Donghai's local cuisine. As for Wang Haoyu, no one cared about his culinary preferences. At the dining table, Yin and Qin Lan playfully served each other dishes, reveling in their camaraderie. Qin Yuling, on the other hand, daintily nibbled her food, exuding a certain ladle-like grace. Wang Haoyu, unable to handle the spice, frequently gulped down drinks to alleviate the heat and, of course, to soothe his irritation. Despite being Qin Yuling's legitimate boyfriend, he felt like an outsider, unable to integrate into the group. Did his earlier demeanor not have the desired effect? He resolved to finish his meal and orchestrate another opportunity to assert his presence. However, disappointment awaited him, as he was never afforded the chance to ingratiate himself. Yuling Wang, I have some matters to attend to, so I want to be heading to school with you. Please, carry on, Yin remarked as he watched Qin Lan's cart apart. Noticing that Qin Yuling and Wang Haoyu were still lingering, he continued, Yin, enough already. After putting on a show all morning, aren't you exhausted? Without the suppressive presence of Qin Lan, Qin Yuling boldly revealed her true self. Yuling, let me reiterate, please refrain from such nauseating terms of endearment. And don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Besides feigning innocence to elicit sympathy from my mother, what else can you do? I assure you, your roundabout tactics will not work with me. We are simply not meant to be. You would do well to truly understand that. With that, Qin Yuling turned on her heel and pulled Wang Haoyu away. Wang Haoyu remained silent, yet his face betrayed an unmistakable sense of triumph and joy. As long as Qin Yuling stood resolutely by his side, how could Qin Lan, the seemingly youthful and unassuming mother-in-law, possibly succeed in tearing them apart? Chapter 69. Aunt Jiang, are you unwell? Yin turned and approached his beloved car, departing with an air of nonchalance. Having wasted a morning, he aimed to replace the bedding, toothbrushes, and towels in his villa before the school term commenced. After nearly 4 hours of bustling about, Yin chose the master bedroom on the second floor as his sanctuary. Gazing at the empty wardrobe, he noted that there were still over 3 hours until the advisor's meeting, providing ample time to accomplish his tasks. Thus, he drove to the commercial street 5 kilometers away, which boasted a plethora of prestigious brands. Though it was not the weekend, the street was surprisingly crowded. Yin couldn't help but wonder if these individuals had no work obligations. He even spotted several tourist groups, perplexed by their choice to visit the concrete jungle of Donghai in such sweltering weather. However, he merely expressed his mild discontent internally, dismissing it as he entered a clothing store. Upon exiting the boutique with an array of shopping bags, Ian stowed them in his car and proceeded to the next establishment, this time in search of footwear. As he entered a high-end shoe store, he encountered a woman of exquisite elegance. This was not merely a case of Yi and being captivated by beauty. Yet, the woman's appearance bore a striking familiarity. Although he was certain he had never encountered her before, it dawned on him that Wang Haoyu's features bore a resemblance to hers. Could this woman possibly be Wang Haoyu's mother? What a curious coincidence it would be to meet the son in the morning and his mother in the afternoon. Character: Jiang Yu. Age: 40. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Attractiveness: 85, exceptional. Physique: 86, exceptional. Constitution: 62, average. Awareness: 64, average. Character: 99,100,100. Affection level: 0. She was a woman whose beauty and figure slightly paled in comparison to Qin Lan. However, the system's ratings took age into account, leading to some discrepancies in the data. In truth, upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu and Qin Lan were nearly on par, differing only in their aura. Both were exquisite women, impeccably maintained, embodying both youth and maturity without any jarring contrasts, perfectly exuding the essence of womanhood. Beside Jiang Yu, or rather, accurately speaking, she was currently linked with a rather handsome young man. The young man stood at least 185 meters tall, sporting a buzz cut, and beneath his slightly snug attire, his muscles were well-defined, exuding a palpable sense of strength. It was not surprising that Yian's thoughts wandered into the realm of the unsavory. The young man certainly did not resemble Jiang Yu's son or husband. However, it was evident that the situation had yet to reach its climax. After all, Jiang Yu's character was well established. One could easily surmise that if events continued to unfold, someone would inevitably find themselves in a precarious position. Aunt Jiang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Don't you remember me? I am your son Wang Haoyu's classmate. Yian greeted with a mischievous flair. Yet, Jiang Yu's complexion paled upon hearing this. She had unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance while engaged in dubious company. It was now unequivocally confirmed that Jiang Yu was indeed Wang Haoyu's mother. Wang Haoyu was quite handsome in his own right, but in comparison to Jiang Yu's genes, it was clear he had inherited less desirable traits. Of course, it could also be attributed to Wang Haoyu's father. Aunt Jiang, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Yian inquired, puzzled. And no, Jiang Yu stammered, her mind in disarray as she instinctively shook off the young man's arm and took a few steps back. The young man's thoughts also faltered. He was aware of certain aspects of Jiang Yu's life. Her husband was the owner of a sizable company, with assets nearing 100 million. Although he was drawn to Jiang Yu's beauty, hoping to gain some advantage from her, he clearly understood the importance of prioritizing his own safety above fleeting desires. By the way, who is this handsome man? You. Classmates, we don't know each other. Jiang Yu responded swiftly, shaking her head in denial. Yes, we are not acquainted. The young man echoed her denial hastily. But I just saw you. Yian began to speak, but suddenly seemed to grasp something. And Jiang Yu, you wouldn't be hiding. I'm not. I haven't done anything. Don't say such things. Jiang Yu nearly cried in desperation. The young man was so terrified that his legs trembled, a sense of impending calamity overwhelming him. His body involuntarily recoiled several steps. And then, under Yi An's astonished gaze, he bolted away. So much for being a fitness instructor. It appeared that his courage had been exercised exclusively in his muscles. Jiang Andy, This is a men's shoe store. You claim not to know that handsome fellow from earlier. Are you here to buy shoes for Wang Haoyu? Yes, indeed. I am here to purchase shoes for Haoyu, Yin affirmed with a nod. I trust you, Jiang Andy. If anyone were to reveal what transpired today, I would gladly testify on your behalf. Thank you, thank you. By the way, what is your name, classmate? I am Yin, which means safe and reliable. Oh, so you are Shaolin. Haoyu has mentioned you. He speaks of you as a diligent and earnest child. Yin nearly chuckled, but managed to restrain himself. Haoyu was quite commendable and respectful towards him as well. Respectful? Jiang Yu's mind was once again perplexed. Jiang Auntie, weren't you planning to buy shoes for Haoyu? Let us go together. I happen to be here for the same purpose. Thus, Jiang Yu was unwittingly led into the store by Yin. Haoyu should wear size 42 shoes. This pair seems quite fitting for him. Logically, even if they were acquainted, their relationship should be rather ordinary. Yet, Yin's knowledge of Haoyu's shoe size confounded Jiang Yu. Am I not a close friend of Haoyu? Is it unreasonable for me to know his shoe size? In truth, Yin deduced it based on Wang Haoyu's height, and to his surprise, his estimation was quite accurate. With lingering questions, Jiang Yu followed Yin and purchased 2 pairs of shoes for Wang Haoyu. No, that won't be necessary. I drove here myself. Jiang Andy, this is a command, not a request. Yin's expression finally turned cold, his tone stiff. Jiang Yu was taken aback by Yin's abrupt change. Jiang Andy, you wouldn't want Haoyu to discover that you were finding him a stepfather, would you? Yin remarked, brandishing his phone. Did you take a picture? Jiang Yu exclaimed in shock. Yin remained silent. Fine, I will get in your car. With her secret in Yin's hands, she could only comply. The two entered the vehicle. Jiang Annie, please give me your phone number. Yin revealed his predatory intentions. What for? Jiang Yu stammered, trembling like a frightened rabbit. For communication, Yin replied with an air of certainty. Provide me your number. I will call when necessary, and you are to be at my beck and call. Jiang Yu's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and then back to pale again. However, under Yin's intimidation, she chose to yield and obediently gave him her phone number. Yin dialed, and Jiang Yu's phone rang immediately. All right, you may exit the vehicle now. Yin, resembling a heartless machine, issued his decree. What about the photo? As long as you comply, the photo will remain undisclosed. I hope you keep your word. Rest assured, I find you, Jiang Annie, quite intriguing. You are shameless enough with the prattle. Hurry and exit the car. If I am late, it is you who will face the consequences. Jiang Yu stepped out of the car, watching Yin's vehicle gradually recede into the distance. Her body felt increasingly languid, and for reasons unknown. She harbored little animosity towards Yin. Rather, a subtle sense of anticipation stirred within her. She observed his polished exterior, adorned with jewels, and his seemingly blissful family life. What outsiders did not know was that she had not experienced intimacy in years. At her age, she was akin to a seed of life poised for a final explosive release before fading away. How could she endure such protracted emptiness and solitude? A month prior, she had met her current fitness instructor, instantly captivated by his virile appearance. Even though she recognized the impropriety of her feelings, she struggled to suppress them. Yet at times, one cannot truly resist their instincts. Gradually, she let her guard down, becoming increasingly lost in the allure of her fantasies. Just as she was about to take that final step, Yin appeared, pulling her from the abyss only to plunge her into an even deeper chasm. Jiang Yu slowly settled into her car, the cold air inside jolting her back to reality. The confusion on her face was progressively replaced by determination. Wang Jinbong, you squander your days in debauchery, leaving your body hollow. I shall no longer serve you. I too shall pursue my own happiness. Perhaps he is a better choice, at least far more reliable than that fitness instructor who fled at the slightest provocation. Yin remained unaware of Jiang Yu's internal struggle. After neatly placing his shoes and clothes, he drove towards the school. The counselor had announced a class meeting at 7 p.m. in the 301 lecture hall of the second teaching building. On the way, Yin had a light snack, treating it as dinner. Upon arriving at the 301 lecture hall, only a few minutes remained until 7 p.m., yet most of the students were already present. Hundreds of classmates filled the room, with the first several rows predominantly occupied by females, comprising over 80 of the total attendance. The seating available for males was scant, forcing many to stand in the aisles or sit cross-legged on the floor. Yin glanced around and noted an empty seat in the front row. He approached the nearest girl, politely asking, "Excuse me, would you mind making some space?" The girl, average in appearance and build, blushed at the sight of such a handsome young man, flustered as she stood to let him pass. Thus, Yin finally reached the vacant spot. disregarding the gazes of those around him, and took a seat. The counselor had yet to arrive, rendering the classroom quite boisterous. This only amplified the chatter, with many inquiring about Yi An's identity. Some recognized him, astonished by his transformation, secretly admiring his courage. Is that really Yian? Li Xingxing, sumawat porli. Squinted as he asked the nearby Wu Xiaoming. Wu Xiaoming, short and nearsighted, could not clearly see Yi An's features, and shook his head, turning to Yang Lixia beside him. Lixia, can you see clearly? Is it Yian? Yang Lixiao indeed recognized him. Though surprised, she confirmed his identity. However, he and Wu Xiaoming were not on friendly terms. He found him effeminate and petty, lacking any semblance of masculinity, merely nodding without uttering a word. Indeed, it was Yian. Could such a transformation occur in merely 2 months? Surely he hasn't undergone cosmetic surgery in Han country, Wu Xiaoming exaggeratedly suggested. As a student of Donghai University, can't you use that clever mind of yours to ponder that cosmetic surgery doesn't make one taller or more robust? Yang Lixiao retorted mercilessly. Do you understand exaggeration? Wu Xiaoming, feeling somewhat discredited, countered while glancing at the silent Shen Fei. Boss, this kid Yin has changed so much. Should we? Wu Xiaoming was essentially Shen Fei's sycophant. On the first day of school, upon learning that Shen Fei's father held a position in the local procuratorate and his mother ran a company, while his aunt frequently traveled abroad, he readily acknowledged Shen Fei as his leader and even elected him as the dormitory head. Thus, in a matter concerning Yian, he took the lead. No witties. One's nature is hard to change. Despite any alterations to his appearance, he remains a destitute individual reliant on others. Shen Fei had always looked down upon Yian, not out of any conflict of interest, but simply due to the annoyance of Yi and finding a romantic partner on the very first day of school. This was largely thanks to Ms. Qin Lan, who publicly declared in front of their dorm mates that Qin Yuling was Yian's childhood sweetheart. Upon discovering that Qin Yuling harbored no feelings for Yian and even held a strong aversion towards him, he had previously pursued her. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was not a local of Donghai. It was common knowledge that women from Donghai rarely married outside their region. Even when they did, they sought suitors of higher status, deeming local bumpkins unworthy. After facing rejection, naturally, his resentment fell upon Yian. The considerable reputation Yian held in the business management department was, at least in part, due to Shen Fei's own grievances. It is said that in a female dormitory of 4, it is as if there are 8 factions. While the male dormitories may not be rife with treachery, exclusion and targeting are nonetheless unavoidable. In the 226 dormitory, the trio of Shen Fei, Wu Xiaoming, and Li Xingxing were inseparable, all hailing from relatively affluent backgrounds. Wu Xiaoming's family operated a chain of cake shops in a prefecture-level city, while Li Xingxing's father was a leader in a local branch of a bank, which was even more prestigious. Yang Lixia, known for his straightforward nature, could not tolerate sycophants. Although he was not particularly close to Yi, and he was, aside from Zhu Yao, the most amicable classmate towards him. Seated in the 3rd row, Qin Yuling was engaged in conversation with her roommates when she noticed Yian walking directly to the front row. She disdainfully curled her lip. Indeed, Yian had changed significantly, becoming quite ostentatious. In the eyes of a lover, one sees beauty. In the eyes of the unkind, only flaws. Disliking someone means that no matter what they do, it will only intensify that disdain. This is known as prejudice. After a considerable uproar, the counselor finally arrived. The classroom fell silent at once. Zhang Zhu, a graduate student at the university, was serving as their counselor. Yian's cohort was her first group of students. During her undergraduate years, she was a prominent figure at the university, having served as the vice president of the student council. With her exceptional beauty, she was undoubtedly the campus belle, pursued and adored by countless admirers. However, her temperament was somewhat aloof, and due to her affluent family background, no scandals have ever been associated with her. Yian cast a glance at the stunning counselor, Zhang Zhu, who was 26 years old, standing at 178 centimeters tall, weighing 53 kilograms, with a striking beauty rating of 96 and an enviable figure scoring 91. Her physique was slender, making her an ideal model. Indeed, she resembled a living clothes rack. Any attire she donned exuded elegance and poise. It is worth mentioning her affinity score. Yan, often misunderstood by his peers due to the machinations of Qin Yuling and Shen Fei, caught Zhang Zhu's attention while she was reviewing scholarship applications. After a brief exchange with him, she noted his composed demeanor, quick wit, and clear articulation of thoughts. This led her to develop a fondness for him, despite the prevailing rumors that painted Yi as timid and socially inept. In a critical juncture during his senior year, When his father met a tragic end and his family faced bankruptcy, Yin maintained his composure and achieved an impressive score of 621, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Many others might have faltered under such circumstances, but Yin exhibited a maturity far beyond his years, which inadvertently fueled misunderstandings among his classmates. Thus, Zhang Zhu's fondness for Yin subtly grew to 49 points. Yin, Zhang Zhu's cool voice resonated through the classroom. Present, he replied. The roll call was conducted based on the strokes of surnames, ensuring Yi and was always the first to respond. Yan, Zhang Zhu, gazing at the hand raised in response, found herself momentarily lost in thought. It had only been 2 months, yet Yi's transformation was striking. Teacher, I'm here. Yin chimed cheerfully. Once Zhang Zhu confirmed his identity, she continued with the roll call. After a thorough enumeration of names that lasted over 10 minutes, she remarked, Very well, aside from those who have requested leave, everyone is present. Zhang Zhu praised the class and proceeded to address the usual matters, emphasizing the importance of safety. After over 20 minutes, she finally concluded her remarks. Chapter 71, A Model Hindered by the Counselor's Role. Zhang Zhu exhaled softly. Does anyone have any questions? After waiting for over 10 seconds with no response, she nodded. If there are no matters to discuss, we shall adjourn. Those who need to speak with me may do so privately. With that, she cast a glance at Yin. Please come to my office. Zhang Zhu exited the classroom, with some students trailing behind while others engaged in animated discussions. The topics of discussion inevitably revolve around Zhang Zhu, with praises for her beauty, charm, and impeccable fashion sense. There are also mentions of Yin, predominantly from the female crowd. Yin's current allure is rated at an impressive 90 points, surpassing the class's recognized heartthrob, Shun Fei. Despite being aware of Yin's family circumstances, numerous enamored girls remain undeterred. Yin disregards the murmurs and enters Zhang Zhu's office alongside her. As the school term commences, the office is devoid of the other 2 counselors, providing a conducive environment for Zhang Zhu and Yin's conversation. Let us enjoy a cup of tea. Zhang Zhu offers a freshly brewed cup to Yin. Yin accepts it with a casual thank you and boldly takes a seat. Zhang Zhu, accustomed to such behavior, refrains from comment, but is intrigued by Yin's transformation, asking, What miraculous elixir have you consumed over the past 2 months? You not only bulked up, but also grown taller. Though often perceived as aloof, Zhang Zhu's demeanor softens around her students, especially Yin, with whom she feels more at ease. I took a trip to the southwest province, where the mountains, rivers, and scenery are splendid. With a rejuvenated spirit and delightful food, I naturally gained some weight and height. Is the southwest province truly that enchanting? Zhang Zhu's curiosity piqued. She hums a melody. In the southern clouds lies the direction of my heart, her voice ethereal and surprisingly melodious. Teacher Zhang, I've discovered your potential as a model and musician, hindered only by your role as a counselor. Yin teases. Zhang Zhu shoots him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with delight. In this day and age, can a teacher be truthful with their students? She retorts with a grin, enjoying the banter, feeling less like an instructor and more like a peer. Yin, I've reserved a scholarship slot for you, but I hope you aim for the national scholarship instead. With your academic prowess, it should be within your reach. Teacher, you should allocate the scholarship to those in genuine need. I'll forego it. As for the national scholarship, my interest is minimal, considering the limited slots. If I take one, someone else misses out. Surprisingly altruistic of you, Zhang Zhu remarks, though not in earnest admiration, but with a hint of irony. I'm no saint. Please don't grant me a good person card. Yin quickly gestures. You're not one to suffer from insecurity. Do share your reasons for declining. It's quite simple. I'm not in need of the funds. Are you certain? Zhang Zhu questions, well aware of Yin's work-study endeavors during his freshman year. Absolutely. Would you like to see my bank balance? Otherwise, no matter how much I explain, you wouldn't believe me. Yin pulls out his phone, opening his banking app to show Zhang Zhu. 1 million? Zhang Zhu gasps, astonished. While she herself is not financially constrained, she understands the rarity of someone possessing such a sum without incurring debt. Frankly speaking, the proportion of individuals in Donghai capable of presenting $1 million in cash without financial strain is certainly less than 1/3. Moreover, Yin is merely a university student from a financially troubled family. Now do you believe me? He challenges. Where did you acquire this 1 million? Offering advice to others can indeed yield a legitimate income. Zhang Zhu observed Yin's nonchalant demeanor, grappling with disbelief, yet ultimately conceding to trust. She firmly believed in Yin's potential for remarkable achievements, though she did not anticipate such swift surprises. By the way, Teacher Zhang, could you assist me in acquiring a day student permit? I will be residing off campus starting this semester. Seizing this opportunity, Yin articulated his intention. Your qualifications do indeed meet the requirements for a day student permit. But are you certain about this decision? Absolutely. Very well. Please compose an application and submit it to me. I shall expedite its delivery to the administration. Zhang Zhu readily acquiesced to Yi An's request. Teacher, is there a template available? I do not possess one, but allow me a moment to consult with Teacher Song. As Zhang Zhu spoke, she proceeded to the adjacent desk, rummaging for a while before locating the application template. Follow this format. Yi nodded, dedicating a few minutes to complete the application, filling in the contact section with Qin Lan's name and mobile number. Teacher, what is the quickest time frame for approval? Are you in a hurry? Yi nodded. How could he not be? The ripe peaches outside were beckoning for his harvest. I shall do my utmost, yet it will take a minimum of a week, as it must be publicly announced. The complexity of obtaining a day student permit is astonishing, as if one were being promoted to an official position. As for the meal, it is unnecessary. Although you are now financially stable, I can allocate the scholarship to another student. However, you must secure the national scholarship as a means of repaying me. Your teacher. That is different. I will indeed secure the national scholarship, but I still insist on treating you. Very well. Do as you wish, you little millionaire. Upon exiting Zhang Zhu's office, the clock had already struck 9. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he was met with a pungent cloud of smoke. Within the room, Shun Fei, Wu Xiaoming, and Yang Lixia were smoking. Yang Lixia was relatively restrained, refraining from smoking after 10 o'clock. Shun Fei and Wu Xiaoming acted as if they were the rulers of the dormitory, accustomed to their own ways, indifferent to the potential disturbance they caused to others' rest. Yin remained silent. He would not be residing there for many nights longer, rendering any dispute unnecessary. Shun Fei subtly exchanged glances with Wu Xiaoming, as if to convey, see, Yin is still the same Yin. Even if he has become more handsome and robust, it changes nothing. Wu Xiaoming, understanding the implication, wore a sycophantic expression. Yin, the counselor sought you out for a private discussion. What was that about? Li Xingxing inquired while engrossed in a game. Nothing of significance. Then why were you summoned? Perhaps you should inquire with the counselor yourself. Yin, we are all classmates and roommates. Your manner of speaking is rather inappropriate. Xingxing, if Yin chooses not to speak, let it be. There is no need for anger. Wu Xiaoming appeared to defend Yin, yet he was only stoking the flames. Chapter 72. Aunt Zhang's Favorability. Indeed, Li Xingxing's small eyes narrowed. Yin, it is truly a miracle that someone as socially awkward as you has managed to survive this long. You will inevitably face significant repercussions. Before Yin could respond, Yang Lixia, impatient, interjected, can we not settle down as it is nearly time to extinguish the lights? Yang Lixia, tall and forthright, intimidated Li Xingxing, who promptly chose silence. Charakter, Yang Lixia. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Appearance, 67, ordinary. Build, 83, exceptional. Physique, 72, outstanding. Awareness, 76, remarkable. Affinity, 45. An affinity of 45 is not insignificant. It is just a step away from friendship. Zhu Yao's presence in the dormitory is rather subtle. Yet perhaps due to a shared sense of misfortune with Yin, his affinity has reached 57, the highest among the male classmates Yin knows. The following day marks the official commencement of the academic year. The library is not far from the lecture hall, and Yin plans to review a book before heading to class. Along the way, the pedestrians bustle hurriedly. A delightful throng of students eager to make it to their lectures, radiating youth and vitality. As Yin wanders among them, he feels as though he has been transported to another realm. Qin Lan was indeed correct. He ought to be more vivacious, to smile more often, lest he succumb to the affliction of premature aging. Nonetheless, while he has a penchant for mature women, he does not harbor disdain for the youthful and vibrant female students on campus. Observing their youthful, collagen-rich faces and their long, exposed legs, he finds the scenery utterly enchanting. Just as Yin is lost in thought, he is suddenly jostled from behind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, comes the apologetic voice. Turning around, he sees a female classmate clutching 2 books, her face adorned with an expression of regret. Perhaps she had been rushing, as her cheeks are slightly flushed and her breath a bit uneven. Yet it cannot conceal her stunning beauty, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. If Yin recalls correctly, this girl is a senior, Yun Xiao, the current head of the literature department in the student council, and one of the 4 campus beauties of Donghai, renowned for her striking looks. Generally, university beauties tend to embody innocence, but Yun Suyao is characterized by her vibrant allure, with her captivating fox-like eyes that possess an enchanting charm. Character: Yun Suyao. Age: 22. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Appearance: 94, exquisite. Build: 91, exquisite. Physique: 66, normal. Awareness: 72, outstanding. Character: 961000100. Affinity: 30. An affinity of 30 is surprisingly low. Below 50, it serves as a critical threshold. This suggests that Yun Suyao's first impression of him was quite favorable, making future interactions easier. However, upon observing her character, Yi In's interest wanes significantly. At 22, merely a senior, she has already had 4 boyfriends. While this may be realistic in today's society, Yin, who is not lacking in female companionship, wonders why he would not seek someone with a greater sense of self-respect. Be more careful next time. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am, Yin retorts bluntly. Yun Suyao appears momentarily taken aback. She indeed was careless in her collision, particularly with a remarkably handsome, yet unassuming individual. Having already apologized, she wonders why he speaks to her in such a tone. Does he not know she is one of the 4 campus beauties of Donghai? Even if he is unaware, does he not recognize the value of compassion towards the fair sex? It is a pity that such exquisite beauty is coupled with a lack of discernment. The young woman, accustomed to adoration, seemed to believe that the world revolved around her. If anyone dared to displease her, the fault was undoubtedly theirs. How could she ever be wrong? One might wonder if the delicate fairy's excrement was fragrant. Classmate, I've already apologized. Could you not exhibit a more amiable demeanor? Yun Suyao questioned, her irritation palpable. Rather than engage in this trivial dispute with me, perhaps you should check the time. Only 5 minutes remain until the first class. With a huff, Yun Suyao wished to chastise Yin once more, but time was indeed of the essence. With a flick of her arm and a disdainful huff, she departed. Having successfully dismissed Yun Suyao, Yin felt a sense of relief. He had always remained indifferent to the gazes and whispers of those around him. Ever since he completed the system's first task, life had felt as though it had entered a realm of ease and fortune. Each time he stepped outside, he encountered stunning beauties. Dear system, your attentiveness is truly commendable. However, might I request a discussion regarding the inclusion of individuals like Yun Suyao in my encounters? If I were to attract her attention, I fear I might find myself in an undesirable predicament. The system, of course, paid him no mind, and Yin merely expressed his mild grievances. As he entered his second year, Yin was to commence his professional courses. This morning's lecture was precisely that. The academic atmosphere at Donghai University was indeed vibrant. He listened attentively while perusing his own materials, managing to balance both tasks seamlessly. This realization delighted him. He recognized that the enhancement of his cognitive faculties extended beyond mere memory and reaction time, with further benefits waiting to be discovered. Thus, Yin spent 3 days in a routine of classes and home. September 5th marked the arrival of new students, coinciding with the weekend. Fortune smiled upon them as a gentle rain fell, the temperature still high, but far more pleasant than under the scorching sun. Ian held no position in the student council or any major clubs. The new student registration had little relevance to him. Though he had yet to receive news regarding his commuting permit, being a local resident of Donghai allowed him to stay at home over the weekend. Even if an inspection were to find him absent overnight, it would hardly raise an eyebrow. Upon returning to his villa, the first thing he did was call Jiangyu. She readily agreed, which surprised Ian slightly. Upon opening her data panel, he was astonished to find her affinity score had inexplicably risen to 62. He realized he had underestimated the depth of her desire. This was promising. Within an hour, a call came through to the home landline from the entrance of the community, confirming whether to allow someone in. After Ian's confirmation, the security guard promptly granted access. Yet, in their gazes towards the Porsche Cayenne, there was not just envy, but also derision. Soon after, Ian received another call from Jiangyu. Proceed to the second floor, he instructed. Before long, he heard the sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor, creating a rhythmic creaking. Chapter 73. I am not a scrap collector. Ian was seated on the sofa in the living room, facing the staircase, as he observed Jiangyu approaching with her head lowered, making her way towards him with an elegant stride. At this moment, she adorned herself with exquisite makeup, her hair cascading down her shoulders. A delicate black lace camisole was layered with a sheer knit cardigan, complemented by a form-fitting blue pencil skirt and black stockings. On her feet, she wore high-heeled sandals. Her petite toes, plump and exposed to the air, were accentuated by a vibrant coat of crimson nail polish. As Jiang Yu gracefully approached Yin, she shed her cardigan, revealing a snug t-shirt beneath. "Stop dawdling and come here," Yin commanded with authority. Jiang Yu glided closer, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It was not until the chirping of sparrows outside signaled the dawn, gradually illuminating the sky, that Jiang Yu finally succumbed to slumber. Yin was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced at his device. It was past 10 in the morning. To his surprise, it was Gu Xiner calling, someone he hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. Curiosity piqued, he decided to answer. Perhaps due to their prolonged silence, Gu Xiner sounded somewhat reserved at first. Under Yi An's gentle encouragement, her hesitance began to dissipate, and she proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. It turned out that her company was producing a web drama that involved the theme of stone gambling, and she sought his expertise to review the script. After a moment's contemplation, Yin agreed. Although his theoretical knowledge was merely at an introductory level, his extensive hands-on experience, coupled with the system's ability to provide precise jade prices, rendered him quite adept in this arena. Hard work is indeed crucial, but without innate talent, one often finds their efforts yielding minimal results. Conversely, with a touch of natural ability, one can achieve remarkable outcomes. While 99 units of sweat hold significant value, determining one's baseline, a mere 1 unit of talent, is even more precious as it establishes one's potential pinnacle. Yi, in an exceptional case, might be the sole individual of his kind globally, not to be counted among the ordinary. The system, affectionately referred to as Papa's system, is not without merit. However, time was of the essence, necessitating a postponement of their midday meal. "Honey, who is it?" Jiang Yu, also awakened by the noise, called out, her tone becoming increasingly natural. Character, Jiang Yu. Age, 40. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 85, exceptional. Figure, 86, exceptional. Constitution, 62, normal. Awareness, 64, normal. Character, 989-9100. Affection level, 80. The affection metric surged from 62 to a remarkable 80. Indeed, extraordinary efforts yield miraculous results. Jiang Yu, it's time to rise. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Yin stated. Oh, Jiang Yu responded obediently. Half an hour later, Yin was impeccably dressed. Jiang Yu gazed at this dashing young man with dreamy eyes. Captivated by his charm and strength, she felt an unshakable bond to Yi and that she believed would last a lifetime. Yin's home lacked any women's clothing, leaving Jiang Yu clad solely in one of his white t-shirts. For lunch, they ordered takeout, with Jiang Yu assuming the role of a devoted maid, ensuring that Yin hardly had to lift a finger as she diligently fed him. What more could Yin say? It was simply delightful. This is indeed the perspective of the affluent. Even a simple summer retreat necessitates a trip abroad. Is your friend reliable? Moreover, is she not concerned about exposure? Yin inquired with curiosity. Is this the current trend? Was this idea conceived by you? Yin asked, intrigued. My friend has personally tested it and has not been discovered, Jiang Yu replied, shaking her head. It seems your friend enjoys a rather extravagant lifestyle? Yin remarked with a hint of admiration. We are all wanderers in this vast world, Jiang Yu said with a melancholic smile. Husband, may I introduce my friend to you? Wait, I do not meet just anyone, Yin declined politely. My husband misunderstood. She has only tried it once and quickly lost contact, Jiang Yu hurriedly clarified. How is your friend compared to you? At this moment, the man should be magnanimous. Jiang Yu took out her phone and initiated a video call, which connected swiftly. A fair-skinned, beautiful woman appeared on the screen, seemingly a few years younger than Jiang Yu. Yeah, your audacity is astounding. You didn't even ask if it was convenient for me before starting a video call, the woman on the other end complained. Jiao Jiao, I trust you, and by the way, this is my husband. Please meet him, Jiang Yu said while directing the camera towards Yin. Upon seeing Yi An's handsome visage, the woman, known as Jiao Jiao, gasped in astonishment, her pupils widening in surprise. What a handsome young man, she exclaimed, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Jiang Yu turned the camera back to herself, beaming with pride. Isn't my choice of husband splendid? Quickly tell me, is he impressive? Jiao Jiao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. I haven't slept a wink, she said, her mouth agape before she excitedly added, we sisters have an agreement. We must share any good fortune and not keep it to ourselves. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Jiao Jiao. If I were to hoard it all, I wouldn't have initiated this video call. Where are you now? I'll send you the address. You're the best, yeah. Don't rejoice too soon. You must prove your worth first, Jiao Jiao replied. Rest assured, I take good care of myself. I can rival any young lady in her early 20s. All right, then come over tonight, Ding Wang said, her excitement palpable. Ian observed the exchange between the two, and honestly, it shattered his worldview. Zhao Zhao radiated the aura of a pampered socialite, much like Jiang Yu. Yet their conversation flowed so effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. Perhaps this is what true friendship entails, sharing the good things in life. This reminded Yi of his scheduled meeting with Gu Xiner. Though their friendship lacked the same openness as that of Jiang Yu and Zhao Jiao, the ultimate outcome was rather similar. Yi did not linger at home for long. He soon drove out of the community, having arranged a time to meet Gu Xiner. Chapter 74, Pure Delight. Yian's rendezvous with Gu Xiner took place at a cafe. Today, Gu Xiner sported a t-shirt paired with denim shorts, embodying a simple yet fashionable aesthetic. Ian glanced at Gu Xiner's profile data. Character, Gu Xiner. Age, 31. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90, exceptional. Figure, 86, outstanding. Constitution, 67, normal. Awareness, 72, outstanding. Character, 979-9100. Affection level, 79. The other metrics remain unchanged. Yet the affection level has increased by 7 points, tantalizingly close to the coveted threshold of 80. It seems I might indulge. Gu Xiner had mentioned the purpose of her visit was to review the script, yet she did not present the script directly, instead engaging in casual conversation with Ian. Upon learning that Han Xia had transferred 2 million to her, Gu Xiner shared this news with Ian, leaving him in a state of amusement. Han Xia truly shares everything with you, doesn't he? Ian, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. I'm merely curious about what Han Xia chooses not to share with you. There is much, for instance, the intimate matters between you two, which you have never mentioned to me. From your tone, it seems you are quite curious. Ha, it is you who is curious. Unable to withstand Yi En's direct and domineering gaze, Gu Xiner lowered her head, stirring her coffee with a spoon. Yi En found amusement in observing Gu Xiner. This woman, clearly attracted to him, hesitated at critical moments. It seemed less about her loyalty to Han Xia and more a reflection of her character, which, like her appearance, exuded an aura of gentleness. Yi En had initially intended for things to progress naturally, but it appeared he might need to take the initiative, lest he remain in uncertainty about when he would finally savor the moment. So, have you brought the script? Indeed, I have. Gu Xiner retrieved a bound script from her bag, specifying that this was the section on gambling stones, while other parts remained confidential, and she hoped for his understanding. No worries. Yi En had little interest in the other sections. The script comprised over 10 pages, which Ian swiftly perused in under 10 minutes. What do you think? Are there any glaring flaws? Gu Xiner inquired. Yi En was at a loss for words. What flaws could he point out when the content was utterly nonsensical? The author of this script seemed to possess no understanding of gambling stones, and at the very least, one would expect a modicum of research. Although any available information may deviate from reality, it is certainly preferable to fabricating details. It is no wonder many films and dramas face criticism. At times, the directors cannot be solely blamed. It can only be said that contemporary screenwriters dwell in their comfort zones, lacking both opportunity and willingness to explore beyond their limited knowledge. In essence, they have divorced themselves from reality and the audience. For instance, in this script, the male protagonist gambles and acquires the legendary glass-type Imperial Green Jade, described in exaggerated terms as an exceptionally rare gem, the size of fist, fetching a price of 10 million. In reality, acquiring such a glass-type Imperial Green Jade would require several tens of millions, if not over 100 million. This exaggeration is somewhat tolerable, as most people merely seek entertainment and may not grasp the true prices of jade. However, to conflate the most fundamental aspects of jade valuation, such as texture and color, is an affront to the audience's intelligence. There is a plethora of content in need of revision, and Ian was uncertain what experience this web drama aimed to deliver to its viewers, so he inquired, is this a completely frivolous drama? One could say so. Gu Xiner nodded, summarizing that the drama revolves around a delivery boy who, after being cheated on by his gold-digging girlfriend, unexpectedly awakens his X-ray vision. He then rises to success by gambling on stones and discovering antiques. Could a materialistic woman truly fall for a mere delivery boy? Gu Xiner paused, pondering that some fundamental truths deserve respect. The essence of a thrilling drama lies in its sheer enjoyment. Ian shook his head, countering that since this is an online series and not broadcast on television, it must incorporate some gimmicks to generate online discussions, which would benefit its future promotion. Even negative attention is still attention. Is this your understanding of web dramas? Did you glean this from your readings? Gu Xiner found it hard to accept Yi An's perspective, and thus inquired further. More or less. In any case, the script must remain unchanged. If alterations are necessary, they should be comprehensive from start to finish, depending on how your company chooses to proceed. By the way, since we aim to create a thrilling drama, let us embody that essence wholly. Any imposition of values would only result in a muddled outcome. Very well, I shall communicate this with the production department. I never anticipated that merely through reading, you could cultivate such unique insights into the film industry. Although untested, it is quite impressive. You flatter me. You mentioned considering a foray into the entertainment industry. Perhaps you genuinely possess the potential for success. How is it that you are so quickly captivated by my talent? You are the one who is captivated, Gu Xiner retorted. Blushing slightly, Yian was eager to press on and tease her further, but considering the likelihood of a formidable challenge awaiting him later that evening, he decided to temper his enthusiasm. Gu Xiner suddenly recalled the scene from over a month ago when she accompanied Yian and Hanxia on a shopping trip, her heart inexplicably fluttering, yet she found herself unable to voice it. Alas, Gu Xiner is still quite naive. All right then. The two exited the cafe, and as they approached Yian's car, Gu Xiner exclaimed in surprise, Yian, is this your car? Indeed, a rather extravagant purchase, he replied. Some say I'm simply a fool with too much money. You wouldn't think so too, would you? Not all. New energy vehicles are the trend, and this indirectly contributes to the national agenda, which is commendable. A meeting of minds, indeed. I think so too. Who are you in sync with? What was that? Yian, having caught her words, feigned ignorance. Nothing, just hurry and get in the car. It's sweltering. Women, truly a species of contradictions. Chapter 75. Your husband's resources are abundant. The Donghai Central Building, Jinmao Tower, and the Donghai Global Financial Center stand proudly here. Their distinctive designs have earned them the playful nickname, the Donghai Trio, the syringe, the whisk, and the bottle opener. Remarkably fitting, I must say. Naturally, the big shorts of the Oriental Pearl Tower cannot be overlooked either. These iconic structures symbolize Donghai's development and serve as a microcosm, attracting countless visitors from afar to admire them. Moreover, they are viewed across the river from a bund. Many, including locals, frequent the bund to behold these edifices, especially at night when the lights dazzle, providing a complimentary spectacle of a light show. As a local, Yin had grown weary of the bustling atmosphere. Yet he brought Gu Xiner here merely for the sake of its vibrancy. However, the timing was less than ideal. On this Saturday, the streets were teeming with crowds, almost to the point of being suffocating. The sweltering heat did little to dampen people's enthusiasm for shopping. For Gu Xiner, the location and merchandise were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the company she kept. Upon arriving at the entrance of a jewelry store, Yin took her hand and led her inside. Seeking refuge from the oppressive heat, he concocted an excuse, saying that since they were there, they couldn't leave empty-handed. You may select whatever you wish, but only one piece, he declared. This echoed their previous outing, where jewelry had been the first choice, and Gu Xiner found herself unexpectedly cast in the role of the leading lady. Momentarily dazed, she stood still. What are you waiting for? Yin urged. If you truly wish to buy this for me, are you not concerned that Hanxia might find out? Gu Xiner inquired. If neither of us says a word, how would she ever know? Of course, if you feel compelled to share the joy with your friend. I cannot stop you, he replied. Are you not worried that Hanxia might become jealous? Gu Xiner pressed. Isn't it you who harbors such concerns? Yin asked earnestly, locking his gaze onto hers. Gu Xiner averted her eyes, unable to meet his steady stare. Yin found it rather amusing. She had initiated this self-empowerment, yet when it came to the final step, she hesitated. It seemed that even among close friends, their bond was not entirely superficial. There were genuine feelings involved. Rest assured, I have a way to win Hanxia's acceptance, Yin whispered conspiratorially as he leaned closer to Gu Xiner. The breath that brushed against her ear sent a shiver down her spine, yet she did not shy away, her body betraying her honesty. Let's keep it a secret for now, he smiled mysteriously, naturally wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Geu Sinar, do line dan Hanxia, possessed a delightful elasticity to her skin, making her presence quite pleasant to the touch. As she instinctively attempted to break free, Yin held her firmly, rendering her efforts futile, a blush creeping on her cheeks. From this moment on, you shall be my second girlfriend, he declared, not allowing Gu Xiner a chance to refuse. Asserting his claim in an unmistakably dominant manner. Gradually, she relaxed into his embrace, though a certain discomfort lingered within her, What did it mean to be a second girlfriend? Go ahead and choose the jewelry you like best, Yin encouraged, giving her a playful pat on the rear. Accepting his unabashed demeanor. Gusina assigned herself to her feet. If I am to be the second girlfriend, so be it. After all, I met Yin rather late. Though she accepted this fate, she clearly did not intend to let Yin off easily. Secretly determined, she resolved to select the most extravagant piece, ensuring he would feel the pinch. That's what you said, she reminded him. Yes, choose boldly, he replied. If someone cannot afford the price, I shall leave that someone here as collateral. How ruthless, she exclaimed. Who told you to have your cake and eat it too? If you have such lofty desires, you must possess the means to support them. The utterance sounded somewhat peculiar, not due to any inherent flaw in the speech itself, but rather because of the identity of the speaker appearing to be reversed. Had the speaker been Han Xia, Yin would have found it entirely unremarkable. Rest assured, your husband possesses considerable resources. Gu Xer scoffed softly, dismissing Yi and self-reference, and with a buoyant gait, made her way towards the counter. From the moment Yi and Gu Xer entered, both the staff and patrons of the shop took notice of the pair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman certainly drew attention. In fact, even men accompanying their partners found it difficult to divert their gaze from Gu Xer, often receiving stern reprimands from their companions. This had become quite the norm, yet Yin and Gu Xer remained oblivious. Excuse me, may I take a look at this? Gu Xer promptly identified her target and inquired of the attendant behind the counter. Though the attendant's appearance could not quite rival Gu Xer's, she was still a beauty in her own right. Upon her request, the attendant opened the display and retrieved the bracelet Gu Xer wished to examine. What should I call you? Would you like me to explain the materials and craftsmanship of this bracelet? My surname is Gu. I will examine it first and will ask if I have any questions, Gu Xer replied. Very well, Miss Gu. After scrutinizing the bracelet under the lights for a while, Gu Xer asked, may I try it on? Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I measure your wrist, the attendant said, producing a soft measuring tape to determine Gu Xer's wrist size, confirming that the bracelet, a size 56, was indeed a perfect fit. Subsequently, the attendant fetched a soft cloth and some moisturizing oil. Under the attendant's expert guidance, Gu Xer finally adorned her wrist with the bracelet, raising her arm to the light. She gazed at it for an extended period, her admiration growing with each glance. Yin, as an expert, you should take a look at this bracelet as well, she urged, extending her arm towards him. It is indeed genuine. If you like it, you should purchase it, Yin remarked, having already scanned the piece with his discerning eye. It was a high-quality jadeite bracelet. According to the jewelry store's description, it was classified as high ice type. The finished product had been polished and waxed, effectively concealing minor imperfections in the jade while enhancing its luster and transparency, thus serving a protective function as well. Consequently, the apparent quality often appeared somewhat elevated. In reality, the bracelet's quality was merely that of a standard ice type. Yet, due to its commendable water content and delicate texture, coupled with excellent translucence, it exuded an impression of high ice type. As Gu Xer examined the price tag displayed at the counter, 800,000, she found herself momentarily at a loss, torn between her genuine affection for the piece and its undeniable expense. Let us proceed to check out. Yin discerned her hesitation and decisively intervened. This is far too expensive, Gu Xer exclaimed, anxiously attempting to remove the bracelet. Yet, Yin halted her. Fear not. I can easily afford the 800,000. Let go of your reservations. Where has your previous shopping bravado gone? The last time? Gu Xer understood that Yin referred to the incident from last month in Libyan City, when she had encouraged Han Xia. However, now that the situation pertained to her, it felt entirely different. Moreover, this was 800,000, not merely 80,000, and certainly not 800. Miss Gu, this bracelet truly compliments you. It is radiant and symbolizes purity and flawlessness, perfectly aligning with your temperament. The shop assistant, witnessing a substantial transaction about to transpire, could hardly let the opportunity slip by. However, to their astonishment, Gu Xiner's complexion abruptly shifted from crimson to pallid, her expression turning awkward. Please hand me the packaging box and the appraisal certificate. Let's proceed to check out. Yin was initially perplexed by Gu Xiner's intense reaction, but soon discerned the cause. All right. The shop assistant, clearly startled, promptly complied. Gulme, allow me to showcase your husband's financial prowess. Yin wrapped his arm around Gu Xiner's waist, feigning arrogance. Gu Xiner hesitated, her words caught in her throat. That's enough. Any further remarks would be overly sentimental, and I have little patience for such affectation. That is not it, I'm not. Gu Shiner quickly shook her head, fearing Yi and might misconstrue her feelings. Precisely, it's good that you're not. I can surmise your concerns. After all, Hanxia has been married before. I am well aware of your character. You are as pure as a lotus emerging from muddy waters. Yin whispered reassuringly in Gu Shiner's ear. People often fear what they hold most dear, and Gu Shiner was no exception. Upon hearing Yi An's comforting words, her anxious heart began to ease, allowing him to guide her toward the cash register. With a swipe of the card, the input of a password, and a successful transaction, the receipt emerged. Yin shook the receipt playfully, remarking, "It seems that someone's aspirations of keeping me here have been thwarted." Gu Shiner, amused by his expression, let out a soft laugh. Seizing the moment, Yin gently pinched her delicate cheek. Their interaction drew envious glances from the shop assistant and other customers. Indeed, a stunning beauty like Gu Shiner could hardly be accompanied by an ordinary man. Spending 800,000 without batting an eye was a true testament to wealth and status. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Gu Shiner appeared to have reconciled her thoughts, her demeanor considerably brightening. The couple proceeded to explore other luxury boutiques. After several hours of shopping, they had spent over 300,000. As dinner time approached, Yin led Gu Shiner to the nearest upscale restaurant. Having just established their relationship, Gu Shiner felt reluctant to part ways. Yet as a woman, she hesitated to voice her desire to stay overnight, burying her reluctance deep within her heart. Yan, keenly aware of Gu Shiner's subtle feelings, faced a dilemma, knowing there were two other beautiful women awaiting him at home. Thus, the choice was evidently singular. I truly am a scoundrel. Despite his self-reproach, Yin ultimately escorted Gu Shiner to her building's entrance, refraining from stepping inside for a cup of tea. I am indeed a beast. With a heart laden with guilt, yet unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, he drove toward his villa. Jiao Jiao, whose full name was Ding Wangjiao, was said to have been a longed-for daughter by her parents, who had preordained her name. Upon receiving the address from Jiangyu, she disregarded her prior engagement and sped off in her Maserati to Jiangwan community. Arriving before 3 in the afternoon, she eagerly asked upon seeing Jiangyu, "Where's the person?" Ding Wangjiao's excitement waned slightly, realizing the individual was not as significant as she had hoped. "If you are unwilling to wait, you may leave," Jiangyu replied curtly. "No, please don't. I was merely venting my frustrations." Ding Wangjiao gazed at Jiangyu with an eager expression. "Is he truly as remarkable as you claim? It is still broad daylight. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? You speak without understanding the discomfort of standing." "I was quite famished last night," Jiangyu murmured, her cheeks flushing. "What? It appears you had quite an eventful night. Due elaboraci. I would love a taste of the excitement," Ding Wangjiao teased. "How shameless can you be?" Jiangyu retorted, a sense of longing evident in her voice. "You understand the thrill of anticipation. I cannot be entirely blamed for it. Perhaps you should take care, as your husband may not favor women who are too extravagant." "That depends on a man, my dear. I am well aware of their trivial thoughts. Rest assured, I will manage just fine," Ding Wangjiao replied, patting her chest. Causing a ripple of confidence, Jiangyu, despite her own commendable C-grade prowess, felt overshadowed by the true D-grade elites. She cast a wistful glance at her close friend, followed by a tinge of self-doubt regarding her own attributes. A larger size does not always equate to superiority. At least mine is satisfactory, she consoled herself. "What are you murmuring about? By the way, is this villa owned or rented? It seems the other party comes from a well-to-do family." "I am unsure," Jiangyu replied. "Nevertheless, wealth is inconsequential. What matters is whether I feel important." As the two women conversed, they awaited dinner, but with Jiangyu's injuries preventing her from cooking, and Ding Wangjiao's lack of culinary skills, they resorted to ordering takeout for a hasty meal. As the sun descended and night enveloped them, Ding Wangjiao, outwardly nonchalant and brimming with confidence, gradually fell silent. Jiangyu observed her friend with amusement, realizing that her bravado was merely a facade. Yeah, you must speak well of me when the time comes," Ding Wangjiao finally implored. "I am powerless. My husband has exceedingly high standards for women," Jiangyu replied, a mix of infatuation and pride gracing her features. "Well, I refuse to believe that with my looks and figure, I could ever be dismissed by a man," Ding Wangjiao declared defiantly. "Keep boasting," Jiangyu challenged. "Just watch me unleash my unbeatable charm." As the two women playfully bantered, the sound of a door opening echoed from the first floor. The atmosphere in the second-floor living room shifted to one of anticipation. Jiangyu felt a surge of joy, while Ding Wangjiao was engulfed by trepidation. With the sound of sneakers on the wooden floor, it felt as though each step pressed against Ding Wangjiao's heart, leaving her breathless. What is going on here? Yin inquired as he approached, noticing the ambiguous position of Ding Wangjiao atop Jiangyu. No, it is not what you think. Ding Wangjiao stammered, anxiety lacing her voice. Jiangyu swiftly shook her head. Husband, we were merely playing a game. Yin nodded and moved closer, employing his scanning gaze during the encounter. Chapter 77. Ding Wangjiao character. Jiangyu age, 40 height, 168 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms appearance, 85 exceptional, figure, 86 exceptional, physique, 62, normal, consciousness, 64, normal. Character, 989-9100. Affection level, 81. One afternoon, Jiangyu's affection for Ding Wangjiao unexpectedly increased slightly. Character, Ding Wangjiao. Age, 36. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Attractiveness, 87, exceptional. Figure, 88, exceptional. Physique, 65, normal. Consciousness, 68, normal. Character, 981000100. Affection level, 60. Once again, an exquisite beauty who rivals Qinlan. Indeed, as Jiangyu remarked, Ding Wangjiao is quite virtuous. The affection level is intriguing. 60 points indicate a fondness that surpasses the bounds of ordinary friendship. In truth, when it comes to affection between men and women, exceeding 60 points signifies a shift in dynamics. Darling, this is your best friend, Ding Wangjiao, who values herself greatly and is here for Jiangyu. Although Jiangyu declined Ding Wangjiao's request, she still wished to advocate for her. Yin waved his hand dismissively. With the system at his disposal, Jiangyu's explanations were unnecessary. Ding Wangjiao looked at Yi in astonishment. Was her request not approved? It's so hot today. I will take a shower first, Yin said as he made his way to the bathroom. What are you still dawdling for? Where's your earlier vigor? Jiangyu playfully tapped Ding Wangjiao's head. Oh, Ding Wangjiao responded, finally snapping back to reality. Time passed, and before long, Ding Wangjiao had fallen asleep. Yin checked Ding Wangjiao's affection level, which had astonishingly risen to 80 points. Yin felt quite satisfied and soon drifted into slumber himself. This nap lasted until the afternoon. Rising quietly, Yin first visited the bathroom, freshened up, and ordered several takeout meals. When he had a moment, he glanced at his phone. Gu Shiner had sent him a good morning message early in the day, accompanied by a languid photo of her waking up. For a brief moment, Yin felt an injustice on Gu Shiner's behalf, but he quickly dismissed the thought. In addition to Gu Shiner, Han Xia also messaged him. Truly, they were best friends, as their messages arrived almost simultaneously. However, Han Xia's tone was notably more reserved, focusing on mundane topics such as what they had eaten. Although these conversations may seem trivial, it is precisely this down-to-earth dialogue that brings a sense of warmth and familiarity, reminding one of the simplicity of life. After more than half an hour, the takeout arrived, and the chatting came to an end. He then called out to Jiangyu and Ding Wangjiao. After their meal, Ding Wangjiao continued her slumber, while Jiangyu headed to the basketball court for some yoga. Yin, on the other hand, immersed himself in a book in the study, reading for the entire afternoon. By evening, Ding Wangjiao had finally rested adequately. She felt rejuvenated and, with Jiangyu's assistance, made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Jiao, next time, don't be so reckless, Jiangyu advised. Can you really blame her? Isn't it someone else's fault? Ding Wangjiao retorted. Noticing Ding Wangjiao's silence, Jiangyu began to murmur softly. I thought you were concerned for me, but it seems you're only thinking of your husband. Plastic sisters. I shall ignore you. Upon hearing this, Ding Wangjiao immediately became displeased. Sure, this is a typical case of burning bridges after crossing. I'm not even inclined to engage with you. By the time the two women emerged from the bathroom, the takeout ordered by Yi and had already arrived. Hurry and eat. It's getting cold. Yin urged the two women to take a seat. Thank you, dear husband. You are truly wonderful, they replied almost in unison, exchanging a glance filled with disdain. It was perplexing how these close friends could behave so oddly today. However, Yin chose to remain a mere observer, as he generally refrained from intervening in matters between women, as long as things did not escalate too far. In fact, he found their light banter rather amusing at times. Of course, he was aware that the flames of conflict should not reach his own doorstep. This was one of the reasons he opted not to interfere. On Sunday evenings, routine dorm checks were conducted, and his status as a local resident offered him little advantage. This was a stringent regulation at Donghai University, likely established due to a lasting impression made by some senior students on the administration. Rumor had it that this rule did not exist a few years prior. when local students were permitted to return to campus on Monday mornings. Thanks to some senior students, the process for obtaining a commuter pass took time, which was quite inconvenient. It dawned on the two women that Yin was still a student at Donghai University, particularly for Jiangyu, whose son, Wang Haoyu, was in the same grade as Yin. She felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face. I'll have a word with the security at the entrance. You can also apply for an access card then, which will make coming and going easier. The two women agreed, and Yin drove off. Arriving at Donghai University, Yin parked his car a few hundred meters from the entrance, as usual, and made his way towards the campus. Unbeknownst to him, someone who recognized him happened to see him as he got out of the car. However, since they were not well acquainted, the individual refrained from approaching him. They merely pondered, isn't Yin supposed to be quite poor? How could he afford a Yongwang U8? And it seems to have a temporary license plate. Could be a new purchase? Has he suddenly struck it rich? The person was merely curious and did not dwell on it further. Once Yin's car was out of sight, they departed as well. Yin, of course, remained oblivious to this. He had been sufficiently low-key, though sometimes coincidences abound. Even if he were to find out, he would not be overly concerned. His low profile was intended to mitigate trouble. If his circumstances became known, so be it. He neither stole nor cheated, and all his gains were lawfully acquired. Chapter 78. The protagonist departs, leaving no trace. As soon as Yin left, Jiang Yu impatiently claimed Yi an S bedroom, while Ding Wangjiao, a beat behind, glared at her with puffed cheeks. I arrived first, so I'm staying in my husband's bedroom. We are both his little maids. Our statuses are equal. If you can stay, so can I? Since I got here first, it's mine. Huh. Even if you got here first, without my husband's consent. It doesn't count, retorted Ding. Are you going to reason with me, Ding? Unless you agree to let me stay inside, don't expect to sleep soundly. Very well. I shall introduce my husband to you. Is this how you intend to repay me? Do not presume your selflessness is so grand, for it merely serves to drag me into your affairs, cleverly evading scrutiny. Your words struck a chord with Jiang Yu, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Have I hit the nail on the head? Ding Wangjiao, sensing her triumph, felt a swell of pride. We share a living space, and neither shall suffer. Surely that is agreeable. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yu finally nodded in assent. Despite their quarrels, decades of camaraderie cannot be easily shattered over a mere bedroom. Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding drama within the villa. Had she been aware, she would likely have observed with detached amusement, astonished that two women, both exceeding 70 years in age, would bicker over such trivialities, akin to two immature girls squabbling over toys. Whatever happened to their refined demeanor befitting ladies of stature? The conversation then shifted to the topic of the freshman sisters, debating who among them was most worthy of being crowned the next campus beauty. The new students had barely settled in, having arrived just 2 days prior, and already the selection process for the campus beauty was underway. Yin had encountered two of Donghai University's campus beauties, Chiu Yuhan, a senior, and Yun Suyao, a junior. As for the sophomore Ding Xinyue and the already graduated Tang Yinran, she had yet to cross paths with them. It was rumored that Tang Yinran had ascended to the status of a graduate student at the university, while Ding Xinyue maintained a low profile. Characterized by her introverted nature and avoidance of social interactions, often opting to focus solely on her studies, even eschewing dormitory gatherings. Whispers suggested she hailed from a wealthy family, always chauffeured to and from her destinations. In essence, she remained an enigma. Yin held little interest in the so-called campus beauties, unless they were presented to him on a silver platter, as he found no desire to expend energy on them. University girls, though innocent, could be quite troublesome, demanding far more than they could offer. They lacked the pragmatic resilience often found in women who had weathered the trials of life, leaving them yearning for little beyond the tangible. What Yin truly lacked was time, not wealth. Thus, after completing his evening routine, he retired to bed with a book in hand, referring to the home of Qinlan as his own. He frowned, realizing that his tendency to overlook grievances only served to embolden Li Xingxing's perception of him as an easy target. It appeared that a change in strategy was necessary. As locals, we should be aware of the school policies. I shall be residing off campus this weekend. Is there a problem with that? Li Xingxing was taken aback. He was well aware of the policy, yet it was Yi An's demeanor that left him momentarily speechless. By the way, I should inform you that I have applied for off-campus status and will not be residing in the dormitory much longer. If you wish to avoid causing a scene in these final days, I suggest you refrain from troubling me. You may even regard me as nothing more than a mere specter. You have applied for off-campus status? Wu Xiaoming, initially eager for entertainment, could not suppress his curiosity upon hearing Yi An's intent to reside off campus. Is there a problem with that? Ian replied coolly. Where you find the funds for rent? That is a matter of personal privacy, and I shall not disclose it. Wu Xiaoming was momentarily stumped, yet he remained undeterred, asking, is the money perhaps from Qin Yuling's family? Even if it were, it has no bearing on you. However, I can assure you that I am spending my own money. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire directly with Qin Yuling. Ian, are you really planning to move out? The question was posed by Zhu Yao, who rarely spoke. Yes, I have some free time this weekend. You're welcome to visit my home. Additionally, if there's anything you need, feel free to reach out. I will do my utmost to assist. Regardless of the reason, Zhu Yao's genuine fondness was unmistakable to Ian. He could discern that Zhu Yao's family circumstances were rather modest, even bordering on impoverished. So he was more than willing to lend a hand if he could. All right, I will certainly visit when I have the time. Zhu Yao smiled earnestly, his dark complexion accentuating the whiteness and straightness of his teeth. Wu Xiaoming chuckled softly, skeptical of the notion that Ian would spend his own money on renting an apartment. Listening to the exchange between Zhu Yao and Ian, he was reminded of a saying, kindred spirits. A rustic from a poor mountain village and a dependent living off others. What a perfect match. The conflicts among roommates were nothing more than verbal sparring. Physical altercations were rare. Seeing Yi An's resolute demeanor, Wu Xiaoming and Li Xingxing decided to back down. With the atmosphere finally quiet, Yi An returned to his book. The following 5 days were rather uneventful. Apart from attending classes, Yi An immersed himself in his reading. He did not join the freshman military training, nor did he intend to participate in the welcome party the school was organizing. His principle was simple. As long as others did not trouble him, he would not seek out trouble for himself. Enjoying life with newfound wealth seemed preferable to inviting chaos. Moreover, as the chosen one, he held the script of the protagonist. There's a saying that when the protagonist steps out, not a blade of grass remains. The disputes within the dormitory were trivial. Wandering aimlessly outside could lead to significant trouble. Although the protagonists ultimately triumphed, such victories seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things. Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao had not left. As Ian stepped into the villa, he felt a surge of warmth. The space now bore the signs of domestic life. The addition of numerous feminine items and a refrigerator brimming with food indicated that the two women had indeed made this place their home. Ian was momentarily dazzled by their vibrant attire, one dressed as a chef, the other in a maid's outfit. Jiang Yu's culinary skills were commendable, rivaling those of Qin Lan, while Ding Wangjiao's cooking left much to be desired. Her 5 days of intensive training yielded only a poorly executed dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, blackened and overly salty. Consequently, she felt a burning embarrassment on her face, mortified by her lack of talent despite her earnest efforts. In truth, her enthusiasm was only skin deep, as she believed she was studying diligently. Jiang Yu reveled in her triumph. She had decisively outperformed Ding Wangjiao. After dinner, Ian read for a while, and sensing that his skills were ready to be deployed again, he successfully whisked the two women away. This weekend, Ian had originally intended to meet Gu Shiner. Unfortunately, Gu Shiner was quite busy this week and could not spare much time. Ian could not simply impose himself, so he resolved to wait for another opportunity. Conversely, someone from school reached out to him. Zhu Yao. Chapter 79. You truly have an eye for people. Someone has come to Donghai University looking for him. According to Zhu Yao, they are two stunning beauties, one in her late 20s and the other in her late teens. Ian immediately deduced who they might be. After clarifying the situation, he hung up the phone. What were Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao up to? They certainly have their own phones. Why did they choose to ambush him instead of giving prior notice? Had they come to surprise him? Ian felt it was more akin to a shock. Now, many classmates were aware of this incident, and it would likely spread quickly, at least throughout the entire School of Economics and Management. After all, Ian's reputation was quite prominent. He retrieved his phone and called Yao Shui, who answered promptly. Her familiar voice resonated through the line. Yao Shui, it's definitely not Xiao Xiao who orchestrated this. It must be your idea, right? Brother Ian, your judgment is impeccable, Yao Shui admitted candidly. So what is your purpose? Do you believe I'm seeking revenge for your previous teasing of me and Xiao Xiao? I don't believe that for a moment. Just as I expected, you are not easily deceived. In truth, we're doing all this for you. For me to take a stand? Precisely. I have gathered information over the past few days. Your reputation has been tarnished by your childhood friend Qin Yuling and your roommate Shen Fei, who conspired against you to sully your name. I am aware of that. Get to the point. How ruthless you are, Yao Shui quipped before continuing. Your so-called childhood friend is utterly blind. She forsakes a remarkable partner like you to pursue a self-important rich heir. Can you tell me something I don't already know? Patience. Our actions will soon circulate. which will dismantle the slander and rumors surrounding you. I am quite curious to see Qin Yuling's reaction once she learns the truth. You are overly simplistic in your thinking, Yin remarked, shaking his head. Yet I believe this is the most effective and direct approach. You overlook one critical aspect, human nature. Even if Qin Yuling and others discover the truth, what of it? People tend to believe only what they wish to believe. Even when confronted with facts, many will stubbornly refuse to accept them, for no one willingly admits to being the fool. At the very least, it would cast doubt on Qin Yuling, wouldn't it? But would this truly inflict any substantial harm upon her? A silence enveloped the call. No, Qin Yuling will remain the belle of the department. She has a wealthy boyfriend, which will deter most from speaking out against her. Are you content to remain in a position where Qin Yuling looks down upon you? Watching her ascend and then fall is the world's most fitting punishment, allowing someone to tread the wrong path until they reach a dead end. Only then may they awaken and perhaps feel a hint of remorse. Imposed shame merely incites rebellion. You make a compelling argument, Yao Shui replied, her voice trembling slightly. Clearly shaken, she recognized Yi En's keen insight, as he could discern the nuances of human behavior from mere written materials. Yet, she had not anticipated his profound understanding of human nature. What instilled her with greater dread was the seemingly calm utterances of Yin, which betrayed an endless chill. Initially, I merely wished to quietly observe the unfolding drama, occasionally stirring a bit of trouble as a form of interest. However, now that you have drawn me into this performance, what do you intend to offer as compensation? Yao Shui found herself at a loss for words. Her good intentions had resulted in mischief, and it was one thing for Yi and to withhold gratitude, but how could she dare to demand compensation? Do you not remember that Qin Yuling's mother is my aunt, and we share a close bond? Should today's incident lead to a conflict between me and Qin Yuling, I would be unable to explain it to Aunt Lan. Suddenly, Yao Shui comprehended that Yi En's forbearance towards Qin Yuling stemmed primarily from his relationship with Qin Lan, as he had articulated, allowing Qin Yuling to proceed, even if she took a wrong turn, would not provide Qin Lan with reason to reproach Yin. Conversely, if any issue arose due to Yi En's influence, the relationship between Qin Lan and Yi En would become exceedingly awkward. Yin, we truly did not contemplate this deeply. Do tell us what kind of compensation you desire. Are you still at Donghai University? Yes, having finally arrived at this legendary institution, it would be a shame not to explore further. Very well. Wait for me at the administrative building. It tends to be less crowded there. All right. Upon hanging up, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately inquired, Sister, do you think Yin Gige will dislike us for taking matters into our own hands? Yao Shui cast a weary glance at Chu Xiaoxiao. Were it not for her intervention, Chu Xiaoxiao would have already sought out Yi En at Donghai University. Do not worry, Xiaoxiao. You are so adorable and beautiful. Being the belle of the art academy, how could your Yin Gige possibly bring himself to dislike you? Really? Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Yao Shui inwardly cursed Yin, pondering how he could bear to mistreat such a naive girl and then abandon her without a second thought. Although Chu Xiaoxiao was young, she had once been lively and spirited. Ever since being bullied by Yin, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, becoming gloomy and exceedingly insecure. This was all the mischief wrought by Yin. Indeed, yet she felt compelled to reassure Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, she feared Xiaoxiao might burst into tears. After concluding the call, Yin relayed a few words to Zhang Yu and Ding Wangjiao before hastening towards Donghai University. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the administrative building, where he found Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Yin, Chu Xiaoxiao's round, bright eyes shone with joy as she instinctively linked her arm with his, her face adorned with two charming dimples. Yao Shui sighed and covered her face, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Chu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Yin glanced at the data panel concerning Chu Xiaoxiao, noting an increase of 5 points in favorability, bringing it to 75. He affectionately pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, remarking on how much more beautiful she had become in just a few days. Women adorn themselves for the ones they cherish. At this, Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly transformed into crescent moons, her voice soft and endearing as she replied, Yin Gige, you have also grown more handsome. Leaving Yao Shui to consume the proverbial dog food. Ahem, Yin and Xiaoxiao, you two should temper yourselves. There are others present, Yao Shui interjected. As an elder sister, can you truly feel jealousy towards your younger sister? Ye An Tisit. I urge you to pay attention to certain influences. Yao Shui's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Now that you have come to school to find me, you suddenly realize the importance of being mindful of such influences? Chapter 80. Chu Xiaoxiao is not a good person. Yin, please be mindful of your wording. It is I who am close to Xiao Xiao, yet your bias is rather overt. Have you ever pondered why I might show favoritism? It is simply because Xiao Xiao is more agreeable. Just at that moment, Yao Shue's voice was overshadowed by another voice. Yin, what brings you here? It was Counselor Zhang Zhu, approaching the administrative building with a thick stack of documents in hand. Teacher Zhang, I am here with my friend to tour Donghai University. Yin quickly provided an explanation. Zhang Zhu glanced at Yao Shui, then at Yin and Chu Xiao Xiao, who were linked arm in arm. The coldness in her face softened slightly. I thought you were here to inquire about your off-campus permit. By the way, I expedited your application, so there's no need for public announcement. It will be ready next week. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I will treat you to a meal another day. Yan repiet apreciative. Donghai University has stringent requirements regarding off-campus permits, and it was clear that Zhang Zhu had utilized her connections. Otherwise, as merely a counselor, she would not possess such authority. All right, but now you owe me 2 meals. Also, as I have provided you this convenience, do not let me down. Your focus should remain on your studies. No problem, Yin assured her promptly. Well then, take your friends on a tour. Our university's cultural and natural environment is quite commendable. With that, Zhang Zhu clicked her heels and entered the administrative building. Brother Yin, your counselor is so young, beautiful, and exudes such charisma. Chu Xiao Xiao exclaimed enviously. Xiao Xiao, you are no less remarkable, Yin teased, playfully tapping her nose. Chu Xiao Xiao beamed with joy. Yao Shui remained silent, yet it seemed she grasped something profound. Yi Yin's excellence attracted even the prominent young lady of the Wang family, Wang Yurong, not to mention other girls. If Yin were to be more ostentatious, an abundance of girls would likely throw themselves at him. Take the counselor from earlier as an example. If she did not recognize Yi Yin's exceptional nature, why would she proactively use her connections to grant him favors? Furthermore, as a woman, her intuition told her that the relationship between that counselor and Yi Yin was far from ordinary. In that moment, Yao Shui felt a deep sense of crisis. Yao Shui, are you daydreaming? Yi Yin interrupted her thoughts. No, not at all. Good. By the way, what were we discussing earlier? Xiao Xiao, you take over. I seem to have forgotten. Brother Yin, you asked sister why you show favoritism. Chu Xiao Xiao immediately replied. Behaving like an obedient child. Yao Shui, do you see the difference? Yi Yin cast an appreciative glance at Chu Xiao Xiao. I believe Xiao Xiao will always follow through on what I say, but that is not guaranteed. Yes, I always listen to Brother Yin. Chu Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly. I trust Xiao Xiao, hence my favoritism. In other words, you do not merit my trust. So do you understand where the issue lies? Is it that I am not obedient enough? Yao Shui followed Yi Yin's train of thought, inquiring. It could be said, I ask you again, I now demand compensation from you, in the form of becoming my lover. Would you agree? How could that be possible? All right, Xiao Xiao. Dear brother wishes for you to be my lover. Would you be willing? Chu Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, expressing her willingness. Brother Yin, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Just be a good little lover for me. Yin responded affirmatively. Brother Yin, we have an agreement, okay? Chu Xiao Xiao tightened her grip on Yin's arm. Yao Shui stared blankly at Yin and Chu Xiao Xiao, her understanding wavering, her mind in a whirl. Sister, if you do not agree, Brother Yin will belong solely to me, and you will have no claim whatsoever. Chu Xiao Xiao made another pointed remark. How can that be? I never said I wouldn't agree. Then you are in agreement. Yao Shui lowered her head, emitting a faint sound from her throat. Brother Yin, sister has agreed. We can live together forever now, Chu Xiao Xiao declared excitedly. Yin cast a peculiar glance at Chu Xiao Xiao. Though she appeared soft and adorable, akin to a little lowly, her thoughts were quite perceptive. Without her assistance, Yao Shui would not have agreed so swiftly. Noticing Yi Yin's gaze, Chu Xiao Xiao instantly donned an expression of innocent confusion. Yi Yin confirmed that Chu Xiao Xiao was indeed a skilled player. One must never underestimate anyone in this world. Fortunately, Chu Xiao Xiao harbored genuine affection for herself. Otherwise, having a ticking bomb beside her would be rather alarming. In truth, Yi Yin had not intended to win Yao Shui over today. He merely wished to plant a seed in her mind. However, thanks to Chu Xiao Xiao's exceptional cooperation and the sudden appearance of their counselor, Zhang Zhu, everything was resolved in one breath. It was, after all, an unexpected delight. Since we are all on the same side now, let us consider the matter of compensation closed. In the future, consult me before undertaking any actions, Yi Yin said as he took Yao Shui's hand, gently caressing it, feeling its smoothness. He continued, with so many people around on campus, let us go out for a stroll. Yao Shui allowed Yi Yin to lead her by the hand. When she had agreed moments ago, she not only felt no regret, but rather a profound sense of relief. She herself perhaps did not fully understand why. On the way out of the campus, Yin checked Yao Shue's panel data. As expected, her affection level had surged past 60-69, reaching 70 points. He then examined the panel data for Counselor Zhang Zhu. To his surprise, her affection level had risen to 59 points. This was a score only achievable by extremely close friends. With one more step forward, their relationship would surely change in nature. The teacher-student dynamic, when contemplated, was rather thrilling. However, considering Zhang Zhu's temperament and her positional relations, it would likely be quite challenging to surpass 60 or even reach 70. All of this would have to be left to the passage of time. In a pleasant mood, Yin took Yao Shui and Chu Xiao to the mall, purchasing numerous garments and stockings for the two girls. As they emerged from the mall, Chu Xiao blinked her large eyes and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Yin, why did you purchase so many pairs of stockings? Each pair costs over 100, and their quality doesn't seem particularly impressive. Some even have letters on them, which look rather odd." "Well, I bought them for you to wear," Yin replied with a mischievous grin, resembling a quirky uncle. "But with so many, we can't possibly wear them all," she protested. "That's no problem. When the time comes, we can wear one and tear another. If we run out, we can simply buy more." "That seems excessively wasteful," she remarked. Yin, with a smirk, suggested, "Let's omit the word waste from our vocabulary." Listening to Chu Xiao's words, Yao Shue's face reddened, resembling a ripe apple. Chapter 81, A Woman's Intuition. After their shopping excursion, it was nearly mealtime, and Yin led the two ladies to indulge in a hot pot feast. By the time they exited the restaurant, it was already past 8 in the evening. Chu Xiao proposed watching a movie. Although it seemed peculiar for 3 individuals to attend a film together, Yin acquiesced. Thus, within a cinema, an unusual scene unfolded. A young and handsome man sat in the center, cradling a large cup of popcorn, flanked on his left by a sophisticated woman in her late 20s, and on his right by an adorable girl with a doll-like face, aged 18 or 19. The two women appeared disinterested in the film. Moments later, the mature lady was shoving popcorn into the young man's mouth, while the young girl playfully prodded him with her soda straw. Their rivalry was palpable, nearly escalating into a physical altercation. The onlookers around them were consumed by envy and intrigue, losing interest in the movie altogether. As for Yin, the protagonist of this peculiar scenario, he felt both agony and delight. Throughout the film, he was devoid of any other sensation except for the discomfort of a full stomach. He adopted a laissez-faire approach towards the ladies' playful competition, preferring it over the thought of them uniting against him. Of course, there must be limits to their rivalry. Should it escalate beyond control, it would be Yin who ultimately bore the consequences. For now, the playful skirmishes between Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao, as well as Yao Shui and Chu Xiao, remained within tolerable bounds. The overt theatricality of their behavior did not escape Yao Shui's notice. "I suppose it's time to arrange a room for them," she concluded. "Don't worry, Xiao. Have you forgotten that we rent a place in Donghai?" Yin was about to speak when Yao Shui interjected. "That was certainly intentional," Chu Xiao exclaimed, her laughter tinged with a hint of insincerity. With Yao Shui present, there was no chance of engaging in even the simplest games, let alone a game of cards. However, Yin was not overly disheartened. The comforts of home were still appealing. Could it be that he would falter at home? Absolutely not. At least not now. It was far too soon. She had steadfastly guarded herself for 27 years and could not so easily relinquish that. Even if she had set her sights on Yin, it was still too early. Fortunately, Yin had tempered his expectations. Otherwise, he would surely be consumed by frustration. "Sister, shall we not invite Brother Yin up for a while?" Chu Xiao asked hesitantly beneath Building 15 of the New World Community. Yao Shui resolutely shook her head and replied, "It's too late. Your brother Yi needs to rest. We must not be selfish." Her concerns stemmed from the fear that a simple visit might lead to something more. Chu Xiao's scheme had failed, and she turned her gaze towards Yin. Overcome with emotions, she felt despondent. Yin nodded and drove away. "Sister, you've already promised Brother Yin, so why do you continue to be on guard against him?" Chu Xiao, no longer pretending, confronted her directly. "You have invested all your cunning into me. I must have owed you in my past life." Yao Shui was utterly speechless, asserting, "Sister, I've had more years of experience than you. I understand men better. Are you implying that men are too easily won over and fail to cherish what they obtain? If you grasp this principle, why do you still willingly offer yourself?" "Brother Yin is different," she responded, her face flushing, for she could not confess her obsession with the sensation she had experienced in the car last time. Women who have had such experiences perceive certain matters differently than those who have not. The former may develop psychological issues over time, while the latter might only encounter minor physical ailments without any psychological repercussions. Chu Xiaoxiao was somewhat of the former. Knowing it would be challenging to escape Yi and in this lifetime, she contemplated surrendering herself entirely to him. In contrast, Yao Shui belonged to the latter group, exhibiting a much more rational demeanor. All men are fundamentally the same. How is Yin exceptional? Yao Shui was nearly driven to fury. Xiao, are you suggesting that I am not a woman? You are at best a girl. All right. How can you speak of your sister like that? This is a fact, unrelated to age. Then please enlighten me on how you qualify as a woman while I am merely a girl. The more serious Chu Xiaoxiao became, the more agitated Yao Shui felt. Is this even coherent? That day in the car, Chu Xiaoxiao had abruptly halted her thoughts. What happened in the car? Yao Shui, confused, quickly realized, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao with a peculiar expression. Xiaoxiao, have you misunderstood something? No, sister, please don't look at me like that. I am, after all, a university student. How could I possibly be so naive? But you are still very much a virgin, Yao Shui replied, at a loss for words. I am referring to experiences unique to women, which you cannot fathom. Yao Shui truly did not comprehend. She felt it was futile to continue debating with Chu Xiaoxiao, lest she succumb to madness. The new military training was still ongoing, and the welcome party was fervently being prepared. The management and economics department was particularly lively, with the primary instigators being Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao. Some well-meaning individuals even posted about the two girls seeking out Yi and on the East Sea University campus forum, accompanied by two somewhat unclear photographs. However, from their silhouettes and attire, it was evident that these were two stunning beauties. Instantly, this ignited the curiosity and investigative spirit of the entire student body, leading to Yi En's newfound popularity across the campus. Consequently, threads regarding Yi En were unearthed, revealing the entire sequence of events, leaving many unaware students dumbfounded, especially those from the foreign language department. Some sought to contact Yi En for clarification, only to discover they could not locate his account. Reluctantly settling for second best, Qin Yuling found herself increasingly surrounded by people as the situation escalated. Among them was Wang Haoyu. In Chapter 82, Yi En had become a sensation. The comment section was filled with a myriad of opinions. It had not yet formed a distinct bias. Someone shared a recent photograph of Yi En in the comments, a profile shot taken with commendable skill. Yi En was seen strolling along the shaded paths of the campus, a book cradled in his arms, dappled sunlight cascading over him. A beam of light hit his cheek at just the right angle, illuminating his chiseled features, soft contours, and fair complexion. This image allowed many to vividly imagine Yi En's entire visage, and enhanced by the filter of imagination, his attractiveness was amplified significantly. The comment quickly gained traction, propelled to the forefront. Upon examining the username, it was evident that female classmates were the main contributors. Thus, Yi En had undeniably risen to prominence, while the number of Qin Yuling's supporters surged exponentially. Qin Yuling had long been aware of Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao's visit to the school to see Yi En, but she never anticipated that she would find herself at the eye of a media storm. Her phone was inundated with an overwhelming influx of WeChat messages, nearly rendering the screen unresponsive. Just over a day had passed, and with Monday approaching, Qin Yuling could scarcely fathom what lay ahead. Fuming, Qin Yuling felt an overwhelming urge to smash her phone. Once her anger subsided, she recalled the instigator of this turmoil, Yi En. The first thought that flashed through her mind was that Yi En, in retaliation, had orchestrated this situation against her. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became. With a fortune of 1 million, Yi En certainly had the means to execute such a scheme. Over the past year, she had exposed numerous embarrassing stories about him, providing ample motive for his vengeance. If this wasn't Yi En's doing, she would never believe it. All she had done was speak a few truths in her pursuit of happiness, and yet he had orchestrated this spectacle, seemingly intent on making her miserable. Did he not realize how childish this was? The more she thought, the angrier she became, to the point where she didn't even notice her phone ringing. It was only when a considerate roommate, who had a good rapport with her, offered a gentle reminder that she snapped back to reality. Checking her phone, she saw that it was a call from Wang Haoyu. She had turned off WeChat notifications, so he likely resorted to calling her. As soon as she answered, Wang Haoyu expressed his concern. However, Qin Yuling was not in the mood for his comfort. She bluntly stated that this had to be Yi En's doing, and they could not remain passive. They needed to devise a plan to drag him into the mire, turning him into a laughingstock for the entire school. Lingling, how do you plan to proceed? I will support you unconditionally, he replied. I haven't thought of a plan yet, but please consider it on your end as well. All right, I believe I have an idea. What is it? We could hire online commentators. Is that reliable? How will we know unless we try? They are professionals. Even if they don't sway the outcome decisively, they can help balance the narrative when it turns against us. Very well, give it a shot. All right, I shall seek out my dear mother. Ever since encountering the enchanting Qinlan, Wang Haoyu has come to a profound realization. It is indeed possible for women of a certain age to possess such beauty and allure. Unavoidably, he began to draw comparisons between Qinlan and his own mother, Jianyu. Previously, he had never considered his mother particularly beautiful, yet now he experienced an enlightening epiphany. Of course, he had not sunk to the depths of an unspeakable depravity to refer to his mother in such a derogatory manner. Instead, he instinctively opted to call Jianyu mom rather than old mom. In truth, he also compared her to other women of a similar age whom he knew, including Ding Wangjiao, a woman whose maturity rivaled that of his mother. Moreover, her physique seemed to slightly surpass that of Jianyu's. However, the moment he recalled that Ding Wangjiao hailed from a family of considerably greater means, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, a serendipitous revelation informed him that the most understated and mysterious campus belle of Donghai University, Ding Xinyue, was, in fact, Ding Wangjiao's niece. This knowledge ignited a flurry of fanciful thoughts within him. What if he could forge a connection with this pair of aunt and niece? It would be a pinnacle of achievement. At that point, Qin Yuling would have to bow down to him. Nonetheless, he had not abandoned his aspirations regarding Qin Yuling, for she was blessed with an admirable mother, Qin Lan. Unbeknownst to Qin Yuling, Wang Haoyu harbored ulterior motives, believing she had him firmly in her grasp. However, she could only sway public opinion and could inflict no real harm upon Yin. She was still contemplating how best to deal with Yi and Lingling. I believe we should not rush this matter. We must proceed with caution and observe the tides of public sentiment before determining our course of action. Qin Yuling was impatient, eager to vanquish Yi and without hesitation, yet she understood the necessity of patience. She resigned herself to say, all right, you contact the public relations agency first, and we will devise our strategy thereafter. After hanging up, Wang Haoyu attempted to initiate a video call with his mother, only to have Jianyu abruptly disconnect. Puzzled by her sudden dismissal, he soon received a voice message from her on WeChat. Haoyu, do you not realize that your mother is currently abroad, seeking refuge from the heat? Jianyu began with an assertive inquiry. Do you think all countries enjoy the same robust internet as the Xia? Despite being in a developed nation, the connectivity here is inferior to that at home. Video calls can be quite sluggish. Ah, I see. Is your adjustment going well over there? I have heard that it can be quite chaotic abroad, with shootings occurring at random. You are referring to the United States. I am in Northern Europe. While it may not be as safe as our homeland, and I'm cautious about going out at night, the days are relatively secure, right? I've been so absorbed in my studies that my brain feels muddled. How are you? Is there a reason you called via video? Is something amiss? Mom, how could I not think of you if there were no issues? Since all is well, I shall disconnect now. I'm going out shopping with Aunt Jiao. Wait, Mom. If you have a moment, could you assist me in contacting a public relations agency? Why do you need to reach out to a public relations agency? Mother, it is as follows. A student from Donghai University, whose family has fallen into bankruptcy, is currently residing at my classmate's home. However, he shows no gratitude and consistently makes life difficult for my classmate. To make matters worse, he has even enlisted outsiders to slander my classmate. I can no longer stand idly by and wish to engage public opinion to rectify this situation. Such an ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's sense of justice was ignited, and she exclaimed in indignation, indeed, he is a treacherous ingrate, which makes him all the more detestable. I am merely voicing my concerns for the sake of justice. How you? Tell your mother. What is his name? Chapter 83. Do not blame a mother for being heartless. His name is Yian. He is in the same graduating class as I, though our majors differ. Yan. Jiang Yu's breath caught for a moment. Yes, Yi as in leaf. And as in safety. All right, I understand, she replied. The character and circumstances described by Wang Haoyu seemed vaguely familiar to Jianyu, prompting her to feign outrage in order to discern the identity of the person her son mentioned. Indeed, it was Yian. Both she and Ding Wangjiao were natives of Donghai City, with intricate and extensive connections. Over the past few days, acquiring information about Yi and was merely a matter of speaking a few words. Of course, it was Ding Wangjiao who had someone investigate Yian. As the daughter of the Ding family, she faced no scrutiny for such inquiries. The results of the investigation left both women astounded. This domineering, self-assured, and remarkably capable young man possessed over 200 million in cash flow. Most astonishingly, he had amassed this wealth in just over 2 months. They nearly suspected that Yian had engaged in illicit dealings. Fortunately, the investigation reports outlined the general process through which he had earned this considerable sum. They had certainly heard of gambling on stones, as they themselves were high-end clients of various jewelers. However, the notion that one could earn over 200 million in merely 2 months through such means was utterly beyond their comprehension. If this revelation shocked the two women, Yian's background evoked a sense of sympathy in them. As mothers, with children of similar ages to Yian, they found it difficult to fathom how a child who had lost both maternal and paternal love could rely on himself to gain admission to Donghai University, and how he had achieved such remarkable success. The pressure he bore was unimaginable to most. What stirred their maternal instincts uncontrollably was the knowledge that, despite receiving affection from Qin Lan at her home, Yian's life was far from idyllic. It was fraught with challenges. The source of his tribulations was Qin Yuling, his childhood friend. While Qin Yuling displayed some restraint at home, she unleashed her malice at school, rallying a large group to slander and undermine Yian. They could only imagine the emotional turmoil of a child without a family, facing the animosity of a childhood companion and the exclusion from peers. The fact that he had not succumbed to madness or depression was a testament to his resilience. In truth, from the moment Yian moved into Qin Lan's household, he had adopted a low-profile demeanor, displaying obedience and focusing solely on his studies, with little else in the way of hobbies. Once he gained admission to university, his modesty only deepened. Regardless of how others perceive him or what they say, he remained steadfast in his own ways, dedicating his time to attending classes and immersing himself in books. This continued until one fateful evening before the summer vacation when his childhood friend, Qin Yuling, accepted Wang Haoyu's confession. Suddenly, Yian transformed, embarking on a meteoric rise in life, relocating to Libyan City. However, to the bewilderment and resentment of Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao, despite Yian's ascent to billionaire status, he maintained an unwaveringly low profile. Consequently, no one at school was aware of his immense wealth. Meanwhile, Qin Yuling remained ensconced in her own world, looking down upon Yian. Now, hearing a different version of Yian from her son, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to confront Wang Haoyu. As for Qin Yuling, her son's girlfriend, Jiang Yu held 100 grievances against her. "Mom, when will you manage to contact the PR firm? If you're inconvenient abroad, they can liaise with me directly." Wang Haoyu exclaimed, mistakenly believing his mother had acquiesced to his request. Jiang Yu had always been quite indulgent towards her son, largely because he resembled her closely and shared her temperament, far surpassing his father in character. Yet, unexpectedly, this son she had nurtured since childhood had turned against her, seeking her assistance to deal with her own man. If it were true, it would be one thing, but Jiang Yu understood Yian's character better than anyone. This only indicated that her son had lied to her, leading her to realize that her understanding of him was fundamentally flawed. "Haoyu, hiring PR firms is illegal. Do you understand?" she admonished. "Mom, I know, but everyone does it now, and nothing happens," he retorted. "But you're a university student. If caught manipulating a PR firm against your classmates, have you considered your future? Mom, what's wrong with you? Yian is just a useless person living off others, not some significant figure. Am I really supposed to fear him?" Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Her son paled in comparison to Yian, almost appearing foolish. Did he not think to investigate someone before attempting to confront them? If Yian were truly worthless, then her son was even less than that. If Yian were to retaliate, the Wang family would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. She was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of a man with over 2 billion in cash flow. A mere word from him could lead to the soft blockade of their family. In short, I will not assist you, nor will I allow you to target Yian. Otherwise, do not blame me for being heartless. Wang Haoyu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such cold words from his mother, leaving him feeling anxious and somewhat rebellious. "Mom, what is wrong with you? It's just Yian. Do you know him personally?" "I not only know him, I am thoroughly acquainted." However, Jiang Yu could not reveal the full truth to her son. "The Yian from your school, I have heard of him. He is someone who has almost lost everything, yet managed to gain admission to Donghai University. If it were you, could you achieve such a feat?" Wang Haoyu had never considered the matter from this perspective, yet it was evident that he was not easily swayed. "Mother, that hardly proves anything. There are countless diligent students, yet in the end, many merely become tools." Jiang Yu lamented the lack of hope for her son, perceiving his reasoning as superficial. "What I speak of is character, the resilience to rise despite any adversity. Mother, it's not as exaggerated as you claim. Perhaps Yi and is simply of a naturally indifferent disposition. Jiangyu was exasperated with Wang Haoyu. Finding reason ineffective, she resorted to her final ultimatum. If you still wish to acknowledge me as your mother, you must heed my words. Do not think I'm being alarmist. I can cut off all your financial support at any moment. Wang Haoyu wanted to protest further. But alas, the WeChat voice call had already ended. He cast his phone aside in frustration, a hint of disdain crossing his lips. If his mother's path was obstructed, he could still turn to his father, Wang Jinbao. Though his father's name resounded with prominence, he was, in truth, a middle-aged man indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Despite being under 50, he was not only portly, but also balding, and most critically, he could barely sustain a 3-minute drive due to his reliance on medication. However, he had enjoyed a fortunate upbringing. By the time he took over the family business, it was already substantial, coinciding with the country's rapid growth era, yielding considerable profits annually. While it could not be stated that the company stagnated under his leadership, it was evident that it failed to ride the wave of contemporary progress. In recent years, as the nation underwent transformation, he missed key opportunities, leading to a significant decline in revenue and relegating him to a life of living off past glories. Nevertheless, this did not impede his extravagant lifestyle. The company was collectively owned, and, as the legal representative was not him, he took every opportunity to reap financial benefits. While enjoying a shoulder massage from his secretary in the office, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his son, Wang Haoyu, he promptly answered. After grasping the general situation, he furrowed his brow, his business acumen raising suspicions of potential deceit. Otherwise, his wife would not remain indifferent. However, as Wang Haoyu was indeed his son, it was only natural for him to assist. Wang Haoyu was elated. Although his father lacked his mother's social connections, he was the owner of a company, and with his father's agreement to help, success seemed imminent. He eagerly relayed this good news to Qin Yuling. Her previously gloomy mood brightened considerably, but she felt it was still insufficient. Thus, she reached out to Yi Yin's roommate, Shun Fei. Shun Fei no longer held the same opinions of Qin Yuling, but remained interested in collaborating against Yi Yin. He was, in fact, observing the situation, gauging public sentiment. At present, opinions were divided evenly. After all, this was the campus forum of Donghai University, where many astute and rational individuals contributed objective commentary. Yet, this was merely the result of a lack of intentional guidance over public opinion. The hired thugs can enter the fray at any moment. Yet your desire to see Yi an utterly disgrace seems rather unrealistic, Shun Fei analyzed based on the current circumstances. I understand the challenge. Yet I believe you'll find a way. Shun Fei, buoyed by flattery, contemplated for a moment and replied, I do indeed have a method, though its execution may prove somewhat arduous. What method? The solution is rather straightforward. We must create a larger public outcry. However, this involves you and the 2 women Yin has associated with. What do you intend to do with those 2 women? Naturally, we shall bribe them to voice their opinions online. Subsequently, we can capture screenshots for the campus forum, claiming that these 2 women were, in fact, deceived by Yi Yin, not only financially but also romantically. This is indeed a clever strategy. But it doesn't tee in there. Yi Yin has expressed intentions of moving off campus, which requires him to provide rental information in his application. We can investigate in advance. As a penniless student without parents staying at your home, where would he procure funds for rent? I neglected to mention that during the summer, he worked as a consultant in the Southwest province, earning over $1 million. This may undermine our efforts to discredit him. What? He earned over $1 million during the summer? Is that true? Shun Fei nearly snapped the cigarette in his hand out of excitement. Indeed, he showed his bank account to my mother. Very well, but it matters not. While the internet retains its memories, the netizens do not. We can initially use this to fabricate evidence of him deceiving female students off campus, thereby creating a closed loop. Even if he retaliates later, the public sentiment would have already escalated, and his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Who would care about a falsely accused individual? Can we indeed proceed in such a manner? There is nothing we cannot accomplish. I reiterate, the key lies in securing information about those 2 women, names, online accounts, and so forth. Understood. Yi Yin had not anticipated Qin Yuling's reaction would be so intense, aiming to utterly ruin him. However, even if Yi Yin were to learn of it, he would merely dismiss it with a laugh. Qin Yuling's significant reaction stems from her concern for others' opinions and the potential repercussions of public sentiment on her. Yet Yi Yin remains indifferent. His reputation is already tarnished, and he sees no need to defend himself. How much worse could it get? It would merely result in more people knowing his name. They are but a group of self-proclaimed elites, posing no real threat to him. Engrossed in his studies, Yin was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. When he was reading, neither Jiang Yu nor Ding Wangjiao would disturb him. It seemed something had transpired. "Come in, the door is unlocked." Yin called without lifting his gaze. "Darling, studying must be exhausting. I brought you a platter of fruit to ease your fatigue." Jiang Yu, still dressed in a manner reminiscent of a kitchen maid, exuded an indescribable allure. "Place it here." Yin gestured to the empty space on his desk. "If there's something to discuss, feel free to speak directly. I'm not one to be unreasonable." "Darling, it's Hao Yu. My dear son, Wang Hao Yu?" Yin interjected with a question. Jiang Yu felt a flush rise to her cheeks, yet she nodded. "How you approached me to hire trolls, intending to sully your reputation on the school forum. I refused, but I fear he may persist and seek out his father, Wang Jianbang. Is that all?" "Yan repiet dismissive. Wang Hao Yu is limited in his capabilities." "Yes, that is the matter at hand." Jiang Yu noticed Yin's lack of anger and felt a great sense of relief. "Very well, I understand." Yin nodded calmly, then, with a half-smile, regarded Jiang Yu. "Wang Hao Yu is your biological son. Do you not fear my retribution for your betrayal?" Jiang Yu, with a bewitching gaze, replied, "I am willing to accept any punishment for my husband." Yin chuckled lightly. "I was merely jesting. Rest assured, since you chose to inform me, I am not one to bear grudges. Regardless of how events unfold, I shall show mercy, for he is my dear son." What Yin did not express was that any lingering remorse he felt towards Wang Hao Yu had vanished, especially since their previous conflicts were superficial and he had unwittingly taken on the role of a surrogate father. Thus, he found himself grateful to Wang Hao Yu for clarifying his thoughts. "Thank you, my husband. Jiang Yu shall devote herself wholeheartedly." Yin dismissed her, "Let today be, and do rest early." The reason was understood by all. Jiang Yu departed the study with 3 parts disappointment and 7 parts reluctance, while Yin remained undisturbed, engrossed in his reading. Both Wang Hao Yu and Qin Yuling were mere players employing petty tricks, insignificant enough to pique his interest. He immersed himself in literature, accumulating free attribute points to enhance his skills and earn small sums of money. Was that not delightful? "Yu, is your husband angry?" Ding Wangjiao approached Jiang Yu as she exited, whispering her inquiry. Chapter 85, just call him brother. Jiang Yu shook her head. "We have underestimated my husband's temperament and cunning. Not only is he not angry, but he seems somewhat pleased." "Are you certain you did not misjudge?" Ding Wangjiao expressed disbelief. "I am sure. Perhaps my husband has his own plans, and we need not worry excessively." Ding Wangjiao nodded, then asked, "Shall we not take any action?" "Better not. Acting on our own will only provoke his displeasure." "Very well. We shall observe the situation." Despite her words, Ding Wangjiao secretly sent a message to Ding Xianyu at Donghai University. Ding Xianyu shared a close bond with her aunt, akin to that of sisters. The reason was simple. The Ding family was prosperous, yet it was renowned for producing sons. Among their generation, only Ding Wangjiao was a girl, and, similarly, Ding Xianyu was the sole girl of her own generation. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. In the Ding family, every member doted on their daughters, be it in the form of brotherly affection or sisterly love. Nevertheless, despite their strong ties, there remained an inherent distinction between genders. As the favored girls in their respective households, they naturally grew closer. Thus, as soon as Ding Wangjiao sent her message, Ding Xianyu set aside her book to check it. The younger aunt sought her out, surprisingly urging her to constantly monitor the campus forum for updates regarding Yin. When had the younger aunt made Yin's acquaintance? The name Yin was unfamiliar to her, yet over the past few days, her ears had nearly become calloused from hearing it. Some claimed he was more handsome than the renowned star Azu, while others labeled him as a kept man. There were even whispers of him being a treacherous ingrate. In light of this, she had stealthily perused the forum, examining threads that featured side profiles of Yin, and discovered that while her classmates might have exaggerated, he was indeed strikingly handsome. As for the other speculations, she held little interest. "Aunt, do you know Yin?" "Yes. To be candid, he is the new uncle I have found for you." "Aunt, he is my classmate. Is this not akin to an old cow grazing upon tender grass?" "Am I so ancient, dear?" "Of course not. Outside, we're like sisters." "Then what is wrong with me pursuing my own happiness?" "Aunt, is this something the former uncle is aware of?" "Do not mention him to me. That man, a soft-hearted parasite who has entered our family, is not living his life properly and is instead emulating others who keep mistresses. Were it not for my desire to maintain family dignity and avoid scandal, it would not have merely been I who left him. Is this a form of revenge on your part? Perhaps it is best left unaddressed. When we meet, I would not know how to address him. What does it matter? I am your aunt, and also your sister. Ian is your brother-in-law, so for simplicity's sake, just call him brother. Ding Xinyue found herself both amused and exasperated. Her aunt remained as playful as ever. You are not at a disadvantage. Ian is merely a year older than you. Upon noticing Ding Xinyue's silence, Ding Wangjiao continued, by the way, you are already in your second year. Have you not encountered someone you fancy? No. You dear girl, being too introverted is not advisable. Good men will be snatched away. And then you will have cause to lament. Our marriages are not ours to dictate. I await the family's arrangements. Then you should engage in a passionate romance on campus, at least to avoid regrets. Your aunt's misfortune lies in never having attended university, thus allowing that soft-hearted man to benefit. But I have no desire for romance. It seems pointless. Furthermore, the boys in college are far too immature for my taste. Why not consider that you're simply too mature for your age? That cannot be blamed on me. I can assist you, but let us forego surprises. You must not refuse. How could your aunt possibly harm you? Ding Wangjiao exited the chat in her face, her gaze drifting towards the study, contemplating the feasibility of her plans. A short while later, a blush suffused her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. She was oblivious to the fact that the study door had opened, and Yin stepped out. It was already past 10 in the evening. The sweltering heat of the day, however, could not deter young couples in the throes of romance. As Ian walked along, he encountered several pairs of young lovers entwined in each other's embrace. He mused inwardly, youth is indeed splendid. Yet, he failed to recognize that he himself was merely a 20-year-old university student. Qinlan was not mistaken. His mindset was overly mature, gradually detaching from the essence of what was expected at his age. Although the discussions surrounding Yi Un had gained considerable traction on the forum. However, few could readily recognize Ian. Yet, as he approached the dormitory building, the number of those who could identify him increased. Ian paid no heed to the gazes and whispers of the surrounding crowd. Clutching his books, he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the dormitory, the eyes of the 5 occupants turned towards him. A fleeting malice in Shun Fei's gaze did not escape Yi Un's notice. Li Xingxing and Wu Xiaoming wore peculiar expressions, akin to discomfort, while young Li Xia appeared more curious. Zhu Yao, on the other hand, had little time for such subtleties and inquired, Yin, have you seen the post on the forum? No, I haven't registered an account, he replied. You should take a look. Your situation has stirred quite a discussion there. All right, I will check it out when I have time, Yin responded nonchalantly. Li Xingxing, evidently dissatisfied with Zhu Yao's inquiry for not hitting the mark, interjected, Yin, who were those 2 girls you were with yesterday? Friends I met during the summer. He answered, just friends? Li Xingxing pressa. I saw them with my own eyes. They were quite attractive. They are truly just friends. Please do not overthink it, Yin said earnestly, and Li Xingxing seemed to believe him to some extent. I thought they might be your girlfriends. Well, you know me. I haven't really interacted with many girls. How could they possibly like someone like me? Li Xingxing nodded in agreement. I thought so too. 2 stunning beauties seeking you out. If they were indeed your girlfriends, that would imply you have too. It's no wonder some people are jumping to conclusions. Rumors cease with the wise. Yin chuckled and retrieved a pair of undergarments from his wardrobe before heading to the restroom. Boss, what's your take? Wu Xiaoming asked Shun Fei. From his demeanor, he doesn't seem to be lying. Could we have truly misunderstood? Shun Fei feigned confusion. Who can say for certain? In the eyes of some female classmates, Yin is quite the figure, comparable to Azu, though surely not on your level, boss. Still, he might be considered somewhat handsome. Perhaps there are indeed some misguided souls who find him appealing. There is that possibility, but he is merely a poor student. Nowadays, girls are so pragmatic. Could it be that they are simply attracted to his looks? Boss, his financial status is known only to a few in school, let alone outside of it. Just look at his attire. It is of decent quality. He could very well have used his scholarship funds to buy them, making it entirely plausible for someone to be misled. Shun Fei nodded thoughtfully, patting Wu Xiaoming on the shoulder. You have a broad perspective. Wu Xiaoming grinned mischievously, resembling a sycophant eager for his master's approval. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Fei was simply preparing a scapegoat in case things went awry. If Wu Xiaoming were to claim that Yi Un was deceiving people, what connection would that have to Shun Fei? The night passed in silence. The next day, Monday, arrived, and the students reluctantly crawled out of their beds, dragging their weary bodies to class. If there was anything capable of uplifting their spirits at school, it was undoubtedly the recent uproar surrounding the Yi Un incident that had been trending on the forum. Yet, the subject of this commotion, Yi Un, appeared unfazed. rising early to have breakfast in the cafeteria before heading toward the library with a few books in hand. Someone recognized Ian and called out his name amidst the crowd. Immediately, those who had heard of Ian flocked towards him. Indeed, he was quite handsome, though perhaps slightly less so than I. How long has it been since you last looked in the mirror to utter such repulsive words? My charm lies not in my appearance, but in my essence. A shallow person like you could never comprehend that. The remark elicited a chorus of retching from those nearby. This was a representative statement from the comical male compatriots. Ian, the junior, truly is strikingly handsome. I wish to bear his children. Get lost. Ian is mine. I could give him 8 sons. I could have 10. You all must be pigs to be so prolific. My aspirations are not so lofty. I merely hope he glances my way in the crowd. A group of female classmates rolled their eyes at her. What era is this? Still indulging in the pretentiousness of literary youth. Of course, there were also those with a sarcastic tone, yet being offline meant there was no internet protection, rendering their voices the faintest. Ian, regarding the 2 beauties from outside the school who sought you out the day before yesterday, do you have anything to say? A rational classmate, wielding a book like a microphone, questioned him as if conducting a television interview. Ian, is it true? Am I really that beautiful? The girl who asked, likely unaccustomed to compliments, felt her acne-ridden face flush crimson. The questioning girl was so excited she nearly fainted. Ian, you are so eloquent. Why have I heard that your relationships with classmates and roommates are not particularly good? Inquired another girl, a rather attractive senior. There's a saying that goes, too handsome to have friends, which might describe someone like me. But wait, senior, you possess innate beauty, a perfect blend of talent and appearance. Logically, you should understand my plight. The senior's eyes sparkled at his words. Ian, you are truly remarkable. You flatter me. I merely spoke the unvarnished truth as I see it. Ian, how do you perceive the negative comments about you on the forum? This time, a male classmate posed a more pointed inquiry. So, you mean to say you have not registered on the campus forum? No, Ian nodded. Did I express myself clearly this time? The questioning boy's face flushed, drawing laughter from those around. You have said so much yet have not mentioned this incident at all. Are you avoiding something? Someone in the crowd suddenly remarked. I have a question as well. I am quite curious and wish to ask everyone. The crowd fell silent, unsure why Ian had suddenly posed a question. My question is, in the course of life, who does not have a few friends? Who can truly avoid being misunderstood? A hush fell over the crowd as they contemplated these 2 non-questions. My question is also my answer. We all made the effort to crawl out from the air-conditioned room for class. I will not take up more of your time. I shall take my leave. Ian squeezed through the throng, drenched in sweat, quickening his pace towards the library. At the entrance of the cafeteria, his conversation with others swiftly made its way to the forum, with some even editing it into a short video for sharing. Within less than an hour, the post garnered over 3,000 views and several hundred comments. While this may seem modest, one must remember that the total number of undergraduate students at Donghai University is fewer than 20,000. Even when including graduate students, the figure barely reaches 50,000. Moreover, it was during class hours. Qin Yuling, idly scrolling through her phone in the dormitory, was momentarily stunned upon encountering the post and video. She could hardly believe her eyes. Was this truly the same Ian, the timid and unassuming individual she knew? Her expression darkened significantly, allowing this post to continue gaining traction. Even with the assistance of hired online commenters, would likely prove futile. This was Donghai University's campus forum, not a public network. Each student was regarded as a distinguished individual. Although keyboard warriors existed, the majority retained discernment. How you? When will your hired commenters arrive? Qin Yuling directly called Wang Haoyu. Rin, it's coming soon. You know that campus forums differ from public networks. It's normal for it to take a bit longer, he replied. I understand, but time is of the essence. Have you seen the recent posts? I have, and I didn't realize that Ian was such a skilled practitioner of Tai Chi. I admit I underestimated him. But so what? In the face of true power, he is inconsequential. Since he does not comprehend the concept of boundaries, we shall teach him a lesson. Rest assured, this time we will ensure An's reputation is utterly tarnished, leaving him no chance of recovery. Ian entered the classroom and took a seat beside Zhu Yao. Ian, your video from this morning has gone viral. It has surpassed 5,000 views with over 1,000 comments, someone remarked. Is that so? I suppose I'm now somewhat of a campus celebrity, Ian replied with a hint of irony. Mr. Zhang, there may soon be hired commenters attacking our campus forum, jeopardizing network security. Could you possibly reach out to the school's maintenance staff to ensure monitoring and management are in place? Ian sent a message to Zhang Zhu. As Donghai University, ranked among the top 5 nationally, has always placed great emphasis on network security. Ian believed that those responsible for its maintenance would undoubtedly possess considerable expertise. Dealing with mere hired commoners would be a trivial matter. Shortly after Ian sent the message to Zhang Zhu, a flood of comments suddenly appeared on the campus forum. These comments were either meaningless strings of numbers and characters or exhibited blatant bias. Even the post and video from that morning were inundated with comments. Astute observers quickly deduced that someone had indeed hired commenters. What had initially shifted public opinion favorably towards Yi and due to the morning's post and video was abruptly reversed. Qin Yuling, witnessing the overwhelming tide of public sentiment, felt elated and sent a message to Wang Haoyu, serving as a commendation for his efforts. As the next plan began to take shape, she couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. Yin, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. It is you who insists on being reckless. Is it not better to lead a humble and honest life? Qin Yuling murmured, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as a call from Wang Haoyu interrupted her thoughts. The comments and posts generated by the hired trolls had been swiftly deleted by the technical team, and the troll company was now calling to inform her of the risk of being locked out, leading them to withdraw from the collaboration. What? Qin Yuling thought she must have misheard. After a brief silence, Wang Haoyu said, Lingling, our first plan has failed. How is that possible? The school typically does not monitor campus forums closely, and others have done this before without consequence. Why such a strong and immediate reaction this time? I don't know. Ian is merely an impoverished student. He lacks the means to hire the school's network maintenance staff for assistance. Could it be mere coincidence? That is a possibility. But regardless, the troll operation cannot proceed. Ian's luck is extraordinary. So, shall we continue with the next plan? Of course. I refuse to believe Ian's fortune will remain this favorable. However, locating those two girls based solely on low-resolution photographs will be exceedingly challenging, with a high probability of failure. In this technological age, is finding someone truly that difficult? Indeed, it is quite challenging, even with high-resolution images. Identifying the individual is not guaranteed. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I only just learned this news and immediately conveyed it to you. Does this mean the second plan may be stillborn before it even begins? Perhaps we need not locate those two. We could utilize AI face-swapping technology instead. Is that feasible? The current AI face-swapping technology is remarkably advanced. Even close relatives may struggle to discern the truth through a screen. Moreover, this approach has the advantage of allowing us to edit the text, images, and even video evidence at will. Since it is feasible, let us employ AI face-swapping technology. This time, we must succeed. Rest assured. By the way, there is news about Yi An's rented accommodation. It is located near the school at Jiangwan Villa. Jiangwan Villa? How amusing. The newly affluent fail to recognize their own limitations. With his 1 million, he likely won't even last until graduation. Lingling, I need to confirm something with you. Are you certain Yi and has only 1 million? Why do you ask? Because someone saw him driving a Yangwang U8. Isn't that the electric vehicle you mentioned? Worth over 1 million? Indeed, the Yangwang U8 parked not far from the school is likely his. That cannot be true. Could it be a rental? Uncertain. But judging by the license plate, it is a temporary one, making rental unlikely. Lingling, is it possible that Ian has been concealing his true capabilities? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain how he can afford such an extravagant vehicle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His gambling-addicted father squandered the family fortune before taking the fateful leap, leaving behind a staggering debt of several hundred thousand. Ultimately, their vehicle was seized for auction. If this were indeed the case, there might be another possibility. During the 2 months of summer vacation, he earned no less than 1 million. 1 million would indeed be a stroke of extraordinary luck, and I find it hard to believe he could earn even more. Wang Haoyu also struggled to accept this, yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to confront the truth. Regardless, our plan must remain unchanged. I shall inquire with my mother about the car. She may possess some insights. Very well. I shall commence the operations on my end. To expedite matters, could you find someone to go to number 16 Jiangwan Villa and discreetly capture a few photographs? Ideally, we would like images of Yi and appearing in the vicinity of the villa or even within it. I have noted down villa number 16. Qin Yuling hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and disregarding her need for a nap, called Qin Lan. Qin Lan was just about to indulge in an afternoon slumber when she received her daughter's call. It's the middle of the day. What is it? Qin Lan's tone was less than cordial. Mom, did Uncle Yi leave any money for Yi and before he passed? Why do you ask? Qin Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she inquired with feigned nonchalance. Because Yi not only rents a house at Jiangwan Villa, but also drives a luxury car worth over 1 million, the very one we saw by the school gate. The Yongwang you ate. You mean to say Xiao Anan drives a luxury car worth over $1 million? Qin Yuling's voice rose an octave in disbelief. Chapter 88. Just a little bit. Qin Yuling was startled and held the phone away from her ear. Judging by her mother's reaction, it seemed genuine. Could it be that Ian truly earned more than $1 million during the summer? Yes, Mom. I thought you helped Ian buy the car, which is why I called. The most expensive car I've ever driven is just over $400,000. Do you really think I would buy Xiao Anan a car worth more than $1 million? You overestimate our financial situation. Then where did Yi In's car come from? Could it possibly be a rental? That seems unlikely. It was a new car with temporary plates. How do you know that? Also, weren't you quite disdainful of Xiao Anan? Why the sudden concern? What? Oh, I see. Mom, a classmate needs my help. I must hang up now. As Qinlan listened to the dial tone, her brow furrowed. There is a saying, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden truths. She was reluctant to suspect her own daughter, yet the matter concerning Yi nagged at her, prompting her to reach out to Yi indirectly. Since undergoing physical transformation, Yin had forsaken the habit of afternoon naps and was currently engrossed in reading at the library. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon seeing it was a call from Qinlan, he felt a twinge of confusion. This should be her nap time. The call connected swiftly. Xiaonan, just now Yuling called me and inquired about the origin of your luxury car worth over $1 million. Qinlan's voice remained as melodious as ever, albeit tinged with urgency. Aunt Lan, I bought it myself. But you only have $1 million. How could you afford such a car? Aunt Lan, when did I ever claim that I merely had $1 million? Aunt Lan, in truth, the wealth I have accumulated exceeds a mere $100 million, albeit by a slight margin. How slight is that? Merely a fraction of $1 billion. You, dear child, are attempting to deceive your aunt. I speak nothing but the truth. Are you perhaps trying to sell me a tale? Yin let out a wry smile. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts from Qinlan. He feared that revealing everything at once might startle her. It was evident that he had aroused her suspicions. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to lay the truth bare. Aunt Lan, what I am about to disclose may seem quite extraordinary. You must promise me not to react too strongly, otherwise, you will have no one to blame but yourself if I choose to remain silent. I knew you were hiding something from me. Rest assured, Annie has lived nearly 40 years and has weathered countless storms. I cannot be easily frightened. In the Southwest Province, I have earned over $2 billion. How much? Over $2 billion? Qinlan's breath caught in her throat, her pupils dilated, her heart raced, and her mind felt overwhelmed, as if she were gasping for air. Lang, are you all right? I'm fine. Qinlan took several deep breaths to alleviate her discomfort. Her fists clenched tightly against her heart, and she spoke slowly, stammering. Aunt Lan, I refrained from telling you earlier because I feared for your well-being. $2 billion may sound like an overwhelming figure, yet it represents genuine wealth. Qinlan had toiled in Donghai for nearly 20 years, and during her most prosperous times, she had never surpassed $2 million. She understood the difficulty of earning money. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Auntie is fine. I was merely taken aback by the revelation. Aunt Lan, I sense your curiosity regarding the origins of my wealth. Qinlan instinctively nodded, but then smiled wryly, as her nephew could not perceive her through the phone. The reason I kept the truth from you is that all of this wealth stems from my acquired skills in stone gambling. Littlein, I should have realized it sooner. Aunt Lan, you do not hold it against me? Ian was astonished. Ever since his father met a tragic fate due to stone gambling, Qinlan had repeatedly warned him against any association with it. His father and stone gambling had become taboo subjects in their lives. It would be unfair to blame you. Moreover, you have proven yourself through your skills. Auntie is not one to be stubbornly set in her ways. Why would I hold it against you? Ian detected a deeper meaning in Qinlan's words, but before he could elaborate, she continued with a wistful tone. Over the past 2 years, you have endured disdain from Yuling at home and exclusion from your peers at school. I was previously unaware of these matters, but I have now caught wind of them. Your demeanor appears calm, yet you are inherently stubborn. Having faced so many grievances, you sought to prove yourself. Initially, I believed your departure was a reaction to Yuling's new boyfriend, but upon reflection, it seems it was all part of a premeditated plan. Indeed, Qinlan had misjudged him. He did not harbor such elaborate thoughts or plans. All of this was bestowed upon him by the system. Nevertheless, this development provided clarity. The intricacies of the system were too esoteric, and Yin had no intention of divulging them to anyone. Aunt Lan, let bygones be bygones. Let's look forward. My wealth is your wealth, and we have countless beautiful moments awaiting us. This lad speaks words that may lead to misunderstandings, causing Qinlan's cheeks to flush slightly. She stifled a retort, but, rather inexplicably, chose to change the subject, inquiring whether that girl Yuling had done anything to him at school. Otherwise, she would not have asked me about you. I'm not certain. Rest assured, Aunt Lan, Yuling has grown up under my watchful eye. Even if she would act against me, I would not be so ruthless considering your regard. Ah, if only Yuling knew of your considerable fortune. I wonder if she would be filled with regret. Qin Lan undoubtedly trusted Yi En's character and believed in the strength he currently possessed. Over 200 million, such a sum was beyond her wildest dreams. In truth, I must take some blame. Had I been honest with you earlier, Yuling might not have. How can you blame yourself? You withheld the truth for our sake. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon her for her lack of discernment. The fellow she chose, that Wang Haoyu, possesses little more than money. He is utterly inept, hardly worthy of comparison to you. I truly cannot fathom how she could be enamored with him. Yuling is still young. Growth often comes through adversity. Can you honestly say, Aunt Lan, that you were superior at her age? At that moment, 3 dark lines appeared on Qin Lan's forehead, as she suspected Yi and was alluding to her past. Chapter 89, Stains of Life. Qin Lan had rebelled against her overly strict upbringing, and by 18, she had fallen for a wayward gang leader. Within mere days of their acquaintance, he had been embroiled in a brawl, injuring another's spleen, and subsequently faced 2 years of incarceration. Thereafter, they never crossed paths again. Yet their union had birthed Qin Yuling. This remains an indelible stain on Qin Lan's life, one she had gradually come to forget. Reflecting on her past, she realized she had once been less prudent than her daughter, for at least Yuling had gained admission to Donghai University, avoiding the company of ruffians. Aunt Lan, why have you fallen silent? Yin remained unaware that his unintentional words had stirred painful memories within Qin Lan. After a moment of reflection, she steadied herself. Little Nin, you are right. From now on, I shall not interfere in your matters with Yuling. Children must find their own fortunes. The more I meddle, the less effective my influence may be. That will not do. There are matters that still require oversight. Are you not concerned that my wealth might lead me astray? Or that Yuling could face harm? You men are all the same. I cannot manage that. Allowing Yuling to face some setbacks may serve her well, teaching her wisdom through hardship. Yin rubbed his nose, realizing Aunt Lan had struck a chord. Very well, I've learned all I wish to know. I shall take a brief afternoon nap. It seems even rest has become a challenge in this day and age. With that, Qin Lan ended the call. Moments later, she noticed a message from Yin, filled with a series of numbers. 256398543. After counting several times, she confirmed that Yi En's bank account balance indeed surpassed an astonishing 25 million. Qin Lan could not shake the feeling that the world had gone mad. How else could university student amass such a fortune in just over 2 months? Over 200 million in the span of merely 2 months amounts to a staggering sum, so immense that it would be challenging to even count all. Yet, amidst this turmoil, she felt a profound sense of pride. Yin had not only matured, but had also achieved remarkable success. Although her contributions were modest, she felt she had honored the wishes of Yi En's father. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already moistened Qin Lan's eyes, blurring her vision as she seemed to catch a glimpse of Yi En's father's gentle and warm smile, reminiscent of an older brother. In her sorrow, she found herself smiling again. Brother Yi, little one may have followed in your footsteps, but he surpasses you in brilliance and success. He has grown taller and stronger, far more handsome than you were in your youth, Qin Lan murmured, her face unwittingly flushing with warmth. After hanging up the phone, Yin did not rush into the library. Having resolved one concern, he felt a sense of relief. Yet the matter concerning Qin Yuling remained pressing. One plan had failed, yet there were still options. Qin Yuling had developed a deep-seated resentment towards him. Yin had contemplated sitting down with Qin Yuling for an earnest discussion to clarify everything. However, the obsessions that dwell within the human heart are not easily dispelled. Only through a clear understanding of the truth can one attain genuine enlightenment. Otherwise, misunderstandings and conflicts would abound in this world. Therefore, Yi's strategy was to proceed methodically, allowing events to unfold naturally, responding as needed, remaining steadfast as a mountain. After all, Qin Yuling was Qin Lan's biological daughter. He could not simply dismiss her entirely. As long as her actions were not excessively outrageous, he could choose to overlook her. However, matters often spiraled beyond Yi En's control. The sisters Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao had thoroughly disrupted his plans, igniting an urge to discipline them severely. Nonetheless, the events had already transpired, and any inquiries regarding responsibility would have to wait until matters were resolved. What actions would Qin Yuling take next? He recalled the venomous glint in Shun Fei's eyes from the previous night and combined it with the sudden inquiries from Qin Yuling about him. Piecing everything together, Yian began to discern a clearer picture. "Brother Yian, what made you suddenly think to call me?" Chu Xiaoxiao's delighted voice rang through the phone. "Of course, I was thinking of you. By the way, has anyone come to the school looking for you lately? You are the best, Brother Yian." "No, not at all." "Why do you ask? What about Yao Shui? Has she discussed anything like that with you?" "Not all. This morning, my sister dropped me off at school, and I haven't heard from her since." "All right, if anyone comes looking for you or for Yao Shui, please send me a message." "Sure. By the way, Brother Yian, has your day student permit come through?" I applied for a day student status as well. The process for day student applications at the Art Academy was not as stringent, and with Chu Xiaoxiao having secured accommodation in Donghai ahead of time, her permit would likely be processed swiftly. It should be coming soon. After exchanging a few more words with Chu Xiaoxiao and confirming that no one was looking for them, he ended the call. The absence of visitors did not equate to a lack of desire to seek them out. With a population exceeding 20 million in Donghai, locating someone based solely on a photograph would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi then placed a call to Zhou Qianqian. "Mr. Yi, it has indeed come to our attention that inquiries regarding your bank account information have been made. The specifics of the situation elude me, as it was personally handled by our bank's president, who instructed that if you were to inquire, you would be directly informed. Is this how your bank safeguards client privacy?" "I apologize, Mr. Yi, but the individual in question bears significant influence. They are a member of the Ding family, one of our most esteemed clients." "The Ding family?" "Yes. Mr. Yi, the president himself confirmed that the visitor is indeed from the Ding family. While there are several individuals with the surname Ding in Donghai, few would dare to claim such a connection, especially to warrant a personal audience with the president. Neither Shun Fei nor Wang Haoyu could possibly summon a member of the Ding family. Though they possess wealth, they pale in comparison to the Ding family. Yet, I have no personal ties to them. Ding Wangjiao. Among those acquainted with Yian, she is the only one bearing the surname Ding. As for Ding Xinyue, he has only heard of her, never having met her in person. This is the only plausible explanation. I never anticipated that the meek and gentle Ding Wangjiao, who appeared before me like a tender kitten, belonged to the Ding family, and surely her status within it must be considerable. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to investigate me. So, this is the true identity of Ding Wangjiao. I must confess, I underestimated you. Brace yourself for the relentless onslaught from your husband. Even as a member of the Ding family, this cannot serve as an excuse for your casual disclosure of client privacy. Can it? Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. Given that the situation has already transpired, what can be done to rectify it?" Yian, Chapter 90, the graceful and charming older sister. Although the bank has regulations prohibiting the casual inquiry of client account information, especially that of private banking accounts, the underlying intricacies are well understood. Otherwise, how could Zhou Qianqian have proactively contacted Yi and to invite him to establish a private banking account? Despite this understanding, Yian felt a sense of betrayal, which left him distinctly displeased. Zhou Qianqian's remarks only intensified Yi's dissatisfaction. "What does she take me for?" It is evident that the president has compromised himself for the sake of interpersonal relations, yet expects his subordinates to bear the brunt of the consequences. This is all too common in any enterprise. However, Yian finds it intolerable. At present, I lack the energy to pursue this matter, but I shall not let it rest. Should there be a next time, I shall see you in court. With that, Yian delivered a sharp retort and hung up the phone. Zhou Qianqian stood there, momentarily bewildered by the busy signal emanating from her phone. She couldn't quite discern whether Yi had forgiven them or not. After much contemplation, she concluded that this incident should be brought to the president's attention. Initially intending to glean information regarding the actions of Wang Haoyu and others from the bank, she inadvertently uncovered a significant revelation. However, following her call, it would likely be exceedingly difficult for Wang Haoyu to secure information about his bank account, provided that the branch president is not a fool. The afternoon was filled with classes, and Yian arrived early to his classroom. It is worth noting that Yian and Qin Yuling are not in the same class. Thus, aside from large lectures, they do not share the same classroom. After the second year, the number of lectures dwindled, and the opportunities for the two to meet became increasingly scarce. This was one of the reasons why Yian chose to adopt a cold demeanor. In the midst of class, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and without a moment's hesitation, Yian decided to disregard the call. A few minutes later, Zhou Qianqian messaged him, informing him that the mysterious call was from the bank president, Liang Hui. "I'm in class. Let us discuss this after I finish." Yian scoffed. Was she only now realizing the urgency? Zhang Zhu had sent him a message, stating that his day student permit was ready for collection at the office. It seems that having connections makes things easier. The process for obtaining a day student permit at Donghai University typically takes about a month. Yet Ian managed to secure it in just over a week. Familiar with the routine, he arrived at Zhang Zhu's office and knocked before entering. Apart from Zhang Zhu, there was also a male counselor present. Ian was somewhat of a regular here, and the male counselor merely glanced at him before returning to his work. Zhang Zhu promptly handed the day student permit to Ian. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang," he expressed gratefully as he accepted the permit. "I noticed your class schedule. You have classes on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. Although you don't have classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday nights, the school encourages everyone to engage in self-study during the evenings. You must not let your studies slip just because you have a day student permit. Rest assured, Teacher Zhang, I will certainly secure a national scholarship for you this academic year. Is that for me?" Zhang Zhu shot Yi in a sideways glance. "I misspoke. To express my apologies and gratitude, I have decided to invite you to dinner tonight, and I hope you will honor my invitation." "No rescheduling?" "No rescheduling." "All right, but you must wait for me for an hour while I finish up my tasks." "Okay, may I read here for a while? As long as it does not impede my work or that of the other teachers." The male counselor raised his head in astonishment. After sharing an office with Zhang Zhu for over a year, this was the first time he had witnessed her being so agreeable. When the three had first shared an office, he had harbored a slight infatuation for Zhang Zhu. However, as time passed, that fleeting sentiment gradually dissipated. It was not that Zhang Zhu was cold. Rather, their conversations simply did not resonate. Awkward small talk would only serve to heighten the discomfort in the office. Ian was oblivious to the male counselor's expression. He found a chair in a corner and began to read. An hour passed swiftly. The two exited the administrative building and entered Zhang Zhu's charming White Beetle. Rather than opting for an upscale restaurant, Zhang Zhu chose a well-regarded establishment specializing in local cuisine. Although Yi had a penchant for spicy food, having grown up in Donghai, he could also appreciate the slightly sweeter flavors of the local fare. "You've been quite popular on the campus forum lately, especially with the last two sentences in your video that resonate deeply and provoke thought." "Teacher Zhang, are you sure you're not mocking me?" "Why would I mock you?" Zhang Zhu shot Yi in a disapproving look. "By the way, how did you know in advance that someone would hire online trolls?" "I received the information. Do you know who hired the trolls?" "Yes, it was Wang Haoyu." "Is it related to your childhood, sweetheart?" "Teacher Zhang, it is rather uncharacteristic of you to indulge in gossip. What kind of temperament do you perceive I possess?" Zhang Zhu nearly choked on the duck meat she had just taken a bite of. It was the first time anyone had assessed her in such a manner. "Teacher Zhang, perhaps you should take a sip of your drink to ease the moment. As mentioned in the video, you certainly have a way with words." "No, I can only claim my honesty. I speak my mind as thoughts arise." Zhang Zhu wore a distinctly skeptical expression. Yin, however, remained silent, engrossed in devouring his meal. Zhang Zhu gazed deeply at Yin. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt he was unlike any typical 20-year-old university student, be it in demeanor, temperament, or his approach to relationships. "Teacher Zhang, is there something blossoming on my face?" Zhang Zhu shook her head, remarking that your disposition has become somewhat languid, lacking in ambition and debate, which has led many to misunderstand you. They are merely a bunch of naive youngsters who have yet to experience the harshness of society. To engage seriously would merely be an act of bullying the lesser. You appear so wise beyond your years that one might mistakenly believe you are seasoned in the ways of the world. Hee. Yin chuckled, although it wasn't the case. He carried nearly 20 years of life experience in his mind, rendering the label of a worldly wise man not entirely unfounded. However, you are still a student. It would benefit both you and your country to adopt a more proactive and ambitious approach. Teacher Zhang's insight is indeed profound, Yin praised with a thumbs up. Surely, you aren't speaking in irony? Of course not. Yin shook his head, affirming earnestly that a relative of his had expressed similar sentiments. My earlier comment about you being a gentle and charming older sister aligns perfectly, does it not? Chapter 91. Every drink and every peck. Yet, she felt no aversion, but rather a hint of joy. Teacher Zhang, from now on, in private, may I address you as sister? It is merely a title. Your happiness is what matters. Sister, henceforth, I shall rely on you to protect me at school. What protection? Do you think university is akin to the outside world? Zhang Zhu found Yi's words amusing, her lips curling into a smile as she playfully reprimanded him. It appears I have misused my words. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. To have recognized an older sister, especially a beautiful counselor, after just one meal, Yin deemed it quite a bargain. You truly know how to charm, don't you? Zhang Zhu retorted playfully. Perhaps we should switch to white wine instead of red? On second thought, I have matters to attend to this evening. Besides, if you were to get intoxicated, I would be the one to face the consequences. Sister, you truly underestimate me. What? You can hold your liquor. Just a tad. Then what is there to discuss? Zhang Zhu rolled her eyes. Yian offered no further explanation. You really are a workaholic. Yian lost the opportunity to continue his flattery. The two parted ways at the school gate. Evening classes were optional, and with his day, student permit finally approved, Yian followed his intuition and drove to the Jiangwan villa. Upon passing the community gate, a security guard remarked, Mr. Yi, the latex mattress you ordered has arrived. Would you like us to assist in bringing it inside? Yian had modest expectations for the mattress. Not too soft or too firm. This latex mattress must have been purchased by Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. The 4 latex mattresses collectively weighed over 100 kilograms. With considerable effort, the 4 security guards transported them twice, taking nearly half an hour to relocate them to the living room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Thank you for your hard work. Please accept this small token of appreciation as a gesture for a drink, Yian said, pulling out a substantial sum of money from his bag, amounting to around 6 or 7,000, which he handed to the leading security guard. Isn't this a bit excessive? The guard hesitated to accept. Please take it. I will need your assistance in the future as well, Yian encouraged. Very well, Mr. Yi. If you require anything, just let us know, and we will do our utmost to assist you. The leading guard finally accepted the money. Mr. Yi, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should mention. One of the guards who had initially offered to help said hesitantly. Is it related to me? Yi's interest was piqued. Yes, it is. The guard nodded. Then hurry and share it, the leading guard urged. Scratching his head, the guard recounted this afternoon, 2 young women claimed to be students from Donghai University. They said they had a friend residing in Building 16 and wanted to enter the community. I happened to be on duty, so I asked for Mr. Ye's contact information, but they were evasive. I suspected they were lying and denied them entry. They inquired about Building 16, which further raised my suspicions. Adhering to our community's confidentiality policy regarding residents, I sent them away. Before leaving, they offered me 2 packs of cigarettes, urging me not to disclose anything. I didn't want to accept them, but they left them behind and ran off. These are the cigarettes they gave me. I haven't touched them, the guard revealed, pulling out 2 packs of Huazi from his pocket. Without a doubt, these must have been sent by Qin Yuling or Wang Haoyu. The security at Jiangwan community, while not claiming to be the best in the city, certainly surpasses that of an ordinary neighborhood. The residents here are either affluent or prestigious. Without sufficient benefits or solid connections, it is quite challenging to blend in. Of course, had Yian been less generous today and taken the guard's goodwill for granted, the guard might have hidden the fact that he received 2 packs of cigarettes. Every act has its consequences. Please keep the cigarettes. I must express my gratitude for your efforts. Otherwise, we residents would not feel secure, Yian remarked, moving the guards. The 4 guards felt a stir of emotion. Their circumstances were modest, yet they were at least better off than some, which is why they could serve as guards in this community. However, compared to the residents who lived here, they felt dwarfed. Yi's generous demeanor and kindness left them pleasantly surprised. After the guards departed, Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao emerged barefoot from the indoor basketball court. Both had their hair tied in high ponytails, their faces flushed and glistening with fine beads of sweat. Jiang Yu wore a white fitted tank top and sky blue yoga pants, while Ding Wangjiao donned a snug t-shirt and dusty rose yoga pants. The two must have been practicing yoga, only coming out once they confirmed that Yian was the only one at home. Yian had intended to inquire about the bank's leak of his personal information, which he strongly suspected was orchestrated by Ding Wangjiao. However, considering that even if it were known that Ding Wangjiao was responsible, it seemed there was no recourse. To her, any punishment might well be perceived as a reward. The following morning, Yian rose early to attend his classes, while Jiang Yu was still in a deep slumber, seemingly unable to awaken before 9 or 10 o'clock. Yet, upon reflection, he thought that it was not his fault, and letting them be for a while might serve them well. Thus, as the day passed, he completely forgot about the bank manager, Liang Hui. It was not that he held any grudge against Zhou Qianqian. Rather, he was curious about Liang Hui's stance. The public opinion on the campus forum had long since tilted in favor of Yian, with an increasing number of supporters, predominantly female, drawn in by his striking appearance. Nevertheless, the reality was that Qin Yuling and Wang Haoyu had only succeeded in making matters worse for themselves. Qin Yuling endured a most distressing day, nearly driven to madness by the gazes of her classmates. She could hardly believe that Yian had been so fortunate as to catch the attention of a protective teacher. Even now, she was reluctant to accept that Yian had orchestrated this. Any fleeting doubts she had were quickly dismissed. Wang Haoyu fared no better, becoming the target of his peers, labeled the instigator of the discord between Yi and Qin Yuling. Some even penned scathing posts, denouncing Qin Yuling's materialism and Wang Haoyu's role as a homewrecker. The insults were harsh, yet they were rooted in truth. Unfortunately, the harshest truths are often the most difficult to accept, leaving him struggling to find even a semblance of justification to assuage his conscience. Word had it that Qin Yuling had skipped her afternoon classes, locking herself away in her dormitory. Chapter 92, with images and videos. Qin Yuling had indeed taken sick leave, and she was genuinely unwell. Yet, as she lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, she overheard a conversation in the corridor outside her dormitory. Yi may be a bit poor, but he is undeniably handsome. Moreover, he is a local from Donghai and has gained admission to our university. His future is bound to be promising. Indeed, it was not just promising. His starting point had already surpassed that of 90 of his peers nationwide, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the future held great promise for him. Furthermore, it was evident from the videos that Yin excelled academically and possessed a high emotional quotient. Compared to other boys, he exuded confidence and maturity, leaving one to wonder from whose lips the slanderous remarks about him had originated. Who else could it be but Qin Yuling? Wang Haoyu is merely her accomplice. As fellow females, how could Qin Yuling behave in such a manner? It was truly shameful for all women. Some individuals would go to great lengths for money. Poor Yin, how unfortunate to have a childhood friend like Qin Yuling. That is rather harsh. You are mistaken. Yin's humility and generosity may have emboldened Qin Yuling, allowing her to act with impunity. Why should those who err be granted forgiveness? This is not compassion, it is indulgence. They should face appropriate consequences. You may be right, but what can we do? In a show of solidarity for Yin, I acknowledge that personal power is limited. Yet I firmly believe that the world is predominantly inhabited by good souls. So, count me among them. The voices of dialogue gradually faded into the distance until they became inaudible. Qin Yuling felt as though she were ensnared by a spell, rendered utterly rigid. In her presence, her classmates maintained a semblance of restraint, at least refraining from verbal assaults, for they were, after all, civilized individuals. Qin Yuling believed that the peculiar glances from her peers were already sufficiently hurtful. Little did she expect the discussions behind her back to be so cruel. Each word struck her heart like a dagger. It was not I who was at fault, but Yin. I merely seek to carve out my own future. Yin is but a stumbling block that I have cast aside. What wrong is there in that? How dare Yin defy fate and attempt to resist? Such audacity is unforgivable. If Yin were privy to Qin Yuling's true sentiments, he might simply respond, "As long as you are content." At this moment, Qin Yuling's mindset had become somewhat obsessive. This is quite normal. When individuals err, their first instinct is often not self-reflection, but rather to cast blame upon others. This instinct to avoid harm and seek benefit is hardwired in our genes. Unless one is a sage, it is difficult to escape this nature. Wang Haoyu received a call from Qin Yuling. Their conversation lasted over half an hour before concluding. Under pressure, Wang Haoyu had no time to devise a meticulous plan and was forced to hastily implement a second strategy. He initially spent money to enlist a classmate to post on a forum, accompanied by a panoramic photograph of Jiangwan Villa District and several interior images of the villas. The panoramic shot was taken at Qin Yuling's behest, while the interior photos were downloaded from a real estate website. The post bore a simple title, "Living Under Another's Roof." How could Yin afford to rent a villa in Jiangwan? Once the post went live, it instantly attracted numerous classmates' attention. Jiangwan Villa District, located near Donghai University, is as well known as Tang Palace. Some raised questions, asking how a few photographs could prove that Yin had rented a residence there. Subsequently, a flurry of comments followed. Wang Haoyu had anticipated such a response, yet he found it difficult to accept the outcome. In just a few days, Yin's reputation had undergone a remarkable reversal, garnering immense support from classmates, which fueled his jealousy. One remained perceptive, declaring, "The truth is evident. I will forever support Yin." This comment quickly became one of the most popular. Wang Haoyu seethed with frustration. Her words pierced him deeply. That evening, he again sought to incite further discord by posting a new message titled, "With video evidence." It turns out Yin is this kind of person. Upon clicking the link, classmates discovered a video in which two young women accused Yin of deceit and betrayal. The video was brief, yet detailed how Yin had deceived them and subsequently abandoned them. They had come to Donghai University seeking an explanation. In the video, the two women wept, their sorrow palpable undoubtedly resonating with a portion of the audience. Following the release of the post, immediately, someone responded to the post, linking the doubts about where Yin obtained the funds to rent a villa with the posts and videos, analyzing the situation thoroughly. Ultimately, they concluded that Yin, having secured a scholarship, splurged on luxury clothing and shoes, and, leveraging his handsome appearance, pretended to be affluent outside campus to deceive both wealth and affection, thus affording the rental of a villa in Jiangwan. While this narrative appeared plausible, it was riddled with flaws. The most glaring inconsistency lay in the stark contrast between the two girls in the video and the individuals named Yao Shui and Chu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't that the AI technology was inadequate, but rather that the photographs provided by Wang Haoyu were of poor clarity. Consequently, the faces generated bore little resemblance to the two girls and appeared exceedingly unnatural. I had encountered those two girls before, and the females in the video were utterly unrecognizable. An account named Zhu Yao publicly identified this discrepancy. Subsequently, inquiries regarding his identity arose. However, no one suspected Zhu Yao had been bribed by Yin, as many were aware that Yi An's relationship with his roommate was far from amicable. Thus, Zhu Yao's testimony proved to be significantly influential. Wang Haoyu's second plan did not progress as smoothly as anticipated. Yet, the situation took a convoluted turn when an account named Xiaoming commented, claiming to be Yi An's roommate and asserting that the two girls seen that day were indeed the ones in the video, with photographic and video evidence, along with eyewitness accounts, even those who initially supported Yi and began to waver. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Moreover, most were not well acquainted with Yi An. Many only became aware of his existence through recent events. Nonetheless, a faction remained resolute in their support for Yi An, including Zhu Yao and Wenwen among others. Chapter 93. Am I nervous? Wang Haoyu and Qin Yuling surveyed the comments in the thread, nearly bursting with anger. Not only had they failed to tarnish Yi An's reputation, but they had inadvertently garnered him a significant base of support. Whom could they turn to for justice? This outcome left Wang Haoyu and Qin Yuling feeling like clowns, a situation they found intolerable. Yin, having registered on the campus forum early on, found himself bemused by the unfolding drama. He had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to find this. It was time to bring this farce to an end. I am Yin, and I never imagined I would be cast in such a role. I have reported this. Initially, no one paid attention to Yin's comments. It was unclear who, out of sheer boredom, scoured through each comment to unearth Yi An's remarks, subsequently screenshotting and sharing them to ensure classmates were swiftly informed, posting dozens in succession. Soon, this caught the attention of other students. Supporters of Yi An were invigorated, copying and pasting and adding their own comments. Within an hour, the comment section was nearly overwhelmed by screenshots of Yi An's remarks. Qin Yuling panicked. Wang Haoyu panicked. Wu Xiaoming also panicked. On the campus forum, it was common for students to hurl insults at one another. This was a typical internal resolution. Yi An surprisingly chose to report to the authorities, which could be perceived as an act of bullying, a blatant display of power. How dare he? Was he not concerned about inciting public outrage? Nevertheless, while Yi An's decision to alert the police faced skepticism from some, it also garnered a significant amount of silence, with numerous supporters rallying behind him. Some even posted on the campus forum, asserting that it is not a lawless space, but rather a platform for self-expression where friendships can be formed and diverse opinions can collide, sparking new ideas. Yet, there lies a shared responsibility to maintain the integrity and health of the platform. After Yi An posted, he paid no further heed to the forum, unaware that many had begun to follow his account. In less than a night, his follower count surged past 2,000 and continued to rise swiftly. Upon finishing his classes, Yi An was preparing to leave the school for his villa when he was intercepted by someone. It was Wu Xiaoming. Yi An, have you lost your mind? Everyone was merely joking on the forum, and you went straight to the police. If it was just a jest, why the panic? Am I panicking? Yi An retorted. I have already reported it. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi An, we are all classmates. Must you take this to such extremes? Yi An truly wished to ignore Wu Xiaoming, but the latter's persistence and audacity struck him as ridiculous, prompting him to respond, You say you are not worried. Yet you cling to my reporting like it is your lifeline. Wu Xiaoming was momentarily at a loss for words. That account, Xiaoming, belongs to you, right? Others might be unaware and follow the crowd, but you have met those two girls, who are my roommates, yet you speak falsehoods. Are you now afraid that Uncle Hat will invite you for tea? It wasn't me. Do not slander, Wu Xiaoming protested. I believe it wasn't you. Yi and you. We are both classmates and roommates. I trust you cannot commit such a heartless act. Wu Xiaoming's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, stifled by his emotions. See, I believe you. May I leave now? Yin, I was in the wrong. I should not have been swayed by others to slander you. Could you not, for the sake of our rooming together, withdraw the report? Wu Xiaoming, witnessing Yin's firm resolution to solve the matter through Uncle Hat, began to panic, lowering his voice in a desperate plea. Apologies, Yin replied, turning to walk away. Yin, I beg you, but before Wu Xiaoming could finish, Yin vanished through the classroom door. Regret washed over Wu Xiaoming. Why did he involve himself in Yin's affairs? What compelled him to comment using his own account? He genuinely feared the repercussions of being invited by Uncle Hat for tea, though he understood that nothing might come of it. The mere thought of such an invitation leaking out sent chills down his spine, envisioning the potential social demise he could face. Just then, Yang Lixia patted his shoulder, signaling him to observe his surroundings. Wu Xiaoming lifted his gaze and was astonished to find that more than half of the students who had just finished class had not yet left. Did that mean the scene that had unfolded moments ago was witnessed by his peers? He could disregard the future at that moment. He was on the brink of social ruin. Desiring to articulate a few words in her defense, Wu Xiaoming found her voice trapped in her throat. Unsure of what to express, gritting her teeth, she pushed through the crowd and fled in distress. Yang Lixia, witnessing the scene, shook his head. His intentions had been well-meaning when he offered a gentle reminder. He vehemently opposed Wu Xiaoming's disparaging remarks about Yi and circulating online. Having escaped the teaching building in disarray, Wu Xiaoming retreated to a secluded corner and sent a message to Wang Haoyu. Upon receiving the message, Wang Haoyu promptly forwarded it to Qin Yuling, appending a note. It appears Yi and is determined to report this to the authorities. What shall we do? What else can we do? Qin Yuling lamented, her headache exacerbated by her worsening cold. Should we consider retracting the post? Absolutely not. If we retract, it would only confirm our slander against Yin, wouldn't it? While she acknowledged the logic of that stance, she also noted that current public sentiment hadn't gravely harmed Yin, despite his innocence. He garnered considerable support. Have you seen Yin's account? His follower count is nearing 3,000. Since the post poses no substantial threat to Yin, perhaps we should just delete it. If Uncle Mao decides to pursue this, it's only a matter of time before it traces back to us. Wang Haoyu, how is it that I've just discovered you to be such a coward? I don't care. The post must remain. Even if we can't ruin Yin, we can certainly annoy him. As for Uncle Mao, there's no need for excessive concern. The school will protect us. Wang Haoyu was left speechless. Was Qin Yuling losing her mind? The school might indeed shield them, but their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. The thought of their misdeeds being exposed online was too dreadful to entertain. Wang Haoyu, I warn you, the post absolutely cannot be deleted. Otherwise, I will sever ties with you. Lingling, please don't be angry. Rest assured, I know what to do. Chapter 94. Ant's insight is quite astute. After concluding their conversation, Wang Haoyu immediately sought out the two classmates who had posted, urging them to delete it at once. The two students, having already been compensated, were as restless as ants on a hot pan. With Wang Haoyu's consent, they wasted no time and promptly removed the post. Minutes later, Wang Haoyu noticed the two posts had vanished from the forum, and a wave of relief washed over him. As soon as the posts were deleted, students noticed the change. This essentially confirmed that Yin had been wronged. Many who had previously wavered solidified their stance and began to support Yin fervently. Those who opposed him either fell silent or deleted their comments, and some even changed their profile pictures to rally behind Yin. The momentum had shifted overwhelmingly in his favor. Within the Jiangwan villa, under Yin's intense interrogation, Ding Wangjiao confessed everything. It was she who had contacted the bank president, Liang Hui, who happened to be one of her closest friends and was well acquainted with Jiang Yu. Ding Wangjiao also admitted to her family status and even betrayed Ding Xinyue. Having extracted this information, Yin chose not to press further. Recognizing that the fear had taken hold, Ding Wangjiao, feeling wronged, humbly acknowledged her faults. The hour was still early, and the three of them gathered to watch television together. At that moment, Ding Wangjiao's phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed a message from Ding Xinyue. A flicker of guilt washed over her, prompting her to steal a glance at Yin, reassured to find him oblivious to her. She then opened WeChat to peruse the message. Dear Aunt, that Yin is indeed quite intriguing. He deftly resolved the recent tumult with just a few words. Attached was a video showcasing Yin, composed and charismatic, engaging effortlessly with the crowd, along with a screenshot of a comment he had made. Ding Wangjiao donned her Bluetooth headphones and watched the video from beginning to end, replaying it several times. My husband is not merely interesting. He is exceedingly charming, she mused, pride illuminating her face as her fingers danced across the keyboard. Well, he's a bit younger, I suppose. Nowadays, relationships between older women and younger men are all the rage. You wouldn't understand, having never experienced it yourself. She scoffed at the notion of a young girl grasping such complexities. Dear aunt, can we have some dignity? You are 16 years his senior, not just 6. In ancient times, you could very well be his mother. And so what if I could? True love knows no age boundaries, Ding Wangjiao retorted dismissively. Be honest with me. Aunt, did you provide the funds for Yi An's villa rental? He is notoriously poor at school. I would consider it, but he likely wouldn't accept it. Enough of this. I have to go. Ding Xiyu gazed at the chat window, bemused by her aunt's unabashed forwardness. Yet, she had grown accustomed to it. Ding Wangjiao, a woman of unbridled audacity within the Ding household, found herself casting a flattering gaze towards Yin, having been caught in the act of sending secret messages to Ding Xinyue. Yin, however, did not probe further. Everyone harbors secrets, and as long as they do not infringe upon his boundaries, he was indifferent. As time slipped away, it left behind the memories of different individuals. Since Jiang Yu and Ding Wangjiao departed, Yin returned to a solitary existence filled with study and contemplation. Some might find it monotonous, yet Yin reveled in it. Particularly following the recent upheaval, his reputation at school had taken a turn for the better, amassing over 8,000 followers, a considerable figure, representing nearly half of the undergraduates and more than 10% of the entire student body. Thus, Yin had risen to prominence within the school, and no one dared to provoke him lightly anymore. The incident involving the police was, of course, a fabrication. He was no true tyrant. Among students, matters that could be resolved on campus should never disturb external authorities. This had become a shared understanding. If Yin had genuinely called the police, the most his peers would do was gossip, which would hardly bear any consequence. However, the school administration would likely be the first to oppose such a move. It was not that he feared the administration, but he wished to spare his newly acquainted sister, Zhang Zhu, from any undue complications. The role of a university counselor may appear glamorous, overseeing hundreds of students, yet those who have served in such positions know it to be a burdensome and thankless endeavor. Apart from their academic responsibilities, they are burdened with overseeing everything. The slightest disturbance among students causes them great anxiety. If students excel, credit goes to the teaching staff. However, if issues arise, the counselors cannot escape blame. Crafting a comment to report an incident takes mere seconds. Yet it serves to quell the unrest and prevent complications for the school administration. Why not take advantage of that? Ian finds comfort in the situation, while Qin Yuling, Wang Haoyu, Wu Xiaoming, and even Shun Fei, who has remained in the shadows, are on the verge of fury. Ian's cunning stratagem of using a police report to deceive them is infuriating. Ironically, they have no choice but to swallow their indignation, for their guilt compels them to delete the post at once. Wang Haoyu is the most exasperated. He disregards Qin Yuling's advice to delete the post, and after several days of silence, he inquires only to discover that Yin never reported anything to the police. Financial losses have occurred, the post is gone, and Qin Yuling is in a cold war with him, branding him as a third party in a relationship. Ultimately, he bears the brunt of the chaos. To make matters worse, his father seems perpetually occupied, hardly ever present. His mother is equally unyielding, not only offering him a frosty demeanor, but also having his allowance, warning him to behave or risk losing all financial support. Wang Haoyu feels utterly despondent, questioning how he has become the neglected child of the family. The fact that he hasn't ended up in the hospital is a testament to his resilient mindset. The most discussed topic at present is the upcoming welcome party, scheduled for Monday night, following a grueling 14 days of military training. It is rumored that Yun Suyao, the head of the arts department, will personally perform a dance. Yun Suyao is renowned as one of the 4 campus beauties, captivating admiration for her stunning looks. Many male classmates who have yet to see her will certainly seize this opportunity. Yin, after class, let us go secure a good spot, suggested Zhu Yao. Despite his typically reticent demeanor, nudged Yi and with enthusiasm. Go ahead, I'll pass on the excitement, Yin replied, shaking his head. He had attended enough welcome parties to feel no desire to join in this time. Are you not curious to see Yin Suyao perform? Zhu Yao asked, astonished. Do you have feelings for her? Yin's eyes widened in surprise, even more than Zhu Yao's. No, I'm just genuinely curious, Zhu Yao stammered, his dark complexion betraying a hint of blush. Well then, it's for the best. Yin Suyao is beyond your reach. Do you know her? Not exactly. I've only seen her once, but appearances can be deceiving. She's not of your ilk. I understand. You've misunderstood. I meant she is unworthy of you. Zhu Yao's mouth fell open. Yin had the audacity to say such a thing about the campus beauty. Yin offered no further explanation and left the school after class, driving to a Huizhou cuisine restaurant. The table had been reserved in advance, and Yin ascended to the second floor, locating their seats, where Gu Xner was already waiting. How is it that, being from the southwest, you suddenly crave Hui cuisine? Yin inquired as he settled beside Gu Xner, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist. Isn't there a saying that such indulgence is unhealthy? That's sheer pretentiousness. According to their logic, locals might as well starve. He laughed heartily. Ah, my wife certainly sees through it. He tightened his embrace. Who is your wife? Gu Xner rolled her eyes. Well, if that's the case, never mind. I had planned to enjoy a meal, take someone shopping, and then catch a movie, but it seems I shall have to find another companion. You dare. Gu Xner shot him a sharp glance, twisting her fingers into his flesh. Didn't you say you're not mine? Ye en protested pitifully. I can assure you, you genuinely believe that? All right, I admit my fault. Gu Xner, like a victorious hen, raised her head in triumph. Today, she donned a stylishly seductive ensemble, a white deep V t-shirt paired with black wide-leg trousers. The expanse of her fair skin accentuated her form, drawing Yi An's gaze repeatedly. Noticing his attention, Gu Xner felt no embarrassment. Instead, she proudly straightened her posture, reveling in the allure she held. Women adorn themselves for the gaze of those they wish to please. Yi's admiration for her physique was, in essence, a form of acknowledgement. The dishes soon arrived at their table. Just as Gu Xner had described, Hui cuisine is characterized by its rich use of oil and salt, prepared with a deft hand that renders every bite profoundly flavorful. Unlike the spicy pursuit of Sichuan cuisine, Hui dishes embrace heat in moderation, making it palatable even for those who shy away from spice. The two quickly found themselves savoring their meal with gusto. After finishing, Gu Xner couldn't help but boast. Look at you, devouring 3 large bowls of rice. This wee restaurant I chose isn't half bad, is it? Yin nodded earnestly. Actually, I hail from that region, though I've never visited. I hear the scenery is splendid. Places like Huangshan, Zhuoshan, and Tianzhushan. We should consider a trip to experience the most authentic Hui cuisine. Absolutely. Gu Xner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yin fulfilled his promise, taking Gu Xner shopping and to the movies. While they didn't purchase much, Gu Xner thoroughly enjoyed herself. By the time they emerged from the cinema, it was already past 10 at night. I've rented a villa near the university town. Would you like to come over tonight? Yin whispered close to Gu Xner's flushed ear. In the dim ambience of the cinema, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Gu Xner, feeling somewhat weak, leaned against him for support. I'll follow your lead, she replied, her eyes dreamy, her voice barely audible. Energized, Yin scooped her up amidst the astonished stares of passers-by and hurried towards the parking area. Gu Xner buried her face in his embrace, feeling both embarrassed and sweetly cherished, opting to act like an ostrich. This cannot be blamed on Yin. After several days of restraint, coupled with Gu Xner being a close friend of Han Xia, it would be unnatural not to feel exhilarated. Upon returning to the community, it was already past 11 at night. The security guard at the gate was an acquaintance, and upon seeing Gu Xner in the passenger seat next to Yin, he noted her unfamiliar face. Yin elicited both admiration and respect from him. Everything unfolded so naturally. 2 hours later, Gu Xner fell into a deep slumber. As dawn approached, she awoke, not by her own volition, but rather due to an unwelcome pinch from someone nearby. Glancing out the window, she realized it was still dim, and she had barely slept for 2 hours. Annoyed, she kicked Yin, who remained undisturbed, while she yelped in pain, almost on the verge of tears. That wretched Yin, utterly oblivious to the fragility of a lady. Gu Xner felt a mix of anger and confusion. Was it perhaps that he was simply resilient? In the faint light, she scrutinized Yian's face. In deep sleep, he appeared rather endearing, certainly more so than the fierce demeanor he had exhibited the previous night. Darling, do be a bit more considerate, she murmured, nudging his body before swiftly drifting back into the realm of dreams. When Yin awoke, he felt a bit breathless, and, upon opening his eyes, was startled to find Gu Xner sprawled over him like an octopus. Such a sleeping posture, Yin could hardly bear to look. He had not anticipated this side of her. Gently, he shifted Gu Xner off him and rose from bed, for he had a full schedule ahead. He had no choice but to get up. Skipping class? Best to avoid that. Donghai University generally adopted a laissez-faire approach to student attendance, rarely taking roll. Yet, Yian had no intention of skipping. Where there is one absence, there often follows another. This was why, during the first semester of their freshman year, students could still manage to attend classes dutifully. By the second semester, however, many would be found either indulging in nightlife, pursuing romantic entanglements, or sequestering themselves in their dorms. Did attending class truly matter to those who valued their grades? Yian attended class not solely for the sake of education, but also to fulfill system tasks. Thus, he adjusted the air conditioning from 25 to 28 degrees before leaving with a sense of relief. Gu Xiner continued to sleep soundly until the early afternoon. When she finally awoke, a bit disoriented, she glanced at her phone and was startled to see it was already past noon. In a panic, she scrambled for her clothes, only to discover a complete absence of garments in the bedroom. "Where are my clothes?" she exclaimed. Her body, still propped up, succumbed again to a sharp pain, instantly bringing her to full awareness. "I spent the night at Yian's place. I had already taken leave yesterday. I don't have to work today." With a sigh of relief, Gu Xiner leaned against the headboard and began to browse her phone. She found a message from Yian. "I have classes all day. When you wake up, order takeout. I've informed the security. They will send someone over. That scoundrel, that insufferable husband. I even took leave in advance for you. Yet you abandoned me for classes. Are they worth more than I am?" After venting her frustrations, Gu Xiner realized she wasn't truly angry. Yian, despite his youth, had achieved much through his own hard work. She was not the type to be unreasonable or petty. Upon rising from slumber, Gu Xiner found herself devoid of hunger and attempted to descend from her bed. Although her legs felt somewhat unsteady and ached faintly, she discovered that with smaller movements, she could indeed walk. She first approached Yian's wardrobe and, upon opening it, was nearly incensed enough to slam the door shut. The wardrobe was a cacophony of colors, with women's clothing dominating a substantial portion. Most of the garments were of exquisite quality, yet consisted mainly of scanty lingerie and silk stockings that clearly bore a hefty price tag. The notion that Yian had no other woman in his life was utterly implausible, unless, of course, he harbored some secret proclivities. Suppressing her anger, Gu Xiner scrutinized the women's attire, her fingers brushing over the fabric. While a significant portion appeared new, some were unmistakably worn. The evidence was irrefutable. Yian had other women in Donghai. What scoundrel he was! As if having Han Xia and herself was insufficient, he had to attract additional suitors. Had she known of Yian's infidelity, Gu Xiner found herself lamenting that even with foreknowledge, she could not bring herself to sever ties decisively. This realization was infuriating. She berated herself for her lack of resolve. What did Yian possess that was so appealing? Merely youthful vigor, a modicum of talent, handsome features, a commendable physique, wealth, strength, and a generous nature towards women. The more she pondered, the more she resolved that retreat was not an option. She must firmly grasp this man, despite the presence of others in his life. As for the garments in the wardrobe, the worn ones could be overlooked, but the remaining pieces deserved her selection first. At noon, a video call from Qinlan came through. Upon connecting, Yian noticed that Qinlan's expression was less than favorable, prompting him to inquire with concern. "Aunt Lan, have you been resting well?" It turned out her demeanor was influenced by worries regarding Qin Yuling. After some contemplation, Yian chose to speak candidly, mentioning that she seemed to have caught a cold, likely due to her vexation. "A cold from being angry? I've been rather indifferent towards her lately. How would she be upset?" He mused, reflecting on the misunderstandings that had since been resolved. "About the last incident? Little in, it seems you've endured some grievances." "Aunt Lan, it's nothing. As the older brother, enduring a bit of hardship is hardly significant." "Ah, if only Yuling could be as understanding as you, I would feel completely at ease." "Aunt Lan, I notice your complexion seems off. Please do take care of your health." "All right, little Nin." After ending the call, Yian found himself curious about what pressing matters Qinlan wished to convey in person. Just then, his phone chimed again. Upon checking, he was met with a video of Yun Suyao, clad in a dance costume, performing on stage. Yun Suyao, one of the campus beauties, radiated allure in her striking red attire, her graceful movements epitomizing elegance and seduction. The rapture of the audience, echoed in the cheers, attested to the captivating effect of her dance. Women like Yun Suyao, in tumultuous times of antiquity, could easily be seen as harbingers of chaos. Such women possess a lethal charm, one that cannot be mastered without considerable strength. Generally, men serve merely as stepping stones for them to ascend to greater heights. Zhu Yao, heed my advice and fill your stomach. Yin Suyao is truly not suitable for you. Yin did not intend to intervene. Yet after Zhu Yao staunchly defended him amidst the forum turmoil, he could not resist offering a word of caution. Yin, I am aware. Yet every individual possesses the right to appreciate beauty. I merely wish to share my thoughts with you. Let's hope for the best. Do not be swayed by Zhu Yao's apparent clarity. Once one becomes infatuated, it becomes exceedingly difficult to reason. Love is not weaker than poison. Although its shelf life may be short, its potency is undeniable. It can truly make one feel as though they are living and dying simultaneously. Brother Zhu Yao, I hope you approach this with an attitude of appreciation for beauty. As the only classmate and roommate who regards him as a friend, Yin treasures their bond deeply. After classes on Friday, Yin first visited the villa. Bringing a change of clothes, he drove towards Qin Lan's residence. It had been nearly 2 weeks since he last saw Qin Yuling, and life felt blissful and relaxed. He hoped that Qin Yuling would not appear before him this time. Before reaching Qin Lan's home, a video call from Chu Xiaoxiao came through. Yin donned his Bluetooth headset and chose to answer. Yin Ji, I had matters to attend to last weekend. Are you free this weekend? Chu Xiaoxiao's cherubic face soon filled the screen, her voice laced with playful affection. There's no problem. My sister and I would love for you to visit our home. I certainly believe Xiaoxiao, but does your sister, Yao Shui, truly feel the same? Ye an inuited. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Yao Shui appeared on the screen, her expression frosty. Literally, ye an shuruk. Yao Shui was irked by Yin's markedly different demeanor towards her compared to Xiaoxiao. You seem quite flustered. Is what Xiaoxiao said true? Rest assured, I will come over this weekend. Come if you wish. I won't beg you. Yao Shui abruptly ended the call. Yin chuckled softly. This woman, despite her age, was prone to childish tantrums. He had never noticed this facet of her before. As Yin neared the community where Qin Lan resided, Chu Xiaoxiao sent a voice message. Her voice was soft, clearly sent in secrecy. Yin Ji, actually my sister really wants you to come over. She is just too shy to admit it. By around 7 in the evening, Yin finally arrived at Qin Lan's home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich aroma of delicious food. Although he had never explicitly stated it, he cherished this atmosphere above all. This was also why he tolerated Qin Yuling's exuberance. In Yin's eyes, Qin Lan held a status unmatched by any other woman. Xiaonan, you must be hungry. Wash your hands and let us eat, Qin Lan said, taking his backpack with the same warmth as before. With Qin Yuling absent, the two enjoyed their meal heartily. Within half an hour, Yin had consumed a substantial portion of the banquet laid before him, devouring 3 large bowls of rice. Qin Lan, having eaten only a little, set down her utensils. She typically ate sparingly in the evenings to maintain her figure. Watching Yin relish his meal was, at times, a source of enjoyment for her. Qin Lan gazed with a radiant smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After finishing the meal, she proceeded to clear the dishes, while Yin lounged on the sofa in the living room, casually flipping through channels on the television. In Qin Lan's home, whenever Qin Yuling was absent, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. What could it be? Yin found himself curious. To begin with, Brother Yikong, your father, bestowed upon me a sum of money several years ago, 2 million at that time, which has now appreciated to approximately 26 million. This amount, aside from your father and myself, remains a secret. Could it be that he foresaw his tragic leap from despair due to gambling? Yin offered a wry smile. Qin Lan shook her head and sighed. I doubt it. However, his mental state has never been particularly robust, as you might have noticed. Perhaps he was merely considering your future ahead of time. Yin nodded, acknowledging that his father's mental health had deteriorated ever since his mother absconded with money abroad. Although there had been some improvement, he often witnessed his father secretly indulging in alcohol and cigarettes late into the night, which swiftly took a toll on his health. And not even 40 years of age, he had already turned gray. I refrained from mentioning this earlier, because I worried you were too young to withstand the temptation of wealth. My intention was to save it for you until you were ready to marry, to assist you in purchasing a decent home. On Lang, why are you so kind to me? Yin felt touched. Though Qin Lan had some savings, the sum required for a house was substantial. Having cleared the air, she decided to be forthright. You might have heard of your hometown in Zhongjiang province. It is indeed true. Not only you, but I also hail from Zhongjiang province. And we are neighbors. When your father was 18, under your grandfather's guidance, he enlisted. I am unaware of the specifics of his military life, but I know he was remarkable, eventually joining the special forces. However, for reasons unknown, he abruptly left the army and ventured to Donghai City, rising from nothing to establish a successful career and marrying your mother. There is a notable age difference between your father and me, and our relationship was not particularly close. I was at that time, much like you are now, perplexed as to why brother Yi was so attentive to both me and your mother. I even occasionally wondered if he harbored feelings for me. This thought crossed my mind, yet your mother genuinely misinterpreted the situation, confronting me several times at my workplace. I have tried to clarify, to prove my innocence, and even moved away from the East District to avoid any suspicion, but your mother remained unconvinced. Perhaps my presence contributed to the rift in your parents' relationship, leading to her eventual decision to abscond with money abroad. It was only later that I discovered your father's kindness stemmed from a sense of indebtedness to me, a form of compensation. The reason, albeit melodramatic, was that I have a brother who is a police officer, a narcotics officer with a perilous duty. During one operation, a drug dealer took refuge in the mountains, armed, prompting the police to call for nearby military assistance. Coincidentally, it was your father's unit that was dispatched. I do not know the details, but I learned that my brother was inadvertently struck by a stray bullet and lost his life during that apprehension mission. In truth, this matter bears no relation to your father. It can only be said that my brother's fortune was rather unfortunate. However, your father recognized him at that moment, and their bond was exceptionally strong, having grown up together. Witnessing his childhood companion perish before him must have shattered his psyche. Subsequently, your father sought to repay the debt he felt towards my brother through me. Without your father, I would likely have been a mere peasant woman toiling in the fields, and Yuling would not have had the opportunity to attend Donghai University. Without me and Yuling, your parents' relationship might not have crumbled. Ian remained silent for a considerable time before stating that everything is predestined. There is no right or wrong in this situation. Let the past remain in the past. If your father possessed your level of magnanimity, perhaps he would not have reached such a juncture. Perhaps, regardless of the reasons, Aunt Lon, you will always be my kin. Qin Lan's kindness towards him, whether arising from guilt or an attempt at atonement, has been genuine over the past 2 years. Moreover, the system's affection score indicated 99, which speaks volumes on its own. Yes, Qin Lan said, drawing Yin closer and enveloping his head in her embrace with great fervor. As though if she did not, he might vanish. Chapter 98. Am I truly so superficial? Yin soon began to feel a sense of suffocation and wished to break free, yet found himself unable to do so. He certainly would not admit that he had exerted no effort to escape. Qin Lan sensed the shift, her cheeks flushing, yet she showed no intent to release him, merely easing her grip slightly. Shaonan, your accomplishments have long surpassed those of your father and me. This money may not hold much value for you, but it is a legacy from your father, and I am returning it to you now. Aunt Lon, there's no need, he began, but quickly realized something was amiss. However, it was too late. Qin Lan suddenly let out a small cry, unable to discern whether it was from pain or excitement, as she loosened her embrace around Yin. He felt liberated, yet joy eluded him. Had he known, he would not have bitten down. Aunt Lon, truly, you should keep this money for now. If one day I find myself in dire straits, it will be good to have a fallback, Yin stated earnestly. Well, if that is the case. No. Wait, let us not speak of such inauspicious things. Quickly spit. Qin Lan, momentarily dazed, only realized the inconsistency of Yi An's words once she regained her composure. Spit. Yin complied, affirming their agreement that the money would remain with her, and should she need it urgently, she could use it as though borrowing from him. Very well, you are an adult now. It's all up to you, Qin Lan mused, reflecting before ultimately not declining. Yet, before Aunt Lon, I shall forever be a child of several hundred months. Yin gazed intently at Qin Lan. Qin Lan, unable to withstand his gaze, lowered her eyes, refusing to meet his. What child is several hundred months old? Isn't that precisely who I am? Xiao Enin, do try to maintain some semblance of dignity, Qin Lan responded, finally catching on, adopting a mock expression of annoyance. Yi En, undeterred, chose to exercise moderation, for Qin Lan had always regarded herself as the elder in their dynamic. To penetrate that exterior would require a gradual approach. Today's gains, in truth, were already quite substantial. Seeing Yi En's newfound composure, Qin Lan felt that her previous words had been too harsh. This child had lost the love of a mother at the tender age of 6, and it was only natural for her to harbor curiosity about certain matters. Thus, she spoke softly. Your mother has gone to the United States. Given your current abilities, if you truly wish to search for her, there's a significant chance that you could uncover her whereabouts. Yin shook her head resolutely. No. If she could abandon my father and me with such cruelty when I was 6, it proves that she no longer harbors any feelings for us. But what if she acted impulsively in a moment of anger? Aunt Lon, do you truly believe what you just said? As a woman yourself, You should understand women better. Qin Lan forced a bitter smile. She certainly did not believe it, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart, fueled by guilt. On Lang. I've said it before, all of that is in the past. As she spoke, Yin took Qin Lan's hand, offering her comfort. You need not dwell on it. If she truly left out of spite for you, then the reality is that her departure had nothing to do with you. At least, you were not the primary cause. Qin Lan opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Yin squeezed her hand gently, providing solace. Moreover, her actions hardly seemed like a spur-of-the-moment decision. They appear to have been premeditated. At that time, she nearly drained the company's working capital. Had it not been for my father's good relationships, the company would have likely faced bankruptcy. Frankly, she may not have had the intelligence to orchestrate this alone. Perhaps someone else was pulling the strings. Little Nin, she is still your mother, Qin Lan replied, holding Yi An's hand tightly with a sigh. At her words, Qin Lan's eyes instantly glistened. Aunt Lan, how old are you to still be crying? Yi An teased, wiping the tears from Qin Lan's eyes with one hand. Can you not see that I am moved? Qin Lan Tito Palaifuli. This is merely the beginning, Aunt Lan. We are family now, so you must get used to it. No more tears. It pains me to see you cry. Qin Lan broke into a smile. Yes, we will always be family. Their hands remained clasped together, enveloped in a profound silence. After several minutes, Qin Lan finally regained her composure. Now that we have addressed the first matter, let us discuss the second. Aunt Lan, I'm listening. Remember that aunt who wanted to introduce you to someone? This week, that girl is available, and I've arranged for you both to meet at a nearby Western restaurant. Just a short walk from my cafe. Aunt Lan, you cannot be serious? Ian recalled the incident, initially thinking it was a jest. Of course I'm serious. I had hoped to keep things within the family, but Yuling has disappointed me too greatly to be a suitable match for you. I must seek alternatives. Aunt Lan, I actually support the idea of keeping things within the family. Ian suddenly shifted the conversation. What do you mean? Do you still have feelings for Yuling? Qin Lan looked at Yi in astonishment. Ian shook her head, adopting an enigmatic expression. Qin Lan quickly grasped Yi An's meaning and gently tapped her forehead. Little Nin, your audacity is growing. You jest with Aunt Lan far too easily. I merely speak the truth, Ian murmured softly. Repeat that. Qin Lan, feet then. Puffing out her cheeks. No, regarding the matchmaking, I suppose I should visit the main branch. Ian conceded almost instantly. That is more acceptable. The other party is a 25-year-old graduate from the University of Political Science and Law, named Wei Ting. Her family circumstances are quite satisfactory. Her parents own a house and a car in Donghai. I have seen her appearance, and she is indeed beautiful. I believe you would find her to your liking. Aunt Lan, do you perceive me as such a superficial individual? Ian inquired, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. It does not matter if the conditions are slightly lacking, but her looks must be commendable. This consideration is also for the sake of your future offspring. Qin Lan replied matter-of-factly. Aunt Lan, your thoughts extend quite far. Thinking ahead is also to avoid future regrets. I understand, Ian could hardly retort. That evening, he retired to sleep at Qin Lan's residence. The following day, instead of visiting the cafe, Qin Lan prepared breakfast for Yian, laundered his soiled clothes, and then proceeded to impart advice on the nuances of matchmaking etiquette. It seemed as though Qin Lan possessed considerable experience in this realm, but in truth, she was utterly inexperienced. Frankly speaking, Yian had more insight than she did. Nevertheless, Yian dutifully listened, although whether the information would be retained was uncertain. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Yian and Qin Lan each took a car and first arrived at Qin Lan's cafe.